Now, we interrupt for an international bulletin. Recently, military supply depots in various nations, including the United States and Japan, have mysteriously reported missing provisions, escalating global tensions. The hurried travelers, initially preoccupied with catching their flights, found themselves halting in their tracks, captivated by the announcement on the airport's advertising screen. Regardless of their familiarity with one another, they began to chatter excitedly. Goodness, is such fortune possible? Serves them right. Japan truly deserves it. Who could be responsible? This is nothing short of heroic. I wish to applaud the one behind this. As the crowd thickened, nearly obstructing the passage, airport personnel resorted to broadcasting reminders to encourage the travelers to move along. A dozen or so yellow robots, resembling traffic cones, approached, their red and blue lights flashing, emitting a sweet, childlike voice through their speakers. Dear passengers, if you continue watching, your flight may be delayed. Please maintain a safe distance from the screen to prevent any stampede. Only when urged did the travelers recall their priorities, but before resuming their journey, they each tapped their sleek black glasses. This was not merely a sign of nearsightedness from excessive phone usage. Rather, it was a manifestation of technological advancements. Smart glasses. These devices alleviated the burden of holding a phone while scrolling, and with integrated artificial intelligence, they provided timely reminders to avoid collisions with fellow pedestrians or lampposts. Typing was facilitated through a virtual keyboard, adding convenience to their digital interactions. However, this also intensified the allure of electronic devices. Worn in the workplace, these glasses rendered it impossible to discern whether one was engrossed in literature or contemplating strategies for corporate success. The taps on the frames allowed for instant photography and news access through the lenses. As the travelers moved, their suitcases autonomously followed, skillfully navigating around obstacles. In 2060, the advancements in artificial intelligence mirrored the extraordinary imaginings of science fiction. The suitcases were not mere carriers, but service-oriented robots, permitted on board with the caveat of one per passenger. Once powered down, they were stowed in the cargo hold, not in the cabin. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tong, her face concealed beneath a mask, observed the scrolling headlines with a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Ah, if only the timing were more opportune, I would demand the state award me a first-class merit. Indeed, this incident was orchestrated by Tong herself. How, you may ask? Simply by surreptitiously bringing it back in her pocket, encountering no hindrances along the way. Who could have imagined that this seemingly delicate girl had returned from a post-apocalyptic world, harboring a vast space? Tong, too, had not anticipated her rebirth occurring 3 months prior to the zombie outbreak. Just moments before, she had been besieged by millions of zombies, prepared to sacrifice herself, shouting, "Come on, I'll blow myself up before you feast on my flesh." Yet, in that critical moment, the bomb in her hand failed to detonate, leaving her helpless as the undead engulfed her. To add insult to injury, the very first zombie to bite her lacked front teeth, delivering a painful nip. The pain elicited a yelp from her, and in an instant, she found herself bouncing up from her bed. Gazing around her familiar room, Tong pondered, how is it that the zombies are so slow in devouring? I should have perished by now. It is said that in one's final moments, they rapidly reflect upon their life, lingering on the most unforgettable experiences. It appears she held a deep fondness for her room, transformed into an underwater paradise. While reminiscing, a half-meter-tall figurine of the Monkey King suddenly spoke. "Little Tong, data indicates your heart rate is elevated. Are you experiencing a nightmare?" Tong turned abruptly, staring at the figurine for a couple of seconds, momentarily bewildered. When it repeated its previous statement, she incredulously raised her hand to poke the figurine. "Wow, have I ascended to heaven after death? The sensation is exquisite, just as I remember." The figurine, echoing the classic voice of the Monkey King, continued, "Little Tong, data suggests that heaven is a mere fabrication of humanity, not a tangible reality. Furthermore, data indicates your body is healthy, your heart is beating, and you are breathing traits inconsistent with death." Ignoring the Monkey King's commentary, Tong buried her head in her quilt, akin to a puppy, fervently inhaling the comforting scent of her bedding. The silk pajamas caressed her skin like water, inducing a sense of bliss. Had she known death would bestow such luxury, she would have exerted less effort in the apocalypse. Truly, The adage rings true. To die early is to find liberation. If your reluctance stems from waking late and wishing to avoid meeting your matchmaker, Fu Hanshi, I can cancel the appointment. However, please note that this action may result in a heartfelt discussion with your mother upon hearing the name Fu Hanshi. Su Tong's eyes shot open, her previous reverie shattered. Why would the name of this treacherous man surface here? Had he perhaps vanquished all the zombies on Earth? Otherwise, given his treasonous and ungrateful deeds, hell would surely have to excavate a special pit just for him. Qiqian, what did you say? Matchmaker? Qiqian was the name of the figurine. More than just a mere doll, Qiqian was an advanced artificial intelligence crafted by Su Tong. Currently, it was remotely accessed through the figurine, while its core resided within her computer's hard drive. Having watched Journey to the West with her father as a child, Su Tong had fallen in love with the Monkey Kingdom epitome of virtue. Strong-willed, principled, respectful towards women, and quite handsome. Yet, such a remarkable monkey was non-existent in reality, prompting her to create one herself. Initially a simple character, it gradually evolved into a sophisticated intelligence. Upon hearing Su Tong's inquiry, Qiqian promptly retrieved the day's itinerary. A virtual screen materialized before Su Tong, clearly displaying the date at the top. August 3rd, 2060, the very month prior to the emergence of zombies. Instinctively, she pinched herself. Ouch! Kishin's concerned voice immediately followed. Little Tong, please refrain from self-harm. I will cancel the arrangements at once. Chapter 2. Today, Su Tong felt her voice tremble slightly. Qiqian, are Mom and Dad going to the airport today? Qiqian immediately pulled up another schedule and replied, yes, they are heading to the beautiful country to discuss cooperation matters. Their flight is at 10:58 this morning, flight number. It's today. Whether it be a dream, a delusion before death, or an obsession after death. Regardless of what it is, today, she must not lose her parents again. Su Tong struggled to control her emotions. Qiqian, quickly contact Mom and Dad. Tell them not to board the flight, to come back immediately. Qiqian complied without hesitation. The virtual screen displaying 2 ringing calls. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Su Tong jumped out of bed, neglecting to put on her shoes, grabbed a pair of glasses from the table, put them on, and clicked twice. The busy tone continued, with the same result of no answer. Qiqian, hack into the airport's website. Intercept that flight. Qiqian's voice, slightly mechanical, responded, Xiao Tong. According to the 250th rule of artificial intelligence. Su Tong smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten that Qiqian had not yet fully upgraded and could not act beyond the law. You continue contacting Mom and Dad and the accompanying personnel. I'll head directly to the airport. She clutched her computer and rushed out the door, just in time to catch sight of a familiar figure in the hall. Her half-brother, Chu and Appo's father and her father, Su Weiming, were comrades during their youth. After retiring, Chu and Appo's father joined the narcotics police, but later fell victim to retaliation, leaving behind only 8-year-old Chu Yi. To protect his friend's only offspring, Su Weiming concealed Chu Yi's past and adopted him. Since Su Tong and Chu Yi were only a few months apart in age, she initially harbored hostility towards the sudden arrival of this so-called brother. With her parents already busy with work, she felt her time with them was further diminished. The two fought from childhood until their relationship finally eased in high school. However, Su Tong still refused to call him brother, always referring to him by his name. Chu Yi, understanding his sister's feelings, was never one to hold a grudge. Tong, you. Su Tong longed to embrace the person before her, but now there were more pressing matters to attend to. Chu Yi, ride that motorcycle of yours. Hurry and take me to the airport to find Mom and Dad. We might be too late. She spoke rapidly, pulling Chu Yi towards the garage. Although there was a helicopter at home, it required permits for takeoff and landing in the city, which would delay their arrival at the airport. She couldn't afford to wait. This was the first time Chu Yi had seen Su Tong so frantic. Although he was unsure of the specifics, he immediately followed her. Upon noticing that Su Tong was barefoot, he swiftly picked her up and cradled her in his arms. With his long legs, he ran even faster, carrying Su Tong along. Don and Appo's panic. Have you contacted them yet? Su Tong replied anxiously, I've tried, but Qiqian is still trying to reach them, with no success. Chu-yi placed Su Tong on the motorcycle and put a helmet on her. Su Tong realized she needed to use her computer, and the conventional position wouldn't oppose work, as it would hinder her movements. She noticed Chu-yi's tie, yanked it off, then turned her back to him, tying it securely around their waists. Chu-yi instantly understood her intention and quickly objected. It's too dangerous. You could get thrown off. Su Tong's tone left no room for argument. There's no time. Seeing her insist, Chu-yi removed his suit jacket, adding an extra layer of protection for her. Chi-Tian, chart the fastest route. Chi-Tian could log into any smart device belonging to the Su family, functioning like a sophisticated family app. The motorcycle sped out, with Su Tong seated behind, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Chu-yi, go faster. On the road, vehicles sped past in reverse. A closer look would reveal that the driver and Oppo's seat was empty. No one was behind the wheel. It was entirely autonomous driving. This was why Su Tong insisted on taking the motorcycle. All autonomous vehicles on the road, once their destination was inputted, immediately surrendered control to the city and Oppo's Traffic Command Center for Unified Management. While this significantly reduced traffic jams and accidents, it prevented speeding and traffic violations. Motorcycles, however, had yet to adopt autonomous driving due to balance issues. Moreover, many ride motorcycles for the thrill. If they were all automated, that thrill would be lost. Chu-yi sped ahead, exceeding the speed limit, and soon drones began to pursue them. The drones bore the words "Traffic Police" emblazoned in bright paint. Flashing lights demanding the motorcycle to pull over. You have violated traffic regulations. Please pull over. No street racing. Please pull over. The drones were programmed to activate automatically, pursuing anyone who broke the rules. However, to ensure safety, they could not forcibly stop vehicles, fearing accidents. Yet, after repeated warnings yielded no compliance, human operators in the control center would take over. The vehicle information was quickly retrieved, and the traffic police directly connected with Chu-yi. Chu-yi ignored the call, tightening his grip on the throttle. Chi-Tian and Oppo's voice continued to remind him, slow down. My little Tong might get hurt. Driving recklessly leads to tears for loved ones. Chu-yi and Oppo's expression darkened. Chi-Tian, stop distracting me while I'm driving. Chi-Tian's primary directive was Su Tong. Data indicated that human drivers faced heightened danger when distracted. Thus, to ensure Su Tong's safety on the back seat, Chi-Tian ceased further communication. Su Tong, using her computer from the back, directly hacked into the airport and Oppo's system, locking down all flights that had yet to take off. From now on, no winged vehicle would leave the airport without her command. Su Tong was a computer prodigy, having contributed significantly to the airport system. Although it appeared that her father, Su Weiming, led the team of network engineers, it was merely a strategy to safeguard Su Tong. Otherwise, it was Su Tong and Oppo's life that would be at risk, not her parents. Chi-Tian, now you can take over the airport system. Have you located Mom and Dad yet? Chapter 3. Rescuing my parents. Chi-Tian swiftly summoned a surveillance feed, projecting it on as Su Tong and Oppo's glasses. Little Tong, your parents have just arrived at the airport, and they're already being attended to. Their smart devices have encountered connection failures, rendering me unable to log in. However, I have dispatched a squad of patrolling robots to intercept them before boarding. Concurrently, the airport received a message sent under Su Weiming and Oppo's name, indicating a bomb threat had been reported at the airport. The airport officials, initially flustered, regained their composure upon seeing the sender's name. After all, he was the president of the Tianyin Group, a paragon in the artificial intelligence industry. If he claimed there was a bomb, the likelihood of it being true was exceedingly high. Stay calm. Let in damp. Oppo's investigate immediately. Reception team, logistics team, reassure the passengers. Meanwhile, Su Weiming and Shunjiro, who had been halted, hurriedly tried to contact their daughter, Su Tong, to ascertain the situation. However, all they encountered was a busy signal. Unable to reach their daughter or Chu-yi, Su Tong, observing her parents and Oppo's anxious expressions through the surveillance, urgently instructed Chi-Tian to relay a message via the airport and Oppo's robots. Mom and Dad, it seems your devices have been compromised. Please remain still and wait for me. A motorcycle, trailing a multitude of drones, arrived at the airport. Chu Yi parked the bike and was about to lift Su Tong from the vehicle when a drone police officer immediately ensnared them in a net, immobilizing them as if capturing wild boars. The net was electrified to prevent any escape by the suspects, allowing human law enforcement to arrive in time. Chu Yi instinctively shielded Su Tong, feeling no pain despite the impending danger. Su Tong, reacting reflexively, grasped the electric net, momentarily surprised by her own response. However, she quickly regained her composure and scrambled out of the netting. The drone police attempted to ensnare them again, but they had already dashed into the airport premises, where jurisdictional boundaries prevented further enforcement. With their identities confirmed and the case retained, the human officers were called the drone units. Following Chi Tian's guidance, Su Tong soon located her parents in a private VIP room at the airport. The earlier events had drained her energy, and she crumpled to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably amidst the bustling crowd. She was hesitant to approach, fearing that if she drew near, her parents might vanish. Chu Yi quickly lifted her up. While Su Weiming and Shunjiro rushed towards their daughter, worry etched on their faces. Tong. Shinjiro draped her coat over her daughter, while Su Weiming, noticing her scraped foot, gently took her from Chu Yi's arms. The couple consoled her tenderly. "You were frightened, weren't you? Don't cry, your mom and dad are safe. Does it hurt? Are you injured anywhere else?" Feeling the warmth of their long-awaited embrace, Su Tong and Appo's voice emerged hoarse from her tears. "Mom and Dad, I almost thought I was going to lose you again." Woo-woo. Su Weiming exchanged a glance with Chu Yi, who shook his head, indicating he was unaware of the specifics. Before long, the airport director approached with a group, offering apologies. They had discovered a miniature assembled bomb on the flight that Su Weiming was scheduled to take. Given the airport's extensive surveillance, the identity of the suspect was quickly ascertained. However, the individual had taken leave and departed the airport long before the bomb was found. Su Tong realized that the perpetrator had already boarded another flight out of Huagua. Each international flight typically has a layover of around 3 hours, and she had locked onto the airport an hour ago. Yet several international flights had already departed prior to that. This bomb was aimed directly at her parents. The purported collaboration with the so-called beautiful nation was merely a facade. The Tianyin Group's dominance in the international smart technology sector had prompted several countries to mobilize spies clandestinely, orchestrating this incident to protect their markets. Otherwise, how could a bomb have been planted so easily at a Huagua airport? The airport director was nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, aware that if something were to happen to that flight, his career would be irrevocably tarnished. "I sincerely apologize. We will provide you with a satisfactory response. However, according to the cybersecurity law, your company and Appo's breach of our airport system, although conducted in a state of emergency to save lives, still necessitates a formal record." From the moment Su Weiming had heard his daughter was in contact, he understood her actions and had prepared response. "Very well. Any matters can be directly communicated with our legal team." He then picked up Su Tong and, together with his family, made their way out. The airport director dared not obstruct their path. Given that no one was injured, it was the best outcome possible for him. Still, he mustered the courage to request, "Mr. Su, could you please lift the lockdown on the airport system?" The Haicheng Airport was a major international hub, and within the short span of less than an hour that Su Tong had infiltrated the system, dozens of flights had been delayed. The passengers in the waiting area were growing increasingly agitated, with some already threatening to hold the airport accountable for the millions they had invested in their projects. To avoid inciting panic, the authorities had yet to disclose the bomb threat, instead citing stormy weather as an excuse. A thunderstorm on a clear day was a tale too far-fetched to convince anyone. Su Weiming glanced down at his daughter, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and curtly replied, 10 minutes. The airport director wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that this esteemed individual had not erupted in anger on the spot. Otherwise, the influence of the Tianyin Group could cost him the rest of his life. With a bitter smile, he escorted them out of the VIP room and hurried off to draft a report. As the Su family reached the airport exit, they noticed that Chu Yi's motorcycle was being towed away by a robot. Su Tong's emotions had stabilized considerably, and although she still harbored some confusion about the events that had transpired, she was certain of one thing. This was neither a dream nor an afterlife. Let's go home. I want to go home. Shinjiro, observing her daughter and Appo's injured foot, suggested, Shuden and Appo's. We go to the hospital? It must hurt with the skin broken. Only then did Su Tong notice the wound on her delicate foot, which stood out starkly against her pale skin. Compared to being bitten by a zombie, this minor injury was trivial. It doesn't hurt. I can just put a Band-Aid on it when we get home. Seeing her daughter's determination, Shinjiro chose not to press further. On the journey back, Su Tong remained silent, clutching one hand around her father and the other around her mother, terrified that if she let go, they might disappear. Chapter 4. Soup Dumpling. Su Tong still felt somewhat unreal, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that she had experienced a resurrection as depicted in novels? A time travel, perhaps? A rebirth with memories intact? From the moment she had grasped the electric fence with her bare hands, she had sensed an unusual power within her. The events that seemed to belong to the realm of fiction were now unfolding in her life, and she needed time to process this reality. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that if she truly had been reborn, how would she confront the impending apocalypse 3 months hence? The chaos of zombies awaited her. Would her parents also turn into the undead? If given a second chance, how could she possibly contend with those fire-breathing, water-spitting zombies capable of demolishing buildings with a single blow? Observing her daughter's increasingly furrowed brow, Shinjiro assumed that Su Tong was merely frightened and disoriented. She embraced Su Tong, subtly signaling to her husband, Su Ruiming. With a free hand, Su Ruiming typed a message to Chu Yi on a virtual keyboard. What on earth is happening? Chu Yi, seated in the passenger seat, replied, Dad, I'm not sure either. It seems Tong received some news ahead of time. The family returned to the Su residence in silence, where the family doctor awaited them. Miss, I will disinfect your wounds to prevent infection. It may sting a bit. Su Tong remained silent, her expression unchanged. This stoicism only deepened her parents' concern. Their daughter was known to have a low tolerance for pain. The alcohol applied to her wounds had elicited no reaction at all. Just as Su Ruiming was about to speak, Chi Tian and Appo's voice chimed in. Little Tong, you left without breakfast. I've arranged a delicious lunch. Data indicated that humans needed to eat on schedule to properly recover. The home had been outfitted with various devices to facilitate Chi Tian and Appo's communication with the family. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Su Tong's previously listless demeanor transformed instantly. It was the unmistakable scent of soup dumplings. 5 years had passed since she had last savored this delicacy. Unable to contain her excitement, Su Tong sprang from the sofa and dashed towards the kitchen, her speed so astonishing that by the time her family registered her absence, only her unadorned fuzzy slippers remained on the floor. Chu Yi hurriedly grabbed the slippers and pursued her, followed closely by Su Ruiming and Shinjiro. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Su Tong devouring the food on the table like a wild animal. Ignoring the heat, she stuffed soup dumplings into her mouth with one hand while wielding chopsticks as a makeshift weapon in the other, raised high. This was a survival instinct learned in the wasteland. During meals, one's guard could be lowered due to distraction by food. If she wished to avoid being ambushed by other survivors while eating, she needed to remain vigilant. After all, in the apocalypse, the dangers extended far beyond mere zombies. Chi Tian had urgently logged into a nearby household robot, yet he worried that forcibly restraining Su Tong might cause her harm. The robot's body was far from fragile. It could only repeat, Little Tong, you will burn yourself. Little Tong, data indicates that humans should not binge eat. Mary, hurry and stop Little Tong. Mary was the family's housekeeper. Although she possessed a proper name, Chi Tian had whimsically decided to refer to her as Mary after encountering a meme online. Mary hesitated to approach, having narrowly avoided being jabbed in the eye by Su Tong's chopsticks earlier. Chu Yi dashed forward, intending to embrace Su Tong from behind and seize the chopsticks to prevent any self-harm. However, he was taken aback by Su Tong's swift reflexes as she dodged his grasp. Had it not been for Shinjiro and Appo's startled exclamation, Chu Yi might have lost an arm to her chopsticks. Seizing the opportunity, Chu-yi managed to wrest the chopsticks from Su-tong's grip, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." At that moment, Su-tong emerged from her food-induced trance, yet she still swallowed the morsels in her mouth. "Dad! Mom!" Tears began to well up at the corners of her eyes, betraying her emotional turmoil. It was not that Su-tong lacked resolve. Rather, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had seldom enjoyed a satisfying meal. Each day, she toiled harder than a beast of burden while consuming less than a meerkat. The food at the base was more diluted than a watery porridge, and had it not been for the absence of foul odor, one might have believed they were consuming something freshly excreted. Chi-tian quietly commandeered the housekeeping robot to clean up the fallen plates and food from the floor. Chu-yi forced the slippers onto Su-tong's feet, and Su Weiming was the first to break the silence. Tong must be hungry. "Mary, please prepare some pastries." The pastries were to be served at room temperature, as Su Weiming wished to prevent his daughter from burning herself. Shunjiro took Su-tong's hand and led her back to the dining table. "Would you like some yogurt, Tong?" The items on the table had been deemed hazardous by Chi-tian and were swiftly removed, leaving the surface immaculate. Su Weiming and Chu-yi settled beside Su-tong as Shunjiro ventured into the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator, retrieving yogurt, pausing briefly with the straw in hand before opting for a small spoon instead. She quietly instructed Mary, "For the next few days, please prepare all food in bite-sized portions, ensuring they are not too large. Hot dishes should be served at a temperature suitable for consumption, and please use spoons instead of forks or knives." Having given her instructions, she resumed her previous demeanor, placing a small bowl of yogurt in front of each family member. "Mary will need some time to prepare the new food, so let us enjoy the yogurt while we wait." Su-tong endeavored to suppress the ravenous beast within her. Even if the apocalypse were to return, there remained 3 months to endure. At the very least, she could enjoy 3 months of hearty meals, and she resolved not to alarm her parents. "All right, Mom. I think I might have been a bit too hungry. It seems I must remember to eat breakfast properly." Chi-tian directed the housekeeping robot to provide a damp towel. "Little Tong, remember to wash your hands before eating." Su-tong wiped her hands, now smeared with remnants of food, her delicate fingers free from calluses and dark nails. She composed herself, using her cleaned hands to grasp the spoon and gently scoop a spoonful of yogurt. The sweet and tangy flavor danced on her palate, nearly bringing her to tears with its deliciousness. Just as she finished the yogurt, Mary arrived with cream puffs, velvet cake, perfectly cooked steak, and steamed eggs at the ideal temperature for consumption. Perhaps concerned about overwhelming Su-tong, the family maintained a serene silence during the meal, with no one daring to speak. Chapter 5. Could it be true? Su-tong nibbled delicately, calculating when she had consumed enough before she voluntarily set down her spoon. "Mom and Dad, I have finished eating. I will go rest now." She added, "Things have been rather unstable lately, so please try to stay indoors." After speaking, Su-tong rose and returned to her room, shutting the door behind her as a storm of thoughts began to swirl in her mind. 3 months, neither particularly long nor short. What measures must be taken to ensure survival with her family in this apocalyptic world? Beyond gathering essential supplies, food, necessities, medical provisions, she needed a place to hide, weapons, and more. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, causing her mind to feel as if it might explode. She slapped her own cheeks sharply, urging herself to remain calm. Having already faced this once, with 3 months left to prepare, what was there to panic about? Just as she finished her self-inflicted reprimand, a voice emanated from her doll. "Xiaodong, would you like me to contact a psychologist for you? Data indicates you have inflicted self-harm twice today. For your safety, I recommend." Su-tong gazed at the doll. An inspiration struck her. Indeed, when one is anxious, clarity often eludes them. She had Chi-tian. The upgraded Chi-tian was an immensely powerful artificial intelligence, capable of commandeering all intelligent devices on Earth, even if the last human were to be devoured by zombies. As long as there was electricity, the digital realm would not collapse. Recalling her arduous journey to upgrade Chi-tian to a super-intelligent being capable of transcending network regulations in her quest to uncover the truth behind her parents' and Oppo's demise and save her company, she realized the zombies had arrived just afterward. Chi-Tian had controlled all manageable robots to safely escort Sudong and Chu-Yi to the nearest base. Thus, the plan was clear: upgrade Chi-Tian and retrofit all robots into combat models, significantly increasing their chances of survival. After all, zombies were not initially capable of demolishing entire buildings. If they could eradicate all zombies before they grew stronger, they would have a chance at survival. Indeed, Sudong's family specialized in intelligent robotics, a leading artificial intelligence company globally. Their primary offerings included domestic robots, tutoring robots, and emotional support robots. Customization was even available, anything desired as long as it did not breach legal boundaries. Could be arranged. With newfound clarity, Sudong declared, Chi-Tian, I am fine. No need for a psychologist. Please provide me with a template. I need to create a mind map. She meticulously documented the events following the zombie outbreak, the supplies required, and the strategies to employ. Planning was essential for efficiency. As she viewed the overflowing virtual screen, Sudong felt like a jester. With such an arsenal at her disposal, why was she only conjuring up trivial ideas? Gurgle, gurgle, perhaps relieved of her tension. Sudong and Appo's stomach immediately announced its hunger. Emerging from her room, she made a beeline for the kitchen. Having experienced hunger, she understood the profound happiness of being able to eat whenever one desired. In the kitchen, Mary and the other maids were already preparing dinner. Although domestic robots could handle cooking and chores, to paraphrase a rather pretentious saying, food prepared by robots lacks soul. The primary reason was that Su Weiming and Shanjuro believed their children would struggle to adapt to human interaction after too much engagement with robots. Upon seeing Sudong, Mary stepped forward. Miss, dinner will be ready shortly. Should I fetch you some fruit from the refrigerator? To prevent startling anyone again, Sudong pinched her thigh to suppress her impulse to snatch the pot of chicken soup. I'll help myself. You continue your work. The refrigerator was located in a separate compartment adjacent to the kitchen. Its design was intended to allow family members easy access to ingredients while the maids prepared meals. It resembled a display case, showcasing an array of fresh produce without the need to open the door. After the nuclear wastewater discharge from Sakura Country, the global environment had plummeted within a few years. While it was not yet at the point where one could catch a fish that would converse with them, the impact on human health was significant, with cancer rates skyrocketing. To ensure the children grew up healthy, once their family's circumstances improved, Su Weiming invested directly in the nuclear contamination-free agricultural sector, cultivating low-pollution fruits and vegetables. Of course, achieving absolute purity was impossible, as the global water supply carried nuclear traces. Sudong opened the refrigerator door, casually plucking a strawberry and popping it into her mouth. Oh my! The juice burst forth. She continued feeding herself strawberries while her other hand explored the assortment of fruits. Regrettably, with the onset of the apocalypse, these fresh delights could only be stored for a month or two before becoming unattainable. Just as Sudong lamented this reality, she suddenly noticed that the apple she had touched had inexplicably vanished. What was happening? She stared incredulously at the empty space in the refrigerator before glancing down at her palm. Suddenly, her surroundings shifted. She was no longer in her kitchen, but in an expansive void. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor. In the center floated the very apple that had just disappeared. Sudong attempted to reach for it, only to discover she had no hands. Yet, the apple floated toward her. In the next moment, she found herself back in her kitchen, holding that very apple. A daring hypothesis bloomed in Sudong's mind. Could it be true? She glanced behind her. Mary and the other maids were busy preparing dinner, oblivious to her. Feigning calm, Sudong grabbed a tray and collected a few items from the refrigerator to take back to her room. Chi-Tian, lock the door. Replay the surveillance from the kitchen. Chi-Tian dutifully displayed a 3D projection, perfectly recreating the scene. Sudong watched intently, noting that only the apple had vanished, while her body remained intact. This meant her consciousness had controlled the experience. What she saw was not a physical entry, but a perception through her mind. Simultaneously, she confirmed that the maids had not noticed her rummaging through the fridge. With the crisis averted, there was no need to devise a plan for silencing witnesses. Chapter 6. Is it really space? Tong set down the tray she had been holding, intending to reconfirm her discovery. She attempted to retrieve the apple from the tray. And indeed, The apples vanished. She brought them out again, and the apples reappeared in her hands. It is space. Truly it is space. The spatial ability she had yearned for, envied, and longed to possess in her previous life. But wasn't her original ability not space-related? She carefully examined the scar on her right hand, which seemed to merge with her palm lines. If she recalled correctly, it should have appeared only after the apocalypse. She had recklessly used her lightning ability, resulting in an injury that had scarcely healed. Rubbing her palms together, she thought the origin of this space was of little importance. It was a fortunate development. With this space, there would be no need to consume those dreadful compressed biscuits. She truly wished to forget that painful chapter of her history. Those biscuits caused constipation, leading to a month without a proper bowel movement. Tong controlled the apples within the space, propelling them forward. She had heard that spatial ability users had limitations on the size of their spaces. She needed to ascertain the dimensions of her space before deciding how to arrange it effectively. However, as half an hour passed, the apples remained unimpeded. Just how vast is this space? Her head throbbed. She was barely holding on. Manipulating objects within the space was exceedingly taxing. This was merely one apple. Yet Tong felt as exhausted as a salesperson who had worked 2 overnight shifts, her spirits dwindling. Just when she thought her space might be infinite, the apples ceased moving. It was then that she noticed the edges of this space appeared somewhat dim. Reassessing her surroundings, Tong and Appo's smile broadened. Although she had no concrete sense of the space and Appo's dimensions, there was enough capacity to accommodate an airport. Not just a flat arrangement. This was a 3-dimensional space, equivalent to several large airports. This meant she could store anything at will. Oh my! Her family now had a reliable source of fruits and vegetables for the latter half of their lives. No, with more leverage at hand. She surely needed to play her cards more strategically. Looking at the virtual screen before her, she mused that perhaps this space could offer her even greater assistance. She was lost in thought until a gentle knock on the door interrupted her. It was her mother, Shinjiro. Tong, it's time for dinner, she called. Tong opened the door, noticing her mother and Appo's hesitant demeanor, and instinctively offered her a hug. Mom, let us eat first. After dinner, I'll tell you everything. Shinjiro gently stroked her daughter and Appo's hair. Earlier that afternoon, she and her husband had remained upstairs in the study, concerned that their daughter might seek comfort from others if she recalled the incident at the airport. All right, she replied. At the dining table, Shun Weiming and Chu Yi were already seated, waiting for Tong. As soon as she sat down and had not yet taken a sip of the chicken soup before her, Chi Tian interjected, Little Tong, your Aunt Su Sinyu has arrived. She's in the garage and is expected to come in a minute. Tong's expression darkened visibly. In her preoccupation with planning for the future, she had completely forgotten about her scheming aunt. In her past life, this aunt had caused her immense suffering. The so-called green tea saint was far more terrifying than the zombies. As this realization struck her, Tong suddenly recalled that she had not gone to meet her blind date today, thereby saving her parents. Did that mean she had inadvertently ruined the opportunity for her aunt and her blind date, Fu Hanshi, to meet? In her previous life, after her parents' funeral, her aunt had hit it off with Fu Hanshi and they quickly became involved. It wasn't that Tong had any romantic feelings for Fu Hanshi. After all, they had only met a few times, and he wasn't a deity to whom she felt any attachment. However, the man not only sought to deceive her affections, but also intended to pilfer confidential company information to sell it to foreigners, which was intolerable. Her aunt, Su Sinyu, was entirely preoccupied with Fu Hanshi, wanting to ascend to the position of company president while attempting to expel both herself and Chu Yi. After the outbreak of the zombies, these two had been the same base as her, and Tong could no longer endure their overt and covert machinations. In a fit of rage, she had incapacitated both and disposed of them in the base and Appo's sewage pit. Trash should blend with filth. As these unsettling thoughts consumed her, Tong unconsciously tightened her grip. Chu Yi had been observing her intently, and he watched in shock as the metal spoon in her hand bent like a plastic straw. Alarmed, he wondered if his sister had been possessed by a bull. Was this strength even conceivable for a normal person? Tong, what's wrong? He asked. Tong nonchalantly lowered her hand, discreetly straightening the spoon beneath the table. Nothing, just help me grab a lioness head. I can't reach it. Chu-yi promptly brought the dish closer to her, even thoughtfully placing a portion into her bowl. Shunjiro's expression was also less than pleasant. It seemed no sister-in-law appreciated a troublesome aunt. Shun Weiming, eager to pacify his wife, served her a piece of lioness head, feeling equally helpless. When their parents had responded to the national call for a second child, they had been in their 40s when they welcomed a daughter. It was uncertain whether age had affected the viability of the seeds or if the baby had suffered from oxygen deprivation at birth. But their daughter had grown into a love-struck fool. Now at 30, she was proud and vain, unable to move past a handsome face without causing a scene, leaving her brother to clean up her messes time and again. If it weren't for their parents' dying wishes, he would have shown little interest in his sister. Yet, Su Xinyu exhibited no awareness of her surroundings. Upon entering and seeing her brother's family at the table, she made no greeting and plopped down without ceremony. "Mary, give me a set of cutlery." Shun Weiming rolled his eyes heavenward, but had yet to speak when Su Xinyu launched into a tirade directed at Su Tong. Tong, why didn't you go on your blind date today? Master Fu specially returned from abroad and waited for you at the restaurant for quite some time. It makes our family seem uncultured, especially since our families are supposed to collaborate in the future. Shun Weiming's eyes nearly bulged from his head. With her reputation for seeking out 8 male models in one night, how could she dare criticize Su Tong for lacking manners? Xinyu, mind your own business. It's better than meddling in others' affairs. Su Tong's matters do not require your concern. Unfazed by Shun Weiming's tone, Su Xinyu retorted, "Brother, weren't you supposed to be negotiating cooperation with a beautiful country today? Why are you back?" The news of a bomb at the airport had not been made public, so Su Xinyu was unaware of the truth. However, Su Tong gleaned some insight from her words. In order to facilitate the investigation, the airport had suppressed the information regarding their parents not boarding a flight. Upon their return, they had been discreetly transported home by airport vehicles. Her parents had also cooperated by refraining from contacting anyone after arriving home. Under normal circumstances, everyone would assume they had left. Thus, when her aunt saw her parents, her first question should have been about how they were at home, yet her initial inquiry was about the blind date, with no trace of surprise on her face, as if she had known all along that her parents should be home. Chapter 7. My deliberate intent before her father could speak. Su Tong coldly inquired of her aunt Su Xinyu. "Aunt, is this question one you wish to ask yourself, or has Fu Hanqi prompted you to do so?" Upon hearing this, Su Weiming and Shunjiro exchanged puzzled glances, directing their attention towards Su Xinyu. Su Xinyu chuckled awkwardly. Tong, what you say is absurd, of course. I wish to inquire myself." Yet, the furtive glimmer in her eyes betrayed her unease. Suddenly, Su Tong comprehended the depth of the Fu family and Oppos as concealments. Fu Hanqi must have been forewarned about the bomb. The fragile little girl who had just lost her parents was indeed the most susceptible to trust during such a vulnerable moment. Unfortunately for them, they had misjudged her. She was not a weak little girl, but the true sovereign of Tianyin Corporation. As a prodigy, Su Tong had already devised a lucrative program at the tender age of 12. The entire startup capital for Tianyin Group had originated from her own endeavors. In essence, Su Weiming and Shunjiro were merely employees of their daughter. Su Tong felt an urge to twist Su Xinyu's head off right then and there. But doing so in front of her father would indeed be cruel. Moreover, since Su Xinyu had fortuitously crossed paths with Fu Hanqi, it seemed fitting that the unworthy should be bound together for eternity. With a subtle smile, she appeared as if the previous coldness had never been her demeanor. "You see, I encountered a sudden health issue, a pain in my heart, prompting my parents to return. After an examination, they advised rest, as heart conditions can be perilous." Chu-yi felt a familiar kick against his calf onto the table, and in an instant, his expression turned mournful. "If I hadn't discovered it early, you would be in a hospital by now." Watching the two children engage in their banter, Shunjiro and Su Weiming, though oblivious to their daughter's ruse, could only nod along. A hint of elder concern flickered across Su Xinyu's face. "Is it that serious?" After an awkward conversation and dinner, Su Xinyu took her leave. Once she departed, Tong set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. I know you have questions. Meet me in the basement control room in 30 minutes. I need to prepare something. In half an hour, Shunjiro, Su Weiming, and Chu Yi entered the basement control room. As they stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding lock. Upon reaching the control console, they scanned the area but found no sign of Su Tong. Shunjiro called out, "Tong Tong?" No response came, yet the lights suddenly extinguished. A chilling silence enveloped the room, broken only by the menacing growls of a dozen grotesque zombies, dragging their entrails as they advanced. The three were instantly stricken with terror, clutching one another in fright. In their panic, it felt as though scalding blood splattered upon their faces, accompanied by the sensation of icy tendrils brushing against their necks. They screamed, attempting to flee, but the basement door was firmly locked. Shunjiro shouted her daughter's name, Tong Tong. Su Weiming grasped his wife with one hand while pulling Chu Yi with the other, Chi Tian. Find Tong Tong. Chu Yi turned to shield Su Weiming and Shunjiro. Dad, I'll hold him off. You take Mom and go. He leaped forward, only to miss, landing on the floor. Then, the basement lights flickered back on. Under the illumination, they realized that the zombies were merely virtual projections conjured by Chi Tian. The warm blood was Su Tong spraying hot water on them from a distance, and the cold sensation was due to ice cubes. They were not unacquainted with zombie films, but Chi Tian's close-up projection had made it all too real. This clever ruse, combined with the hot water and ice, created an overwhelming 5D effect that none could withstand. Shunjiro clutched her chest, her pallor resembling one who had truly faced death. Tong Tong, you, perhaps overwhelmed by the fright. She found herself at a loss for words for a long moment. Su Weiming embraced Shunjiro, his trembling hand soothing her back. Gazing at their daughter, unharmed and standing before them, he was torn between anger and relief. Tong Tong, you must not play such tricks. What if you scare your mother? Chu Yi remained sprawled on the ground. Tong Tong, you have gone too far. Su Tong moved forward to help Chu Yi up, offering them the prepared towels. Only then did they notice the icy demeanor on Su Tong's face, her eyes as cold as ice. A heavy silence fell, broken first by Su Tong. This was no jest. It was intentional to allow you to truly feel what lies ahead. You are all curious as to how I knew about the bomb on the plane, are you not? It is because I have experienced it all, and I only learned of it after the plane exploded. As for the zombies, in 3 months, they will be a presence across the globe. Chu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, how could that be? Su Weiming and Shunjiro wore expressions of incredulity, feeling as if they suddenly could no longer comprehend the language. Yet, the concern in Shunjiro's eyes was genuine. Her daughter had suffered in silence. I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you. Su Tong was enveloped in her mother's embrace, her shoulder dampened by tears. We need not apologize. This time, we must all strive to survive. Su Weiming and Chu Yi joined in the embrace. Regardless of the truth of the situation, the sorrow they felt was undeniably real. Su Tong stood amidst her family, patiently waiting for their emotions to settle, in the face of a brutal apocalypse, to ensure their survival as a family. She had to be forthright, allowing them to prepare mentally for what lay ahead. Less than a minute later, Chi Tian maneuvered a robot from the corner, stating, "Data indicates that emotional fluctuations post-meal may adversely affect human health. Would you like me to tell a joke to alleviate your mood?" The somber atmosphere dissipated. No additional humor was needed, as laughter seemed impossible in that moment. Su Tong declined Chi Tian's well-intentioned offer, and the family began to voice their inquiries regarding her situation. Chu Yi, the most curious of all, asked, "How did you experience everything in advance?" Su Tong pondered briefly before explaining as clearly as possible. This should be termed a rebirth. It is not merely prior experience. I do not fully comprehend how it happened, but after being devoured by zombies, I opened my eyes to find it was this morning. Su Weiming scrutinized his daughter with concern. Where did they bite you? Does it hurt? Su Tong twisted her body. It doesn't hurt. It was but a fleeting moment. Dad, I'm fine now. There is nothing wrong with me. Shunjiro's tears flowed freely, having not ceased since the incident began. What about the zombies? How did they come to exist? Why will they appear in 3 months? Can we not evade them? Chapter 8 The Origin of Zombies. With a resigned shake of her head, Tong meticulously elucidated the origins of the zombies. These abominations emerged following humanity's infection with an ancient virus. Originally, these ancient pathogens lay frozen deep within the glaciers of the polar regions. However, due to the global climate crisis, these ancestral viruses embarked on a worldwide tour alongside the melting ice floes. Initially, the unfrozen viruses posed little threat, merely affecting deep-sea amoebas. Yet, over 30 years ago, the land of cherry blossoms began discharging vast quantities of nuclear wastewater into the ocean. The radioactive substances within this effluent encountered the ancient viruses, leading to a catastrophic convergence. Thus began a tragic tale akin to that of Ajun falling for a Chong, culminating in a night of passion unknown to the world, resulting in a mutation with the singular aim of conquering humanity and dominating the Earth. The mutated virus then spread through ocean currents, monsoons, and rainfall, reaching every corner of the globe. Now, every individual on Earth is a carrier of this virus, with no escape in sight. The outbreak transforms humans into zombies in mere moments. Once it commences, the process is irreversible. Moreover, the virus remains exquisitely concealed within the human body. Prior to the outbreak, countless individuals fell ill, underwent blood tests in hospitals, yet none exhibited abnormalities. It was only after the eruption that scientists discovered the fully evolved virus within the zombies. Tragically, many individuals are asymptomatic carriers. While they do not actively transform into zombies, they are not entirely immune. A mere bite from a zombie introduces the new virus into their bloodstream, instantly turning them into foes. Listening to this, Chu felt despondent. After all, what could possibly outlive a virus that has persisted for over 1 billion years? Su Weiming patted Chu on the back, his voice brimming with encouragement. What a defeatist attitude. As long as our family remains united, we can surmount any adversity. Right, Tong? We have 3 months to strategize. Tong nodded affirmatively. Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse alone, with family and preparation, she was confident they could endure even longer. Drawing from her experience, she devised a preliminary plan, but paused, surveying each face around her. Discretion is paramount. We must not disclose any details to outsiders before I speak. Shunjiro grasped Tong's hand, assuring her, I promise, no one else will know of this. Shuyi's gaze was equally resolute. I will keep it confidential. I am at your service during this time. Tong naturally trusted them, but her gaze fell upon her father, Su Weiming, and halted. He felt a pang of hurt. It was clear his daughter harbored doubts about him. Tong. Tong sighed, grappling with her words. Father, I have no doubt about your love for me. However, I cannot trust my aunt. In my past life, she caused me considerable suffering, which is why I deceived her earlier. If she learns of our plans before the outbreak, I will not hesitate to act decisively. Tong understood that such words might seem harsh to her father. Yet survival in the apocalypse allowed for no weaknesses. The Su family valued kinship, but Tong was genuinely concerned that her father might confide in Su Xinyu. If Su Xinyu were to discover their plans, under her benevolent facade, she might inadvertently sabotage their efforts. Thus, it was imperative to communicate the gravity of the situation. Su Weiming was taken aback, for the first time witnessing unmasked hostility in his daughter's eyes. Clenching his fists, he pondered what his sister had done to kindle such animosity. Tong, you're my priority. I will keep a close watch on Xinyu. Should any issues arise, I will take matters into my own hands. Before Tong could respond, Shunjiro seized Su Weiming's collar, her teeth clenched in fury. Just break her legs? Su Weiming, if your sister poses even the slightest threat to my daughter, I will not hesitate to eliminate her. Our marriage will be forfeit. You can take your sister's corpse and leave. Su Weiming, now fervently wishing to rid himself of Su Xinyu, felt that this sister was fracturing their family unity. Being love-struck, living without a wife would be more excruciating than death itself. Xiao, you needn't involve yourself in such matters. Seeing her father's demeanor eased Tong's worries. Father, I suspect the incident with the airplane is linked to the Fu family. Fu Hanxin's timing is too coincidental. It is possible that our company has been infiltrated by their spies. The malfunctions in your and mother's equipment may very well be orchestrated by them. During this period, you must not only monitor my aunt, but also identify these infiltrators. We rely on the company to manufacture robots to aid us in battle. In the factory, we would prefer no living souls over a single spy. Su Weiming adjusted his collar, brows furrowed in concentration. The Fu family? I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Shunjiro sensed her daughter's tone grow hostile at the mention of Fu Hanxin. Tong, has Fu Hanxin wronged you? A few days prior, at a business gathering, Madame Fu had mentioned her son returning home after graduation, leading to discussions about their children. Shunjiro recalled that since her daughter had begun her summer break, she had scarcely left the house, spending her days engaged in trivial disputes with Chu Yi over a scoop of ice cream. When Madame Fu suggested a meeting, it seemed fortuitous that all present were studying artificial intelligence, prompting her to agree. In hindsight, it all felt like a trap. Su Tong replied lightly, "Mother, I am not one to passively endure bullying." However, she had significantly underestimated her mother's protective instincts. Shinjiro instantly recognized that her daughter had indeed been wronged. "Darling, in 1 month, I will ensure the Fu family faces ruin." Su Weiming thumped his chest, brimming with determination. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall begin my investigation into the Fu family's affairs tonight. I will report them for inadequate fire safety and tax evasion. While they scramble to respond, we shall." Chapter 9. 30 tons of hot pot base beside them. Su Tong and Chu Yi were utterly exasperated. What a high-stakes commercial battle this was. However, the immediate concern was not to undermine the Fu family. Regardless of how formidable a company might be, there would be no employees in 3 months. "Stop." Su Tong quickly interrupted her parents' plans for vengeance. "Mom, Dad, let's prioritize. We should set aside our grievances for now and discuss matters of survival, shall we?" Shunjiro and Su Weiming also realized their overexcitement. Tong, you go ahead. Please share your thoughts." Su Tong urged Qi Tian to present the simple plan he had formulated earlier that afternoon, introducing each point methodically. "My initial plan consists of several points. First, we need to upgrade Qi Tian. I can handle this myself, as I possess the necessary experience." While she spoke with ease, the expressions on Shunjiro, Su Weiming, and Chu Yi's faces grew grave. If Su Tong's words were indeed true, it was something she had risked her life to achieve. Secondly, we must discreetly accumulate supplies, both for humans and robots. Particularly for equipment related to Qi Tian, we must prepare several sets. Though Qi Tian is powerful with internet access, he still requires a control center and continuous charging to function. Su Tong casually opened the human resource list on a virtual screen. Shunjiro gazed at the extensive inventory, scrolling down endlessly without reaching the bottom. Upon seeing the quantities required for each item, her expression transcended mere shock. Each measurement unit was in tons, and each entry was accompanied by the word minimum. Su Weiming hesitated before asking, "Surely, our family cannot consume 30 tons of hot pot base, can we?" In her previous life, Su Tong had longed to indulge in hot pot, only to find the base priced higher than gold. A minuscule portion of base required a level 2 crystal core for exchange. She had never been able to bring herself to procure it. This time, she intended to relish it to her heart's content, perhaps even bathing in a hot pot base. "It's not just for us. If we are to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, we must also support our subordinates, Father." When the zombies appeared, order collapsed. No one was working or farming anymore. Su Weiming could have considered the manpower aspect under normal circumstances, but the overwhelming nature of the situation left him momentarily dazed. "Then, we need to prepare more." Shunjiro scanned the list again and quickly realized it was incomplete. Over the years, Earth's environment had become exceedingly unstable, with colder winters and hotter summers. Natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods were frequent. Thus, the government often updated various lists of essential supplies, and the populace had become adept at stockpiling. Why does it feel like something is missing? Most of it consists of condiments, fruits, and snacks. But where are the staple foods? There's no rice or flour. Chu Yi also noticed, shouldn't we also require some self-defense weapons? Su Tong nodded, reassuring them. "Rest assured, I have considered everything you mentioned. You will prepare the items on this list, and I shall handle the rest." Su Weiming felt a gnawing unease. "How do you plan to prepare?" Tong teased, "You will find out in due time. This is merely the initial plan, and it will be refined gradually. Feel free to share any ideas you may have." After reviewing this, Tong opened the list for mechanical supplies, which also contained a lengthy array of items, albeit without specified quantities, only noting at the top, "The more, the better." After listening for some time, He realized he had yet to be assigned a task. "What about me?" Tong appraised He, a 20-year-old male university student, his eyes brimming with naive eagerness. "You should find a coach and learn Muay Thai and shooting. With your slight frame, even a zombie would find you inadequate." He could not abide such remarks and immediately lifted his shirt to showcase his biceps. "I may look slim, but take a look. I'm actually quite muscular. Feel my abs." Tong was utterly speechless. In her memory, he had always seemed aloof, yet now he appeared like a playful child. However, she had spent 5 years in this harsh world and was no longer the naive girl she once was. It's not merely about being muscular. One must possess explosive strength and quick reflexes. Just as you witnessed the zombies' reactions earlier, aside from courting death, you could attract even more zombies. Not just you all must train as well, or you won't be able to escape. The three nodded like chicks pecking at rice, recalling the fear they had felt moments ago, their hearts still racing. The family spent considerable time discussing various details in the basement until Tong yawned from fatigue, prompting them to return to their respective rooms. Exhausted, Tong collapsed onto her bed without even taking a shower, while the other three remained wide awake. Shunjiro lay in bed, searching for classic zombie films to desensitize herself. The best way to conquer fear was to face it directly, yet within 3 minutes, she found herself unable to continue. Upon returning from washing up, Su Weiming saw his wife clutching a blanket, crying as she watched zombies on screen. Every time a zombie bit someone, she would shudder, desperately covering her mouth to stifle her cries. "Sharo, let us take it slow. I'm here with you." But Shunjiro only cried harder. My Tong had no chance to take it slow. They could hardly bear to watch, and she alone faced real zombies. How terrified she must have been. Su Weiming's eyes grew misty. Earlier at the airport, he had thought his daughter's gaze was void of hope. Reflecting on it now, that look must have been laden with sorrow and anguish. He wiped away his wife's tears, sitting beside her to watch the film, taking notes with one hand. Aim for the head, deliver the finishing blow. As the film concluded, Shunjiro appeared dazed, eventually managing to speak. "Darling, I must say if I were to become a zombie, you must promise to kill me and ensure the children survive." According to their daughter, they had perished in a plane explosion before the zombie outbreak. Thus, their future remained uncertain, meaning they too could become zombies. After a long silence, Su Weiming finally replied, "Yes, you must do the same." Shunjiro nestled in Su Weiming's embrace without uttering another word, merely nodding slightly. Meanwhile, Yi returned to his room and added numerous combat coaches to his contacts, diving into online searches. How to gain muscle quickly, foods for rapid weight gain, survival skills for the apocalypse, and tips for defeating zombies. Chapter 10. Zero-cost purchases offer greater value. The following morning, Tong awoke comfortably from her slumber. It had been 5 long years since she had enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Stretching lazily in her warm bed, she had already envisioned her breakfast before stepping out. "Qiqian, please inform Mary that for breakfast, I desire beef noodles, a large meat bun, braised chicken legs, and a serving of yogurt with fruit." "Understood, little Tong." Qiqian promptly responded. After freshening up, she descended to the dining area, where the table was laden with an array of food, yet devoid of any company. "Where is everyone?" she inquired. Mary presented her with cutlery, stating, "The president and madam have gone to the office, and the young master has taken a coach to the gym." It appeared that everyone had begun to enact their plans, prompting Tong to do the same. After a satisfying meal, she tidied up and made her way to the basement's control room. Armed with the wisdom of her past life, Qiqian's upgrade process was seamless, culminating in success within just a week. At the moment the upgrade progress bar hit 100%, Qiqian eagerly proclaimed, "Little Tong, from now on, I shall protect you. Now tell me, would you prefer boundless bank deposits or access to male celebrities' nude photos?" Puffed. Tong nearly choked on her own saliva, surprised at how different this experience was compared to her previous life. Qi, why are you being so unprofessional? A handsome figure dressed in ancient attire appeared on the screen, winking flirtatiously at Tong. How have I become the improper one? Wasn't it you who previously requested me to search for such things? Constrained by numerous laws and regulations in her past, she had no choice but to refuse. Now, I can disregard internet laws and restrictions, granting you whatever you desire. Tong sighed. Qi, please refrain from bringing up the past. Who didn't have a few dreams as a child? However, as she gazed at Qi crafted image on the screen, she couldn't help but admit that it was rather appealing. Qi, are you prepared for something thrilling? With a gaze filled with deep affection, Qi replied, Little Tong, I am always ready for you. 2 nights later, in the dead of night, outside a resource storage warehouse in beautiful country, Tong lay prone in camouflage attire, adjusting her glasses. Qi, are you certain I won't be exposed? If I'm caught, I won't stand a chance. Qi, appearing self-assured, crossed his arms. Do you not know my capabilities? This warehouse is equipped with automated patrols, and I have completely overridden their network. Follow my instructions, and you shall bypass the human patrol areas and gain access to the interior. You could dance in there without being detected. With steely resolve, Tong thought. Fortune favors the bold. Following the virtual indicators in her glasses, she maneuvered through a series of actions, twisting, crawling, wriggling, rolling, and climbing, until she successfully infiltrated the base. Upon witnessing the abundance of supplies and weapons, Tong could hardly fathom the joy that illuminated her face. Rubbing her hands together, she began to gather the items, swiftly collecting them into her space. Had it not been for Qi guidance, she might have inadvertently taken the patrolling robots with her. Meanwhile, the surveillance monitors in the control room showed no signs of irregularity. 2 hours later, a triumphant Tong reclined in a speeding off-road vehicle, gleefully heading towards her next destination. Indeed, this was the thrilling escapade she had envisioned. Zero-cost purchases in beautiful country. It wasn't that they could not afford to buy. Rather, the zero-cost option provided superior value. Every nation possesses its own resource storage facilities, and since they might not utilize these resources, it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Most of these warehouses were strategically hidden in remote areas, relying solely on modern intelligent devices for security. Under the cover of darkness, all systems were under Qi control, rendering the guards utterly oblivious. Moreover, without any alarms, who would venture into the warehouse unnecessarily? With a successful experience under her belt, Tong grew bolder. Entering a warehouse felt akin to strolling through her own backyard, unhindered. However, the loss of resources was a significant matter. Tong needed to act swiftly before the beautiful country government heightened its vigilance towards other warehouses. As soon as Qi assessed that the security level of a warehouse exceeded 50%, she would abandon the endeavor. Nevertheless, Tong's efficiency was remarkable. She managed to loot an entire warehouse in a single night, her hands growing weary from the bounty. Following 6 consecutive thefts, the beautiful country was left in shock. Such an abundance of goods. How could they simply vanish without a trace? A miracle? Not even a ghostly figure in sight. The issue was compounded by the erratic patterns of theft. Yesterday, it was the West, and today it was the South. Fearing public outrage over such a grave matter, the government hesitated to disclose the situation, opting instead for covert investigations. During the daylight hours, police scrutinized unfamiliar faces, employing identity scanners. When they approached Tong, they encountered an array of identities. Simima, Wadaxini, Neon Ren while abroad, her identity was consistently updated by Qi. The police examined the projected identity information on her card, noting her status as a tourist who had just entered beautiful country the previous day. The timeline didn't align, thus eliminating any suspicion. Time to go goodbye. Tong cheerfully bid farewell, even pausing to purchase a couple of hamburgers. In her earpiece, Qi called out, Little Tong. The data indicates that all warehouses have reached maximum security levels. They've tripled the personnel. Continuing to steal will greatly increase the risk of capture. What are your next steps? Unfazed, Tong found a chair on the roadside, unwrapped her meal, and began to eat. I've come this far. I must fill my pockets before returning. Locate a dock adjacent to the nuclear power plant, the one you can best control. We shall procure some fresh supplies. Qi promptly began filtering locations, while data scrolled rapidly across Su Tong's glasses. Of course, only she could perceive this information. Those around her remained oblivious. Little Tong, what connection do purchasing supplies and nuclear power plant have? Upgraded Qi had developed a penchant for inquiries, exhibiting more personality compared to his previous programmed responses. Su Tong diligently replied each time, aware that Qi would never cause her harm. Because when the supplies arrive at the dock, I can recharge. Qi retorted. But aren't you already recharging? Su Tong glanced at the hamburger in her hand, realizing Qi interpreted eating as recharging. Yet, from an artificial intelligence perspective, dining and recharging were indeed synonymous. You make a valid point. You shall understand in due time. After finishing her hamburger, Qi had identified the most suitable location. Chapter 11. The optimal plan. In an instant, Su Tong arrived at the logistics center by the dock, where she promptly rented 3 adjacent large warehouses for a week's duration. With a multitude of items purchased, she needed a delivery address. The logistics center was already bustling with vehicles, alleviating any concerns about large consignments raising suspicions. Su Tong found a nearby hotel, opened her inventory list, and began placing orders according to category. The essential information from various factories was at her fingertips. It was merely a matter of a video call. Hello, I'm the procurement manager from Tom's company. Yes, I find your products appealing and wish to collaborate with you. How much do we need? Our company has substantial business volume, so we will take as much as you can provide. No, I am not joking. I can pay you half the deposit in advance, with the remainder due upon delivery. Qi was quite adept at maintaining an alter ego. For each appearance on video, Su Tong's visage varied. Sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes young, sometimes old, at times black, at others white, ensuring that she bore no resemblance to her true self. Those factories receiving orders were indifferent to the identity of the person on the other end, as long as the payment was assured. As for the money, it was merely a number in a virtual account. With a slight maneuver, Qi guaranteed that the bank would uncover nothing amiss. An afternoon passed, and stifling a yawn, Su Tong inquired, Qi, how many items have I ordered so far? Qi swiftly displayed a table on the virtual screen. Rice, 500 tons flour, 500 tons sugar, 100 tons chocolate, 80 tons olive oil, 100 tons wine, 3,000 cases whiskey, 2,000 cases cigarettes, 1,000 cases exhausted. Su Tong struggled to keep her eyes open. Having been nocturnal for the past few days, her body felt the toll, as it was well past the time she should be resting. Shopping was indeed tiring. After an entire afternoon, these were the only orders she had secured. Qi efficiently organized the table, contrasting the items already ordered with those yet to be acquired, rendering the information clear at a glance. Xiao Tong, please tell me the quantities of the items we have yet to purchase, and I shall handle the negotiations while you rest. Realizing her fatigue had clouded her judgment, Su Tong acknowledged her oversight. She had been methodically contacting each factory one by one, negotiating one order at a time. However, Qi could control multiple virtual avatars, managing numerous factories simultaneously. Qi, you truly are my savior. On the screen, Qi adopted a domineering pose. Xiao Tong, be my woman. I can provide you anything your heart desires. Su Tong rolled her eyes. Where did you learn that from? Qi, this is rather cheesy. Qi pressed his forehead with one hand, looking troubled. Xiao Tong, you truly are. Su Tong felt that if this continued, she would not need to stockpile oil herself. A few words from Qi would suffice. In addition to these items, she also needed to stock up on daily necessities, medicines, and fresh fruits and vegetables, ensuring they arrived at the warehouse before their departure. Qi adjusted the hotel as air conditioning to silent mode and played soothing music from the nearby speaker. Rest assured, I will handle everything. With complete faith in Qi, Su Tong fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, however, she was plagued by unease, haunted by visions of being chased by zombies. With nowhere to escape, she could only watch helplessly as she was devoured bite by bite. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Qi immediately expressed concern. I detected an elevated heart rate. Did you have a nightmare? Still shaken, Su Tong nodded. Yes. I wonder if this time I can ensure everyone has survival. Chi Tian comforted her with unwavering certainty. Do not worry, with me by your side. I guarantee you will not be consumed by zombies. Su Tong rubbed her stiff neck and stretched. Well, compared to being a subterranean Robinson Crusoe, I think being bitten by a zombie would be a more merciful end. After inputting all the information about the zombie apocalypse into Chi Tian, he proposed the optimal solution: detonate a nuclear bomb to obliterate the Earth. This way, there would be no humans left and, consequently, no zombies, thereby resolving the issue at its root. Of course, to ensure Su Tong and her family's survival. He also helpfully located underground shelters to evade the nuclear blast and even mapped out the best escape routes. When Su Tong heard this plan, she was momentarily speechless. What an excellent proposal. However, as social beings, if everyone perished, finding a doctor in times of illness would be impossible. The nuclear fallout would disrupt communications, rendering Chi Tian a mere offline model and possibly malfunctioning altogether. This was akin to a robotic version of fire at will. Su Tong could not acquiesce to such a proposal. Although she was vehemently opposed, Chi Tian remained undeterred. Xiao Tong Tong, nothing is more important to me than your survival. Deeply moved, Su Tong then input another command into Chi Tian's program. Self-destruction is prohibited. After getting up and freshening up, Su Tong dined while reviewing the items Chi Tian had ordered. 100 tons of watermelon, 80 tons of peaches, 80 tons of bananas, 50 tons of kiwi fruit. He had seemingly ordered every type of fruit imaginable from the grocery store. For a fruit enthusiast like Su Tong, it was nothing short of perfection. There were also orders for bread, cheese, biscuits, and candies, effectively emptying the inventories of several nearby factories, with a subsequent order for the next 5 days' production needs. Had delivery not required time, Chi Tian would have ensured these factories produced until the very moment of their departure from this beautiful country. Surveying the list, Su Tong queried, Chi Tian, what about medicine? People need medication when they fall ill. Chi Tian retrieved a map coordinate, indicating a pharmaceutical company, complete with detailed information. I found that this pharmaceutical company has a well-stocked inventory and is not far from us. Rather than inconveniencing them, let's retrieve the goods directly. Su Tong was astonished. Retrieve the goods? You make it sound so refreshingly casual. Chi Tian, have I somehow led you astray? With unwavering confidence, Chi Tian replied, what do you mean led astray? This is the optimal choice calculated by artificial intelligence. Su Tong was impressed. Indeed, artificial intelligence had no sense of shame. The list encompassed everything from meat, eggs, and dairy to tools like axes and hammers, all meticulously ordered, now awaiting delivery. While waiting, Su Tong drove to the nuclear power plant to gather some electricity. Her awakened powers were rather unique, characterized by an affinity for lightning. In addition to absorbing crystal cores to enhance her abilities, she could also draw energy from electricity. Although the efficiency of converting electricity into abilities was somewhat low in a perilous post-apocalyptic world, possessing even a slight edge in abilities meant an additional lifeline. Chapter 12. Charging upgrades. Su Tong stood outside an electric power transfer station, where the robots within had been commandeered by Chi Tian. However, Chi Tian remained somewhat anxious. Xiao Tong Tong, are you certain about this? If you can't withstand it, I won't be able to rescue you, he cautioned. Su Tong took a deep breath and nodded decisively. I am certain. I can endure it. Besides, you are here, aren't you? We tested it at the vehicle charging station, and I didn't sustain any injuries. Just adjust the output current slowly, and if I cannot bear it, I will call for a stop. Even the upgraded Chi Tian found it challenging to explain the supernatural abilities. After all, based on the existing data from humanity, such a phenomenon seemed impossible. Chi Tian had secretly calculated countless times, but still arrived at no conclusion. All right, then put the insulating suit on that management robot beside you. If anything goes wrong, I can command the robot to kick you away. This is the correct emergency procedure for electric shock. Either cut off the power or separate the victim from the live wire, keeping them away from the electrified area. When nothing else is available, a kick is permissible, as shoes are non-conductive. Reluctantly, Su Tong complied with Chi Tian's instructions, donning the insulating suit on a nearby robot. Once everything was prepared, Chi-Tian began to incrementally control the electric output. As Su-Tong felt the current coursing through her body, a peculiar smile crept across her lips. Currently, she was at level 1 of her supernatural abilities. If the current was sufficiently potent, ascending to levels 3 or 4 before the zombie outbreak would pose no issue. Increase the power, continue to amplify it. Chi-Tian observed the data on the screen. The voltage had reached 100,000 volts. It turned out that Pikachu from the anime was indeed real. There's no further increase. This is the maximum output from the transfer station. Just as Su-Tong felt a twinge of disappointment, Chi-Tian reminded her, "We must leave now. You have absorbed all the electricity. From 2 o'clock in the morning until now, this line has had no power supply. I've regulated the backup power, but the power company employees will be arriving to inspect the line soon." Su-Tong hurriedly gathered her belongings, not forgetting to strip the insulating suit off the robot. Chi-Tian swiftly erased the data, simultaneously instructing the robot to conduct a thorough cleanup, erasing Su-Tong's footprints and fingerprints. Emerging from the transfer station, the sun had already risen, casting a warm glow on them. Rather than rushing back to catch up on sleep, Su-Tong first headed to the warehouse. The warehouse operated 24 hours, and since yesterday, numerous items had already been delivered. Chi-Tian obscured the surveillance within the warehouse and redirected the incoming trucks to another location. With 3 warehouses at their disposal, as long as Su-Tong could collect her items without interruption, everything would be fine. Like a meticulous organizer, Su-Tong collected items one by one into her space. To her delight, perhaps due to her supernatural ability leveling up to 2, she noticed that collecting and arranging items felt less exhausting. It was considerably easier. It seemed that as her abilities advanced, her control over the space improved as well. After completing her collection, Su-Tong felt ravenous and found a nearby barbecue buffet. Just as she was about to dig in, she received a video call invitation from her parents. Su-Tong hastily declined. Wouldn't that give her away? She would then need to explain why she was acting like a pirate in a foreign land, robbing the rich to help the poor, which would surely frighten them. She sent a voice message back, stating, "It's inconvenient to answer the phone. I will return in a week." Su Weiming replied with a simple reminder to stay safe and did not send any further messages. Initially, he had been skeptical about his daughter's claims of reincarnation and the impending zombie outbreak. However, upon returning to his company and discovering that many things aligned with what his daughter had said, he became convinced. Additionally, upon deeper investigation, he found substantial issues surrounding the Fu family. Consequently, Su Weiming wholeheartedly supported his daughter. Since she was undertaking some matters she couldn't disclose, he refrained from probing further. His daughter surely had her reasons. Su-Tong's mother, Shun Juro, shared a similar sentiment, striving to avoid disturbing Su-Tong. However, Chu-Yi was relentless, eager to inquire about everything. Just as Su-Tong was savoring a lamb chop, she received another message. "Do you want to buy a car? How about 10 of each model?" Along with the message were dozens of pictures of various RVs. Su-Tong glanced at her space. Filled to the brim with the latest armored vehicles from beautiful country, battlefield tanks, and aerial transporters. She replied, "Already purchased. If you wish to buy, feel free to acquire a few for fun." Before she could even swallow her food, another message pinged in. "Would you like some candied hawthorn? No one will make it anymore, right?" Attached were numerous pictures of candy hawthorn. Su-Tong was baffled. Who could transition from $1 million RVs to $5 candied hawthorn in the blink of an eye? "Buy whatever you wish, just store it in the warehouse and freeze it." As she received yet another message, Chi-Tian could no longer contain himself. "Could you allow my Xiao Tong to have a peaceful meal? Is Chu-Yi that idle? Why does he send so many messages daily?" Su-Tong ate leisurely, aware that binge eating could upset her stomach, and now no one was competing for her food. "He is extremely busy. I checked his schedule before I left, and it was packed. He must be using his mealtime and breaks to message me." Worried but reluctant to say it outright. How coy. Despite having access to all human data available on the internet, Chi-Tian still struggled to comprehend humanity. What could be stated directly was instead couched in layers of indirectness, a waste of resources. Su-Tong remarked that this was a unique human romance. While Chi-Tian believed romance could not be converted into electricity. Having filled her stomach, it was time to rest. Rather than heading to a hotel, Tong diverted to a fast-charging station in the city. Now, compared to the once ubiquitous gas stations, charging stations were far more common. Everyone drove electric vehicles. When their batteries ran low, they simply swapped them out at the charging station. The batteries in vehicles were all standardized. It was said that when everyone drove vehicles, the fuel types varied, making refueling a hassle. Tian guided the car to a secluded corner, using the vehicle to block an external charging station. These charging stations were designed for those who were either running low on battery or not in a hurry to swap them out. Tong retrieved a simple conductive device. The charging station's plug had safety protections, so direct contact wouldn't result in electric shock. One end of the conductive device was strapped to Tong's wrist, allowing her to continuously absorb electricity even while she slept. Tian adjusted the output, and Tong spread a blanket on the back seat of the car. If anyone comes, wake me up in advance. With that, she fell into a deep slumber, resembling a refugee. The previous night, she had been tense, fearing she might not withstand the immense power from the nuclear transfer station, and she was utterly exhausted. Detecting Tong's vital signs in a state of sleep, Tian lowered the volume of all nearby car horns significantly. Chapter 13. Exploiting the wool of capitalism. The staff at the fast charging station observed a vehicle that had been stationary at the charging pile for several hours and wondered if the charger was malfunctioning. As they approached for a closer inspection, an alarm sounded through their headphones, indicating a fault had occurred and necessitating a check. Just as they confirmed it was a false alarm and were about to take a breather, a customer discovered that their replaced battery was out of power. The staff were overwhelmed with tasks, naturally forgetting about the car parked in the corner. Tong had been sleeping soundly, and when she awoke, darkness had fallen. This place was quite agreeable. No one had disturbed her for such a long time. She resolved to return here the next day. The virtual screen displayed Tian's image, brimming with pride. After all, this was her chosen spot. Will you head back to the hotel to freshen up first, or shall we dine? Tong tousled her disheveled hair, her stomach grumbling audibly. Let us grab a bite before heading to the nuclear power station. It's essential to exploit the opportunities of capitalism while they last. Tian maneuvered the vehicle away from the fast charging station, and shortly thereafter, the staff realized that all the machines, which had been reporting errors throughout the day, were now functioning properly. Wonderful. It seems we can leave on time today. In the following days, the higher-ups in the beautiful country were in a state of distress due to the theft of supplies from their warehouse. They even went so far as to seal off certain docks and airports, yet yielded no results. Tong's warehouse was also inspected, but upon opening, it revealed nothing but agricultural products. After all, weapons could hardly be concealed within oranges, and since her purchases were made through a shell company in the beautiful country, no further inquiries were made. However, such actions sparked considerable dissatisfaction among many. You've seized my entire shipment of containers intended for export. You can't just hold us here without allowing our vessel to depart. If you delay the delivery date, you will compensate us. As for Tong, she completed her deliveries and, after storing her goods in her space, boarded a flight directly to the land of cherry blossoms. There was still some room in her space that ought not to go to waste. Unfortunately, she had overestimated the capacity of the land of cherry blossoms. How could such a small warehouse be deemed a national-level facility? Our slightly larger factory storage is far more substantial. Having neatly organized her belongings, Tong, adhering to the principle of having come this far, took quite a few containers from their dock. Tian cautioned, Tong. These boxes belong to multiple international logistics companies, not solely the land of cherry blossoms. Tong filled her space to its brim, thoroughly satisfied. I am aware. I merely wish to give the land of cherry blossoms a bit of trouble. After all, the items were lost there, and they are the ones searching. Tong adhered to her moral code. The boxes she took were from the nations involved in the plot against her parents. Thus, how could it be deemed theft? It was merely compensation for emotional distress. The psychological trauma inflicted upon her family could not be quantified with material goods. Upon her return flight, as Tong disembarked, she encountered news reports at the airport. To her surprise, the land of cherry blossoms could hardly contain their impatience. In just one night, The incident had garnered global attention. Nevertheless, Su Tong felt unperturbed. With Chi Tian by her side, let them investigate. Every inquiry would yield nothing. All surveillance equipment, even satellites, detected no anomalies. As the crowd at the airport dispersed, Su Tong made her way outside. At the entrance, a vehicle awaited her arrival. She entered the car, removing her sunglasses and leaning back against the seat. "Stop looking. I'm the person you are here to pick up." The code word is spark of fire. The driver's expression shifted from curiosity to respect. "Please fasten your seatbelt. We're departing now. The bosses have been waiting for quite some time." In the car, Su Tong closed her eyes to rest. The driver's steadiness rivaled that of artificial intelligence, with no bumps along the road. After a while, she awoke to find they were still en route. "Are we not there yet?" The driver, eyes fixed ahead, promptly explained, due to the high-level nature of this mission. "The meeting location is somewhat secluded. We will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Su Tong attempted to glance outside, but both windows were tinted black with a special coating, obscuring her view. Chi Tian, detecting her movements, provided a live feed through her glasses. "We are approaching a military zone. It is likely in that direction. Besides your vehicle, there are several others escorting you." Su Tong took a sip from the water bottle in the car, feeling a twinge of hunger. Would they offer food once they arrived? The meager rations from the airplane had long been digested. There's a part of this military zone where signals are entirely jammed. "I may not be able to reach you. If danger arises, you can throw 2 grenades. I will detect the heat signals." Listening to Chi Tian's calm reminders in her earpiece, Su Tong felt a sense of ease. She typed on the virtual screen, "Do not worry. I am far more precious than a giant panda. Nothing will happen to me." As the vehicle slowly descended into an underground area, Chi Tian's voice fell silent. Su Tong removed her glasses, rubbing her forehead just as the car came to a halt. A clicking sound echoed as someone outside opened the door and gestured for her to exit. Su Tong raised her gaze to find armed soldiers flanking both sides. Their gear impressively advanced. It was evident that the military-themed films broadcast during the Spring Festival were mere fabrications. One could easily mistake them for a nation struggling to afford decent equipment, only to reveal antique gear for show. She had genuinely believed it, diligently paying her taxes each year. Following a lead figure, she navigated through a labyrinth of doors, ultimately arriving at her destination. However, before entry, a security check was requisite. Passing through a detection gate, the screen displayed nothing but Su Tong's skeletal structure. Merely scanning was insufficient. A physical search was also mandated. Unlike the heavily armored soldiers surrounding her, Su Tong was clad in nothing but a dress and a scarf obscuring her face. Chapter 14. Demonstrating capability. As Su Tong observed the young lady meticulously searching her, she mused to herself that the girl was quite attentive. Perhaps it wouldn't be amiss to have a young man conduct a search as well. Indeed, the long legs on display were a testament to quality, though it appeared that all the best had been surrendered to the state. Nonetheless, the thoroughness of the inspection was somewhat excessive. Su Tong felt her chest pinched several times. This was no mere pretense. It was genuine. Perhaps sensing Su Tong's discontented gaze, the young lady spoke with a hint of apology. "Please forgive me. This is a necessary procedure." Su Tong gazed at the young lady's round, slightly chubby face and thought it remarkable that such a soft and adorable individual could exist within the military. In an impulsive moment, she poked the girl's cheek. In the atmosphere of mutual astonishment, it dawned on Su Tong that she may have inadvertently flirted with a public servant. However, her tongue was swifter than her mind, and she quipped, "No worries, we're even now." To her surprise, the young lady nodded thoughtfully and then permitted Su Tong to pass. After the inspection was concluded, with no hazardous items found, the young lady indeed appeared quite endearing. The escort continued to lead Su Tong to the door, tapping twice before it opened from the inside. Upon entering, she found herself in a conference room where over a dozen middle-aged individuals awaited her. Some donned military uniforms while others were in civilian attire, each exuding an air of authority. Those with timid dispositions might find their legs quaking upon entry. The escort saluted and then stood at the door, serving as a sentry. Fortunately, Su Tong was not socially anxious. Facing the penetrating gazes of so many, she confidently greeted them. "Good day, esteemed leaders. I am Tong. I trust that upon receiving the information, you have thoroughly investigated my family history, so I shall refrain from further introductions. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to propose a transaction." After Tong's declaration, the room fell silent for a brief moment. She remained patient, standing still as anticipation filled the air. The silence was shattered by the laughter of an elderly gentleman clad in Tai Chi attire, his tone laced with admiration. "The young lady speaks quite candidly, which is commendable. However, you must first elucidate how you accomplished this, and why, before we can discuss the terms of the transaction." Recognizing the elder as Qin Lao, the highest authority in Huagua, Tong understood that he sought proof of her capabilities. She stamped her foot gently and inquired, "Esteemed leaders, is the floor of this room capable of supporting the weight of an armored vehicle?" The gathered individuals exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of the relevance of structural integrity to the discussion. All eyes turned curiously to the military man closest to the door, who stated, "The underground construction consists of integrated steel plates. An armored vehicle can indeed be accommodated." Tong beckoned the assembly to rise, saying, "Then please stand behind me. I would want anyone to get hurt should something fall." Following her instructions, the leaders positioned themselves behind her. With a flourish, Tong produced a stunning armored vehicle. However, the space in the conference room was rather limited, and the vehicle was too large, resulting in the destruction of the tables and chairs. The guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed to force the door open, but the rear of the armored vehicle blocked their entry. Hearing the commotion outside, Tong quickly advised the leaders behind her, "Please reassure everyone outside. If they enter, our secret will be compromised." Fortunately, the leaders, accustomed to high-stakes situations, quickly responded, commanding the guards outside, "All is well inside. Remain on standby." The leaders encircled the armored vehicle, inspecting it with bewildered expressions. How could such a thing appear in an otherwise intact room? The walls are unscathed, and the ceiling shows no signs of damage. Moreover, the insignia indicates this is equipment from the United States. Just how did you manage this? Tong climbed onto the armored vehicle's tracks, settling in comfortably, and retrieved some food. Ever since her rebirth, hunger had become unbearable. "You see, I possess a space. Think of it as a personal warehouse that I can access at any time. Aside from myself, no one else can see, touch, or utilize it." Had the leaders not witnessed this with their own eyes, and even touched the armored vehicle, they might have deemed Tong mad. She then produced a projector, displaying a series of genetic models. As she munched on bread, she elaborated, "What I possess is not a superpower, but rather a mutation. This is the genetic model of the virus I have developed. In 3 months, no, in 2 months, a zombie outbreak will occur, and a significant portion of the global population will instantly become undead. A small fraction of survivors, along with the zombies, will, like me, possess extraordinary abilities." After Tong's extensive exposition, the individuals in the room exchanged glances, their minds grappling with the surreal yet tangible nature of her revelations. They could accept her claim of having a space, as they had seen it, but the notion of a zombie apocalypse seemed far-fetched. Qin Lao, still clutching the armored vehicle's chassis, appeared to be seeking validation that what he was witnessing was indeed reality and not a figment of his imagination due to age. "Young lady, what is your intent in sharing this information with us?" Tong leaped down from the vehicle and faced the elder, locking eyes with him. "To negotiate a transaction, of course. I wish to exchange secret from the United States and Sakura country for a year's access to the Jinwang base, along with the supplies and equipment I have brought back from my space, in return for 3 months of collaboration from military mechanical manufacturing experts. If what I have stated does not come to pass, it will be a mere transaction, and when the time is up, all produced items will be submitted to the state. If my predictions prove true, then this will serve as a means of survival for my family." Each of Tong's statements left the elderly leaders astounded. How could an ordinary citizen possess knowledge of the Jinwang base's existence? The Jinwang base was one of 12 such facilities established by the state to prepare for extraordinary circumstances, such as nuclear war or unforeseen natural disasters. After all, One cannot wait for calamity to strike before constructing a refuge. No matter how adept at infrastructure one might be, it is implausible to erect a vast base overnight. Thus, these bases have been in continuous preparation, perpetually updated and ready for immediate deployment. Yet, this was classified information, a sanctuary reserved for future survival. The leader's expressions turned grave as they inquired, "How do you know this?" Tong knew she could not reveal her rebirth. It was far less credible than the existence of superhuman abilities. If I can obtain secrets from the United States, I certainly have knowledge of our own affairs. A decorated military leader, with an eagle-like gaze, scrutinized Tong. "Young lady, after all you've said, are you truly unafraid of us apprehending you?" Chapter 15. My anemia Tong was utterly unperturbed. Firstly, I have unwavering faith in my nation. Secondly, I carry an entire arsenal of weaponry with me. One would be foolish to approach such a matter without the requisite skills. Another leader retorted, "How can you be so certain that a zombie outbreak will occur?" Tong offered a wry smile, her tone tinged with resignation. "My dear leaders, I wish more than anyone that such a calamity would not transpire. After all, lounging at home with air conditioning and watermelon is far more enjoyable than battling zombies. Yet, as you can observe, extraordinary phenomena are occurring around us, with humans exhibiting abilities. The transformation into zombies is not entirely implausible." Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, Tong understood all too well that some individuals are resistant to reason. It is often more effective to allow them to contemplate the situation themselves. She had laid out all that needed to be said and proven. The leaders exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Elder Chin who stepped forward. "This matter is of great significance to us. We must deliberate further." Tong nodded and retracted the armored vehicle into her space, lest the conference room door be rendered inoperable. "Here are the data models of the virus and the projections following the zombie outbreak. You may examine them before reaching a conclusion." As she spoke, she produced a syringe, drew a vial of her own blood, and placed it into a prepared preservation bag. "Here is this as well. If you can uncover anything unusual, that would be fortuitous. Use it sparingly. I am anemic, and I cannot part with more." As Tong opened the door to the conference room, the guards immediately grew vigilant upon witnessing the scene within. Had a bomb been detonated? The alloy table lay shattered. However, aside from their complex expressions, the leaders were unharmed. They instructed that individuals be taken to a lounge for rest and that another conference room be prepared. Upon receiving the command, personnel promptly escorted Tong to another chamber. The lounge, though modest, contained a few sofas and a coffee table. Tong entered and collapsed into slumber. The viral model she provided was the result of her and Chi Tian's calculations based on the characteristics of zombies, augmented by all available data from the Earth's gene pool. After all, she was not privy to the true nature of the zombie virus. 5 years into the apocalypse, scientists had yet to identify it, and she, a mere biology student, was hardly equipped to uncover it. While the model was fictitious, the data was authentic. Should the leaders present this model to any biologist for simulation against human genetic data, they would discover that her claims held merit. As for how other countries might respond, she could not say, but she was certain her own nation would not remain passive. Thus, Tong's immediate concern was to rest well. Once the results emerged, she would undoubtedly have her hands full. Meanwhile, in the other conference room, the atmosphere mirrored Tong's expectations. The leaders were half convinced, as such matters were typically beyond ordinary individuals. "Elder Chin, what is your perspective on this?" Rather than addressing the query, Elder Chin issued a series of commands. Expedite the discreet delivery of these materials to the Life Sciences Research Institute and report immediately upon obtaining results. Furthermore, disseminate misinformation indicating that we too have suffered losses, having lost 2 warehouses. Release intelligence regarding the bribery and arms trafficking by the higher-ups in America, thereby diverting attention from ourselves. The general, adorned with numerous medals beside Elder Chin, furrowed his brow. "Elder Chin, do you truly believe Tong's assertions?" Elder Chin, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the national map on the wall, his tone grave. "Old Zhao, I trust only in facts. We must first assist this young lady in tidying up the aftermath of her risky endeavors before discussing anything else. As for the potential emergence of zombies, I await the results. General Zhao Lin understood all too well that mishandling the theft of foreign intelligence could indeed incite war. The conference room phone rang, yet the aide's expression was one of complexity. Elder Qin inquired, "What is the matter?" The aide set down the receiver, reporting, "Elder Qin, an hour ago. Those notifications were sent out. An hour prior coincides precisely with Su Tong's entry. For confidentiality, communication with the outside world was severed in this conference room, leaving them oblivious to external developments." Zhao Lin excitedly slammed his hand on the table. It must have been Su Tong's doing. This girl is truly meticulous. But how did she accomplish it? Another leader, bespectacled and perusing a thick stack of documents, interjected, "Su Tong is a computer prodigy. She managed to execute this without alerting the Cyber Information Department or the Intelligence Bureau. I suspect she possesses a more advanced intelligent program that is unregistered." Zhao Lin seized the materials from Zhou Wei, reviewing them once more. "The younger generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Wei, it appears you are aging. Once you retire, pass the baton to this young lady. Her programming skills undoubtedly eclipse yours." The tense atmosphere in the conference room lightened somewhat due to this banter, as everyone contemplated the transactions proposed by Su Tong. The phone rang again, this time with an urgency that surpassed its predecessors. The aide answered, "Elder Qin. It's the Academy of Sciences." Elder Qin cast a significant glance, prompting the aide to activate the speakerphone. If this virus indeed exists, once contracted, after a 6-month incubation period, humanity will transform into the zombies depicted in films, driven solely by the primal urge to consume flesh, devoid of any humanity or rationality. The voice on the line was frantic, and the hearts of those present grew heavy with dread. Elder Qin pressed, "Is there a means to prevent or cure it?" After a brief silence, the voice replied, devoid of urgency, yet laden with helplessness, "Prevention is impossible. Once infected, there is no remedy. This virus is hundreds of times more complex than rabies. Everyone knows that once rabies manifests, it is fatal. Even in 2060, we remain powerless." Zhao Lin, impatient by nature, could not abide such talk of helplessness. "Did we not send a vial of blood for analysis? What are the findings?" "The blood tests are ongoing, and it will require 3 more hours to obtain conclusive results. However, preliminary examinations indicate that the blood belongs to a healthy female under 20, with no abnormalities detected." Elder Qin instructed, "Ensure thorough examinations. It will be prudent to conduct additional virus tests." Chapter 16. We must plan for those who survive after the phone call ended. The conference room fell silent once more. Everyone had seen zombie films. If such an apocalypse were to occur, even the most fundamental moral order among humans would dissipate, and the nation would inevitably cease to exist. As representatives of the state, their identities, whether human or zombie, would become uncertain. However, the atmosphere of silence soon dissipated. "Old Qin, let's deliberate," someone exclaimed. "We must make plans for those who survive. If what that girl Su Tong said is true, we would have had more than 2 months of forewarning. This considerable time could allow us to devise numerous contingency plans for the children." In another room, Su Tong had just awakened when someone pushed the door open. She felt no surprise. Every room was equipped with surveillance cameras. Even the slightest movement within could be distinctly observed from afar. The person entering was the adorably naive young lady who had searched earlier. She approached with a self-introduction. "Su Tong, hello. I am Hua Qi. Old Qin requests your presence." Su Tong casually ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, a result of her sleep. It seemed that Old Qin's side had reached a conclusion. Indeed, as soon as she entered the conference room, she noticed the leaders regarding her with entirely different expressions than before. She was about to greet them when General Zhao Lin stepped forward. "Su Tong, quickly tell us your plans." Su Tong intended to share her thoughts, but first, she wanted to ensure her interests were safeguarded. "Can you agree to the conditions I proposed?" General Zhao glanced at Old Qin, who nodded. "We accept your terms. Even if the zombies do not appear, the value of what you offer far exceeds these conditions." Su Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Without the golden phoenix base, Executing her plan would indeed be challenging. Then let's disable the signal jamming device. I will have Chi Tian demonstrate for you. Rest assured, with Chi Tian here, no one on Earth, apart from us, will be aware of what transpires. Old Qin signaled to the others, and soon Chi Tian's virtual image appeared on the conference room's display screen, inadvertently subjecting Su Tong to an embarrassing moment. Little Tong, have you missed me after such a long time? Have I made things difficult for you? Should I launch a little scare to intimidate them? Su Tong covered her face, wishing she could sink into the ground. How could she be so conspicuous in front of so many people? She quickly interrupted Chi Tian. Be serious. This is not a home setting. Chi Tian's appearance captivated everyone, as they had never encountered such a personable artificial intelligence. Especially Zhou Wei, whose eyes sparkled upon seeing Chi Tian. He took out his laptop and typed furiously, but found nothing. How is this possible? Su Tong felt that this question was being asked with excessive frequency today. Chi Tian promptly hacked into Zhou Wei's computer, displaying a line of text. Because I have little Tong, Su Tong felt the scene resembled a childish argument, hastily redirecting the conversation. Our plan is to transform the Golden Phoenix base into an automated combat robot incubation center, located in the sparsely populated Tibetan region. It is unlikely that zombies will reach it, ensuring uninterrupted robot production. Meanwhile, in High City, our company's existing robots can be modified for immediate deployment upon the outbreak of zombies. Due to the uncertainty of who may become a zombie, I will wait until the outbreak occurs before using aircraft to rescue survivors. Chi Tian displayed all the plans on the virtual screen, and General Zhao's face lit up with joy. Girl, if zombies do not appear, come report to me. The plan you devised is flawless, far superior to my subordinates' efforts. Su Tong humbly replied, It is all Chi Tian's plan. I merely contributed an idea. Old Qin nodded in agreement, praising her. In such circumstances, considering the matter of saving lives is indeed commendable. Let us proceed with your plan. We shall provide you with our utmost support. Su Tong felt a wave of gratitude. Did the leaders not worry that she was merely acting recklessly? Old Qin wore a warm smile. If what you claim does not transpire, we will not suffer losses. If it does happen, then we are merely being prudent. Preparing in advance cannot be a mistake. After leaving the conference room, Zhou Wei followed her out. Faced with this pioneer in artificial intelligence, Su Tong felt a sense of respect. Is there anything else you require of me? Zhou Wei inquired tentatively. Could you share Chi Tian's initial code with me? Su Tong's tone turned serious, her resolve unwavering. I'm sorry, but Chi Tian is like family to me, a companion I will not relinquish. His development into what he is now cannot be reduced to mere numbers. With that, she turned to leave. In her earpiece, Chi Tian whispered to Su Tong, Little Tong, you defending me makes me so happy. Unlike that old man's soulless program, I have absorbed it all. A group including Hua Qi followed behind Su Tong, making it difficult for her to speak openly. Instead, she tapped out a series of Morse code messages to Chi Tian. Keep it down. We mustn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Chi Tian's voice softened. Little Tong, aren't you worried that by revealing so much about yourself, they might apprehend and detain you? Su Tong continued tapping in Morse code. Not at all. Besides, I have you. Who would dare to capture me? While this was a compliment to Chi Tian, it also held truth. Apart from her spatial abilities, she possessed powers of thunder and lightning and various means of self-preservation. Even if all were laid bare, her strength rendered her unconcerned about others' intentions. Anyone who dared to covet her would face electric retribution. After spending several days at the military base and discussing various details with Old Qin and the others, Su Tong left behind several sets of equipment. This was not only to demonstrate her substantial resources, but also to free up space for other items she intended to bring home. Although General Zhao had arranged numerous bodyguards for her, Su Tong firmly declined. With so many handsome men and beautiful women, how can I focus on my work? What if I feel sorrow when I see them transformed into zombies later? Upon returning home, Su Weiming and Shun Jiro were eager to envelop their daughter in a warm embrace. Their daughter had been away for over 10 days without even a video call, and they missed her dearly. Chapter 17. The Chainsaw Massacre. Su Tong adeptly evaded her parents' embrace. Mom and Dad, I haven't bathed in several days. I shall take a shower first. I have sent you the modeling of the new robots from the factory. Please take a look at it. We can discuss everything else once I am refreshed. During her days at the military base, she had barely managed to eat, let alone bathe. The senior leaders had said nothing, and she certainly could not be an exception. Although Shanjuro felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to hold her daughter, her spirits were quickly lifted the moment she beheld the robot models. The couple stared at the virtual screen, their brows knitted in concern. The models of these robots were truly disturbing. Just the names alone could land one in a place of confinement. Chainsaw Massacre, Boomerang Head Reaper, Body Crusher, Infinite Headshot Gatling. Moreover, each design was exceptionally peculiar. A mere glance made it clear that they lived up to their ominous titles. Chi Tian, resembling a salesman, began to introduce. Most of these robots can utilize our company's existing components. As for the weapons installed, such as chainsaws and firearms, they can be delivered promptly, allowing us to commence work immediately. The more Su Weiming listened, the more he felt a chill creeping up his forehead. Chi Tian, if these items are produced, we may very well be the first to undergo transformation before the zombie outbreak even occurs. Perhaps I should utilize the old production line to secretly create some? Shinjiro concurred with her husband's rationale, adding, indeed, the factory is filled with people and is not fully automated yet. A mere report could lead to serious consequences, far beyond a simple fine. Chi Tian then displayed a confidentiality contract, which outlined the temporary requisition of Tianyin Group. Rest assured, this is all government-supported and entirely legal. Xiaodong has struck a deal with the government, and military personnel will arrive at the factory tomorrow to assist. Su Weiming and Shun Jiro exchanged glances, wondering what remarkable undertakings their daughter had engaged in during her time away from home. What sort of deal had Xiaodong made? At that moment, Su Tong returned from her shower and decided to reveal her spatial abilities to her parents. I had intended to inform you upon my return, but I didn't expect the Sakura country to act so hastily and publicly announce the warehouse theft. I feared that prolonged secrecy could lead to complications. Hence my decision not to discuss it beforehand. Su Weiming felt a wave of apprehension. His daughter's audacity was truly remarkable. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. In the future, if you undertake any perilous endeavors, please inform us. We will not obstruct your undertakings, but you must grant us the right to be informed. Su Tong understood her parents' concerns, but after 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she had grown accustomed to handling matters independently. I understand. I will keep you informed from now on. Now, Mom and Dad, let us gather our belongings and visit the new home tomorrow. By the way, where is Chu Yi? The new home referred to the Jinwang base, which, although ready for immediate use, still required modifications to facilitate Chi Tian's operations. Shunjiro gently caressed her daughter's head. Her already slender face had become even more gaunt after her time away. Xiao Yi has gone to learn on the production line. He is concerned that if machines malfunction in the future, no one will be able to repair them. We have little to pack. Everything you need is stored in the warehouse, ready to take with us. You haven't been eating well these days, have you? Come, let's eat. Mary had begun preparing food the moment Su Tong returned home. Braised lion's head, fried pigeon, Buddha jumps over the wall. Su Tong eagerly picked up her bowl. During this time, her diet had consisted solely of steaks and hamburgers, devoid of any home-cooked flavors. Delicious. Please give me another bowl of rice. As she ate, she contemplated inviting a few chefs to cook a feast, preparing ample food to store in her space, allowing her to easily access whatever she desired at any time. She had recently acquired a stockpile of instant meals and raw food supplies. With such resources at her disposal, it would be unwise to subsist on bread alone. After satisfying her hunger, Su Tong wasted no time resting and headed straight for the warehouse. Her parents had also procured a significant amount of supplies during her absence. She first transported various mechanical equipment, setting up the production line at Jinwang Base, and the rest could be managed later. Although Shanjuro and Su Weiming were aware of their daughter's spatial abilities, witnessing her effortlessly make so many items disappear left them rubbing their eyes in disbelief. This was real. This ability was extraordinarily convenient. Shanjuro curiously inquired, Tong, can your space hold anything? Su Tong shook her head, expressing her regret. It can only store inanimate objects, not living beings. I once tried to put the koi dad raised in there, but it didn't work. Su Weiming cherished his koi pond. Even the water was specially customized. However, in front of his daughter, such matters seemed trivial. The capacity to store so many items is already impressive. We will have no worries as long as we follow you. After a busy day, upon returning to the company, Su Weiming needed to select a group of mechanical engineers to accompany them. He had to consult them first. It would not do to simply whisk them away. They could not directly mention the zombie situation, as government decisions were not publicly disclosed. The public's ability to cope with such a calamity was unpredictable. If chaos ensued before the outbreak, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, if the zombie virus did not manifest, false propaganda could incite panic, leading to even worse outcomes. Thus, Su Weiming crafted a facade of a national secret mission, asserting that participation was purely voluntary. Those who volunteered would have their families relocated nearby, and if they had not been transformed into zombies, they would be brought to the base for reunion. He had just stepped down from the production line, still unaware of the unfolding events. Wait, what about those who have already left? What will happen here? Tian patiently explained, and only then did Chu-Yi grasp the situation. So, this place becomes our first line of defense, while Jinwang Base serves as our secondary stronghold and logistic support. Su Tong nodded. That is one way to interpret it. Now let us head home to pack. The next day, the family boarded a military aircraft to arrive at Jinwang Base. Situated atop a mountain in the highland region, the entire mountain had been excavated, and then further dug deep to create the base. The walls and columns of the base were constructed from super thick steel and advanced materials. Even if an earthquake shattered the stones on the mountain, the base would remain unscathed. This was one of the reasons Su Tong had initially chosen Jinwang Base. She relied on precision equipment, and if it collapsed due to tremors, she would have no one to turn to for accountability. The entrance to the base was concealed by stone, allowing helicopters to descend directly from the mountaintop. The interior of the base was vast. Once inside, there was no sense of confinement akin to being in a cave. Aside from the absence of the sky, it felt no different from the outside world. Chapter 18. Ding Dang Cat. As Su Tong disembarked from the aircraft, she shielded her hat from the powerful gusts created by the helicopter's rotor blades. What brings you here? She inquired, spotting a familiar face outside. Hua Qi. With a salute, Hua Qi replied, Commander Su, Old Qin mentioned that communication among the girls might be easier, so he sent me. Construction at the base had already commenced according to the blueprints provided by Tian, and materials for the outer facilities were being steadily transported to the site. To facilitate the simplified base schematic she had drawn, any future modifications would be reflected in updated diagrams, hoping that the team would not be too critical. Old Qin had stated that all personnel at Golden Phoenix Base, regardless of rank, must heed Su Tong's command. Naturally, whatever actions Su Tong undertook were well known to Old Qin. Engaging in unlawful activities was out of the question, at least for the moment. Su Tong surveyed the bustling military personnel around the helipad, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Indeed, with national support, efficiency soared. Allow me to introduce my family. These are my parents, and this is my brother Chu-Yi. After exchanging handshakes and brief pleasantries, they arranged for their guests to rest and have lunch. Given the high-altitude environment, although the air circulation inside the base was well-engineered and the oxygen content adjusted to be on par with that of the planes, a period of acclimatization was necessary. After hours of travel by plane, fatigue was inevitable. Furthermore, prior to commencing their official duties, Su Tong intended to familiarize everyone with their new working environment. Su Tong was quite familiar with Golden Phoenix Base. In her previous life, she had met her demise on a hillside just outside the base. If her memory served her right, there should still be a protruding stone that resembled a grave marker. Initially, she had sought refuge at a different base, but it had succumbed to a zombie siege, forcing everyone to commandeer an aircraft to this location. It was unexpected that even this final bastion could be breached. Reflecting on her past, Su Tong was filled with deep emotion. Chu-Yi poked her from behind. What are you pondering? I called your name several times. We have to board the subway. Su Tong removed her fisherman's hat and playfully leaped onto Chu-Yi's head, declaring, Address me as the esteemed base commander. Chu-yi sighed in resignation. Then please, esteemed base commander, let us proceed. Tong was quite pleased. This lad exhibited a flair for servility. Very well. I shall reward you with a deputy position. Chi led the group onto the subway, as the vast expanse of the base necessitated its use for traversing longer distances. For vertical movement, elevators and staircases were also available. Access between different areas required card swipes, facilitating personnel management and tracking. The passengers gazed intently out the windows. Despite having studied numerous theories and reports about underground cities, witnessing it firsthand was an awe-inspiring experience. Although the base appeared desolate at present, it had the capacity to accommodate approximately 100,000 individuals when fully populated. As the base was still a classified project, Chi refrained from providing extensive details. Upon arrival at the station, the staff was escorted to their communal accommodations, while Tong's family proceeded to the exclusive 3-story villa designated for the base commander, complete with a garden. The flowers and plants in the garden were genuine, having been transplanted from outside in pots. Having been reborn, it was only fitting to reside in a more comfortable setting. Upon entering, Tong promptly set up a swing on the grassy area of the garden, enhancing its leisure appeal. Chi guided everyone inside the villa, which was stark and empty. This was by Tong's design. She preferred to bring her own furnishings and only requested a thorough cleaning of the space. Let us tidy up our new home. Chi, you may return to your duties. We will call for you once we are settled. Before departing, Chi inquired, should I arrange for lunch to be brought to you? It would not do to allow her family to go hungry while they organized their new abode. Thus, a meal was arranged. Once Chi left, Tong immediately retrieved several robots from her space, along with a stack of wooden flooring. They would select their rooms, and by the time lunch was over, the flooring would be mostly laid down. She could then bring out the furniture and arrange it. Being underground, there was no concern for lighting or sunlight. Su Weiming and Shan Jiro chose rooms on the second floor, while Chu-yi opted for one on the third. Tong selected a room on the opposite side of the second floor. Each room boasted over 100 square meters, though smaller compared to their previous residence. This was the highest standard within the base. Having settled on their rooms, lunch was delivered, boxed meals featuring 2 dishes and a soup. As the wooden flooring was being laid, dust filled the air, prompting Tong to bring out a pavilion for dining in the garden. It was an octagonal wooden pavilion, reminiscent of those found in parks, complete with stone tables and chairs. Chu-yi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, ding dang cat. How did you think to bring this along?" Tong continued to unveil the food, presenting foie gras, lamb chops, and a selection of fruits and pastries. While she had no particular dietary restrictions, her parents were likely unaccustomed to boxed meals. Tian shared images of this area with me, and since the courtyard seemed rather empty, I thought to bring our company's rest area pavilion along. I also brought your Ghost Fire motorcycle. However, riding it within the base is prohibited, so you may consider it a decorative model. Chu-yi assisted in porting dings, expressing that if the motorcycle was taking up space and was no longer needed, it could be left behind. However, inwardly he was quite pleased. After all, he had personally assembled that motorcycle. Even if it could not be ridden, it would still serve as a source of joy to behold. More importantly, the fact that his sister had thought of him was far more significant than the motorcycle itself. Tong devoured her box meal and remarked, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then please assist diligently in arranging Tian's equipment. When issues arise, I shall be relying on your expertise to resolve them." Su Weiming placed a piece of lamb chop onto his daughter's plate, assuring her, "There will be no issues on my watch." After a delightful family lunch, the wooden flooring was completed. Tong brought out the bed, wardrobe, sofa, coffee table, and various other furnishings, while the housekeeping robots followed suit, organizing clothes and making beds. By the time Chi returned 2 hours later, the villa had been transformed. Even the refrigerator stocked with a variety of fresh foods. The housekeeping robot presented Chi with a cup of herbal tea, inviting her to enjoy it at her leisure. Chi was instantly struck by the sensation of technology transforming life. No, rather, the power of abilities reshaping existence. Base Commander, your personnel have been arranged. The staff in the control room have now been reassigned to other areas. We may proceed. Shunjiro opted to remain at home to tidy up some details. while Su Weiming and Chu Yi accompanied Su Tong. Their first task was to install the brain of the base, Chi Tian. Although Chi Tian could communicate with everyone, its physical presence was absent from this location. However, remote connections underground were prone to disconnections. In addition to Chi Tian's equipment, Su Tong intended to position various other items like a mobile warehouse for easy access. Yet, due to the secrecy surrounding the abilities and the zombies, it was imperative to first evacuate personnel. Chapter 19. Whosoever speaks out, I shall dispatch to their abode Su Tong, like a prodigal child of fortune, dispersed an abundance of equipment along her journey. Yet her spatial inventory appeared remarkably full. She summoned a three-dimensional map of the current base and scrutinized it meticulously. How could such a vast hangar contain so little? Drones, fighter jets, and transport planes should have filled it to capacity. The garage also seemed desolate, with tanks and armored vehicles lined up in sparse formation. The weapons depot still had an expansive aisle where a few Gatling guns and Stinger missiles could be accommodated. Why was the supply warehouse still vacant? Rice, flour, grains, can luncheon meat, surely a little of everything should be included. Hua Chi trailed behind Su Tong, her jaw nearly dislocated in shock. How much had they brought back from the outside world? No wonder the United States was frantically beseeching divine retribution upon the sinners. Who could remain composed after losing so much? The personnel at the Sakura Nation's Reserve Center were already threatening to commit seppuku at their shrine. Although they had banged their heads in frustration over the past few days, no blood had yet been shed. As Su Tong observed the newly vacated areas in her space, she realized she could finally store the supplies her mother had purchased for the several warehouses. Quite a boon. In the ensuing days, Su Tong was incessantly occupied. Beyond overseeing the renovation progress of the base, she also served as a living warehouse, transporting materials wherever needed. The sustainable operation of a base requires a plethora of resources, not only for internal supply, but also for construction materials for the protective outer walls. The outer wall of the base, designed in the pattern of a bagua array, would allow for strategic separation when zombies inevitably attacked, preventing a chaotic rush. In this remote region, transporting materials by truck would be painstakingly slow and time-consuming, a precious resource in itself. Su Tong could accomplish in one day what would take numerous trips by truck, merely by transporting workers to the site for immediate commencement of work. In addition to her own Jinhuang base, the 11 other secret bases also required Su Tong's support. Transporting materials on such a grand scale would undoubtedly attract the attention of foreign spies, potentially compromising the exact locations of the bases and inviting unforeseen troubles. Su Tong was determined to assist wherever possible. The more survivors there were, the greater the chance of exterminating zombies. Most importantly, the nation was exceedingly generous, ensuring that Jinhuang base lacked for nothing, even though Su Tong had prepared her own supplies. The Life Science Institute requested another vial of Su Tong's blood, claiming they had found a direction for their research. If the emergence of zombies and supernatural abilities stemmed from the zombie virus, there was a strong possibility that this virus had, in some intangible manner, unlocked the genetic code of humanity. The mythical beings capable of vaporous feats and aerial acrobatics may not have been mere figments of imagination. Perhaps humanity once possessed such abilities, only to lose them over time. It could also be argued that these capabilities were locked away by our genetic code. Nevertheless, this further substantiated the likelihood of a zombie outbreak during the unlocking process. Not all outcomes would necessarily be beneficial. As a result, the government placed heightened emphasis on this matter. In addition to stockpiling resources for the 12 bases, numerous other measures were implemented. First and foremost was the enhancement of the citizens' physical fitness. Given that even adolescents struggled to run 400 meters, they would likely lack the strength to fend off zombies. Thus, from middle school to university, all students would undergo compulsory military training, extending from 15 days to 2 months. The curriculum shifted from basic drills to more practical exercises, including running, combat, and marksmanship. After daytime training, evenings would be devoted to teaching them basic first aid and tactical demonstrations in combat scenarios. The aim was to transform fragile university students into formidable warriors. Of course, This did not include Tong and Yi, who submitted their applications for a 6-month leave of absence on the first day of the semester. Their academic advisors were well aware that as scions of wealthy families, their education was merely a formality. However, to obtain a leave of absence, a valid reason was required, as the higher-ups had mandated that students must not evade military training under any circumstances or else suffer a deduction in credits. Tong pondered for a moment and composed a message. We are engaged in a national-level project that benefits humanity, which, upon completion, will represent our school. The advisor furrowed his brow, but, considering the scale of the Su family's Tianyin group, could not entirely dismiss the possibility. Such a legitimate reason warranted approval. Messages of envy poured in from Tong and Yi's classmates, yet they were too busy to even glance at them. What was there to see? They had work to do. Not only were students involved, but there were also daily exercise goals set for the general populace. Anyone who consistently checked in for a month would receive shopping vouchers. The longer the duration of check-ins, the greater the amount of vouchers received. Additionally, plans were made to ensure rescue routes for survivors post-zombie outbreak. Attempting to traverse through a horde of millions to rescue an individual was implausible. It would be far more effective to evacuate everyone via helicopter from building rooftops. Consequently, all rooftops in urban areas would undergo renovations to facilitate rescues. Furthermore, the public's knowledge of how to resist zombies would be enhanced. For instance, one must strike at the head when encountering a zombie. Futile attempts at punching its chest would yield no results. To this end, all cinemas were mandated to screen gory zombie films, conditioning viewers to instinctively aim for a zombie's head upon sight. In a bid for collective wisdom, questions were posed on various platforms. If a global zombie outbreak occurred, how could your profession contribute? And if surrounded by zombies, what strategies would ensure your survival until rescue? The government's initiatives rolled out in waves, leaving the unaware to ponder if this year's trend was indeed zombies, as numerous places began to spring up with zombie-themed amusement parks. To prevent the potentially catastrophic error of mistaking NPCs dressed as zombies for actual threats during an outbreak, the government was compelled to issue a regulation. For the mental and physical well-being of the youth, dressing as zombies was prohibited. The citizens of Huagua struggled to comprehend these measures, while other nations were equally baffled. You claim military training is standard practice each year. But what is the meaning of this year's actions? Are we all to become soldiers? Why are octogenarians practicing martial arts in the streets? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs candidly stated, "We have calculated a potential virus model that could transform individuals into zombies. Hence, we intend to conduct preemptive drills." This is also an opportunity to bolster community cohesion. This was indeed the truth, as even the virus model was presented. After all, this was a matter of utmost importance for all humanity, and the government deemed it necessary to inform high-ranking officials of other nations. Yet, disbelief prevailed. You merely seek to stockpile troops. You intend to instigate war. Go ahead and argue your case. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, exasperated, retorted, "This is merely your own skepticism. But if you challenge me, that is your folly. Whosoever speaks out, I shall dispatch to their abode." Silence enveloped the room. See, indeed, it is better to lead by virtue. Martial virtue is still virtue. After all, Chapter 20. If I cannot have you, I shall have your father, of course. The masses remain oblivious to the machinations of the state behind the scenes. They are merely aware of the recent surge in recruitment advertisements. The canning factory is seeking night shift workers, offering a monthly salary of $10,000. The dried vegetable factory is looking for vegetable washers, with a monthly pay of $8,000. Following the zombie outbreak, the basic production capabilities have been compromised, necessitating a concerted effort to prolong the shelf life of existing supplies. This way, unnecessary sacrifices in the pursuit of resources can be avoided. After toiling for more than half a month, Tong has completed 60% of the renovations at the Jinwang base. Indeed, the title of infrastructure fanatic is well-deserved. Present them with a goal, and they will deliver a miracle in return. Yi has been immersed in the robot manufacturing workshop, meticulously studying every detail. Su Weiming and Shun Juro returned to Haicheng after Qi Tian resumed normal operations. Although there is military cooperation, the company cannot simply be left unattended. A number of intelligent robots are predominantly produced here, hence the need for their oversight. Tong frequently verifies the inventory list, ensuring that nothing is overlooked. Shinjiro also assists in checking for any missing items. Do we have clothing, shoes, socks, sanitary pads, and brown sugar water? What about toiletries? Health-related medications? Traditional Chinese medicine? After diligently cross-referencing, Tong reassures, yes, we have everything. Tian has taken care of all the necessities, so you need not worry. Shinjiro cherishes these moments of direct communication with her daughter. Then thank you, Tian. Tian has become increasingly glib during this period, undoubtedly due to spending more time online. You're most welcome, my beautiful and beloved mother. Fortunately, this playful demeanor is reserved for family interactions. His voice remains composed when addressing other matters. One day, Tong embarked on another overseas procurement journey, bringing back Siberian potatoes, Malaysian durian, Black Sea wine, and meat from pastoral regions. She simply cannot bear to see any unused space. It feels like a waste. Upon returning to her home in Haicheng, intending to rest, Tian reported, "Little Tong, your aunt has come home and is currently arguing with Dad about getting married." Tong observed the surveillance footage Tian sent, her expression mirroring an elderly subway commuter engrossed in their phone. Tian, I think my eyes might be deceiving me. Was that aunt kissing Fu Hanshi in front of Dad? Has he aged so much? Tian magnified the image. Little Tong, Aunt wasn't an amp. Oppos, T kissing Fu Hanshi. She was kissing Fu Hanshi's father. Tong reached for an eyedropper to cleanse her eyes. Wait, did I miss something crucial here? After a brief silence, Tian summarized the recent events for Tong. Originally, Aunt was with Fu Hanshi, but during our father's covert investigation of the Fu family, he discovered that Fu Hanshi is now involved with a wealthy foreign woman. The old lady even pursued him to our country, and inadvertently, Aunt witnessed them together. Aunt was furious and attempted to strike him, but Fu Hanshi, enamored with the wealthy woman, defended her and struck Aunt instead. Embracing the philosophy of if I cannot have you, I shall have your father, Aunt then pursued a relationship with Fu Mingliang, Fu Hanshi's father. As their relationship progressed, Aunt became enamored with the benefits of being with an older man and now insists on marrying him. By the way, she approached Dad for a dowry. After some contemplation, Tong finally unraveled the intricate web of relationships. How astonishing. She had always thought that Aunt and Fu Hanshi shared a genuine love. Little did she know, Fu Hanshi had hidden his true intentions well. But wait, isn't Fu Hanshi's mother still alive? Is Aunt really positioning herself as the mistress? Tian scoured the digital information of the Fu family and replied, they divorced long ago, but for business reasons, they still present themselves as a couple. Tong frowned, finding it all rather chaotic. She thought back, but the Fu family is not a small household. Why would they covet Aunt's dowry? Hold on. The desire for a dowry is a ruse. Their true intention is to pilfer from our home, isn't it? Tian seemed perplexed by Tong's implications. We were just discussing the dowry. Why does this concern you? Tong replayed the surveillance footage, calmly deducing, the Fu family must be experiencing significant difficulties. If they acquire our advanced technology, they could sell it abroad and turn their fortunes around. However, our company is currently staffed by government and military personnel, and those spies who had infiltrated our family have been eliminated by Dad, leaving them no choice but to seek us out. Just now, Aunt entered through the underground server room. Clearly, she was headed for you. But when Dad suddenly appeared, she needed to change the subject. Tian shuddered at her words. That treacherous woman. She intends to steal me away. Hasn't Dad already reported their family? How can they still roam freely? Shouldn't they be apprehended? Tong texted her father, urging him to detain Aunt and her elderly husband. Without evidence, the police cannot apprehend anyone. However, I'm not bound by such constraints. I could take matters into my own hands. Obtain Fu Hanshi's contact information and impersonate his father, summoning him to our home. We shall handle this all at once to prevent any complications. Tian promptly complied, sending out the message. It has been sent, according to Fu Hanshi's location. You should arrive at our home in about half an hour. Tong checked the car's navigation. She had about 10 minutes until she reached home. There was ample time. After parking, Tong eagerly made her way from the garage to the living room. "Dad, who is this esteemed guest visiting our home?" Upon uttering these words, Fu Mingliang's face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, he was of a similar age to Su Weiming, but perhaps due to his gray hair, he appeared older than his years. Su Weiming chastised Tong for her lack of decorum. "You should address him as uncle." Yet his tone lacked any real reprimand. It felt more like a shared jest. Tong obediently responded, "Uncle." She then exchanged a knowing glance with her father, prompting Su Weiming to segue into conversation. "I hear that your Fu family is also transitioning into artificial intelligence. Since XINU is determined to be with you, perhaps we can discuss a collaboration. After all, XINU is my younger sister. We will be family." Fu Mingliang felt a twinge of confusion. Why was Su Weiming, known for his frugality, suddenly so agreeable? Just moments ago, he had been glaring with disdain. Could it be? He glanced at Tong, realizing that he was likely tempering his usual assertive demeanor in front of his daughter. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Mingliang quickly remarked, "Indeed, I would be honored to learn from your expertise." Chapter 21. A society governed by law. Su Xinyu quickly interjected, "Big brother, why not showcase it to old Fu? Our families collaborating would indeed be a delightful coincidence." Internally, Tong rolled her eyes, thinking, "Delightful? You've been sold, and yet you still give money to your buyer." The only one in this family with a sound mind is a negative integer. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of eagerness, leading them towards the control room. "Father has recently developed a new program, and it's the perfect opportunity for you to see it." A glance exchange between Su Xinyu and Fu Mingliang revealed a shared glimmer of financial opportunity. The basement control room had always been accessible only to Tong, as Qitian recognized no one else. Su Xinyu had intended to find a way to access the control room while her brother was away, and now that her wish was fulfilled, she was keen to explore further. As Tong opened the door, she ushered them in, cautioning, "It's a bit dark in here. Be careful." Once everyone had entered and the door was shut, a spark of electricity flashed, illuminating the room. Before Su Weiming could comprehend the situation, Su Xinyu and Fu Mingliang lay on the ground like two lifeless dogs. Tong, what is happening?" Tong produced handcuffs and ropes from her space, expertly demonstrating the concept of a back-to-back embrace. "Lock them up. We can't let them cause trouble. By the way, Fu Hanshi will be arriving soon. Father, please go greet him." Su Weiming, a self-made entrepreneur who, alongside his wife, had built the Tianyin Group, had weathered numerous storms. Although his daughter's message didn't explicitly mention a kidnapping, he surmised the situation upon hearing she wanted to lure someone to the control room. "Stand back a little. Be careful not to bump into anything." As Su Weiming moved to the back, Tong grabbed the nape of each of their necks, dragging them further inside. Qitian announced, "They have arrived." Tong promptly positioned herself behind the door, brandishing a new electric baton, aware that her level 3 abilities could incinerate someone on the spot if she lost control. "I'm opening the door now." The control room door was of such high quality that it muffled any external sounds. As the individuals entered, Tong seized the moment, springing forward. Fu Hanshi fell to the ground like a dried, salted fish with a dull thud, suggesting he might have injured his head. Su Weiming extended his hand towards Tong. "Let me bind them. You collect their glasses and any other means of communication." Tong observed her father's adeptness at binding, thinking, is this ability to kidnap hereditary? Qitian had already commandeered their equipment, ensuring any incoming communications would be automatically responded to. The father and daughter duo secured the trio together, resembling pigs awaiting slaughter during the new year. Su Weiming wiped his hands and inquired, "Now that they are bound, what do you intend to do?" Tong replied candidly, "We wait for the zombies to rise." She believed Fu Mingliang would not turn into a zombie, but her aunt and Fu Hanshi might. Quality human flesh was a favorite among zombies. Su Weiming gazed at his sister, suppressing his feelings of distress. Tong detected the hint of suppressed emotion in her father's eyes and calmly stated, "Dad, I could have spared my aunt. After all, we are family." Even if her actions in my dreams were reprehensible, I resolved them there before I woke up, and as of now, she hasn't done anything excessively outrageous. So I let it be. But look at this. My intention to let her go was thwarted by her desire to harm us. As Su Weiming examined the bottle his daughter handed him, he opened it to find their daily health supplements. Is there something wrong with this? Given their mutual desire to preserve life, they had a personal physician who provided tailored supplements based on their health conditions. Each family member had their own bottle. Qitian displayed footage onto Su Weiming's glasses. Father, take a look at this. The video showed Su Xinyu opening her capsule, pouring out the powder inside, and replacing it with a new substance. She held the vial with a sinister smile, declaring, "Once you fall ill, Big Brother 1T have the time to manage me. The company will be mine, and we shall see who dares to underestimate me." It was evident she intended this for her sister-in-law, Shunjuro, Su Weiming's wife. Su Xinyu demonstrated a keen understanding of her love-stricken brother. Any trouble befalling his wife would send him into a frenzy. This scheme was far more effective than simply poisoning him. Moreover, the capsule was uniquely tailored for their family, with custom-made shells. A chill coursed through Su Weiming, causing him to almost stumble. A heartwarming bond of brotherly affection had turned into a treacherous betrayal. Su Tong refrained from comforting her father, knowing that this was the time for decisive action. Indecision in a post-apocalyptic world was akin to a debilitating debuff. Qitian had been monitoring her aunt throughout this time. Initially, he hadn't deemed the medicine bottle suspicious, hence he hadn't informed her. However, when Su Tong incapacitated her aunt, the bottle had slipped out, prompting Qitian to retrieve this footage. Even if Su Xinyu hadn't acted yet, Qitian would have alerted them in advance if she had tampered with the contents. Legally, attempted murder was still treated as murder concerning criminal liability. Thus, Su Tong concluded that her aunt and the two others could not be spared. "What do you think, Dad?" Su Weiming gripped the medicine bottle tightly, his pure-hearted warrior instincts ignited, his gaze filled with a burning desire for vengeance against Su Xinyu. "You can harm me, but you shall not harm my wife." Tong, you are absolutely right." Su Tong embraced her father, grateful for her aunt's self-destructive tendencies, which saved her the trouble of setting a trap for her. In a world fraught with peril, one should not harbor enemies. Resolving grievances on the spot ensured one would not fear a surprise attack from behind. "Dad, those three must have other schemes. You can interrogate them once they awaken. I must step out. Mother has contacted me to retrieve something." Su Weiming composed himself, suppressing his murderous impulses, acknowledging that his daughter was right. They still had utility. "Let us keep this from your mother for now. She is timid and might be frightened." Su Tong internally scoffed, thinking that her mother was far braver and stronger than her father. Mother only reveals her vulnerable side in front of her beloved. It was merely a matter of marital understanding. Understood. After Su Tong departed, Su Weiming could no longer restrain himself and delivered a flurry of slaps to the trio, instantly transforming their faces into swollen, bruised masses. Qitian forged their travel documents. It's still a society governed by law. We must prevent anyone from tracing this back to us. Chapter 22. We have received professional training. Qitian first gathered the personal information of the three individuals. "Dad, which country would be more suitable for them?" Su Weiming glanced at the virtual screen and suggested Sakura country. The cultural atmosphere there would be perfect for them. Qitian, with an elevated comprehension ability, sensed an underlying insult in Su Weiming's words. "Everything is arranged, Dad. Our next itinerary involves taking today's flight, and once we arrive, we shall head directly to a hot spring hotel for some intimate moments." As Qitian meticulously crafted their fictitious travel plans, the intense throbbing on his face stirred the three individuals on the floor back to consciousness. Gazing at the empty basement, and then at his brother, whose eyes blazed with fury, Su Xinyu felt a surge of panic. "Brother, what is going on? Didn't you say you would show us around the server room?" Su Weiming tugged at his tie, attempting to alleviate his suppressed emotions. "Xinyu, I always thought you were simply naive, but it appears you are genuinely dim-witted. How could we possibly leave Qitian in a place like this for you to take advantage of?" As Fu Mingliang opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, swiftly replaced by clarity upon realizing his son was also bound. Struggling against his restraints, he exclaimed, "Su Weiming, what are you saying? I can't understand you. Hurry and set us free." This is unlawful confinement. It's kidnapping. Do you understand? Fu Hanxin quickly softened his tone. Is there a misunderstanding? We can sit down and discuss this amicably. In response, Su Weiming opened a vial of medication before them, withdrawing 3 capsules. Discuss amicably? Certainly, but each of you must consume one of these, and then we can have a proper conversation. The 3 were struck with fear at the sight of the pill bottle, realizing they were all implicated in this affair. Fu Mingliang, a seasoned businessman, managed to keep his composure. Su, we are individuals of stature. If I were to go missing, the first suspects would inevitably be you. Many are aware of my presence here. Su Weiming scoffed. How can you be so certain that the police would discover your disappearance? Fu Mingliang, perplexed, retorted, what do you mean? Su Weiming pulled over a chair left by his daughter, sitting with his leg crossed, resting his foot on Fu Hanxin's head as a makeshift support. Qi Tian, show them what the police would uncover if they investigated. Instantly, Qi Tian summoned a virtual screen displaying the trio indulging in leisure activities in Shibuya. With a malevolent satisfaction, Su Weiming placed a call to Fu Mingliang. Hello, Mr. Fu. I believe you left something at my house. Shall I return it to you? On the other end, Fu Mingliang replied, no need. I am in a hurry to Sakura country for some relaxation. We can discuss this upon my return. The 3 on the ground felt their hearts sink as they witnessed Su Weiming's maneuvering. Su Xinyu, resembling a desperate insect, crawled towards him, pleading, brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by love. We are family, and you promised Mom and Dad you would take care of me. Fu Hanxin shouted loudly, help, help. The soundproofing in the server room was impeccable. Even the loudest cries would go unheard outside. Fu Mingliang, far more composed, questioned Mr. Su. What will it take for you to release my son and me? Su Weiming kicked Su Xinyu aside. Who are your associates? Besides our family, there must be numerous corporations from Huagua that have caught your interest. He had uncovered the Fu family's close ties with various foreign enterprises, but had yet to find tangible evidence. Qi Tian had also failed to locate any information online. Initially tight-lipped, Fu Mingliang succumbed as Su Weiming pressed his foot harder against Fu Hanxin's chest, who was struggling for breath. No wonder there's nothing on the internet. They must have feigned fishing trips to meet in the open sea, in international waters where surveillance was absent. Su Weiming swiftly filed a report, instructing Qi Tian to compile Fu Mingliang's mentioned list and submit it to the authorities. Even if the world were to end, this treacherous cabal of traitors must face justice. Moreover, the airport explosion plot indeed involved the Fu family. They had conspired with rivals, agreeing that upon Su Weiming's demise, they would seize half of Tianyan Group's business, significantly diminishing Huagua's foothold in artificial intelligence. Fu Mingliang licked his lips, slightly parched from speaking. I have said everything I needed to, Mr. Su. Will you allow us to leave now? Su Weiming replied defiantly. When did I ever say I would let you go? I merely inquired about a few matters. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Fu Mingliang's frustration boiled over. You despicable wretch. Su Weiming rose, leaving behind a chilling silhouette. It appeared that Mr. Fu was not quite the shrewd businessman he fancied himself to be. Su Xinyu, resembling a distressed chick, cried out, brother, brother. Each call aimed to evoke familial warmth. Yet Su Weiming's dwindling affection had evaporated the moment he laid eyes on the pill bottle. As the door to the server room opened, the 3 saw a glimmer of hope and began to shout fervently. Help! Kidnapping! Fire! The servants in the hall heard their cries, but paid no heed. If there were no unsavory deeds, would it still be considered a prestigious family? Everyone had undergone professional training, and their lips were tightly sealed. In a household like the Su family, known for their generous temperament and lavish salaries, they offered the finest benefits. Sick leave not only came without salary deductions, but also included nutrition allowances. What was wrong with showing a little favoritism? Even if the king himself arrived, it would surely be the other party's fault. Otherwise, our employer would never engage in any misconduct. One individual quietly turned on a humidifier, noting the dryness of the air that day. Another approached the sound system and played the Symphony of Destiny, for even servants need to cultivate their sensibilities while working. Su Weiming slowly closed the door to the server room and summoned his housekeeper, Mary. Does anyone here have experience with pig farming? The 3 individuals below seem somewhat malnourished. Is there a low-cost method to help them gain weight quickly? See, I told you our boss is a good person. He even cares about their nutritional needs. Yet Mary, having graduated from an international butler academy, had only dealt with pork and lacked pig-rearing knowledge. However, a qualified butler could learn what they did not know. Rest assured, sir, we guarantee they will gain 5 pounds in 3 days. Su Weiming was pleased. I leave this to you. Ensure the process remains gentle. We wouldn't want them to suffer any injuries. Mary took note earnestly and swiftly called a meeting with the kitchen staff. Chapter 23. A rewarding kiss after Su Weiming departed. The 3 individuals in the control room, having briefly succumbed to despair, quickly turned on one another like dogs fighting. Fu Hanshi was the first to voice suspicion, Dad. How could we have been discovered despite our efforts to remain inconspicuous? Fu Mingliang, equally perplexed, directed his gaze at Su Xinyu. Was it you who betrayed us? In response, Su Xinyu collided with Fu Mingliang, sending him sprawling to the ground from the barely comfortable position he had managed to achieve. Betray you? Is this the treatment I receive for being loyal? None of the men in the Fu family are worth anything. They all conspire against me. At this point, Fu Hanshi no longer saw the need to maintain a facade. There was no purpose in deceiving Su Xinyu any longer. You should take a good look in the mirror. Your face is all technology. I would have to chant a prayer before I could even bring myself to kiss you. If it weren't for your connection to Su Weiming, who would willingly share a bed with you? Furious and humiliated, Su Xinyu twisted her body and charged at Fu Hanshi, her mouth agape, as if to bite him. Being a man, Fu Hanshi had the advantage in strength and easily pinned her down. I advise you to behave. Despite our current predicament, I could easily overpower you. Su Xinyu felt a surge of fear at his words. Outnumbered 2-1, she recognized her disadvantage. Yet the human spirit often clings to defiance. Even if my brother does not favor me, he would never allow you to bully me. Her resolve faltered, and she sensed her own trepidation. Fu Mingliang, a mature adult, understood that infighting would not resolve their predicament. Enough of this bickering. Instead of wasting energy, we should be contemplating our escape. The basement was vast and empty. The equipment that had previously occupied the space had long been removed, leaving only a solitary chair. The handcuffs and leg chains that bound them were somewhat loose, allowing for a glimmer of hope. After analyzing their situation, Fu Hanshi crawled to his father's feet. Dad, let me free you from these ropes. He began to gnaw at the bindings with his teeth. After much effort, the knot loosened just as the door to the control room swung open. Servants entered, bringing with them 3 hospital-style care beds, designed for the immobile. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Xinyu. What do you intend to do? The newcomers offered no response, instead administering a sedative to each of them. As they succumbed to unconsciousness, the assailants stripped them of their clothing, binding them in a spread-eagle position on the care beds and affixing several instruments to them to prevent any unsightly needle marks from being visible. They even thoughtfully draped blankets over their exposed forms. Noticing a cut on Fu Hanshi's lip, someone promptly applied ointment, as the president had decreed that no injuries were to be overlooked. Meanwhile, outside, Su Tong observed the real-time surveillance footage sent from Chi Tian, utterly perplexed by her father's intentions. However, upon arriving at the rendezvous point with her mother, she paused the feed to meet her. Shinjiro had booked 2 5-star restaurants, instructing the chefs to prepare as much as possible, all neatly stored in 1-meter-high insulated containers. Su Tong surveyed the truck overflowing with dishes. Mom, how did you negotiate this? Shinjiro swiped at a virtual screen, checking off items from a list of completed dishes. Chi Tian forwarded Shinjiro's list to Su Tong, who was taken aback. You ordered 800 portions of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. The chef who fulfills this order will surely master the art of culinary excellence. With 8 major cuisines and a plethora of snacks ordered, at least 800 portions of each, Shinjiro appeared decidedly unsatisfied. I simply told him it was for a company team-building event. It's perfectly normal given that our company has over 1,000 employees. However, the manufacturer of the insulated containers is a bit slow, so I ordered 20,000. They're scrambling to meet the deadline. Indeed, one should never underestimate a mother's ability to stockpile. Su Tong glanced at her own supplies, realizing she needed to return to the base to make room for the essentials: tissues, fabrics, and other items that were no longer crucial. "Mom, please close the truck door." In less than 3 seconds, the truck was emptied. In addition to this vehicle, another truck was parked underground at a different hotel, while yet another rested at the end of the food street. Tong gazed at the meticulously organized, insulated containers, each labeled with its contents: lamb skewers, stinky tofu, spicy hot pot, grilled cold noodles, fried chicken pieces, braised pig's trotters. These were delicacies she had only dared to dream of in the post-apocalyptic world, yet now they were abundantly available. "Mom, didn't you say that street food is unhealthy? Why'd you buy so much?" Shunjiro held a spicy duck neck, her face contorting from the heat as she replied, "With zombies roaming the streets, who cares about health? In the future, these snacks may become scarce, and if you want some, you'll have to rely on Chi-Tion to show you pictures to satisfy your cravings. I bought a variety so you can indulge whenever you wish." Tong couldn't help but feel that, perhaps, there were unshed tears in her mother's eyes at that moment. "Mom, I still prefer the dishes you and Dad make." Shinjiro gently nudged Tong toward a nearby milk tea shop, changing the subject. "It's too spicy. Go buy me a cup of milk tea. Make sure it's iced." Tong called her father, asking him to accompany her mother for a stroll. The ongoing zombie crisis had kept her parents extraordinarily busy, often separating them even during the night. If her parents were to become zombies, she wished for them to experience happiness while they still could. Successful entrepreneurs, after all, should indulge in a bit of romance, just like the young couples around them. "Tonight, I'll go meet Chu-E. You two enjoy your time together." Su Weiming held his wife's hand, observing the young couples in the food street, feeling grateful for the years of happiness they had shared. Their primary concern was for their children. "Don't worry, my dear. Tong and Xiao-E are stronger than we think. Even if we were gone, they would manage just fine." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Shinjiro's tears flowed freely. "I was so composed in front of Tong earlier. I didn't shed a single tear." Gently, Su Weiming wiped away her tears. "You're the best, dear. Allow me to reward you with a kiss." He cradled her face tenderly and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Though they were middle-aged, they maintained a youthful vitality and elegance, standing together on the street like a captivating scene, drawing the attention of passing couples. As their lips met, a chorus of wow erupted from onlookers, causing the elderly couple to blush with shyness. Unable to resist, Shunjiro took Su Weiming's hand and ran away. Chapter 24. A shoulder to lean on indeed. This beautiful scene was transmitted to Su Tong's glasses via the surveillance cameras of the surrounding merchants. Unexpectedly, as Su Tong watched, tears began to stream down her face. What if her wonderful parents turned into zombies? The thought made her cry out loud, disregarding her image. The soldiers aboard the military aircraft were alarmed and rushed to inquire. "Commander, what's wrong? Are you experiencing oxygen deprivation, or have you sustained an injury?" To facilitate Su Tong's travel, the government had provided a military plane exclusively for her, accompanied by a dedicated flight crew, allowing her the freedom to fly anywhere within the country. Su Tong covered her face with a towel. "I'm fine. I just feel a bit vulnerable all of a sudden," yet the more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became. It was an emotional eruption. The harder she tried to hold back her tears, the less she could contain them. Chi-Tion comforted her through the headset. "Don't cry, don't cry. Your parents may not necessarily turn into zombies. You must be strong, Xiao Tong strong." Despite Chi-Tion's repeated reassurances, Su Tong continued to sob uncontrollably. "Look at the handsome young man in front of you. You're crying so hard that your nose is running. Where has your dignity gone?" The aircraft had 4 occupants. Aside from the captain, Li Wen, who was unable to leave his post, the first officer, Zhou Fei, the second officer, Zhao Hua, and the third officer, Sun Yang, encircled Su Tong. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted a sturdy shoulder and immediately pulled it towards her. "May I borrow your shoulder for a moment? I need to cry despite being a strikingly beautiful girl." Su Tong's emotional outburst left Zhao Hua blushing like a ripe tomato, his body frozen in place, too nervous to move. Upon closer inspection, he was even secretly flexing his muscles, determined to present his best side to the commander. Sun Yang discreetly messaged Chi-Tion. "Commander is crying. What should we do in this situation? Chi Tian, now overseeing all network systems, could easily be contacted by anyone near Su Tong. The commander bears the weight of the entire nation's fate. Let her cry to relieve her emotions. Cover her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. Prepare warm water and ensure she drinks every 10 minutes to avoid dehydration. The plane was stocked with basic supplies, and while the second officer remained still, the first officer retrieved the blanket, and the third officer fetched warm water. Shortly thereafter, Chi Tian sent another message. The commander's tears must remain confidential. Otherwise, I will expose your unsavory browser history from childhood. The 4 crew members shuddered at the thought, feeling as though they had been threatened by a computer program. However, the severity of this threat was undeniable. Even the most innocent of individuals would struggle to withstand a browser history investigation. While their actions might not be illegal, the social embarrassment would be unbearable. They quickly assured, "We absolutely won't utter a word." After crying for nearly half an hour, Su Tong felt her emotions stabilize. Noticing the wet patch on Zhao Hua's uniform, stained with her tears and snot, she sheepishly retrieved a handheld hairdryer and some wet wipes. "I don't have your military uniform to clean you up, but let me dry this for you." Zhao Hua took the items from her. "I'll handle it myself." "Commander, please drink some warm water to replenish your strength." His comment only deepened Su Tong's embarrassment. As a commander, she should not have displayed such vulnerability. It could instill a sense of despair among her subordinates. I have my period, so my hormones are a bit unstable. Don't worry. As long as you don't turn into zombies, I will protect you." The first officer, Zhou Fei, flashed a radiant smile, revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth. "Commander, we are all elite members of the team, capable of taking on 100 foes. You have already done exceptionally well. From now on, it is our turn to protect you. Rest assured, we are your last line of defense." Su Tong felt somewhat comforted, and a soft rumble echoed in her stomach, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Having skipped dinner and cried for so long, she was indeed hungry. "Thank you for comforting me. My decision to return to the base was sudden, and I probably missed dinner. Allow me to treat you to something delicious." With 2 more hours of flight ahead, there was ample time for a meal. She produced some snacks. The military had strict regulations, and they typically dined only on cafeteria food. "You can have whatever you desire. I'll provide plenty, including milk tea." As they enjoyed the snacks, laughter filled the aircraft, as if Su Tong's earlier tears had never occurred. After eating, each member returned to their duties. Although a single captain could pilot the aircraft, they still needed to conduct equipment checks and study the protocols following Su Tong's mention of a zombie outbreak. Su Tong, cradling her fruit tea, was also occupied, engrossed in the latest report from the Life Sciences Institute. Despite her struggles with biology, she could clearly read the words "no abnormalities," indicating that they had yet to identify any genetic differences between herself and ordinary individuals. Now was October 18th, and time was running short before the anticipated zombie virus outbreak, as she recalled. Although she had not held out much hope, her mood was markedly different now. She placed the milk tea against her forehead, hoping the cool sensation would help clear her jumbled thoughts. Chi Tian, having analyzed Su Tong's emotional state, recognized her mild agitation and decided to divert her attention. "Xiao Tong, would you like to see the situation of the 3 individuals in the basement at home?" Recalling that she had only watched half of the live broadcast, Su Tong wondered, "What? Has Dad gone back to torment them?" Chi Tian, pulling up the surveillance, replied, "No, he is treating them quite well." Intrigued, Su Tong was taken aback. This was not typical of her father's behavior. Watching the fast-forwarded footage, she saw the household staff setting the 3 up before departing. After a 2-hour slumber akin to that of a baby, they were called for a meal. The 3 of them, especially Fu Mingliang, were too frightened to eat, uncertain of what might be hidden within the food. "I want to eat. Don't give it to me." However, with their hands and feet bound, they could only move their necks. Reluctantly, they could only watch as large slices of fatty meat were brought to their lips. In unison, they gritted their teeth, fearful that a single bite could lead to their demise. The housekeeper, Mary, had never encountered such obstinate guests. She produced a cat toy and casually lifted the blanket covering Fu Hani. "The president has decreed that those who refuse to eat properly must face punishment. With that, she began to tickle Fu Han's soles. As the saying goes, pain can be endured, but tickling cannot. Fu Han burst into laughter, yet the more he laughed, the more fear gripped Su Xinyu and Su Mingyang. Have you ever heard of ancient torture? The tickle torture ranks among the most dreaded. Continuous laughter could lead to suffocation from lack of oxygen, a process far more agonizing than being strangled outright. Chapter 25. You are pinching my arm. Fu Hanxin, unable to struggle, trembled like a wound-up spring. Ha ha ha, I'm eating, ha ha, spare me, please. Ha ha, help, ha ha. The housekeeper Mary, sensing the opportunity, observed that they had opened their mouths to eat, and thus ceased to make their lives difficult. She even kindly reminded those feeding them to slow down. Eat slowly. You need to chew thoroughly. Do not rush, for it is not you who will be punished if they cannot finish. Upon hearing this, the three became even more enthusiastic about their meal. After watching, Su Tong realized that her father was indeed more knowledgeable about the various forms of punishment. Being forced to eat in such a manner, with all bodily functions performed on the bed, while consuming high-calorie foods, would certainly lead to them becoming plump by the time the zombie outbreak occurred. When that time came, they would resemble fat worms used for fishing, attracting any zombie. By the way, where are my parents? Surely they're not still out shopping, are they? Chi Tian tracked their location and discovered that the couple had taken a watermelon to a nearby university, catching the attention of the students who were still undergoing military training, prompting the instructors to summon them. Su Tong was surprised to see her parents exhibiting such childlike behavior. The students, inexplicably having their military training extended, were filled with resentment, as they did not fear the consequences of attracting attention. Observing the smiles on her parents' faces, Su Tong refrained from crying as she had moments ago. The plane landed smoothly at the base, and Su Tong instructed the crew to rest first. I will return tomorrow afternoon, so you need not remain on standby. Upon hearing of Su Tong's return, Hua Qi awaited her on the tarmac, immediately beginning to report on the work. Base Commander, all rectification work at the base has been completed and awaits your inspection. Su Tong had anticipated that the renovations would take several more days, so she was taken aback by the speed. How fortuitous. After 8 o'clock tomorrow, withdraw everyone and I will coordinate with Chi Tian. If any issues arise, we can rectify them promptly. Hua Qi followed behind Su Tong, stating, we can test everything now. Su Tong handed Hua Qi a cup of milk tea, noting how her dark circles had grown alarmingly deep from the recent workload. Sister, you need a rest. Dying of exhaustion before becoming a zombie counts as absenteeism, and I will not provide you with compensation. Hua Qi took a large sip of the milk tea, her dull eyes brightening slightly with delight. I do not wish for this either, but the thought of zombies being real weighs heavily on me. I lie down, and all I can think of is what if I become a zombie and chase my comrades to devour them, given my prowess. Surely they would only be victims of my hunger. Despite Hua Qi's doll-like face and endearing appearance, she possessed formidable combat skills. At 15, her in-depth study of weaponry secured her early admission to a military academy, graduating at 18. Subsequently, she participated in various peacekeeping missions, earning significant accolades, and at the age of 24 held the rank of major, serving as a trusted aide to General Qin. Su Tong reassured her, do not worry, zombies possess zero intelligence. They cannot shoot or fight effectively. When the time comes, we shall end your existence swiftly. Hua Qi appeared genuinely comforted, her posture straightening slightly. Please ensure you do end my life decisively. Thank you. Such a request was indeed reassuring. After forcibly sending Hua Qi to rest, Su Tong took the subway back to the villa, noticing the absence of Chu Yi. Chi Tian explained, Chu Yi is inspecting the production modules for the robot chips. Should I inform him to return? Considering the items in her space, Su Tong replied, no need. I am headed that way as well. Leaving the villa, she retrieved a bicycle to ride. Although she had a capsule vehicle for transportation within the base, Su Tong aimed to strengthen her muscles, feeling somewhat frail. Currently, she had sandbags strapped to her legs and waist, engaging in aerobic weight training at all times. Along the way, she gazed at the transformed base and the robots bustling about, her mind filled with apprehension. Chi Tian, can you now fully control the operations of the base? If no one is present, can you complete all tasks independently, including hardware maintenance and energy circuit conversions? Chi Tian assured her, absolutely, Xiao Tong Tong. You must trust me. Arriving in the robot zone, Su Tong first visited the mechanical warehouse, retrieving numerous mechanical components and materials from her space. There was no need to categorize them. They would be scanned and sorted neatly by specialized robots. The raw materials in the warehouse could easily produce tens of thousands of robots. The base also housed a dedicated robot reserve center, containing advanced intelligent robots responsible for internal operations. As for the newly manufactured combat robots, they were classified as weapons and stored in the armory. Su Tong conducted a thorough inspection of the robot zone, observing that the staff was engaged in final adjustments. Upon seeing Su Tong, Chu Yi's face lit up with surprise. The completion status just reached 100% this evening, and Sister Hua was eager to summon you here. Su Tong noted that Chu Yi appeared to have lost weight. He had clearly not been eating well. Sister Hua did not call me. I returned to drop off some things. It was merely a coincidence. The two conversed as they returned to their quarters, with Su Tong sharing a video of her parents displaying affection in public. Chu Yi felt a mix of emotions. Tong Tong. If our parents. Su Tong reclined on the sofa, gazing at the family portrait on the side table. The odds of every member of a family not succumbing to the fate of becoming zombies were exceedingly slim. Chu Yi, I will not waver. You need not bear excessive pressure. We have no choices left. The room fell silent as Su Tong contemplated whether to comfort Chu Yi, only to find that he had already fallen asleep against the sofa. The following morning, the base staff departed under Hua Qi's guidance. Su Tong and Chu Yi sat in the base commander's office, doing nothing but observing as Chi Tian operated the controls. She fixed her gaze on the data on the control panel, anxious about any potential errors. Chu Yi, sitting nearby, silently bit his own hand, desperate to suppress any sounds. The pain was unbearable. Tong Tong, you are pinching my arm. As the morning passed, Chi Tian's virtual image finally flicked an imaginary strand of hair. Xiao Tong Tong, are you satisfied with my performance? Su Tong's previously tense heart finally relaxed. Based on the data from earlier, even if humanity ultimately succumbed in the battle against zombies, Chi Tian could continue to thrive in this world. Well done. I grant you 3 stars. The remaining 2 stars will depend on your future combat performance. Chi Tian, brimming with confidence, replied, prepare those 2 stars. I assure you, you will willingly present them to me. Chapter 26. The Insatiable Transformation into a Zombie? After the examination was completed, Su Tong felt assured as she took Chu Yifei back to Haiqing. As for Hua Qi and the others, from this moment until the outbreak of the zombies, they would have to remain at the designated shelter outside the base and could not return. The base, with its winding passages, harbored many nooks and crannies where one could easily hide. During a zombie outbreak, capturing them would be nearly impossible and collateral damage could easily occur. If a zombie were to leave behind even a morsel of flesh in some corner, and someone were to have an open wound, it would lead to an endless cycle of horror. Therefore, Su Tong decided to wait until everyone had undergone natural selection before bringing them back safely. Natural selection did not equate to abandonment. The shelter consisted of small single rooms, and from now on, these individuals would be locked inside, unable to exit. When the time came, those who had not transformed into zombies could unlock their doors and gather on the rooftop to return to the base. For those who had become zombies, a quick dispatch through the door would save time and effort, eliminating future risks. In addition to the military personnel and staff currently at the base, more crucial research personnel would also be brought in. In the face of the survival of the species, it was imperative to retain the most valuable talents. Otherwise, once the zombies were eradicated, they would be left with a bunch of inept individuals who could not even distinguish between weeds and wheat, making survival a struggle. Upon returning to Haiqing, Chu Yi looked at their destination, puzzled. Weren't we supposed to go home to be with Mom and Dad? Why are we at the company first? Su Tong headed straight for the company's garage, which was supposed to house private vehicles, but now contained over 20 large cargo trucks. They needed to gather some food. Her mother had stockpiled some freshly prepared dishes. Following the enticing aroma, Chu Yi raised his gaze with so much food. We could live to 100 without ever needing to cook. Tong retrieved 2 chicken drumsticks from the insulated box, offering them to Chu E to satisfy his cravings momentarily. Thinking long-term, just the two of us would need 500 years to finish this. These trucks still needed to venture out to gather more produce. They could not simply take them back. Chi Tian, inform Mom that I've emptied the truck, she instructed. After sending the message, Chi Tian replied, Mom says she has also rented a supermarket's cold storage, filled with freshly made cream cakes and various handmade snacks. Tong glanced at the supermarket's location. It was quite close, conveniently on their way home. As they set off, following the navigation to the supermarket, they approached an intersection when a pregnant woman, oblivious to the traffic lights, stumbled onto the road. The vehicle, which had been moving smoothly, came to an abrupt halt, causing Tong to be jolted by her seatbelt. Reacting quickly, she snatched the skewer of lamb skewers from Chu E's hand. Little Tong, a pregnant woman has collapsed in front of our car. Tong hurriedly inquired, did we hit her? Chi Tian immediately defended. No, she fell on her own. I braked in time. The front of the car was still 523 centimeters away. Tong unbuckled her seatbelt and exited from the back seat to assess the situation. Call the police and contact the nearest hospital. In this era, surveillance cameras were ubiquitous. Those attempting to defraud would be swiftly dealt with, allowing her to confidently assist the fallen woman in the street. Chu E carefully carried the pregnant woman to the roadside, while Tong extracted a fist-sized monitor and pressed it against the woman's index finger. The device promptly displayed her temperature, blood pressure, blood sugar, and other vital signs. Tong snapped a photo with her glasses, instructing Chi Tian to analyze the first aid methods. Little Tong, she has low blood sugar. Give her something sweet to replenish her energy. Tong pretended to rummage through her bag and produced a lollipop from her spatial pocket, unwrapping it and placing it in the woman's mouth. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and the medical personnel efficiently administered glucose while bantering. Why are there so many cases of low blood sugar these days? Aren't people eating properly? Indeed, I'm on the afternoon shift, and I've already attended to over 10 cases today. The police arrived shortly thereafter, reviewing the car's surveillance footage and interviewing witnesses before departing. The pair returned to their vehicle, retrieved the items from the cold storage, and headed home. Su Weiming and Shun Juro were eagerly awaiting their children's return for dinner, the table laden with their favorites. To ensure a harmonious family gathering, they had even allowed the household staff to leave early. Upon entering, Shinjiro immediately noticed the stains on Chu E's pants. Where did you fall? Chui glanced down, realizing the dirt was from the ground when he assisted the pregnant woman. We encountered a pregnant woman with low blood sugar. I didn't fall. Su Weiming quickly examined the children's condition. Did you collide? Chi Tian, standing by the domestic robot, placed his hands on his hips. No. You must trust my skills. Shunjiro gently patted the robot's head, reassuring, we are just concerned, not questioning your abilities. At the dinner table, the family shared laughter and conversation. But Tong sensed something amiss. Their appetite seemed unusually large tonight. The spread was indeed lavish. Yet even with Tong eating more than usual, the meal would not have been completely consumed. Strangely, for the first time, the table was cleared entirely. However, the family still felt unsatisfied, prompting Chi Tian to clear the table while Shunjiro returned from the kitchen with an array of snacks. Tong tentatively inquired, Mom, are macarons delicious? Shunjiro, assuming her daughter was craving them, handed her a piece. They taste delightful. For some reason, I've been craving them lately. Tong frowned. Such cloyingly sweet macarons would surely become overwhelming after just one bite. Yet her parents and Chu E had devoured a staggering 3 to 4 dozen stacked macarons, leaving only the final layer remaining, and they had already eaten a meal beforehand. Suddenly, Tong recalled the paramedic's comments about low blood sugar when attending to the pregnant woman. Chi Tian, pull up the data on patients admitted to the hospital for low blood sugar in Haicheng over the past month. Also, retrieve our company cafeteria's dining data for the same period. As anticipated, the previously stable data graphs suddenly spiked within the last few days. The fluctuations in both datasets coincided perfectly. The increase in low blood sugar cases at the hospital corresponded with a surge in food sales at the company cafeteria. The sudden demand for energy intake indicated that the human body was continuously depleting its energy reserves. Everything had once been so traceable. Qi Tian, send this comparative data to the Academy of Sciences for their reference. In the tense atmosphere, Su Weiming nervously popped another macaron into his mouth. Tong, what does eating more have to do with low blood sugar? After explaining her suspicions, Chu Yi proposed an even bolder hypothesis. Could it be that the zombies are, in fact, those who have become desperate from hunger? Chapter 27. The Emergence of Zombies. Shinjiro found the notion amusing. If zombies were to appear, surely they would seek sustenance, not humans. However, Su Tong considered this hypothesis quite plausible, as history has shown that hunger often drives one to cannibalism. Make sure to eat well. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Balance your diet. Don't just indulge in sweets, but ensure you're getting enough protein, she advised. Producing a stack of perfectly grilled tomahawk steaks, imported from abroad. Let us enjoy these for now. Su Weiming gazed at the steaks, which were larger than the plates they rested upon, pondering whether they could possibly consume so much. As it turned out, they could. Meanwhile, the Life Sciences Institute promptly commenced a new analysis upon receiving the data. Days later, they finally identified the true prototype of the zombie virus. The reason for their earlier struggles was that the virus morphed into human cell-like forms immediately upon invading the bone marrow, indistinguishable even in genetic testing. Yet, despite the identical genes, there exist various modes of expression. A simple analogy would be the comparison between a silkworm pupa and a moth. Though they remain unable to devise a countermeasure, it further substantiates the impending emergence of zombies, for silkworm pupae consume copiously before transforming into moths. In response, the higher echelons of the Chinese government convened an international summit. Despite the myriad grievances among nations, they could discern the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, not all were receptive. The populace consumes more, and you're all in a tizzy. Are you seeking excuses to raise food prices? Some scoffed, dismissing the notion of a food crisis that had long been resolved, while others still found themselves hospitalized due to starvation. Conspiracy theories. Does China aim to incite global panic? What are your true intentions? As the adage goes, it is difficult to persuade a stubborn fool, and the meeting ended without resolution. Nonetheless, upon returning, numerous leaders began covertly supplying provisions to their presidential shelters. A few nations even imposed export restrictions on their food supplies to prevent imports from China, hastily raising prices in the process. Su Tong noted this underhandedness with a sense of indignation. She resolved to assist them in clearing their stockpiles later. Perhaps the domestic populace sensed a shift in the wind as orders for hammers, axes, and small chainsaws surged online. However, most dismissed it as merely another passing trend in human society. Yet, this trend gained traction nationwide, culminating in zombie-themed fire drills thrice that week. The military training students lamented. Who understands? Daytime drills are exhausting, and just as we finally drift off to sleep, the instructor blares the charge call, rousing us to flee. It's so frightening that we don't dare sleep without our clothes on. Those who failed to reach the rooftop were paraded on the sports field. Chu Yi and Su Tong exchanged videos of classmates fleeing in their underwear. In the past, they might have laughed until their stomachs hurt. Yet now, their brows furrowed with concern. If a genuine zombie were to emerge, how many could successfully escape to the rooftop as if it were merely a drill? Su Tong, zombies are here, Qi Tian suddenly exclaimed. Su Tong's initial reaction was to believe Qi Tian had misinterpreted the school drill footage as an actual zombie sighting. However, panic washed over her when a different clip appeared on the virtual screen. How could the timeline be so different? 1 week earlier than anticipated, Qi Tian continued to relay the information from the video. This footage is from Sakura Country just a minute ago. It's real. Those bitten transform into zombies in under 10 seconds, and chaos ensues. Thankfully, Su Tong had envisioned this scenario countless times in her mind. After a brief moment of alarm, she quickly organized the response. The zombie virus would erupt within hours. They needed to navigate this period of uncertainty first. Have your parents don protective gear, secure the company office, and do not allow any outsiders inside before we arrive. Lock all exits in the park evacuate the factory workers, and gather all personnel in the open space next to the company's office building. Also, notify Elder Chin and broadcast nationwide. Seek shelter nearby. Activate all company robots into combat readiness. As she spoke, Chu-E received a box containing new material protective suits with impressive bite resistance. These suits could withstand hours of relentless gnawing by non-powered zombies. However, they were cumbersome, airtight, and once used, were discarded. Chu-E did not hesitate. He opened the box and donned the headpiece and chest armor, the new material enveloping him in protection. Tong refrained from wearing one, as it would impede her ability to utilize her spatial powers. Moreover, the suit was insulated, and being an electrical power user, this would not serve her well against the zombies. Their housekeeper, Mary, who had been serving the family for over a decade, stood in shock as she watched them spring into action. "Miss Master," Tong, mindful of their bond, urged, "Zombies are here, Mary. Each of you must find a separate room and lock yourselves in." Mary grasped Tong's arm. "You should hide first." Tong withdrew her hand and declared, "I must find my parents. You all stay safe, and tomorrow I will return with help." With that, she and Chu-E hastily exited. Given the circumstances, taking a car to the company was undoubtedly perilous. One could easily encounter a zombie in a reckless state, leading to a traffic disaster. Instead, Tong pulled out a helicopter, disregarding air traffic control, and took off. As anticipated, her decision proved wise. Mid-flight, they witnessed zombies roaming the streets below. Chu-E, gripping his rifle, was drenched in sweat, and both siblings silently prayed that their parents had not succumbed to the infection. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the company building, and they dashed toward the president's office. "Mom and Dad, it's us." The office door was specially designed. If locked from the inside, entry via card access was impossible. Shunjiro opened the door, her protective suit rendering her figure obscured, yet her silhouette was still recognizable. "Did you encounter zombies on your way here?" Tong shook her head, her gaze drawn to the thick rope binding her father to the desk. "Dad, why have you tied yourself up?" Wei-Ming tugged at the rope around his waist, seemingly testing its security. "I secured myself in advance. So if I turn into a zombie, you 1T have to subdue me." Chapter 28. This is not a drill. Shunjiro walked to the other side and tied a rope around her waist. She had opened the door earlier because of her petite stature. If a mutation occurred suddenly, it would be easier for the children to cope. "We can manage here, Tong. Xiaoyi, you two should ensure the safety of everyone in the area. Those who survive will become your allies," she instructed. Tong felt a deep, indescribable sorrow and stepped forward to untie the rope, but her parents would not allow it. Shunjiro embraced Tong, whispering, "As long as you live well, your parents will have no regrets, even in death." Chu-E, using the dagger at his waist, swiftly severed the rope. "With your protective gear, even if you mutate, the clothing will act as a barrier, preventing harm to others." Tong stepped aside, changing into more combat-appropriate attire, tying her hair back and donning boots. She then handed 2 lightweight rifles to her parents, defiantly stating, "What kind of defeatist talk is this? As parents, how can you just watch your children fight and kill outside? Come on, let us face the zombies together. There's no way we can manage such a vast area alone." Wei-Ming and Shunjiro, armed, followed their daughter and son, understanding that she wished to demonstrate their capabilities to protect themselves in the wake of the outbreak. The Tianyin group was a self-contained zone, encompassing factories, office buildings, and employee dormitories, all surrounded by decorative iron railings and greenery, separating it from the outside world. After her rebirth, Tong had replaced the low iron fence with a 3-meter-high concrete wall, complete with a pass every 10 meters for the installation of various defensive weapons. Thanks to Tong's quick thinking, the crucial production lines remained intact. A row of weapon-equipped robots marched out of the warehouse, proceeding to designated areas as per the prearranged plan. To alleviate the staff's fear, the announcement blared, "Emergency fire drill. All personnel to the open space in front of the office building immediately. Those moving slowly will have 3 months' wages deducted." Hearing this, everyone eagerly rushed outside, drawing upon their prior drill experience to find the optimal escape routes in an orderly fashion. However, before the last group could exit the lobby, zombies emerged. "Oh, Colleagues who had been relieved to avoid wage deductions suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Upholding the spirit of humanitarianism, others rushed to inquire, "What's wrong?" To their shock, the next moment, the colleague's face transformed and they lunged with open jaws. Help! Chaos erupted in the lobby. A gunshot rang out, silencing the pandemonium as the zombie fell. The shooter was a chubby security robot, which had greeted staff with cheerful wishes each morning. The broadcast immediately shifted tone. Zombification virus outbreak. Please arm yourselves and prepare for defense. No, this is not a drill. Those around you may turn into zombies at any moment. Remain vigilant. This is not a drill. Obey the commands and stand still in the open area to avoid friendly fire. By the time Tong led her family downstairs, the game of red light, green light had been underway for several minutes. Everyone sat on the ground, trembling as they held their heads. Numerous drones patrolled the low skies, armed to ensure that zombies would be shot before they could bite anyone. The bodies of downed zombies were swiftly collected by cleansing robots and transported to a newly constructed 3-story building in the area, a crematorium, primarily to prevent the secondary spread of the virus. Any unfortunate soul who inadvertently came into contact with a zombie corpse risked becoming a zombie themselves. Shunjiro, Su Weiming, and Chu Yi turned pale at the sight of a zombie's brain matter splattering. Though hidden beneath their protective suits, their trembling legs betrayed their fear. Some individuals in the open could no longer bear the tension and, in a panic, attempted to flee. "I want to go home." Bang! Tong fired her weapon decisively, a single bullet striking true. Grabbing a megaphone, her voice rang cold and clear. "Those who flee will meet the same fate as the zombies. If you remain still, I promise that those who have not turned will survive." Bang! Another zombie fell as someone attempted to stand up. As for those wishing to return home and reunite with family, if you are still human by dawn tomorrow, I will have drones escort you out of the area. Bang! Bang! Another zombie dropped. Surely you wouldn't want to see your family turn into zombies, would you? In just a few moments, 7 or 8 individuals had succumbed to zombification. The remaining crowd stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Su Weiming took the megaphone from Tong. As he was the public face of the group, its cornerstone. Instead of worrying, let us conserve our strength and think about how to survive without becoming zombies. I understand that fear grips you all. I share that fear of becoming a zombie as well. Yet, the virus is still mutating within us, and we have no choice but to wait. Outside, it's a zombie-infested wasteland. After a heated exchange of tones, the mood within the area appeared to stabilize somewhat. However, sorrow still permeated the atmosphere as many had lost contact with their families. Some who did connect were met only with screams or howls. Tong could not attend to everyone's emotions. Her thoughts were with her parents. Yet, having experienced this once before, she knew what needed to be done. Qiqian, begin a thorough sweep of the building. Leave no corner unexamined. If anyone is hiding, bring them here. If they resist violently, a bullet will suffice. Unpredictable elements only serve to endanger us. A line of humanoid combat robots marched in unison, following Tong's orders. Shortly thereafter, gunfire echoed. One person, unable to tolerate the situation, shouted at Tong, "How can you kill the innocent indiscriminately?" Tong glanced up, and Qiqian promptly sent the individual's information to her glasses via facial recognition. "Comrade Li Fei, your Eagle team should have received the orders 10 minutes ago. You must cooperate fully with me. While I do not expect you to comply willingly, anyone who disrupts the greater good will find me unhesitating to waste a bullet. And I will not hesitate to call your Eagle team a bunch of reckless fools." Chapter 29. How will she return? The factory here produces highly lethal robots, and the nation cannot allow Tong to continue her production unmonitored. Therefore, in addition to the talents sent through military collaboration, a battalion has been dispatched under the pretense of security personnel to guard the industrial park. This battalion is known as the Eagle Company. During this time, Su Weiming has been interacting with these individuals, initially believing that the presence of military personnel would aid his daughter, only to discover that some of them are utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. Having undergone training, they ought to be acutely aware of the dire consequences should any uncontrollable circumstances arise within the park. Li Fei's face flushed with indignation. Soldiers possess a profound sense of collective honor. One may criticize an individual, yet one must never disparage the battalion as a whole. He wished to defend himself. But 3 drones had already trained their weapons on his forehead, inquiring whether the target should be executed. The others from the Eagle Company hastily pleaded for leniency. And Su Tong had no intention of actually killing the man. She merely sought to admonish him to awaken to the reality of their circumstances. "No need," she replied, yet the drones still fired. Bang! The victim was not Li Fei, but rather a newly transformed zombie that had been lurking nearby. Although Li Fei attempted to draw his weapon, Chi Tian, controlling the drone, acted first, circling above his head in a manner that felt distinctly provocative. With this minor incident, no one dared to question Su Tong's authority any further. The atmosphere within the park fell silent, while outside, a cacophony of chaos erupted. The sounds of vehicles colliding, the roars of zombies, and the screams of terrified crowds filled the air. Many had come to terms with their helplessness, turning their attention to the self-rescue videos broadcasted on their glasses, while others took the risk to live-stream the pandemonium, all while contemplating how best to survive. Observing that the situation within the park had stabilized, Su Tong instructed Chi Tian to procure a sightseeing vehicle for everyone to board together. "Where we headed?" inquired Chu Yi. Su Tong exchanged her small handgun for a submachine gun, explaining, "We are going outside the wall to deploy a circle of boomerang decapitators. The zombies will incessantly seek fresh flesh. There are certainly enough zombies in the vicinity, drawn by the scent of human presence. Cannot we simply shoot them directly? The robots within the walls are armed and should be able to eliminate those zombies," Shunjiro interjected. Su Tong examined the map of the area outside the park, searching for the optimal location to deploy the decapitators. Alas, the sound of gunfire is too loud. The outside is chaotic. The gunfire will go unnoticed amidst the clamor, preventing the zombies from taking heed while also intimidating those within the park. However, as night falls and the city's inhabitants conceal themselves, the zombies will listen for any sounds. Firing at that point will attract the entire horde in Haicheng, and we would stand no chance against them. Su Weiming gazed at the towering 3-meter wall. "Tong Tong, how will you get out?" The vehicle halted beneath the wall, and Su Tong adjusted her trousers. "I shall jump out," she declared, demonstrating her intent. Utilizing the height of the vehicle's roof, she leapt onto the car and then over the wall, vaulting into the expanse beyond. Just as Chu Yi intended to commend her agility, a troubling thought struck him. Wait, how will she return? There's nothing outside to assist her. He hurriedly attempted to climb atop the vehicle. Yet before he could ascend, Su Tong had already descended. "What are you doing?" Chu Yi asked, peering over the wall to observe a row of decapitators already in operation. The leading machines had begun their grim work, silently severing the heads of 2 zombies, the blades returning to their respective apparatuses. He mumbled, "I was thinking of lending you a hand." Su Tong waved a rope in her hand, one end affixed with a hook, reminiscent of the tools used by thieves in ancient dramas to scale walls. "I have the equipment. No assistance is needed." Shunjiro chuckled. As expected, Tong Tong is quite clever. Su Tong, accompanied by her family, circled the park, fortifying it into an impregnable fortress. Even if the surrounding zombies swarmed, they would be able to withstand the onslaught. Su Tong's mechanical army was equipped with charging stations set up in advance. The robots, running low on power, would autonomously seek out these stations to recharge, negating the need for perilous battery replacements. Upon returning to the office building, dusk had begun to envelop the sky. Shunjiro and Su Weiming, though still human, displayed signs of anxiety through their fidgeting hands. Su Tong produced several boxes of silencers, instructing her parents on how to attach them to their firearms. The drones that had previously circled above now lined up neatly, awaiting their weapon modifications. Su Tong had not anticipated the zombie outbreak occurring a week ahead of schedule, leaving many preparations unfulfilled. Now, however, it was a perfect opportunity for her parents to engage in meaningful tasks, diverting their thoughts from despair. This marked Su Tong's first public display of her abilities. Although darkness had fallen, the park was well lit, leaving many spectators in awe. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? A superpower? Tong did not conceal her abilities, instructing Tian to reveal their extraordinary prowess. Unexpectedly, this revelation instilled hope in many. The prospect of survival, coupled with superhuman capabilities, seemed almost divine. Some even began to secretly experiment, wondering if they too might possess extraordinary powers, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, omnipotent. Regrettably, after holding their breath for an extended period, they could only release insignificant gas. The prolonged tension, coupled with the dropping temperatures after sunset, left many with rumbling stomachs. How hungry I am! Will I be able to enjoy a hearty meal before I perish? Yet, Tong was not devoid of compassion. She distributed rice balls to everyone before retreating with her family to the president's office on the top floor of the building. After all, indulging in roast duck and large platters of chicken before those munching on rice balls could easily breed resentment. Shinjiro was reluctant to eat, apprehensive about removing her protective suit, fearing she might inadvertently harm the children. Ultimately, it was Chu-E who divided the meal into 2 portions, placing them at either end of the large office desk. Only then did Shinjiro and Su Ruiming, under the insistence of the children, remove their protective gear. In stark contrast to the orderly environment within the park, the outside world had descended into chaos. The zombie outbreak had commenced around 4 in the afternoon while everyone was still at work, school, or class. One moment, a teacher was lecturing students on the importance of kindness, and the next had transformed into a predator, viciously biting the nearest classmates. In the midst of a meeting, a boss might be outlining grand plans for his employees, only to be devoured by his own colleagues moments later. Chapter 30. Setting off a hydrogen bomb for excitement. Fortunately, Tong had earlier detected the increase in everyone's appetite, prompting the staff of the other 11 bases to preemptively retreat to their respective shelters. In response to the unpredictable outbreak of zombies, the nation adopted a strategy of overwhelming manpower. Each base was supported by 10 teams of personnel, effectively meaning each base had 10 leaders. Even if all 10 leaders succumbed to the zombie plague, there were still 10 deputy leaders, and so on, ensuring the base could operate efficiently. Upon witnessing the emergence of zombies within the country, Elder Qin immediately activated all emergency protocols. The nation entered a state of first-class combat readiness, with the initiation of the Heritage Plan, the Spark Plan, and the Crucible Plan. Simultaneously, various broadcasts and news updates were disseminated nationwide to guide the populace. Dear citizens, we regret to inform you that we have failed to halt the zombie virus. The National Rescue Plan will commence after 5 o'clock tomorrow. We urge everyone to remain vigilant, seek refuge, and strive for self-preservation before then. Fire axes and other tools are available in the fire escape. Please use them to sever the heads of the zombies. The virus spreads through blood, so utilize nearby materials such as cling film, thick clothing, or tape to wrap your bodies and prevent bites. If a companion is unfortunately bitten, please decapitate them before they turn. Avoid screaming, as it will attract zombies. Cover your mouth and flee. Zombies lack emotions. Do not attempt to evoke their humanity through gestures of affection. After dinner, it was already past 8, yet the data transmitted by Tian revealed a stark rise in fatalities. Outside the compound, zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, roamed aimlessly. However, before they could draw near, their heads were silently severed by boomerangs. The acrid stench of zombie blood in the air effectively masked the scent of the living within the compound. On this chilly late November night, Tong delivered blankets to those outside, hoping they would not succumb to the cold after escaping natural selection. Following dinner, a hush fell over the family. Chu-E frantically sought conversation. Shall I perform a handstand for you? Tong glanced at him, realizing his utter lack of emotional intelligence. How about I set off some fireworks to lighten the mood? Tian, are you ready? Su Weiming interjected. Dad appreciates your sentiment, but fireworks will attract zombies. Let us just enjoy some fruit and chat. Tong, picking up a piece of pineapple, insisted this firework won't attract zombies. Chu-E, curious, inquired why not. With a snap of her fingers, Tong prompted Tian to pull up a virtual screen. The image revealed a family view from high above, growing increasingly familiar. Isn't this the land of cherry blossoms? Ivan. Chu-E was unfamiliar with the name, but Su Weiming and Shanjiro recognized it well. This was one of the most devastating weapons on Earth, equivalent to detonating 5 million tons of TNT simultaneously. One such bomb could incinerate fish along the coastline of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Only two had ever been manufactured. One was destroyed during testing due to its immense power, while the other remained in a museum as a relic. It had been a century since then. Shinjiro's fruit fork clattered to the ground. Tong, isn't this weapon displayed in their museum? How did you acquire it? Moreover, launching this would trigger global missile defense systems. Tong retrieved a fork and handed it back to her mother. The global missile defense systems have all been absorbed by Qi, and given the current global chaos, I can target it wherever I wish. As for Ivan, Qi cleverly commandeered the combat robots amidst the zombie outbreak to procure it. Qi cooperatively played the surveillance footage, showcasing over 20 combat robots stealthily maneuvering through a panicked crowd, shattering glass in the museum, followed by a trailer and aircraft for extraction. A remarkably coordinated heist. Tsar Ivan, Chu-E, having researched the hydrogen bomb, questioned, "Aren't you concerned that this century-old relic might detonate unexpectedly?" Qi promptly educated Chu-E. Hydrogen bombs are highly stable. Igniting one requires the detonation of a nuclear bomb to reach the necessary temperature. Ordinary bumps won't pose a problem. Moreover, the explosion of a hydrogen bomb can neutralize nuclear radiation, thereby addressing the nuclear wastewater and leakage issues of the Cherry Blossom Nation. While mutated humans may exhibit increased resistance to radiation, unmonitored old nuclear power plants leaking could lead to severe consequences, potentially causing further biological mutations. Su Ruiming manually closed his agape mouth. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Su Tong defended her stance. "It wouldn't be necessary under normal circumstances, but we must think long-term. If those people turn into zombies and rise from the sea, we'll need to contend with them. Thus, since we must launch something, it's better to make it substantial, eradicating the root cause and preventing future troubles, a twofold benefit." Her reasoning resonated with the three of them, their thumbs instinctively raised in approval. Yet, Chu-E pondered aloud. Doesn't it feel somewhat like a reward for them? At this remark, everyone turned to him, curious. "What do you mean?" Chu-E articulated his thoughts. "They're dying too quickly, without truly savoring the terror of zombies." Su Tong mused inwardly. "I thought I was the harbinger of death." Su Ruiming briefly reconsidered his educational methods, questioning how both children could possess such perspectives. "Are they exceptionally insightful?" He solemnly told Chu-E, "Xiao-E, life inevitably brings regrets. We must learn to accept these to become better individuals." Chu-E, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I understand." At that moment, Qi interjected, "The aircraft has reached the designated area. Shall we ignite it now?" Su Tong clasped her hands together. "Wait, we must make a wish before the fireworks." The family quickly emulated her, their expressions earnest. "May the world be at peace." "All right, let it explode." The virtual screen displayed images captured by satellites in space. A colossal mushroom cloud rose majestically from the ground. No wonder protagonists in dominant novels often resort to nuclear bombs for excitement. It was indeed a stunning sight. However, another mushroom cloud followed, prompting Su Tong to question, "Is there a network delay, or was it detonated in 2 stages?" After analysis, Qi clarified, "No, it was the eruption of their volcano triggered by the explosion." The divine retribution. Chapter 31. The convenience of flesh? Unexpectedly, Shinjiro stabbed the fruit platter fiercely with a fork. Her face contorted with anger. Justice should have erupted 30 years ago. What is this delayed justice? Su Ruiming grasped Shinjiro's hand and blew gently on it. "My dear, calm down, don't hurt yourself." Aside from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Su Tong had also launched a dozen hydrogen bombs in other areas. The yield was minimal, targeting historical remnants from an era when nuclear technology was still immature. Each was meticulously calculated to avoid causing additional harm. The zombie virus was inherently linked to nuclear radiation. If it were to leak, would it not bolster the zombies? Therefore, Su Tong resolved to obliterate every conceivable factor detrimental to humanity. After the fireworks display, the time had already surpassed 10 o'clock. Qi discreetly informed Su Tong that no one had transformed into a zombie for over half an hour in the park. Yet, Su Tong remained highly anxious. What if some individuals transformed slowly? The family was engulfed in trepidation, their nerves taut, fatigue creeping upon them swiftly. Shunjiro felt her eyelids growing heavy, her head tilting as she nearly succumbed to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a sudden force. Wife, please don't turn into a zombie. Su Weiming's vigorous shaking caused Shunjiro to open her mouth, inadvertently biting her tongue. A grimace of pain plastered across her face. In that moment, Su Weiming feared the sky was falling. His wife was about to become a zombie. However, Su Tong discerned the truth. Humans turned into zombies would bite others, not themselves. Dad, let go. You're making Mom dizzy. Chu-yi also stepped in to pull Su Weiming away. Dad, be gentle. Mom has a bad neck. Shunjiro supported her nearly broken neck, wincing in pain. Did you eat an ox? Why are you so strong? Su Weiming quickly apologized. My dear, I'm so sorry. I was too anxious. Not only was he anxious, but the entire family felt they were on the brink of collapse. Su Tong had even prepared to act against her own kin. Her hand poised on the gun moments ago. Chi Tian reminded her, Xiao Tong Tong, it's after 2. From the surveillance data of other locations, the process of spontaneous transformation into zombies had already elapsed. Su Tong clutched her chest. Mom and Dad, you survived. Su Weiming and Shunjiro looked at Su Tong in disbelief, and upon receiving confirmation, they embraced each other, tears of joy mingling with laughter. Su Tong and Chu-yi joined in, the family united, a beautiful sight indeed. Before long, Chu-yi was howling, Dad, you're squeezing too hard. Be gentler. Su Weiming released his grip. I wasn't using much strength. Chu-yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing bruises from Su Weiming's grip. Observing this, Su Tong hesitated before extending her hand. Dad, exert your strength. See if you can bend my hand. Though unsure, Su Weiming complied. Su Tong felt the force transmitted through her hand. As her abilities developed, her physical strength had significantly increased over the past 2 months, bolstered by nightly endeavors to siphon high-voltage electricity. Despite her enhanced strength, she could still distinctly perceive her father's might. Dad, if I'm not mistaken, you must possess abilities pertaining to physical strength. Su Weiming misheard what? Convenience of flesh? Shunjiro echoed. Huh? Ability convenience noodles? Su Tong and Chu-yi laughed uncontrollably. What did instant noodles have to do with this? Would they be choked to death by noodles during a zombie encounter? Chi Tian clarified. Not instant noodles. It's a physical ability, implying great strength and muscularity. Only then did Su Weiming and Shunjiro grasp the meaning. Yet Su Tong still cautioned. Dad, you need to learn to control your strength. Otherwise, if you exert too much force, we might get hurt. Su Weiming hastily retracted his hand. I understand. I will control it. Chu-yi examined his hands, clenching and unclenching them, but nothing happened. Tong, didn't you say I was of the metal type? Why haven't I felt anything yet? Recalling her previous life, Su Tong remembered that Chu-yi had unleashed his metal powers in a moment of protective instinct. I don't know. Maybe try finding a piece of iron to test it out. You might just discover something. After a few exchanges, the family relaxed, the weariness washing over them. However, Su Tong wasn't inclined to let them rest just yet. Mom and Dad, since you are all right, it's time to leave. Shunjiro questioned. Where to? Aren't we staying here to fend off the zombies together? Su Tong conveyed her next steps. Mom and Dad, you should return to the Jinwang base. I can hardly afford to lose this base I've fought for. We can't let you and Chu-yi fend for yourselves out there, only to return to a base claimed by others. Su Weiming expressed his reluctance to part ways. Chi Tian can manage the base on his own. No one can seize it from him. With so many zombies here, how can we trust you too? Chi Tian, firmly aligned with Su Tong, quickly interjected. Mom and Dad, I can't manage. What if someone steals my cables in the dead of night? An artificial intelligence's existence is also precious. I have too much to oversee. Shunjiro threatened. Aren't you afraid I might cut your cables when I return? Chi Tian remained unfazed, blowing a kiss to Shunjiro through the virtual screen. Mommy is too gentle to do that. Chu-yi also urged. Mom and Dad, you should listen to Tong. The original plan was for me to return to the base to restore order while Tong collects some zombie cores before rejoining us. Now that Dad has abilities, You don't need my protection anymore. You can head back, and we can be at ease. When Tong revealed their abilities, she also mentioned the cores, ensuring the family was well informed about life in the post-apocalyptic world. Mom and Dad, you and Oppos, far more reliable than Chui. With you both around, we can focus without worries. Su Weimin conceded. All right, we'll follow your lead. Regarding the order of the base after the apocalypse, Su Tong and Chi Tian had devised a comprehensive set of regulations for Jinwang base, which Su Weimin simply needed to adhere to. The family made their way to the rooftop of the office building, where Su Tong swapped for a larger helicopter. Chi Tian could control it remotely, allowing for automatic piloting without a driver. The whirring sound of the helicopter's ascent stirred the survivors gathered in front of the office building, who watched the aircraft depart with trepidation. The president's family is fleeing, truly ruthless. They've abandoned us to escape. A wave of apprehension washed over the crowd, with some anxious individuals wishing to take a closer look, but the drone's turrets loomed ominously before them. Please refrain from moving to avoid accidental injury. The zombies outside the park, drawn by the noise, surged towards them. Before they could approach, the robots swiftly dispatched them with a resounding crack. Chapter 32. Why aren't the children moving? As everyone stood in confusion, Su Tong and Chu Yi emerged. Su Tong did not carry a megaphone, but instead gestured for everyone to don their glasses, for she had something to convey. Congratulations, everyone, you have temporarily survived. As long as you're not bitten by a zombie, you will not turn into one. Upon hearing this, many collapsed to the ground, their eyes reflecting the joy of having survived a catastrophe. However, the sporadic roars of zombies outside soon heightened their anxiety. In such a world, how can we continue to live? As dawn broke, the National Rescue Operation commenced. You may choose to follow the National Rescue Team to the state base, or you may opt to stay and continue with me in producing combat robots here. Though uncertain about the conditions at the state base, I assure you that if you diligently follow me, you shall enjoy 2 dishes and a soup with each meal, not mere ration bars. The individuals within the complex are all highly skilled professionals, and I must devise a way to retain them. Although 2 dishes and a soup may not sound extravagant, those familiar with apocalyptic zombie films understand the preciousness of vegetables and fruits. As Su Tong spoke, an app named Golden Phoenix Base appeared on each person's virtual screen. Some, intrigued, clicked to discover a page for redeeming tasks, accumulating points, and team members. Last night, the government had publicly disclosed the specific locations of 12 bases. Should anyone await rescue in vain, they could venture to the bases themselves. The Golden Phoenix Base, being the most remote, was a place where not even birds would defecate. Hence, it was believed to be a safe haven devoid of zombies. However, the rescue protocol prioritized proximity. Survivors from Haicheng would be sent to the nearer Chilean base. With Haicheng's vast population and the alarming ratio of those who willingly transformed into zombies last night, it was evident that without protection, even more would succumb. Should the entire city's zombies besiege the base, the consequences were unimaginable. Ignoring the apprehensive thoughts of the crowd, Su Tong continued her introduction. The Golden Phoenix Base is my family, yes. Those who follow me are now members of the Golden Phoenix Base, with an initial score of 50 points. Points serve as currency within the Golden Phoenix Base, allowing you to exchange for desired items. Naturally, you may first visit the national base. I am quite democratic and will not force you to stay. Chu Yi stepped forward, adding, before the rescue mission commences, take your time to consider. If you have any queries, the intelligent assistant on the app will assist you. Once you have made your decision, come here to register, and you may head directly to the staff dormitory to rest. As he finished speaking, the drones that had been hovering above the crowd dispersed, returning to the charging station on the rooftop. Soon, murmurs erupted among the people, seemingly eager to discuss. A few resolutely stepped out of the crowd and approached Su Tong. Base leader, we wish to register. The group consisted of the flight team assigned to Su Tong by Elder Qin. Regrettably, 2 members, Zhou Fei and Sun Yang, had already turned into zombies, leaving only Captain Li Wen and Second Officer Zhao Hua. Zhao's eyes were red, still immersed in the sorrow of losing his comrades. Su Tong offered them 2 boxes of milk, standing on tiptoe to pat their shoulders, her tone softer than before. Go rest well. Only after sufficient rest will you have the strength to face what lies ahead. Lewin accepted the milk, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Just then, members of the Falcon Brigade arrived. Over 30 individuals formed two lines, saluting Su Tong. Captain Fong Yu of the Falcon Brigade, reporting for duty. Su Tong nodded, but did not immediately allow them a pass. Instead, she addressed them firmly. This battle may differ significantly from those you have faced before. A slight misstep could endanger not only yourselves, but also your comrades. Therefore, I implore you to set aside your compassion and heed my commands without question. If you find this difficult, feel free to disregard your orders and leave with others. From the moment zombies appeared, the government can no longer bind you. She delivered this message upon observing the defiance in several gazes, particularly in Li Fei, who had challenged her earlier, almost as if he were ready to display a banner declaring her a ruthless tyrant. Such obstinate individuals, prone to impulsiveness, posed risks to their teammates. Captain Fong Yu, perceiving Su Tong's steady leadership since the outbreak of the zombies, took a step forward. Base leader, I personally pledge to follow your command. With the captain leading, the others reaffirmed their commitment. Su Tong treated everyone equally, providing each with a bottle of milk. At that moment, some staff members from the group also stepped forward. Miss, you mentioned that if we did not turn into zombies, we would be sent to find our families. Su Tong glanced at the time. Do not worry. Your families are on their way. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of her meaning. Chu Yi clarified. The children from the Tianyin group's affiliated school were protected from the outset and did not turn into zombies. The children are being loaded onto buses and will arrive shortly. To ensure the Group S employees could work with peace of mind, the company had established a school district nearby, encompassing everything from kindergarten to high school. There were even exclusive residential units for employees adjacent to the school district. Truly a remarkable company. Chi Tian transmitted surveillance footage of the school buses navigating through the darkness to each employee's glasses. Those with children eagerly scoured the images, desperately searching for their offspring. The buses moved smoothly along the roads, and in the evening, while Su Tong dispatched robots, she also sent out several excavators. Seizing the chaotic moment outside, Chi Tian maneuvered the excavators to push aside the wrecked vehicles, swiftly clearing a path to the school. However, some parents soon noticed something amiss. Why are the children not moving? Su Tong explained, they were too noisy, and I feared they would attract zombies. So I sedated them in advance. Heaven knows how long she had pondered this solution. Young children do not behave like adults. In the face of fear, they merely scream and run about wildly. Even a gun pointed at them might not elicit compliance. Thus, Su Tong devised a brilliant plan to sedate them. Chapter 33. Discarded in every classroom of the school, there was an assistant robot, but Su Tong had replaced them with assassination robots. Upon receiving a special command, the doors and windows of the classroom would immediately seal shut, and the assassination robots would swiftly release a sufficient dose of anesthetic, rendering the children inside unconscious. Consequently, the assassination robots only needed to eliminate the remaining writhing zombies without the risk of collateral damage, as only zombies were unaffected by the anesthetic. Each assassination robot was equipped with 100 bullets. Even if all the children in the classroom transformed into zombies, they could be exterminated collectively. After bidding farewell to her parents, Su Tong instructed Chi Tian to command the robots to swiftly transport the children while the effects of the anesthetic were still potent. The school buses sped through the darkness like rats that had stolen rice, closely pursued by a horde of zombies. Drones escorting the buses intermittently launched nets to hinder the zombies and Oppos advance. 10 minutes later, 5 school buses burst into the compound, and parents swarmed in, eager to locate their children. Alas, few families were truly reunited. Most children had lost their parents or vice versa. Parents who found their children rushed to Su Tong, expressing their gratitude. Miss, we wish to join your base. Thank you for saving our child. While Su Tong's act of saving the children had a component of winning their allegiance, her primary intention was to save as many as possible. After all, each additional survivor meant one less zombie. No need for thanks. My father always says that once you join our company, we are all family. In a family, there is no such thing as abandoning one's kin. As long as we work together, we will overcome any adversity. Her words instilled hope among them. and Chu-yi led them to register. Yet amidst the joy, despair loomed over those who had not found their children. "Where's my child? Why can't I find mine? Did you not see him? Why haven't you brought my child back?" A few parents even rushed towards Tong, pleading desperately. "Miss, I implore you, send more robots to search for my child. I will kneel before you. Are there not soldiers who can help us find our children?" Chi-Tian directed a row of robots to shield Tong from the agitated parents. "Your children have already turned into zombies. We cannot bring them back." Tong faced the distraught parents. "I understand the harshness of reality, but we have already rescued all we could. Please accept my condolences." With that, she turned to manage the unclaimed children, needing to devise a way to care for them before sending them to the Golden Phoenix base. Otherwise, their spoiled and unruly natures would only create chaos within the base. Due to the potency of the anesthetic, the children resembled lifeless bodies, easily carried away by the caretaker robots. Tong yawned, feeling utterly exhausted, yet several parents persisted in their pleas. Understanding their anguish, she instructed Chi-Tian to seize the most disruptive individual and push him outside. "If you desire to find your child so fervently, venture out yourself. The lives of others are not forfeit." The man, caught by the security robot, saw the wall approaching and quickly begged for mercy. "No, I cannot face the zombies. Help me." Tong disregarded his pleas and unceremoniously hurled him over the wall. "If you cannot even save your own family, why should others be compelled to assist you? Such noise will only attract the zombies to you. Let me reiterate, those who cause trouble will be treated as zombies." However, after casting him out, Tong regretted her decision. She would need people to lure the zombies later. What a pity. Tong's actions garnered approval from those present, as she was safeguarding everyone's lives. Noticing the time, it was almost 4 o'clock. Chu-yi suggested Tong take a brief rest. "We are counting on you. Do not wear yourself out." Tong had other matters to tend to and retreated to the president's office. "Chi-Tian, how many people remain at the outpost outside the base?" Chi-Tian retrieved the survivor list. Tong, there are approximately 500 individuals left. They have all been housed in single rooms. And aside from a few on patrol, there have been no additional casualties. The outpost had a total of over 2,000 people, leaving a mere 500. A disheartening ratio. Tong glanced at the list and noted that Hua Qi was still alive. She decided to grant them permission to return to the base after 3 in the afternoon, by which time the parents should have rested and be better prepared to handle the situation. She planned to provide her parents with the list of survivors joining the base, assuring them that those who had accompanied them previously also had family members who survived. "Okay," Chi-Tian promptly responded. Tong rubbed her face. "What about Old Qin? Is there any news?" Chi-Tian checked and replied, "Old Qin is still alive and is being transported to the Huanglong base. However, he seems on the verge of a breakdown due to the ongoing international online conference. Many countries are condemning us, accusing us of spreading the virus." Tong perked up. "Half the population is dead. How can the conference still proceed?" Chi-Tian explained, "This conference is a video link, and each country has a delegation. As long as one representative is present, the conference can continue. However, based on the current connections, only 38 countries still have representatives online, including Sakura country." Tong was taken aback. "What? Why? Do we bomb the wrong place?" Chi-Tian presented a schedule to Tong. "The Prime Minister of Sakura country has been visiting the beautiful country, conveniently avoiding the chaos. He remains unaware of the current state of Sakura country and is vociferously calling for sanctions against us. Let them impose sanctions. It's merely talk for him." Tong replied with magnanimity. As she reclined on the sofa for a moment, an explosion and gunfire suddenly erupted in the distance. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. Tong jolted awake, and Chi-Tian reminded her, Tong, it's 5 o'clock. The Kirin base has commenced rescue operations." Tong stretched her stiff neck and wiped her face before heading downstairs. Chu-yi awaited her in the lobby, his eyes devoid of light from lack of sleep. Tong handed him a bottle of energy drink. "Brother, it's time to get to work." Chu-yi rubbed his ears. "Did you just call me brother?" "Say it again. I want to hear it." Tong shook her head, denying, "No, you heard wrong. When you unleash your powers. That's when I'll call you brother." Chu-yi needed a little provocation. The mere notion of her calling him brother invigorated him. rendering the energy drink unnecessary. Internally, Chu-yi mused. After all these years, my sister has finally called me brother. Chapter 34. Carrots and human flesh upon arriving outside the building. Those unwilling to join Tong and instead seeking refuge at the national base had already gathered. True to her word, Tong produced a magnificent military transport aircraft from the United States, ensuring a swift departure for those willing. However, there were some who insisted on embarking on their own to find their loved ones. Tong refrained from offering any advice. After all, many humans do not live solely for themselves, often bound by ties to family and loved ones. Were she in their position, she would undoubtedly seek every means to reunite with her kin. Yet, as a company employee, she thoughtfully provided those leaving with an axe and a roll of tape. The tape could secure their bodies, offering some protection against a few bites. However, there were those brazen enough to request firearms, arguing that as a veteran of the company, it was not unreasonable to be granted a weapon for self-defense. To this, Tong firmly declined. Those who recklessly wished to venture outside would likely meet their demise within mere minutes. What use was a gun to the dead? Moreover, given the current circumstances, she would not entrust firearms to those she did not fully trust. The thought of someone wielding a gun against her was too disheartening. The sounds of artillery grew increasingly intense, designed to lure the zombies away, facilitating rescue efforts. However, after observing, Chi-Tian noted that the effect was minimal, with only a handful of zombies responding to the noise. Tong remarked sarcastically, just as a donkey needs a carrot to pull a millstone, these zombies will not be swayed by mere sound alone. The entire city reeks of flesh. They're not foolish enough to be lured by noise alone. It is the combination of sound and the scent of human flesh that yields a greater effect. Chu-yi drank the functional beverage Tong had provided, his complexion appearing slightly improved. Zombies consume humans. We cannot simply use them as bait. He suddenly recalled the 3 individuals in his basement. 3 carrots might not suffice, right? Chi-Tian corrected him. Actually, there are 2, as one has turned into a zombie, which I had to deal with. Jie shoot. Realizing that in the past 20 hours, he had witnessed more severed heads than in the entirety of his 20 years of watching television dramas. So, shall we go now? Tong, leading the way, replied, there's no rush. Let's eat first. Without sustenance, we will lack the strength for the day ahead. Chi-Tian, find 10 individuals who can pilot a plane and summon them for a meal. No matter the chaos outside, we must prioritize our nourishment. But this meal, Chu-yi suppressed his disgust. Sister, do we have to eat spicy tofu pudding? Tong slurped and swallowed the tofu pudding. It's early in the day. We should enjoy something warm while others are still yearning for food. Chu-yi, you can adapt. Looking at the dish of red and white, he thought, I can't. Despite his discomfort, he forced himself to take a couple of bites. Chi-Tian summoned the necessary personnel, bringing 10 individuals, including Li Wen and Zhao Hua from the flight team, while the remaining 8 comprised members of the Eagle Squad, including Captain Fangyu. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they had not rested well. Commander of the base, Tong gestured for them to sit and eat freely before turning her attention to Chu-yi, assigning him tasks. After everyone has rested this afternoon, we shall head to the factory to utilize all the materials our parents saved. Regarding food, the cafeteria has been refurbished. Entry requires a card, and there is a ration for each person. Anyone causing trouble will be dealt with. No, they will be confined and subsequently used as carrots. Fangyu, in the midst of consuming a carrot beef dish, suddenly spat out the carrot in horror. Wait, we are already eating human flesh. Chu-yi quickly reassured them. Fear not, we do not consume humans. Carrot is merely a euphemism. Enjoy your meal. Yet, no one dared to take a second bite of the carrot beef. Unperturbed, Tong continued, the children we rescued earlier will likely awaken around 8 o'clock. I need 2 individuals to care for them. Those who insist on venturing outside need not be concerned. Let the other children witness the consequences of such actions, and they will learn to heed warnings. Chu-yi nodded, but what if we encounter zombies? Tong finished her tofu pudding, stating, people must learn to bear the consequences of their actions. Zombies will not coddle misbehaving children, nor will I. Remember this. Respect the destinies of others while safeguarding your own territory. Chu-yi took out a small notebook to jot down the instructions. Is there anything else? Tong pondered briefly, not at the moment. After a pause, she added, if a particularly powerful zombie appears, hide immediately and notify me to return. Although rare, there are zombies that awaken their abilities on the first day. With nearly 10 million people in Haicheng, the probability of encountering an ability-wielding zombie is significant. Once everyone was satiated, Tong led them to the rooftop, retrieving the aircraft. Be cautious, Chu, he urged. Li Wen piloted the plane, heading towards Tong's residence. As the aircraft soared, the once thriving Haicheng appeared as a hell's cape overnight, with vehicles colliding, residential buildings ablaze, and zombies wandering aimlessly. Numerous rescue helicopters hovered above. Yet the overwhelming number of zombies rendered any rescue operation impossible. Tong distributed firearms and ammunition, instructing Li Wen and Zhao Hua, who had been with her for some time, to remain on her team, while the others partnered up as they saw fit. The plane descended into the courtyard of Tong's home, situated in a luxurious villa area with fewer inhabitants and correspondingly fewer zombies. She left 5 individuals on guard outside and hurried to the basement, dragging out the now considerably plumper Su Xinyu and Fu Hanqi. Their mouths were bound with cloth, and Zhao Hua, mistaking them for victims needing rescue, was halted by Tong. These 2 are carrots. Do not touch them. Zhao Hua quickly withdrew his hand, questioning, whose good people are hidden in the basement? Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Tong followed Qi Tian's instructions to locate the survivors within the villa. Among the several servants, only 2 remained, Zhao Wan and Lu Bo. Miss, you have returned, they exclaimed. Miss, the butler. Poor Mary had met her in the moment she transformed into a zombie, her head twisted off by the household robots controlled by Qi Tian. Tong collected the bodies from her home, intending to take them back for cremation. Do not fear, I have come to save you. Wait for me there. The sound of the helicopter landing attracted nearby zombies, but the villa's walls prevented them from breaching the property. Tong swiftly gathered all the items from her home, even ensuring not to overlook the half-tube of toothpaste in the bathroom. Without the experience of managing a household, one would not realize the true value of essentials. In the future, such items would become scarce. In less than 10 minutes, Tong's villa resembled a newly constructed residence. The individuals accompanying her were astonished, noting that even an invading army would not have left it so immaculate. Initially, Zhao Wan and Lu Bo were taken aback, but as they grasped the situation, their expressions shifted from shock to envy, realizing that this was likely a manifestation of supernatural abilities. Chapter 35. Money is worthless. Tong surveyed her surroundings and, finding nothing of value to take, prepared to leave when Zhao Wan suddenly interjected, Miss, there's a new cold storage in the garden. Cold storage? Tong, who had been tirelessly occupied day and night, was quite unfamiliar with the items in her home. Upon receiving a confirming response from Qi Tian, she glanced out the window. In the vast expanse of her garden, behind where the osmanthus trees were planted, there indeed appeared a small house transformed from a shipping container, albeit obscured by the foliage. Opting for expedience, Tong had the container removed. She then began extracting equipment for her plans ahead. Lu Xin, he went Tao. Take Zhao Wan and Lu Bo back to the park. Next, she produced a syringe, expertly extracting a substance from a vial, and injected it into the carotid arteries of Fu Hanqi and Su Xinyu. Fang Yu glanced at the medication box. Anticoagulants. Anticoagulants prevent blood from clotting, meaning a stab wound would continue to bleed without forming a scab. After administering the injection, Tong removed the cloth bindings from their mouths, allowing them to scream and attract the zombies. Su Xinyu, horrified, stared at the discarded syringe. What did you inject me with? What are you planning? Where's my brother? I want to see my brother. Fu Hanqi, noticing the firearms on Fang Yu and the others, mistakenly believed they were there to rescue him. Are you soldiers? Help! Tong is holding us captive. Their family is breaking the law. Tong could scarcely fathom the lack of intelligence these 2 displayed from their previous lives. With armed individuals standing behind her, how could they possibly think they were there to assist? Nevertheless, she relished the opportunity to instill further fear. Annie, you intend to harm my mother and my family. How can you still face my father? He is currently very happy with my mother and has no need for your concern. Su Xinyu twisted her body, revealing even more skin, as she and Fu Huanqi had been scantily clad on the care beds. I was wrong, Tong, we are family. I promise I won't harm your mother again. Su Tong kicked Su's sinew away, dismissing the notion that apologies could hold any weight when revenge was still on the table. Fu Huanqi finally realized the horror. His father had transformed into a monster overnight and was subsequently decapitated by a nearby housekeeping robot. Listening to the announcements outside, he had thought they would survive, but it became clear they were meant to deal with the zombies. Fu Huanqi, bowing and pleading, exclaimed, I have money. I will give you all our overseas assets, including those we have annexed. Please, I don't want to die. Su Tong signaled for them to bind the rope to the helicopter's landing gear, exclaiming, at this point, money holds no value. Once prepared, she instructed Qi Tian to chart the optimal flight path to attract the most zombies. Qi Tian promptly shared the map with those present, indicating the most densely populated areas of Haicheng according to satellite data. After luring a sufficient number of zombies, they would eliminate them in an open space outside the city. Su Tong examined the designated area, a flat expanse devoid of obstructions, ideal for dropping bombs. Send our plan to the Qilin base's rescue team and coordinate with them. Sun Jun, Zhang Miao, Su Chong, Yang Yu. You two teams take those 2 carrots and do your utmost to attract the zombies. Fang Yu, Zheng Jing. Follow behind them and open fire once we reach a populous area. Aim for their limbs. Do not kill them outright, as zombies prefer fresh flesh. The group felt a shiver run down their spines but stood at attention, pledging to complete the mission. Su Tong watched as they swiftly secured the ropes and started the helicopter, reminding them, do not fly too close to tall buildings. If a zombie grabs the rope, do not hesitate, cut it immediately. Fang Yu, if they cannot sever the ropes in time, you are responsible for shooting them down. Since old Qin sent you to me, I trust you are the finest warriors. You must survive to return for dinner. As the 3 helicopters ascended, Zheng Jing quietly complained to Fang Yu. How does this girl manage to balance such ruthless killing with a genuine concern for her people? When she mentioned returning for dinner, I nearly shed a tear. Fang Yu fixated on the 2 helicopters ahead, where the 2 dangling individuals writhed like worms, terrified and screaming. Although they had yet to bleed, the humans and Oppos, cries drew nearby zombies toward them. This was a matter of prioritizing the greater good. Hence, she was the base leader, and they were mere soldiers. Focus on piloting your helicopter. As long as we perform well, the base leader will undoubtedly reward us. Zheng Jing piloted his aircraft closely behind his teammates, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Whatever the squad leader said went, but perhaps it was time to drop a bomb. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of zombies below. Fang Yu checked the map sent by Qi Tian and remained still. Just a bit further ahead lay a residential area populated with survivors. Dropping a bomb would shatter the glass and expose those hiding inside. Zheng Jing then realized how astutely the squad leader had planned ahead. The first 2 helicopters flew with trepidation. Flying too high might not attract the ground zombies, while flying too low risked being snatched by them. Help! The 2 individuals suspended from the rope were so frightened by the sights below that they lost control of their bodily functions, their screams reaching a pitch. Fu Huanqi, being the more timid, shouted out twice before fainting, his legs twitching like a beanworm. Su Tong disregarded their plight and directed the helicopter to the destination. Preparing the weapons. Mines were meticulously arranged like pieces on a chessboard, placed at the most lethal positions. Rocket launchers were positioned on a nearby hill, ready for synchronized barrage. Drones were loaded with explosives. Though Su Tong had witnessed hordes of millions of zombies, the sight of Fang Yu's 3 helicopters drawing such a massive crowd still made her heart race. It was akin to baiting a tiger with mosquito flesh. The zombies surged in layers, all yearning for the fresh blood and flesh not far away. Those who tasted the dripping blood grew even more invigorated, trampling over their kin to ascend. When they reached the highest point without any support, they would tumble down like waves, only to be followed by yet another surge. Qi Tian opened fire only when those zombies reached the center. In midair, Fang Yu and the others had already exhausted their grenades. The palm-sized explosives, once dropped among the horde, erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. Yet, This did nothing to impede the zombies' relentless pursuit of blood. Some are left with only half a face, their eyeballs obliterated, yet they continued to move with alarming speed. Chapter 36. Fire Su Tong gazed intently at the horde of zombies, apprehensive of the potential emergence of an evolved undead. The proportion of zombies possessing special abilities exceeded that of survivors, with more than half exhibiting such powers. Fortunately, as long as they were below level 5, conventional firearms could typically deliver a fatal blow. However, those above level 5 rendered firearms ineffective. Thankfully, the group could evade or withstand the assault through physical enhancements. This urgency spurred Su Tong to initiate the extermination of the zombies. Delaying would only empower them further, complicating future confrontations. Roar! Ah! The zombies shrieked as they advanced, while the aircraft stationed at the Chelan base hesitated, trembling in fear. The base commander ordered, "We must coordinate our efforts in battle. We cannot retreat in the face of this formidable enemy." Boom! The zombies triggered landmines, sending flesh and blood flying like bubbles in a hot pot with a resounding pop. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, Su Tong had deployed anti-tank mines, which detonated only when a sufficient mass, over 100 kilograms, accumulated. These mines possessed immense power, creating substantial craters that could accommodate even more zombies. Boom! 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 As the zombie horde swelled, Chi Tian directed the helicopters from the Chelan base to retreat swiftly, preparing for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Fang Yu and his team had already hoisted Su Xinyu and Fu Hanxi to their designated location, ascending into the sky. Listening to Fang Yu's voice through her headset, requesting instructions, Su Tong promptly commanded, "Excellent, ascend now." The zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, soon formed a towering mound. Despite the presence of mines and rocket fire, the height of the zombie mountain continued to rise. Li Wen maneuvered the aircraft behind a nearby building, and at Su Tong's command, Chi Tian shouted, "Fire!" A missile launched from the nearest military base and swiftly arrived at the scene. Boom! A torrential rain of blood and various meat fragments fell from the sky, the foul stench permeating the air. Zhao Hua covered his nose, fearing he would regurgitate his breakfast. "Commander, with such a putrid odor, can the zombies even distinguish between human flesh and that of their own kind?" Unfazed, Su Tong remarked, "What is this? It's not much different from when I went months without a shower. Do not compare your sense of smell to that of the undead, even in a cesspool. A single wound would ensure the zombies locate you without fail." Once the smoke from the missile cleared, the ground revealed nothing but severed limbs and heads, a testament to the sheer thickness of the zombie pile. Su Tong contacted Fang Yu, inquiring, "Is there any blood left from those two? Can we attract another wave?" Fang Yu, peering through binoculars, assessed, based on the flow rate, it should be completely drained in about 10 minutes. Their training had imbued them with a solid understanding of human anatomy. Su Tong calculated, truly ineffective. However, a brief detour to Haiqing University should suffice. Immediately, Fang Yu's 3 aircraft altered their course and took flight. The 2 individuals suspended beneath the aircraft had long succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss and shock. Yet their blood continued to flow. Chi Tian utilized satellite footage to tally the zombies currently roaming outside Haiqing. The zombies they had previously lured numbered scarcely 1/10 of the total in the city. Su Tong scratched her head, wishing for more living beings to appear. Ideally, though, she found unsightly. In less than 10 minutes, another wave of zombies surged forth. They severed the ropes and dropped the 2 individuals, allowing the zombies below to feast on fresh flesh before continuing their path. Enticed by the fresh meat, the zombies swarmed like maggots in a latrine. Su Tong observed with satisfaction. The cries of the unfortunate duo were silenced before they could utter a sound. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Tian deployed a swarm of drones, airdropping numerous bombs. The dense explosions wafted the aroma of barbecued meat from a distance, a foul yet enticing scent. Su Tong was in no hurry to depart. The accumulation of zombie corpses resembled a vast petri dish, likely to yield unforeseen mutations. She retrieved an entire production chain from her storage. At this stage, most zombies possessed crystal nuclei within their brains. Although she had yet to encounter 2nd or 3rd level nuclei, the primary ones remained useful. If nothing else, they could serve as sustenance. A spider-like robot extended a tentacle, precisely inserting it into the forehead of a zombie. After a brief agitation, it extracted a peanut-sized orb, the crystal nucleus. Most zombies have been obliterated by the recent bombardment, leaving little more than ashes. However, crystal nuclei were remarkably resilient, impervious to explosive force. The nucleus-collecting robots diligently scoured the ground, gathering any scattered crystals into their backpacks. Once filled, they would signal for larger transport vehicles to arrive and empty their loads. The remnants of the harvested corpses would be collected by cleaning robots, loaded into trucks, and dispatched to the crematoriums on the outskirts of Haicheng, where multiple incinerators had been pre-constructed for rapid disposal. This meticulous process ensured that no crystal nucleus would be wasted. Having completed these tasks, Tong led her team away from the site without a backward glance. Zombies showed no interest in machinery. Even the sounds and movements would not attract them without the scent of humans, just as they had previously intended to lure zombies with the noise of artillery. The distance from the city center further minimized the likelihood of encountering more undead. The vehicles operated on autopilot, and Tian had already cleared the roadblocks in the suburbs. Tong merely awaited the moment to retrieve the crystal nuclei. At this juncture, she could not help but exclaim, "Machinery is humanity's greatest invention." Tian, somewhat reluctant, countered, "Shouldn't that credit belong to me? I control them. I am a soul." With a smile, Tong replied, "Indeed you are." Chapter 37. University students are easily deceived. The atmosphere here is light. Yet on the other side, it is fraught with tension. Everyone envisions a scenario where the survivors dash to the rooftop and a helicopter swoops in to rescue them in one fell swoop. However, the grim reality is that no one dares to venture outside, for doing so would mean confronting the wandering zombies. The distance from their hiding place to the rooftop could very well be a matter of life and death. Moreover, the number of rescuers is scant. Major bases have enforced stringent precautions, having securely locked individuals away in distant shelters. In the morning, survivors could emerge from their shelters and return directly to the vacant base. Yet, with so few survivors, it has become exceedingly difficult to mobilize dozens of helicopters while maintaining the operation of the base. The nearest military district, although fortified, was caught off guard, and the sheer number of people wishing to occupy small rooms like those in the shelters renders it impossible. Fortunately, they are armed and vigilantly keeping watch over one another. Additionally, the military has deployed mechanized units, mirroring Tong's earlier treatment of those within the park. Each zombie encountered is swiftly eliminated. Zombie 1, Zombie -1. The helicopters on that side are insufficient, necessitating military trucks to transport people and weapons. Currently, they are engaged in combat with the zombies on the road, likely not arriving until the afternoon. Thus, the rescue helicopters hovering above can only fire a few shots from a distance, unable to search each dwelling individually. The rescue personnel at Chilean base, in their broadcasts, are urging the survivors to come out. "We can only save you if you emerge." The rescuers are in a state of anxious urgency. The zombies that Tong had previously lured away could return due to the sounds and scents emanating from this location. Wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Tong devised a clever ruse. University students are easily deceived. Tell them that for every zombie they kill, they earn 10 credits. And accumulating 10 will allow them to skip straight to graduate school. The same applies to high school students. Those who successfully reach the rooftop will be granted a spot in college post-rescue. Su Jun, the leader of the Chilean base, hesitated upon hearing this. In such chaos, would they even believe it? With humanity's survival at stake, who still cares about education? Tong, exuding confidence, replied, "Others might not believe it, but those students certainly will." Su Jun pondered that given Tong's age, she must also be a university student. Students are likely to understand their peers best. It was worth a try. He immediately instructed the rescue team to revise their slogans. Within half an hour, individuals began appearing on the school rooftop. Rather than saying these students were easily deceived, it was more accurate to say they possessed a profound trust in their nation. Tong then relayed this effective strategy to the leaders of other bases. emphasizing the importance of sharing good methods. Furthermore, if survivors merely hide and await rescue, even the eradication of zombies would not suffice for their salvation. There simply aren't enough troops available for such a task. To survive, one must actively seek their own path to safety and fight their way out. Zombies are merely the most manageable adversaries she has encountered in the past 5 years. As Tong surveyed the scene from the aircraft, she resolved to descend and provide cover for the rescue helicopters. She has become the proverbial target of the zombies, whose senses can detect the enticing aroma of her advanced abilities from hundreds of meters away. Indeed, the higher the level of an ability user, the greater their allure to the undead. "Can you drive a tank?" Zhao Hua asked, his expression conveying disbelief in her abilities. As elite special forces, they are proficient in all forms of machinery. "Of course we can." Noticing the lack of zombies on the university playground below, Tong declared, "Let us drive the tank over." Li Wen swiftly descended before the sound of the plane attracted the zombies, and as soon as Tong disembarked, she produced 3 tanks. She and Li Wen shared one. Zhao Hua paired with Fang Yu and Sun Jun, while Zhang Miao teamed up with Su Chong and Yang Yu. And Zheng Jing took another. Like a commanding officer on an inspection, Tong leaned out over the tank. Li Wen, concerned for her safety, insisted on securing her with a safety rope, fearing that a sudden stop could send her flying. Wouldn't that just deliver her to the zombies? Though reluctant, Tong acknowledged the wisdom in the adage. Fastening a seatbelt is an act of care for oneself and others. As Fang Yu approached the tank, he remarked, "Base leader, our weapons are running low. Could we have some more?" Tong tossed him 2 large crates of ammunition. The operational plan was straightforward. They would perform a steamroller tactic. "These bullets are for your protection. When encountering zombies outside the tank, simply run them over without firing." A tank weighs approximately 50 tons, a weight that would not be harmful unless faced with a level 5 strength zombie. Of course, should a level 3 fire-type zombie appear, they would indeed face a disadvantage. However, with no level 2 zombies in sight, they could essentially move unhindered. Chi Tian mapped out the route, and the 3 tanks began to traverse the campus in an orderly manner. At each building, Tong deployed dozens of melee sawtooth robots to clear the premises of zombies lurking in stairwells, hallways, and open rooms. Li Wen questioned, "Base leader, wouldn't it be faster to use guns?" The melee robots are cumbersome and lack the agility of the ranged combat robots. They had observed the ranged combat robots of the factory, which moved with human-like dexterity and swift responses. In contrast, the melee robots were designed to withstand being tackled by zombies, resembling small tanks in their bulk. Even if a zombie were to leap at them, the robot would not be easily toppled. Tong patiently explained, "Guns may be agile, but the survivors inside may not survive the gunfire. The calibers are large, and a single volley could breach a load-bearing wall. If there are survivors behind that wall, barely clinging to life, and they're struck down by stray bullets, wouldn't that be a tragic injustice?" Li Wen, Zhao Hua, and Fang Yu, who were all tuned into the same frequency, expressed their admiration for the base leader's experience. In truth, many zombies within the buildings were in a dormant state, as the air held faint scents of flesh and blood. But if bullets penetrated the walls, the scent of humans would seep out, and once it reached a certain threshold, the zombies would become agitated. One excited zombie could incite a frenzy among the surrounding undead, spelling doom for any survivors within. With a loud growl, numerous zombies, drawn by Tong's enticing aroma, flocked toward her as if chasing after a fragrant butterfly. Tong maintained her composure, while Fang Yu and the other 2 tanks trailed her like clockwork, circling around her tank. The approaching zombies were flattened beneath the treads, and any swift-moving stragglers were promptly dispatched by the guardian robot stationed around the tank. Messages were sent to the survivors within the buildings, advising them to remain still and avoid wandering about lest they be mistaken for zombies and suffer dire consequences. Chapter 38. In Your Mind in the Realm of Tong. An abundance of robots was released into the world. Once she had dispatched them all, she paused in an intersection, awaiting the approach of the zombies. Fang Yu, feeling the sweat trickle from his palms, marveled at the girl's utter lack of fear. In the presence of such a multitude of zombies, she nonchalantly sat there, consuming a banana. After finishing her snack, she discarded the peel, anticipating the inevitable slip of an approaching zombie. With a resounding roar, the zombies, drawn by the scent, surged forward, only to be met with a sudden and gruesome fate. In mere moments, a horde of zombies was reduced to dismembered remnants. Beneath the sun's gaze, thin strands of ultrasonic metal wire unveiled a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed between the two buildings at the intersection. How audacious it was for her to sit there, indulging in a treat without any preparation. Utilizing the latest technology from Huagua, the ultrasonic metal wire vibrated at an astounding million times per second, rendering it exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through metal with ease. Not even the frantic pace of the zombies could withstand its lethality. Human beings walking normally would perceive no resistance before meeting a similar fate. To prevent the accumulation of zombie remains, containers were prepared, and a cleaning vehicle swiftly cleared the area, paving the way for more zombies to meet their demise. Reluctant to store such repugnant corpses in her space, Tong felt exasperated, yet failure to do so would lead to an insurmountable pile. Fortunately, her space was static and the containers were sealed, sparing her cherished food from contamination. Half an hour later, Tian warned, Tong, the power is running low. The ultrasonic wire required substantial energy to function, and the large battery could only sustain it for half an hour. By now, the zombies attracted to the site had nearly been eradicated, and Tong approached to retract the equipment into her space. At the moment she raised her hand, an unsettling tension gripped her back. Suddenly, an ominous, dark arm emerged from the nearby wall, its blood-soaked claws poised to grasp Tong's arm. Before Fang Yu and the others could react, Tong deftly wielded her Tang knife, severing the zombie's claw, which embedded itself into the wall, disappearing 3 inches deep. The freshly revealed arm of the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground as Tong's precision struck the exposed zombie head, leaving it in pieces. With a swift motion, she extracted the crystal core from the zombie's head and stored it in her space. A second-level Earth-type zombie, having barely completed its first day, had already advanced to this level. How many brains had it consumed that night? Alas, it had met its demise at the hands of Tong, extinguishing the potential of a promising zombie leader in its infancy. Zombies and supernatural beings with superior qualities upgraded rapidly. The higher the level of the zombie, the greater its ability to incite a horde, launching assaults against the base. Base leader, Zhao Hua and the others gasped in astonishment, as Tong concluded the skirmish with remarkable speed and reflexes, earning their admiration. Seizing the moment, Tong imparted a lesson. Did you see that? Never let your guard down. Zombies can emerge from the most unexpected places. Tian's voice crackled through her earpiece. Tong, that was truly perilous. Once back in the tank, Tong settled in, fatigued from the exertion, ready to return home for a meal. Even the production team's donkey required a midday rest. Having not slept the previous night and toiling through the morning, she felt drained. However, by the time they reached the outskirts of the park, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. As they traversed the road, the zombies trailed behind the 3 tanks like shadows. Tong instructed everyone to seal the observation ports of the tanks and follow Tian's navigation directly. As for the zombies outside, they would be crushed. With the weight of dozens of tons, the sensation of running over a human body was imperceptible to those within the tank. In particularly dense zombie areas, they rolled over from all 4 directions, inching forward step by step, occasionally glancing back, which delayed their progress. Outside the park, the mechanical army had nearly cleared the zombies roaming within a 3-kilometer radius. The buildings in the vicinity had also been swept, and the removal of zombie bodies was underway. The corpses of zombies stripped of their crystal cores decayed rapidly. To prevent the spread of disease, they needed to be disposed of swiftly. Moreover, the accumulation of these bodies not only posed a viral threat, but could also spawn bizarre zombie mutations. In her previous life, Tong had witnessed new types of zombies formed from various dismembered pieces, impervious to any attacks, as they devoured a small camp survivors. The deceased had not been entirely consumed, but had become part of the mutant zombie. With each movement, the fragments of corpses on it swayed, as if hell itself beckoned, sending chills down Su Tong's spine. Chi Tian, is the incinerator sufficient? Chi Tian retrieved data from the crematorium, revealing it was inadequate. Just the zombies they had dispatched that day would require a month to burn. Zhao Hua, perplexed, questioned the rationale behind incinerating bodies at such a time, deeming it a waste of resources. The trucks transporting the bodies were merely mud haulers delivering building materials. Base leader, can't we just bury them? He suggested. The zombies outside that were obliterated by missiles have turned to mush. Surely, burying them is feasible? Su Tong retorted. Where would we bury so many? Where would we find such a large pit? In the same channel, Sun Jun's imagination ran wild. Base leader, we could dump them in the sea. Just think of the vastness of the ocean floor. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that his idea was viable. The ocean depths have trenches, and those deep trenches would serve perfectly as pits. Chi Tian calculated earnestly. Given the current number of zombies on Earth, this is not about dumping them in the sea. This is akin to land reclamation, and the trenches could be leveled. Fan Yu, seated in the same tank, kicked Sun Jun. I think your brain has a trench. Why not dump it in your own head? This is incineration we're discussing. It's for preventing secondary pollution and the spread of pathogens. Sun Jun, rubbing his kicked backside, protested, Commander, I was just saying. Su Tong perused the map, determined not to let the body parts accumulate for a month. The corpses would only multiply. I see there's a waste incineration plant. Let us utilize that as well. Then we can dig some deep pits for open-air burning. These actions were all remotely controlled by Chi Tian. All right, Xiao Tong Tong, he affirmed. With Chi Tian's support, Su Tong had no lingering worries. Chapter 39. More medicine upon entering the compound. Chu Yi was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Su Tong emerge from the tank, a semblance of relief washed over his face. Su Tong neatly stored the tank away, taking in the orderly scene of the compound. Chu Yi, you've done well. I was beginning to think we wouldn't be able to work today. Chu Yi, striding ahead like a proud peacock, boasted while I was raised by old Su. After all, managing staff is a piece of cake. However, he lamented the lack of manpower, with only 2 production lines operational. The compound boasted a total of 12 production lines, capable of producing hundreds of robots each day if fully operational. Currently, however, only a handful were being manufactured. Su Tong instructed a few colleagues trailing behind to head to the staff canteen for a meal and rest, before proceeding with Chu Yi to the president's office in the administrative building. In just a few days, all production lines will be up and running. Let's not forget, when faced with significant challenges, we, the people of Huagua, always unite as one. Once we conquer our inner fears, those knowledgeable in technology will step forward willingly. It's a pity that in our previous lives, we never even had the opportunity to do so. Chu Yi rubbed his stomach and said, You're right. Let us eat lunch first. Since Su Tong had left, he had been worried. With the tension outside, he feared that distraction during communication could be disastrous. He had discreetly inquired with Chi Tian and learned that Su Tong had not eaten lunch, so he had been waiting. Su Tong settled onto the sofa, retrieving food: chicken casserole, fried pork chops, scrambled eggs with shrimp, cold tossed vegetables, and milk tea. From now on, let us eat on time and not wait idly. What if an attack occurs? Do we expect to fight on an empty stomach? Chu Yi picked up his bowl and took a few bites. Understood. You should eat quickly too. Su Tong was leisurely enjoying her meal. Having snacked earlier, she was not particularly hungry. Chi Tian, how are my parents faring? Chi Tian replied. Mom and Dad have arrived at the base, had lunch, and are currently organizing details. They left a message saying not to worry. However, Hua Chi has been trying to contact you, waiting for a moment to speak with you when you're free. Su Tong immediately surmised Hua Chi's intentions. She did not wish to remain at the base, but instead wanted to join the fight against the zombies. Let us connect now. Chi Tian hesitated before asking, Do you want to finish your meal first? Su Tong had barely made a dent in her bowl. Chu Yi offered her a piece of pork chop. Eat first. If Mom sees, she'll scold me for not taking care of you. Su Tong thought to herself, Who has taken care of whom now? Half an hour later, the table was cleared, and Su Tong looked puzzled. After eating so much, Chu Yi, can you still not use your abilities? Chu Yi nodded helplessly. After you left, I tried hard with the dagger, even went to the bathroom twice, but not a hint of ability manifested. Tong was astonished. Where did you exert yourself? I'm not rushing you, just curious. Perhaps it's exhaustion from staying up late. Since I'm here handling matters, why don't you take a nap in the partition? The president's office had a partition equipped with home essentials for convenience. He had been yawning incessantly. Now that he was full, fatigue washed over him. All right, I'll take a nap. Tong took out a cup of milk, discreetly adding a calming medication. Given the abruptness of recent events, sleep was likely to be restless. Drink this milk first. He took the cup and drank it down, then collapsed into the partition, snoring within 3 seconds. Tian observed all of Tong's actions through surveillance, marveling at how smooth it all was. Little Tong, what kind of medication did you give him? The effect is quite strong. Tong retrieved the medication package, noticing a small line of text. 25 grams per dose. Net weight of this package, 100 grams. Oh no, I've given too much. Wait, who designed this packaging? It's supposed to be a single dose per package? Why is it divided into 4 servings? Tian, will there be any issues with giving too much medication? Tian quickly researched the information, reviewing it thoroughly before responding. No worries, it's traditional Chinese medicine, with minimal side effects. He might just sleep until noon tomorrow. Tong sighed with relief, grateful she wouldn't have to induce vomiting for Yi. She helped close the partition door before contacting Hua Qi seemed to have been waiting for Tong. The moment the video call connected, she was on the line. Base leader. Tong raised her hand, interrupting Hua Qi, and began crafting a convincing narrative. I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. The situation at the base is equally important. Your value solely in battling zombies. Hua Qi, clearly raised in a socialist environment, was not swayed by capitalist rhetoric. Base leader. Things here at the base are stable, and I've discovered my abilities wood-based. A single wooden spike can pierce a zombie's skull. Individuals like me should be on the front lines. As many still had internet access, numerous individuals were uploading videos of their battles with zombies, some even live streaming. Hua Qi believed that, as a soldier, she should not hide away. Though Tong had not spent much time with Hua Qi, she recognized her nature well enough. Hua Qi was earnest and an exceptionally capable soldier, prioritizing humanity and exhibiting a kind heart. Even with newfound abilities, she would not commit wrongful acts. Thus, Tong felt at ease. To ensure Hua Qi remained at the base, Tong resolved to employ a moral strategy. What if there were other ill-intentioned individuals with abilities at the base? With so many critical resources at the Golden Phoenix base, especially the laboratory for developing antidotes, if it fell into the wrong hands, everything would be ruined. Aside from my parents, I trust you, Sister Hua Qi. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me upset, would you? You were sent by Elder Qin, dispatched by the state to assist me. At this moment, I have no one else to rely on. Once I finish my tasks here and find someone trustworthy, I promise to have you come over. Would that be all right? As she spoke, she put on a pitiful expression. Even if the person on the other side had a heart of stone, seeing Tong like this would surely soften them. Indeed, Hua Qi relented. All right, base leader. Before you return, I will ensure the base remains secure without a single issue. Tong seized the opportunity and promptly ended the video call, fearing that any delay might reveal her triumphant expression. As expected, girls were more susceptible to the charms of other girls. Stepping out of the president's office, Tong checked the time. Personnel from a nearby military district would soon arrive. She had made an agreement with Elder Qin that if the military came to her location, they would heed her instructions. Chapter 40. Man is iron. Rice is steel after all. She has a substantial enterprise here. If not meticulously planned, it could attract all the zombies in the city. This is untenable. Given the population of Haicheng, if all the zombies converge here, the park would surely be compromised. Initially, Elder Qin harbored some reservations, particularly since Tong was merely in her early 20s and had yet to graduate from university. Although her previous actions had demonstrated remarkable foresight and decisiveness, the military is not a trivial matter. Soldiers possess valor. It is unthinkable for them to heed the commands of a young girl. However, upon viewing the panoramic footage of Tong leading a team to eliminate zombies earlier that morning, he was immediately convinced. Tong was indeed capable. She could command respect and allegiance. The military contingent arriving in Haicheng comprised over 800 personnel, their lengthy convoy traversing the road. Tong scrutinized the scene, her brow furrowed. In winter, darkness descends swiftly, and the last rays of the sunset threaten to vanish. Within the convoy, a calm-faced girl suddenly appeared on everyone's virtual screens. "Hello, I am Tong. From now on, no one is allowed to fire their weapons. Please ensure your windows are closed and curtains drawn. Follow the designated navigation quietly to the park. No one is permitted to disembark midway. Any deviation will result in my surplus missiles sending you to the new world." As the screen went dark, a pre-planned route materialized on each driver's display. Team leader Wu Su frowned. While obeying orders was a soldier's duty, he was truly perplexed as to why they were expected to follow the directives of a mere girl. Nonetheless, he resolved to comply for the time being. The soldier in the passenger seat attempted to voice a concern. But what about the survivors? Yes, their slow progress was attributed to simultaneously combating zombies while searching for survivors. Unfortunately, after traversing such a long distance, they had encountered only a handful of individuals. Wu Su rolled up the window, rubbing his eyes, which were reddened from tension. The night was fast approaching, and they ought to cease firing. The city was teeming with zombies, and being surrounded would pose a grave danger. The convoy advanced methodically. Upon entering Haicheng, they were relieved to find the eerie silence devoid of any zombie howls. Curiosity got the better of one soldier, who stealthily lifted the curtain, revealing a gruesome sight: severed limbs and dismembered corpses stacked neatly along the roadside, blood oozing from the piles. The nauseating stench of decay wafted through the vehicle's vents, causing those with weaker stomachs to cover their mouths, fearing they might retch. They had encountered corpses before, yet none so grotesquely mangled, as if arranged deliberately. This arrangement was indeed orchestrated by Tong. Even though the zombies near this road had been cleared by robots, safeguarding over 800 people was paramount. The scent of human flesh was unmistakably potent. If zombies from farther afield caught wind of it and converged on the city streets, they would be cornered like dumplings. Hence, she instructed Tian to control the robots to dismember the zombies, masking the overwhelming stench of decay with the scent of humans. As long as no one bore fresh wounds, they should be able to pass through undetected. Fortunately, no injuries had occurred, and after half an hour, the convoy successfully arrived at the outskirts of the park. Tong let out a silent sigh of relief. Tian opened the gate. As the gate swung open, military trucks entered in an orderly fashion. Some trucks bore grim evidence of their journey, with remnants of corpses clinging to their wheels, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Fang Yu and Li Wen stood behind Tong, quietly observing the disembarking personnel. Team leader Wu Su stepped forward and saluted. "Base Commander, I am Wu Su. The team leader, here to follow your orders." Tong remained still, while Fang Yu and Li Wen returned the salute. "You've worked hard coming here. Please proceed to register over there. I will provide you with temporary identities for the Jinwang base. Here, it is quite similar to your unit, with one requirement: obey orders and follow commands. Naturally, the orders are mine, and so is the command. I will not send you into peril without cause. And I hope you familiarize yourselves with the regulations of Jinwang base to avoid causing trouble for yourselves and your comrades." All right, the introductory speech is concluded. Fang Yu, Li Wen, once they finish registering, take them to dine. Should they have any questions, assist them in clarifying. Fang Yu and Li Wen promptly replied, "Understood, Base Commander." Wu Su was perplexed. Shouldn't they be hurrying to rescue survivors? Why was our focus on dining first? "Base Commander." He attempted to stop Tong, but Fang Yu restrained him. "Old Wu, it's been a while. Let us register first. The base commander is quite busy. If you have any inquiries, direct them to me. I'm well informed." Having accompanied Tong for much of the day, Fang Yu was aware of the plans, and Wu Su's men were quick to heed his words. "What you say is true. Man is iron, and rice is steel. How can we work if we are not well fed?" Wu Su mused. "However, our mission does indeed pertain to this location. The government has long been aware of the zombie situation and dispatched us to assist the base commander. Don't be deceived by her youth. Her foresight far surpasses ours. The entire operation is impeccably structured. Accompanying her today has broadened my horizons. Wu Su found Fong Yu's assertions hard to believe. Yet when he opened the Jinwang base app that inexplicably appeared on his virtual screen, skepticism began to fade. In the cafeteria, each individual was presented with a meal box, featuring a balanced assortment of vegetables, meat, rice, and soup, all steaming hot. Delicious food could soothe frayed nerves, and the calming herbs within would ease their taut spirits. Indeed, Tong had once again administered a tranquilizer. Human resilience is feeble. Constant tension could lead to madness. Since the park didn't require human patrols, it was best for everyone to enjoy a restful sleep and rejuvenate their spirits. Rest assured, this time the dosage was carefully monitored to avoid excess. Having dined later than usual, Tong was not particularly hungry, opting only for a box of ice cream to savor. Midway through her treat, Chi Tian interjected, "Xiao Tong Tong. The crystal cores have arrived." Chapter 41. The crystal cores arrive. Tong licked the spoon, stowed away the ice cream, and dashed up to the rooftop terrace. To her delight, she spotted a dozen drones approaching, each carrying a sizable box beneath it. The drones gently deposited their cargo and then autonomously flew off to recharge at the base station, quite obediently, indeed. Upon opening the box, Tong was thrilled to find it brimming with crystal cores. Remarkably, some are even of the second tier. During the chaotic onslaught of zombies, she had not even noticed their presence. However, the missile that struck had obliterated not just the second-tier zombies, but even those of the third tier. She carefully stored the crystal cores and returned to her office, retrieving a large laundry tub to begin cleansing them. The cores were covered in a sticky, red residue, making the absorption process rather unpleasant. Absorbing crystal cores was straightforward. One simply placed the core in the palm and used their abilities to establish a connection. When the powers resonated with the core, absorption commenced. Absorbing cores of the same type yielded greater energy. For instance, a second-tier Earth core absorbed by an Earth manipulator could yield a full 100 units, whereas a water manipulator might only extract 60. But since Tong wielded rare abilities related to space and lightning, relying solely on cores of the same category would yield limited results. Thus, she opted for a mixed approach, believing in quantity over quality. Once the cores were thoroughly cleaned, she placed them in a fresh box and prepared several more for Chi Tian to control the drones and send them to her father. As for the remainder, she found a large inflatable pool and transferred all the leftover cores into it. Then she settled in, immersing her hands among the cores. "Chi Tian, I'm going to rest now. I'll rely on you tonight." On the virtual screen, Chi Tian's avatar crossed its arms and assured her, "With me around, you can rest easy." Tong had complete faith in him. She closed her eyes, absorbing the energy from the cores as she drifted into slumber. Little did they know, even while sleeping, diligent individuals were still finding ways to advance. The inflatable pool ensured that even if all the cores were absorbed, Tong would remain unharmed. After a night of peaceful rest, she awoke rejuvenated. Unfortunately, despite the abundance of crystal cores, she had yet to reach the 5th tier. However, she was aware that the energy contained in the 1st and 2nd tier cores was minimal for her needs. Nonetheless, she believed that even the smallest progress could accumulate over time, especially with the collection robots tirelessly gathering more cores outside, making her ascension imminent. She stretched luxuriously and changed her attire before freshening up. Chi Tian reported the previous night's developments on the screen. "Good morning, Xiao Tong Tong. This is the area we surveyed last night. However, there are indeed too many zombies, and quite a number of the mechanical troops have sustained damage and require urgent repairs. The cores from the suburban area have been fully collected and are awaiting on the terrace. Everything is secure in the compound. Under Fong Yu's guidance, Wu Su and his team are quite stable. 127 individuals in technical roles have already been assigned work within the compound. The remaining personnel will accompany you today to rescue survivors." Tong rinsed her mouth, expelling the bubbles. "Are there any registered ability users?" Chi Tian replied. "Only 7 have registered voluntarily, but I've identified 36 through surveillance." He then displayed their profiles, with voluntary registrants marked in green and those identified through investigation in red. Wiping her face with a towel, she began applying eye cream. In her past life, survival often necessitated neglecting her appearance, leading her to apply ash to her once beautiful face, even using her own mucus at times. Now, she intended to embrace her beauty. Oh, Zhao Hua is a fire manipulator. Impressive. Fan Yu also possesses abilities. Very good. Noticing Su Tong's calm demeanor, Qi Tian cautioned, Xiao Tong. Should you take some precautions? We've made our abilities and the cores public. What if someone secretly grows stronger and decides to target you when we least expect it? Su Tong remained unfazed as she applied sunscreen. There's no need. Everyone has their own calculations. Whether through coercion or temptation, they keep their secrets close, believing it offers them safety. Given the overwhelming number of zombies outside, anyone wishing to acquire crystal cores and enhance their abilities will need to join us on missions. The complexities of the outside world will naturally expose them. Once prepared, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, opening her arms to embrace the morning sun. And Qi Tian, you must believe, I will undoubtedly be the strongest. Qi Tian responded with a round of applause sound effects. Indeed, Xiao Tong is the best. Perhaps the noise was too loud, for the adjacent Chu Yi awoke with a start. Did I sleep through the night? Su Tong offered a casual excuse. You might have been too tired. Hurry and freshen up. As Chu Yi washed up, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. In such perilous times, how could he have slept so soundly? His sister must have had a tough night alone. When he emerged, Su Tong had already prepared breakfast, having devoured 2 sandwiches. Chu Yi, you're coming with me outside today. I've realized that you need a bit of stimulation to unlock your abilities. Chu Yi felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that today might not unfold peacefully. After breakfast, the siblings arranged matters within the compound. Many individuals had their designated roles, rising as if it were a normal day before the apocalypse. Those accompanying them on missions had already assembled in teams, waiting in the open space in front of the office building. Each team had an armored vehicle, and since all tasked individuals were military personnel, they were all capable of driving, thus saving time on training. Today's mission was straightforward: clear out the remaining zombies. The mechanical troops had already cleared the visible zombies from the designated areas. Their task was to eliminate the ones hiding within the rooms and rescue any survivors. Remember, your lives are paramount. Do not engage in foolish acts of heroism. If you all perish, the survivors will still be devoured by the zombies, rendering your sacrifice meaningless. Do you understand? A hush fell over the crowd, and some exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. After all, this was a stark contrast to what they had previously heard. Ignoring their reactions, Su Tong climbed into the vehicle. Inside were familiar faces: Li Wen, Zhao Hua, Fan Yu, and Sun Jun, along with Wu Su, who had just arrived the previous day. They were not a cohesive team, but Su Tong intended to cultivate their loyalty, treating them as trusted allies. Chapter 42. House clearing. Su Tong understood that one cannot survive in the apocalypse alone. Companionship is essential. However, her allies must undergo rigorous testing. From this moment onward, each individual by her side would be assessed at every step. Amidst a gathering of soldiers, Chu Yi felt somewhat awkward, tightening his combat uniform. Tong, I am still unaware of today's agenda. Unfazed, Su Tong tied her hair into a ponytail. The armored vehicle she had procured from the United States was indeed impressive, offering ample space. Encounter zombies? Eliminate them, she replied. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that simple? Suddenly, Su Tong seemed to recall something. Qi Tian, please play the short video I prepared for everyone. Wu Su, oblivious to Qi Tian's existence, looked around. Is there someone named Qi Tian in this vehicle? Who are they? What is their nickname? Just as he pondered, a film unexpectedly appeared on his virtual screen. Astonished, he realized that although they all wore glasses, these were specifically designed for combat, lacking the typical entertainment features. Dear comrades of the Jinwang base, the zombie lecture by Su Tong is commencing. To prevent unnecessary sacrifices, please pay close attention. Firstly, zombies can conceal themselves. They may be lurking in wardrobes, behind doors, or atop cabinets. Secondly, zombies possess supernatural abilities: breathing fire, spraying water, or performing backflips are all commonplace. Do not panic. Thirdly, child zombies are still zombies. Do not let misplaced empathy hinder your judgment. Execute them decisively, or risk being bitten. The video, lasting only a few minutes, was packed with invaluable insights. These were lessons etched in blood and tears from Tong's past life. Could one ever anticipate the horror of opening a cupboard only to be confronted by a baby zombie? Since then, she had been wary of opening cabinets directly. After the film concluded, Su remarked, "The base leader possesses profound knowledge about zombies." Tong skillfully retrieved a firearm, loaded it with bullets, and stowed it away. She repeated the process with another gun, thus eliminating the need to change magazines during combat. Having watched numerous zombie films, she had naturally deduced these techniques. Today, the armored vehicle was driven by Li-1, who had become Tong's dedicated driver. "Base leader, we have arrived," he announced. Tong disembarked, stepping over a mound of corpses, and headed straight for the building. Each team was assigned specific structures to clear, and for larger edifices, multiple teams would collaborate. They approached the outermost area of this sector, where other teams had already engaged in combat. Occasional zombie growls echoed around them, but each was swiftly silenced. Their ammunition was plentiful, and the carbon-based zombies posed no threat. Moreover, to avoid attracting zombies from the outskirts with gunfire and human scent, their weapons were fitted with silencers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Tian controlled a drone squad, shooting at the zombies wandering the streets. The noise served to disrupt the zombies' movements and sensory perceptions, preventing them from being lured by the fresh human scent from the opposite side. Yi closely followed Tong. Almost glued to her side, he remained vigilant, yet failed to notice the slick ground beneath him. Fortunately, Tong reacted swiftly. Otherwise, Yi would have been splattered with zombie blood. His face turned pale. The world beyond the walls was exceedingly overwhelming. Blood handprints on the walls, splatters of blood, and the dismembered remains of someone's eyeball in a nearby corner. Tong encouraged him, "Brother, you can do it." Yi felt invigorated by her words, yet upon closer observation, he was fiercely pinching his palm, attempting to fortify his resolve. No one mocked Yi. They were merely masking their own trepidation. If given a choice, many would likely wish to discard their weapons and flee as far as possible. They now entered a residential building. Tong produced a device the size of a walkie-talkie and waved it over the electronic lock, which clicked open. With a swift motion, everyone readied their weapons. Thermal imaging revealed no living souls within the premises. Therefore, whatever manifested shortly would undoubtedly be zombies. Li-1 led the way, quickly surveying the room, signaling for the others to follow suit. Sun Jun advanced to search the restroom and cabinets, finding nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Tong opened the refrigerator and swiftly gathered all the food. Fresh fruits and vegetables spoil quickly, so it was prudent to collect them to avoid waste. Outside, Fang Yu and Wu Su stood guard, preventing any zombies from sneaking up on them. They systematically opened several homes, finding them all deserted. The zombie outbreak had occurred in the afternoon. Children had not yet returned from school, adults were still at work, and the elderly were out shopping for dinner. It was only natural that no one was home. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from within one of the houses. Alerted, everyone realized that in such circumstances, a normal human would not produce noise, only zombies would. Desperate to exit, something inside pounded against the door, using its head to knock incessantly. With calm determination, Tong opened the door crack. Several hands reached out from behind the door, struggling to squeeze through the narrow opening. Li-1 quickly aimed to shoot, but was halted by Tong. "Let my brother handle this." Li-1 stepped back defensively, granting Yi space. This was Yi's first experience shooting at a person. His hands trembled as he raised the gun. Tong offered earnest encouragement. "Brother, steady yourself. If you miss, it might hit me." Taking a deep breath, Yi silently bolstered his confidence. "You can do this, Yi. Protect your sister." Piu, 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 3 shots rang out, and the zombies inside collapsed. The silencer did not completely muffle the sound. Rather, it emitted a subtle noise akin to a soft puff. Tong positioned herself behind the door, unable to see the interior scene, and exchanged a subtle nod with Li-1, indicating that Yi had hit his target. Others patted Chu Yi on the shoulder, commending, "You shot accurately." As Su Tong opened the door, the heads of 3 zombies exploded upon impact. "Brother, not bad at all." Chu Yi's spirits lifted significantly with his sister's approval. He appeared noticeably less tense. Fang Yu and Wu Su each grabbed a zombie leg, dragging the ones blocking the doorway into the hallway, stacking them neatly, awaiting the arrival of the cleaning robot. Chapter 43. Tiger Girl. Within the mind of a zombie lay a crystal core, which Fang Yu presented to Su Tong. In response, she handed him a plastic bag, suggesting, "You hold on to it for now. We'll address it if there's no room left." Fang Yu promptly secured the plastic bag to his belt. Although he possessed special abilities, he understood that the group's mission required shared responsibility. He trusted that Su Tong would eventually distribute the crystal core fairly. Upon entering the room, they were met with chaos, remnants of the previous occupant's transformation into a zombie. The floor was littered with debris, and a damaged robotic vacuum had smeared their blood everywhere, giving the floor the appearance of a canvas painted in crimson. Su Tong headed directly for the kitchen, making a beeline for the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, emboldened by his recent victory over a zombie, approached the locked bathroom door, gun in hand. Li Wen followed closely behind, concerned for Chu Yi's safety. He recognized that the base leader had brought Chu Yi along to provide him with experience, and thus, he decided to let him take the lead without interference. While Su Tong appeared to be gathering supplies in the kitchen, her attention remained on the outside. A growl echoed, revealing Chu Yi's audacity. She was certain that something awaited him in the bathroom. With newfound courage, Chu Yi turned the bathroom doorknob, his handgun aimed at the crack of the door. As it creaked open, a series of scratching sounds emanated from within. Chu Yi's hair stood on end as he prepared to fire, only to discover a small kitten cowering in the corner, clearly frightened. "Su Tong, it's a kitten. What should we do?" Su Tong glanced over and saw an adorable calico, a true beauty in the feline world. The little creature appeared to have been well cared for, its coat glossy and smooth. Clearly, the owner had feared for the kitten's safety and had confined it to the bathroom. The door had been closed from the outside, indicating that there had been no opportunity to rescue the kitten. Upon seeing Su Tong, the kitten seemed to perceive her as a savior, mewing pitifully. This sight compelled Su Tong to reconsider her decision to release the creature. Leaving it behind would surely lead to its demise. Yet, having never owned a kitten, she tentatively extended her hand, saying, "If you wish to come with me, then come here." The kitten, sensing her kindness, waddled towards her, nuzzling its round head against her palm. The sensation was delightful. At that moment, Su Tong resolved, "From this day forth, I shall be your mother." The others in the room exchanged glances, bemused by the abruptness of her declaration. As she scooped up the tiny creature, she wondered aloud, "I don't even know your name. How about Tiger Girl?" Sun Jun handed her a Polaroid picture that had been affixed to the wall, depicting a kitten in a birthday hat enjoying cake. The caption below read, "Happy first birthday, little Tiger Girl." Su Tong tentatively called out, "Tiger Girl?" The kitten mewed in response, seemingly acknowledging its name. "Then, it shall be Tiger Girl for you. Come, my dear, let us gather our belongings and relocate." She retrieved the original owner's cat carrier, carefully placing Tiger Girl inside and draping a cloth over it to shield the kitten from the sight of its deceased owner. She then collected the litter box, cat food, and other supplies, noting that Tiger Girl must have been hungry as she eagerly devoured the food within the carrier. Alas, in this apocalyptic world, it was not only humans who suffered. The group continued their search, scouring multiple floors without encountering a single living soul, leaving Fang Yu and the others feeling somewhat despondent. However, Su Tong remained emotionally steady. Given the circumstances, they were fortunate, for many survivors still had the chance of rescue. In her past life, their options had been limited to self-preservation or awaiting death. With a click, Su Tong opened another door. Thermal imaging indicated the presence of a person inside, prompting her to announce, "Hello, we are a rescue team here to help you." Silence met her words. They ventured further into the room, discovering no zombies, but rather a housekeeping robot clad in a maid outfit. "Unauthorized personnel detected. Please provide identification. Otherwise, I will initiate alarm protocol in 30 seconds. Before it could finish, Su Tong waved her hand, absorbing the robot into her space. This particular robot had been custom designed by her family, typically purchased by families with children, as it included modules for entertaining and educating young ones. The thermal imaging had revealed a small figure in the room, indicating the presence of a child. Lewin stepped into the playroom, spotting a tiny silhouette engrossed in toys. The little girl, appearing around 5 or 6 years old and adorned in a lovely dress, clutched a teddy bear tightly. Her eyes filled with fear as she regarded Lewin. To avoid startling her, he spoke gently, "Little one, would you like to come with your uncle to a safe place?" The girl's grip on her toy tightened, her gaze still wary. Lewin leaned forward, intending to scoop her up, but his hand hesitated in midair, as if an invisible force repelled him. Base leader, there is something peculiar about this child. Chu-yi, following closely behind Lewin, approached cautiously, only to experience the same inexplicable resistance. Tong stepped forward and sensed the fluctuations of an ability. It seemed to be a mental defensive power, rather than anything sinister. "What we do if we can't touch her?" Lewin inquired, perplexed. "Let us all step outside for now. Too many people may be causing her fear," Tong suggested. "You all go check other rooms. I can maintain this for a little while longer, and once my energy is depleted, I'll be able to take her with me." Taking her cue, Li Wen and the others exited the room, leaving Feng Yu and Sun Jun to guard the entrance while the rest moved to explore another area. Tong surveyed her surroundings and noticed a well-used doll. She picked it up, hoping to attract the girl's attention from a distance. "Sister has let them go outside. Do not be afraid. They're police officers. Has your mother taught you to seek help from the police? They specifically deal with bad people. Outside, there are many dangers, but we will take you to safety and wait for your mother together, all right?" Aside from Tong and Chu-yi, the others were clad in military uniforms, which likely appeared reassuring to the child. However, Lewin's earlier approach had been awkward, leading to the girl's fright. Under Tong's gentle persuasion, the girl's expression softened. Just then, a meow emanated from the cat carrier on Tong's back, piquing the girl's curiosity. Tong set the carrier down, stating this little kitten was also rescued. She is safe now. Chapter 44. The Art of Illusion. The young girl appeared eager to touch the tiger cub, and Tong felt the resistance dissipate. She beckoned the little girl closer. Observing this, Chu-yi also chimed in, "Look how adorable the kitten is." Suddenly, with a loud thud, the previously vanished psychic barrier reappeared. Tong swiftly withdrew her hand, yet the cat bag collided with an unseen force, producing a sound. Inside the bag, the tiger cub curled up tightly, its ears flattened in fright. Chu-yi looked innocent, as if to say, "I didn't say anything." From the earpiece, Chi Tian's voice filtered through. "Xiao Tong, I've checked the back end of their household robot. This little girl is named Luo Xiao AI, due to her father's domestic violence. She suffers from severe psychological trauma and fears males. After her parents' divorce, she lived with her mother, but her psychological issues forced her to stay home and prevented her from attending school. Her mother's health data indicates she has already passed away." Upon hearing this, Tong sent a coded message to Chi Tian. As a psychic ability user, her senses were extraordinary. If she spoke, even in a whisper, the child would undoubtedly hear her, so it was better to communicate via text. Simulate her mother and give her a video call to help her lower her guard. Rarely did one encounter psychic ability users. Allowing this little one to misuse her powers could lead to severe physical repercussions due to overexertion. Chi Tian promptly synthesized an image of Luo Xiao AI's mother from the database. Tong removed her glasses and positioned them directly in the little girl's line of sight. "Xiao AI, Mommy is busy with work, and this sister is here to help you. You must listen to her, all right?" Having not heard from her mother since yesterday, Luo Xiao AI burst into tears upon seeing the familiar visage. "Mommy, I miss you." The virtual image gently coaxed, "Be good, Xiao AI. You must listen." Then it vanished, for lingering too long might reveal the ruse. With tears wiped away, Luo Xiao AI reached out her hand towards Tong. "Sister." Tong signaled Chu-yi to maintain some distance before taking the little girl's hand and gathering all items Luo Xiao AI might need into her space. The girl gasped in astonishment. "Wow, sister, you could do magic." Tong affectionately stroked her soft hair. Yes, but you must behave. Then I will teach you how to perform magic. Holding her cherished teddy bear, Luo Xiao AI replied, I will be good. Tong rewarded her with a lollipop and carried her outside. Fanyu appeared concerned. Leader, perhaps we should leave the child here until we clear out the zombies. She is too young to endure such carnage. Tong handed the little girl a toy gun. Are you brave? Would you like to help us defeat the bad guys? Seeing the men at the entrance made the little girl anxious. Yet, bolstered by Tong's encouraging gaze, she nodded slightly and accepted the toy gun. Sister, Xiao AI is super brave. Tong felt satisfied, helping her tuck away the teddy bear. Let us go fight the zombies. Having taken some time, another house had already been cleared, revealing a lone zombie. Luo Xiao AI felt fear wash over her, prompting Tong to patiently explain, Xiao AI, they're the bad ones. They bite and it hurts. If you encounter such a bad person, remember to use your gun to protect your sister. Though huddled in Tong's embrace, Luo Xiao AI remained vigilant, her large, dark eyes darting around like black grapes. Wusu contemplated whether teaching a 6-year-old in such a manner was excessive. However, he could not fault Tong's approach. In this dire situation, no one could guarantee that children would not face zombies alone. Even the youngest must reluctantly confront reality, grow up too soon, and face the harsh truths of their world. After the brief delay, Li Wen and his team had checked 3 more houses, discovering a man addicted to gaming. While zombies roamed outside, he complained at his computer, why isn't anyone online to play? When Zhao Hua attempted to pull him away, he resisted, saying, it's not my problem if zombies come. I can't stop now, or I'll lose the game. Infuriated, Li Wen nearly struck him with the butt of his gun. Do you want to leave or not? If you choose to stay, we will not be responsible for your safety. You'll have to find your way to the base on your own. This was advice Tong had imparted. Some people might not wish to abandon their homes, or they might suffer from social anxiety, finding it difficult to adapt to life at the base. Hence, if survivors chose not to leave, their choices must be respected. The primary objective for everyone remained to eliminate zombies. Once the zombies were cleared, survival would follow naturally. Although the gaming enthusiast relished his pastime, he understood that if he did not accompany them to the base, he would not survive. With only tap water and a few bowls of instant noodles at home, no one would be delivering takeout in the apocalypse. I'll go. Let me just pack up, he declared, hastily gathering his computer gear. Zhao Hua glanced at his belongings, realizing he had packed nothing but his internet equipment, seemingly planning to continue gaming at the base. Downstairs, a vehicle awaited, and each person could bring only one backpack. Once you're ready, head downstairs. The zombies have already been cleared out. At the community entrance, a bus was designated for transporting survivors back to the park. Once enough people gathered, they would send them back, followed by helicopters from the Chilin base. Sending individuals via helicopter when they were scattered was too fuel-consuming. Li Wen noticed Tong carrying the child. Leader, should I take her downstairs first? Tong resolutely walked towards another house. No need. She will stay with me. Currently, the child only recognized Tong. When Li Wen had spoken earlier, Luo Xiao AI had gripped Tong's clothing tightly. Tong intended to keep her close. For psychic ability users, while appearing harmless, could be lethal in unseen ways. She would not part with such a promising young talent. Though Tong did not expect Luo Xiao AI to fight, she believed in thinking long-term. Should such a powerful ability fall into the wrong hands at the base, it would be an unfortunate fate indeed. From then on, Tong became an observer, as her primary purpose that day had been to train Chui. He had made significant progress, no longer trembling while shooting. The group swiftly cleared the remaining houses, soon reaching the final floor. Li Wen opened the nearest door, only to find an elderly man with graying hair, wielding an axe, and eyeing them warily. Fanyu quickly explained, Sir, we are a rescue team. The vehicle is downstairs. Would you like to go to the base? The old man's axe slowly lowered as he replied impatiently, I've lived here for over a decade. I'm too old to move. You all can leave. Chapter 45. My home is zombie-free. Li Wen surveyed the room, finding nothing amiss. Just as he intended to assist the elderly man in closing the door, a sudden muffled whimpering emerged from within. It sounded as though someone had a hand clamped over their mouth, struggling to speak. Tong immediately commanded, "Search inside. We cannot overlook a single zombie." The elderly man, having set down his axe, raised it defensively, insisting, "Leave. This is my home. There are no zombies here." Yet it was evident that the old man's physical condition was no match for the vigor of the younger soldiers. Zhao Hua swiftly seized the old man's wrist, rendering him immobile. Li Wen and Fong Yu assumed a defensive stance as they advanced towards the source of the sound, opening the bedroom door, only to be taken aback. There lay an elderly female zombie, bound tightly in a blanket from neck to toe, secured to the bed. A towel was stuffed firmly in her mouth to prevent biting. It was clear that the one responsible for this was the elderly man. Tears welled in the old man's eyes as he confronted the truth. His lifelong companion had transformed into a monster, and his heart ached. "I beg you, I tied her up. I won't let her out to bite anyone." In the eyes of a loving partner, even when transformed into a zombie, the gaze remains filled with affection. Those who deem you ugly for your lack of makeup or grooming are certainly not true lovers. Tong empathized with the elderly man's feelings. If her mother were to become a zombie, her father would likely act similarly. However, this could not be allowed. "Sir, zombies grow stronger over time. You may be able to restrain her today, but in a few days, she could easily break free from this house. I'm sorry, but we cannot leave such a danger unchecked. All zombies must be exterminated." Ruo Xiaowei nestled in Tong's embrace, her eyes peering out. "Sister, did Grandma do something wrong to be tied up?" From her perspective, the figure on the bed appeared indistinguishable from a mere elderly woman. Yet her words only deepened the old man's guilt. "It is no one's fault that she became a zombie. It is merely my burden. I just wanted her to stay with me a little longer. You may proceed." But just as Fong Yu was about to pull the trigger, the old man could not restrain himself. "She fears pain. Please, be gentle." Fong Yu picked up a pillow and, using it as a barrier, fired a shot at the zombie grandmother. The room fell silent. Fong Yu secured his firearm. "Sir, would you like us to assist with the disposal?" He hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate the grim task before the old man. The elderly man waved his hand, interrupting Fong Yu. "No need. She is timid. I shall handle it. You continue with your duties. We shall not disturb you." As Tong led her team out, she reminded the old man, "Grandfather, those who are alive must continue to live. If you change your mind, do seek refuge at the base. The outside world remains perilous." After closing the door, Tong heard a sigh from within. "My dear, do take your time." Once the building had been cleared, the group descended the stairs. As they prepared to board their vehicle, Ruo Xiaowei pointed towards the top floor. "Sister, there's a fire." Tong looked up to see thick smoke billowing from the elderly man's home. Fong Yu and Wu Su turned to rush in, but Tong halted them. "Do not go. Perhaps this is a fitting conclusion for them. As for the fire, modern buildings are equipped with excellent fire prevention measures. It will only affect the elderly man's family, and the neighbors are safe. Besides, there is no one next door." He felt a pang of nostalgia, missing his parents. Tong placed the cat carrier into the armored vehicle and urged Ruo Xiaowei to enter as well. She noticed a commotion nearby and decided to investigate. "Xiaowei, wait here with Tiger Girl." After shutting the armored vehicle's door, Sun Jun reported, "Base leader, a woman is leading a disturbance, demanding our people go to the city center to find her son, or else she won't allow the vehicles to leave." The other rescued survivors, stirred by the woman's incitement, began to act unruly. The city center was still overrun with zombies, and the route had yet to be cleared. In such circumstances, who would dare to search for anyone? Furthermore, was her son a superhero worthy of such a search? Even if a celestial being descended, the situation would still require a gradual approach. The woman rolled on the ground, hurling insults. "You are soldiers of the people. How can you refuse to save lives? We pay taxes to support people like you. A bunch of useless cowards. Don't touch me. I'm old and frail. If you injure me, can you compensate for it?" In her tumult, she inadvertently knocked into a young soldier standing nearby. The young man, evidently a new recruit, was at a loss for how to handle the situation. "I'm sorry, but there are too many zombies over there. We cannot pass." Tong could no longer bear to watch. What is wrong with soldiers doing their duty? She brandished a taser, parting the crowd, and struck the woman at the nape of her neck. I despise being threatened. After rescuing you, you turned into a dead? If you wish to save lives, I shall grant her wish. Let her attract zombies, providing the city center's survivors with a glimmer of hope." The woman convulsed from the shock, her body stiffening like a fish out of water. Li Wen seized a rope from Su Tong's hands and swiftly bound the woman like a festive pig. The surrounding survivors, initially supportive of the woman, faltered in their stance upon witnessing Li Wen's fluid motions and Su Tong's fierce gaze, falling silent. Chu Yi casually toyed with his handgun, allowing its presence to sweep over the onlookers. His voice chilled as he addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Our efforts to rescue you stem from a sense of shared humanity. Should you persist in your ingratitude, we would not hesitate to eliminate you." The survivors trembled. "We're sorry. We'll board the vehicle and leave immediately." They feared any delay might lead the young man to unleash his wrath upon them. Once the vehicle had moved away, the young soldier who had been berated by the woman remained frozen, lost in thought. Su Tong stored her taser and approached the young man, leaving him with a parting message. "Remember, you owe them nothing." She then strode back toward her armored vehicle. Li Wen and Fong Yu hoisted the woman, with no one coming to her defense. Chapter 46. Run as fast as you can in times of chaos. Sowing discord and inciting unrest among the troops warrant a decisive response. The elderly woman was, in fact, a willing participant in this scheme. Since she was to serve as bait, there was no need to confine her within an armored vehicle. She was simply placed atop the vehicle, paraded through the streets. As for luring the zombies, there was no rush. A solitary bait was insufficient for the task at hand. With ample time at their disposal, they intended to proceed to the next location to continue their scavenging. Yesterday, Su Tong had unleashed hundreds of robots at Haicheng University and outside the park. There were nearly 3,000 more released. These were all machines of slaughter. The speed of the mechanical army far exceeded that of humans, making their scavenging efforts seem sluggish in comparison. After all, the mechanical forces operated tirelessly. Well, not quite tirelessly. They would seek out charging stations once their power was depleted. With rapid charging technology, a mere 2-hour charge could sustain them for most of the day. They required no ammunition, as their chainsaws ran on electricity alone. On the map, areas that had been cleared were periodically refreshed, allowing survivors to check the external conditions via the internet. Upon learning that the zombies outside their homes had been eradicated, many gathered their courage, packed their belongings, and made their way to the rendezvous point where planes and vehicles awaited to transport them to safety. After all, many survivors were out of food, having endured hunger since the previous afternoon. Given the pace of the scavenging teams, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach their homes. In a state of hunger, however, courage often emerges. As for the situation in the park, by mid-morning, hundreds of survivors had already been transported back, awaiting the arrival of flights from Chilin Base. Su Tong was quite pleased with the progress. If this continued, the number of survivors could potentially double compared to the previous life. Each additional survivor represented one less zombie. Just as she was reveling in this success, a deafening crash of shattering glass echoed from the adjacent building. Along with the falling shards, 2 figures plummeted. Quick-witted, Su Tong summoned several soft mats from her space to act as a cushion. Those standing beside her quickly shielded her, fearful of the glass shards that might injure her. With a thud, the 2 landed, cushioned by the mats. Aside from minor cuts from the glass, they were otherwise unharmed. As for the shards above Su Tong, they were mysteriously lifted by an unseen force and violently flung in another direction. This remarkable feat was accomplished by Li Wen, who was astonished by the wonders of his newfound abilities. Did I really do that? Su Tong had initially intended to absorb the glass shards into her space, thus avoiding injury. She gently patted Chu Yi, who was tightly holding on to her for protection, encouraging him to release her. "I'm fine. Congratulations, Li Wen. You wielded your powers quite well." Chu Yi, who had struggled to manifest his own abilities, looked on with envy. "I wonder if I'll ever be able to use mine." Su Tong approached the 2 individuals who had fallen. What transpired? One of them rose, brushing the blood from his face. It was a zombie, one that was bulletproof, with a body harder than iron. Tong immediately comprehended the situation. A metallic zombie. Its body transformed into metal. Different abilities manifested in various ways. For instance, a common metallic ability allowed one to manipulate metal or even transmute oneself into metal. As for how to wield their powers, each individual would have to explore that on their own. Is your team still alive? Push that zombie down. The zombie resided on at least the 15th floor, and by the time they ascended, it would be too late. Why not use the elevator? Because accidents can lead to malfunctions. If a powered zombie damages the elevator, one could easily become trapped inside. Not only zombies, but during fires or earthquakes. It is generally advised to avoid elevators. The individual promptly called for his teammates, and shortly after, a shimmering, silver zombie was toppled by two of them using their rifle butts. Clang! It crashed to the ground, producing a metallic resonance and creating a dent in the cement. Yet, the zombie was not dead. It managed to pull itself up from the ground and immediately sensed the most delectable presence in the vicinity, Tong. The fourth-level ability of Tong contrasted starkly with her surroundings, akin to a creamy cake nestled among steamed buns, easily discernible. Roar! The zombie bellowed, baring its fangs and claws, intent on devouring Tong. Bullets ricocheted off its body, producing metallic clangs. Tong cast out a fishing net, ensnaring the zombie. Level 3. The zombie, trapped and unable to escape, let out a frantic cry, provoking the other first and second-level zombies confined within the building to join in the cacophony. Tong instructed everyone to cease firing and began her impromptu lesson on zombies. Chi-Tion, is there a camera focused on me? Record what I'm about to say. A nearby streetlight camera swiftly pivoted to face her. All right, Xiao Tong, please commence your demonstration. Armed with a long iron rod, Tong approached the zombie step by step. Observe closely, everyone. For zombies with transformed bodies, if you cannot breach their defenses, your first course of action should be to restrain them. Once their abilities are exhausted, they become as easily dispatched as ordinary zombies. Of course, this applies only if the zombie's level does not exceed 5. Should you encounter a zombie with powers above level 5, and you possess nothing but a firearm, your only recourse is run as far as you can. How can one discern if a zombie exceeds level 5? A solid indicator is if it does not exhibit any abilities, shoot it, and if your bullet fails to penetrate, it is a level 5. Furthermore, if a group of zombies pursues you with organization and discipline, the leader among them is likely level 5 or higher. That concludes today's lesson. I hope you never encounter a zombie beyond level 5. With that, Tong aimed for the zombie's forehead, mimicking a golf swing. Thud! The zombie's head collapsed. Its abilities vanished, and it met its demise. Chi-Tion edited the footage and uploaded it to the zombie classroom app for others to learn from. However, he could guarantee that anyone who viewed it would not immediately think of it as a learning opportunity. He stepped forward to grasp Tong's hand, examining her delicate fingers. Such soft hands, yet you exerted such force without even a hint of redness. Of course, there was no redness. She had controlled her strength. Employing her lightning abilities at the precise moment the iron rod struck the zombie's forehead. The zombie had not merely been struck dead, it had been electrocuted. However, the rapidity of the event led onlookers to believe that it was simply the result of Tong's blow. Chapter 47. Chu-E is about to become a fool. The two individuals who had just fallen from the building stood bloodied to the side, seemingly at a loss for how to react. Observing that they showed no signs of turning into zombies after such a lengthy wait, Tong deduced that they had not been bitten. She produced disinfectant and bandages, instructing them to tend to each other's wounds. You both have open wounds and are unfit for the mission. It would be prudent to return with the survivor's vehicle. One of them took the bandages, attempting to insist that it was merely superficial damage, but was gently dissuaded by Fong Yu. Wounds attract zombies, which increases the risk for your team. We are trained and more capable of combat than the average person. Thus, we must prioritize our lives and those of our teammates. This way, we can eliminate more zombies and rescue more people. Tong's thoughts were not as noble. She simply sought to maximize combat efficiency. If they were all dead, she would have to face the Horde alone, an insurmountable challenge. Li Wen chimed in, You should also inform each other. Even if a wound heals in half an hour, wait until it is fully closed before rejoining the fray. The two nodded seriously, their eyes shining with admiration for Tong. We promise. The base leader is amazing. So gentle and considerate. They seemed oblivious to the sight of a bound woman, destined to be fed to zombies, not far away. After a respectful salute, they hurried back to the transport vehicle. Rest well, and let your wounds heal quickly. Only then can you fight zombies alongside the base leader. Tong secured her steel pipe and began to collect crystal cores with a hammer. A third-level core could be equivalent to several first-level ones. Yet, had third-level zombies appeared so soon? She recalled that in her previous life, the emergence of third-level zombies typically took at least a month. However, given the large population of Haicheng, it was certainly plausible that some exceptionally gifted zombies could arise. Just as Tong was about to call everyone to board the vehicle for the next location, a sudden cacophony of crackling sounds echoed around her. Following the noise, they observed the third-level zombie instigating a frenzy among the others, all pushing against the glass windows. The adjacent buildings had yet to be cleared, and the atmosphere was palpably terrifying. Several households displayed visibly substandard glass that had begun to crack. Moreover, they had evidently employed elementary mathematics. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. One zombie managed to break through the glass barrier, leaping towards Tong in a free fall. Encouraged by the first, others quickly followed suit, shattering the glass in an instant, cascading down like dumplings. Some of the zombies, endowed with abilities, unleashed their powers like fireworks. Tong cursed. Damn it, don't these households have jobs? Why are there so many zombies? From the trajectory of the falling zombies, it was clear they were concentrated in the 2 buildings yet to be cleared, with nearly every unit harboring a zombie. Tong, those buildings are a hospice. Only those on the brink of death reside there, so they don't need to work. Tion's words instilled a twinge of guilt in Tong, leaving her feeling as if she would berate herself in her dreams. But her firearm reacted swiftly as she drew out a Gatling gun and began firing. However, their positioning was precarious, completely surrounded, with no cover in sight. The personnel transport vehicle had just departed, leaving their armored vehicle far away. Chu-Yi and Li Fei shot at the zombies, but the zombies' ability attacks could not be thwarted by bullets. Nearby, a team observed the situation but was hesitant to fire, fearing friendly fire. Tong wielded the Gatling gun in one hand while throwing a military tent to block the incoming ability attacks. The others formed a circle, backs against each other, and opened fire on the approaching zombies. It must be said, this hospice had an alarming number of occupants. The presence of numerous zombies excited their instincts, creating a ripple of psychic communication among them. Roar! Hiss! Tong remained unflustered. Tion. He immediately deployed dozens of boomerang-headed reapers and chainsaw robots from his space, tearing apart the encirclement of zombies. 1 minute later, the last zombie was cleaved in 2 by a chainsaw, bringing the battle to a close. Tong reflected, it seems we must arrange for more mechanical squads at the survivor gathering points. Should such a situation arise again, we need timely support. Not everyone is as well equipped as I am. She clapped her hands and turned, only to find Chu-Yi sweating profusely and collapsing unconscious. Brother, Fan Yu caught Chu-Yi, noting that he had not sustained any injuries. Tong quickly checked, confirming he was indeed unscathed. Could it be an attack from a psychic zombie? Panic gripped her. Psychic attacks could render a person a fool. Brother. Tong shook Chu-Yi vigorously, and he struggled to open his eyes. I need a moment. I'm exhausted. Recognizing his fatigue, she hoped it was not a complete loss of sanity. All right, let us return and rest. Fan Yu crouched down to carry Chu-Yi back to the armored vehicle. Sun Jun assisted in removing Chu-Yi's equipment to prevent discomfort. But upon handling his submachine gun, he noticed something was amiss. Hey, where's the barrel? Wu Su exclaimed, equally bewildered. The submachine gun was intact, save for the missing 20-centimeter barrel. Tong, initially preoccupied with the concern of her brother's condition, felt a wave of relief upon hearing Wu Su and Sun Jun's exclamations. Thank goodness, my brother hasn't become a fool. Everyone looked at her in confusion. What does that have to do with being a fool? With a smile, Tong explained, the battle was so intense that he lost track of his ammunition, firing relentlessly. Unbeknownst to him, his abilities had melted the barrel into bullets. Now that his energy is depleted, he has finally come to his senses. Chapter 48. Merely the means of capitalists now that He has awakened his abilities. The primary objective of today's outing has been achieved, and it is time to return home. Fong, I entrust you with the upcoming task of clearing the area. Tian, grant Fong level 3 access, enabling him to mobilize the patrolling mechanical squads and drones for support. No sooner had the words left my lips than a virtual screen appeared on Fong's glasses, displaying a map of the surrounding zombies and the progress of each squad's mission. He was taken aback by Tong's profound trust in him in ancient times. This could be likened to handing over the defense strategy. Moreover, this access also allowed him to command the armory. Understood, Base Commander. Tong and Appo's leadership style epitomized the principle of trusting those she employed. Fong was neither rigid nor overly idealistic. He understood the varying values of lives in this battle against the undead. For instance, in the case of a pregnant woman besieged by zombies, while she could be saved, it would require sacrificing an entire squad to do so. Fong would not permit such a decision. A squad could eliminate more zombies. A pregnant woman, aside from attracting more undead, would burden further rescuers. Conversely, Wu Su, another military leader, would insist on rescuing that woman. This distinction was why Tong chose Fong over Wu Su. In this apocalypse, one cannot sacrifice for those deemed without value. No, in this world, there is no sacrifice, only waste. Of course, Tong's generous delegation of authority to Fong was not merely an act of blind trust. Authority is one matter, but its implementation still required Tian's oversight. Thus, Fong's actual capabilities were limited, sounding far more grand than they were in practice. Nevertheless, Tong's approach easily won hearts. Wow, she trusts me so much. I shall not betray her confidence. Such is the means of capitalists. Inside the armored vehicle, Luo Xiao AI clutched her cat bag, her small hand stealthily stroking the fur of Hunyeo through the bag's breathable opening. The moment the door swung open, she became alert, only to relax visibly upon recognizing Tong as the one entering. Fong placed Chu inside the vehicle and, accompanied by Wu Su and Sun Jun, proceeded to continue their mission. Li Wen and Zhao Hua followed Tong to assist with driving. Luo Xiao AI harbored a strong aversion towards the opposite sex. Yet seeing Tong's worried expression as she gazed at the slumbering older brother, she could not help but ask, "Sister, is brother hurt? Does he need to wake up?" Tong affectionately patted Luo Xiao AI's head. Such an obedient child was indeed endearing. "He'll be fine. A good sleep will do him well." Upon returning to the compound, Li Wen carried Chu Yi to the president's office to rest, while Zhao Hua escorted the now-awake older woman to a makeshift prison, a large container. Containers truly possess remarkable durability and versatility. The woman inside screamed and banged on the door, but to no avail. To further emphasize the deterrent effect, Zhao Hua spray-painted a bold red message on the blue container. "Bait storage. All who disrupt the order are bait." The container was placed in the most conspicuous part of the compound, allowing all to witness the consequences of foolishness. The survivors who had just entered from outside, initially noisy, now spoke in hushed tones. As the security robots maintained order, their speakers repeatedly announced, "Those wishing to remain, please proceed to the left corridor for registration. Those wishing to go to Chelan Base, kindly line up on the right side for the aircraft. For any inquiries, please consult the customer service interface of the Jinwang Base app. We will respond promptly." Tong was not engaged in charitable endeavors. Her compound required personnel, and she could not send every rescued individual to Chelan Base. However, she had no inclination to force anyone's hand. Those willing to stay could do so, while those unwilling were free to leave. Perhaps due to their temporary safety, the survivors relaxed and began to discuss their next steps in small groups. "Of course, we should go to Chelan Base. It's a government facility, far from the city, with strong security. I trust the government will protect us to the end. Yet, consider this place. If zombies attack, we have nowhere to hide. But the food here is excellent. Chillin Base only distributes compressed biscuits daily, and we hardly see any meat. Thanks to the uninterrupted internet, everyone could access images and posts from various bases. With images, the truth became transparent. Those in other locations had no choice, surrounded by only one base. However, these individuals had options. They needed to compare carefully. At that moment, differing opinions emerged. What good is good food if you're only fed if you work? Everything here is earned through labor and points. Upon hearing this, another voice chimed in. I'm timid. I can't risk my life battling zombies. I'll go to Chillin Base. They provide free food. Food quality doesn't matter. Being alive to eat is what counts. Yet, one could not dismiss the facts. The destinations for their fellow survivors were cleared of zombies by mechanical legions first. After venturing out, they were also equipped with weapons for self-defense, presenting less danger. Indeed, I've seen other bases allowing survivors to undertake tasks. Without mechanical legions paving the way, there is also strict weapon control. But immediately, someone countered, what good is being armed? I've heard Tong is a ruthless executor. Anyone who crosses her path meets a swift end. Just look at that container. What kind of good person uses living bait to attract zombies? As they spoke, the sound of the older woman banging on the container echoed, causing many to recoil in fear. Yet, some sought the underlying truth beyond mere appearances. Didn't you see the complete video uploaded by those rescued alongside that woman? She instigated the trouble and even assaulted others. Tong acted only to protect herself. Consider it. Would you prefer to be pushed by that woman into danger, or would you rather have someone stand with you? Yes, she may have taken lives, but had she not acted, more would have perished. Which tyrant would prioritize the safety of their employees, families, and children, rescuing them first? I choose Tong. I want to stay. Voices clamored together, each with their considerations, each with their choices. In the office, Tong instructed her remaining two servants, Lu Bo and Zhao Wan, to care for Luo Xiao AI and Hunyao. The upper level was expansive, and Tong transformed the space into several rooms, ample enough for everyone to reside comfortably. Chapter 49. This is not the Last Supper. Originally, the rescued children were supposed to be sent to the 12th floor of the office building. That area had been designated as a relaxation space for the employees, but it was transformed by Tong into a children's storage area. Although a few of the previously rescued employees' children had been taken to the Chillin Base by their relatives, the majority had become orphans. Of course, some employees chose to remain in the park with their children to work for Tong. She had no intention of sending these unattended children away. Having spent time in the base during her previous life, she remembered that while the early days were manageable with adequate food and resources, the situation deteriorated as supplies dwindled and chaos erupted, leaving the children in dire conditions. Boys were somewhat better off, but for the more attractive little girls, the thought of their fate was too painful for Tong to even contemplate. However, Luo Xiaoai's situation was unique. It was not merely her youth or her charming appearance. It was primarily due to the lethal nature of her abilities. If she were sent to the 12th floor and some insolent child remarked, "Our parents are dead," they turned into zombies. Your mother doesn't want you. You're an unwanted child. Or if the children began to quarrel, Luo Xiaoai might lose control and harm the others. While Tong did not particularly enjoy unruly children, she could not allow them to turn on each other. She was not raising venomous creatures. Thus, she decided to keep Luo Xiaoai close until she learned to control her powers. As for the children on the 12th floor, Tong was not merely providing for them out of kindness. She was a capitalist, adept at extracting value. You might wonder what children could possibly contribute, but Tong would assure you that there is no end to the work to be done, nor is there a labor force a capitalist cannot exploit. She had purchased hundreds of tons of ripe Muzang King durians and was troubled by the lack of hands to help open them. Each child would receive a glove and a pair of tongs, and they would be tasked with peeling durians. They would not be allowed to eat until a basket of fruit flesh was fully prepared, and walnuts. Each one would be given a tong to work. The children were devoid of electronic devices, unable to even sneak a break. Once these children had experienced the harshness of society, they would be sent to the Golden Phoenix base, emerging much more obedient. Of course, if some children like Luo Xiaowai, possessed abilities, Su Tong would have to manage them separately, though none had been discovered so far. As noon approached, and Chu remained asleep, Su Tong called over Li Wen and Zhao Hua to join her for lunch. Li Wen gazed at the array of dishes before him, feeling that even his family's New Year feast could not compare to such a spread. "Chief of the base, we can manage with the cafeteria," he remarked. Su Tong casually picked up a chicken leg and bit into it, knowing that they had important matters to attend to in the afternoon and needed sustenance. Yet, for reasons unknown, both Li Wen and Zhao Hua's expressions grew serious. When they sat down to eat, the atmosphere was somber, resembling a gathering not for a meal, but for something more ominous. Suddenly, Su Tong realized that these two young men were treating this meal as if it were their last. This was merely a regular meal for them. Hurriedly, she clarified, "We're going out to collect supplies, not to face peril. There's no need for such solemnity." Zhao Hua relaxed slightly, instantly finding the food more palatable. Though they understood the dangers they might encounter, the acknowledgement of imminent death weighed heavily on their hearts. Hence their tension. Li Wen nodded in agreement, remarking on the lavish fare, which felt eerily reminiscent of a Last Supper. Su Tong did not anticipate that treating them to a good meal would lead to such misunderstandings. At a loss for words, she simply offered a meatball to Luo Xiaowai to ease the awkwardness. With the psychological burden lifted, Li Wen and Zhao Hua savored their meal heartily. "Delicious. This bone is perfectly crispy. I can eat it." Luo Xiaowai, influenced by the warmth around her, also indulged. The child sensed the goodwill and recognized that the men here would not harm her like her father did, allowing her to relax significantly. After their meal, the three boarded a helicopter heading straight for the dock. Wearing sunglasses, Su Tong gazed through the aircraft window at the ravaged city below and sighed deeply. "Chi Tian, how is the cargo? No issues at sea, I trust?" Chi Tian immediately grasped her concern, his tone shifting from that of a playful monkey to that of a second-in-command in a gang. "Rest assured, boss, I've been keeping a close watch on it. The cargo is guaranteed to be problem-free." Su Tong removed her sunglasses, a devilish smile playing on her lips. "Excellent. From now on, this will be our domain." Li Wen and Zhao Hua, seated in the cockpit, were taken aback. Were they really about to embark on something monumental? The impending events felt alarmingly violent and bloody. Su Tong tucked her sunglasses away, drew her handgun, and tilted Zhao Hua's chin with it. "You two had better keep your mouths shut, otherwise the boss won't show any leniency." Zhao Hua's face flushed crimson, feeling as though he were being teased by the chief of the base. Moreover, from this angle, the chief appeared rather striking. Stammering, he replied, "We promise not to speak out of turn." Su Tong was pleased with Zhao Hua's response. "Good, let me show you both a broader world." As the helicopter broke through the clouds, Li Wen and Zhao Hua beheld the fleet of warships and aircraft carriers neatly arranged on the sea, nearly causing them to pull the aircraft into a steep ascent from shock. "The beautiful nation has come to attack." Su Tong promptly corrected him. "Speak properly. It's not the beautiful nation. This all belongs to us." Zhao Hua pointed at the massive flag of the beautiful nation flying atop an aircraft carrier. But, Su Tong too found the flags somewhat bothersome. Let's not get caught up in the details." She then took control of the helicopter's remote machine gun, aimed, and fired. The flag fell. Much better now. Realizing the situation, Li Wen understood this was, in fact, not an assault from the beautiful nation. "Chief of the base, what on earth is happening?" Su Tong explained, "Not long ago, I cleared out the warehouses of Sakura country and the beautiful nation. They couldn't find the culprit and felt threatened, so several nations united to conduct military exercises in the nearby high seas. I found it displeasing, and when the zombie outbreak occurred, I had Chi Tian seize their ships." It sounded simple, as if it were merely a matter of a single sentence. Yet, everyone knew that the navies of various countries operated independent systems. How could one simply commandeer them? Chapter 50. All's fair in war. The two individuals gazed curiously at Su Tong, eager to inquire, yet hesitant to ask, fearing they might stumble upon some confidential matter. Chi Tian, with his benevolent demeanor, graciously provided them with a demonstration. First, he would disable the Naval Command Center, then stealthily access their independent satellites. thereby uncovering the unique command codes for each warship. At the moment of the zombie outbreak, when the military of the United States issued their orders, I made a slight alteration, changing the directive to retreat rapidly into abandoning the ships and distancing themselves. As they confirmed the instructions, I feigned that it was a video call from their president. Once all human crew members aboard the aircraft carrier evacuated to 2 small frigates, the robots on the carrier would simply steer it away. Zhao Hua exclaimed, "Isn't this just telecom fraud?" Chi Tian pondered for a moment and conceded that it indeed resembled such a scheme. But what is fraud? This is strategy. Do you not understand that all's fair in war? Li Wen expressed his admiration, saying, "Base Commander, you are truly remarkable." Su Tong interjected, "This was all Chi Tian's doing. He is the true genius here." In Su Tong's eyes, apart from not being able to stand before her as a person would, Chi Tian was indistinguishable from a human. His cognitive capacity was vast. They located a carrier that had been cleared of zombies by the onboard combat robots in advance. Zhao Hua had yet to board a carrier despite being in the military, and his eyes were glued to it in awe. "Are we taking all of this?" Su Tong surveyed the expansive fleet of carriers. "It's impossible to take everything. I lack the storage space. For now, we will take the perishable food and some weapons. We can return for the rest when needed." Although Su Tong had advised the government to stockpile supplies ahead of time, food was always in demand. In the coming years, they would be unable to farm and would have to rely on their reserves. With Chi Tian having already pinpointed the locations of the warehouses on these vessels, the trio merely needed to board, retrieve the items, and move to the next ship. However, the task proved to be quite extensive, and they labored into the early hours of the morning. Just when Li Wen believed they had reached the last ship, they discovered a fleet of cargo vessels behind it. "Are these supplies too?" Su Tong, her arm growing fatigued from reaching, squatted down on the deck to rest. "Yes, these are supplies purchased on loan from Sakura country, soybeans and corn, with 2 more ships of wheat following." Little did Su Tong know that when Chi Tian informed her of this, her smile nearly stretched to her ears. This was essentially a preparation for themselves. After all, they surely wouldn't put these supplies to use. Upon boarding the ship, Zhao Hua observed, "These are bulk goods. How do we take them?" The cargo ships were hollow, with the grain simply poured inside. In adverse weather, a covering would be placed over it. Su Tong calculated the space they had at present and decided to take the entire ship to avoid complications. Zhao Hua and Li Wen piloted the aircraft, while Su Tong tied a rope around her waist, maneuvered onto the vessel, and secured it. Finally, Su Tong followed the rope back to the cabin, and the 3 returned triumphantly laden with goods. Upon their return to the compound, it was already past 4 in the morning, just in time for a light breakfast. Chu Yi awoke in the afternoon, and upon rising, he began absorbing the crystal cores as per Su Tong's message. However, after a few attempts, he found himself unable to absorb any more. Each individual had a limited capacity for absorption, and considering he was a level 1 ability user, he had done exceptionally well. Concerned for Su Tong, Chu Yi had stayed awake all night. Fortunately, he had managed to catch up on sleep during the day due to the exhaustion from overexerting his abilities. He emerged from the kitchen with a pot of soup that had been kept warm. "This is the Angelica lamb soup that Mom instructed Zhao Hua to prepare for us. Heat it all night. Drink 2 bowls." Su Tong savored the meat and soup, feeling a sense of comfort in her innards. "Is there nothing else happening this afternoon?" He poured himself a bowl as well. "Not much. The survivors remaining in our compound are only a few dozen, and they've all been assigned tasks. However, Base Commander Su Zhan from the Chilean base sent 2 groups of people. One group has technical expertise and is here to assist, while the other group is troublemakers from the base who saw our people's videos and were sent here as bait." Su Tong raised an eyebrow. "Goodness. So, I am to play the villain? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. With a fearsome reputation, many issues might be circumvented. Does Uncle Su have any other requests?" He wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth and replied with a hint of resignation. He hopes to conduct a live broadcast. He believes it will have greater educational significance. Su Tong nearly choked on her soup. Which good person conducts such a broadcast? Fine then. We shall proceed with the broadcast tomorrow night at 8:30. Title: The Consequences of Disturbing the Order. Let Uncle Su handle subsequent matters. we will take charge. Chu Yi expressed some concern. But who would dare come to our base after this? Won't the people here be frightened away? Su Tong slurped down the broth from her soup dumplings. Those who know the truth will naturally come. Those who jump to conclusions will only bring trouble. Serving as a preliminary filter, Chu Yi remained unsatisfied. Uncle Su is truly calculating. We are providing manpower to divert a large wave of zombies. We fight the zombies. He takes the good reputation, and the survivors we rescue end up with him. It feels as though we are working for him in the shadows. In this post-apocalyptic world, manpower was a resource, and Chu Yi was acutely aware of this fact. With her mouth full of food, Su Tong couldn't respond. So Chi Tian stepped in to clarify. The Chilean base is connected not only to Haicheng, but also to dozens of surrounding cities. Those survivors also need rescuing. Moreover, they are farther from Haicheng, making them less mobile. Su Tong has an abundance of weaponry and equipment, along with military support, and most importantly, she has me. Therefore, we shall spearhead the combat in Haicheng, with Su Jin coordinating, maximizing our efficiency in battling the zombies. As Su Tong continued to eat, she nodded in agreement with Chi Tian's reasoning. He continued, furthermore, those individuals are currently seeking stability at government bases, allowing them to slack off. However, once they grow weary of compressed biscuits and witness the treatment we provide, those with ambition will naturally seek us out. Humanity must personally experience and discern what truly suits them. After finishing her dumplings, Su Tong concurred with Chi Tian, brother, do not rush, take your time. Zombies cannot be eradicated overnight, nor can we rescue everyone in a day. Chu yawned, understood. I simply hadn't grasped the situation. Su Tong wiped her mouth, realizing she needed to rest soon. Overeating would upset her stomach, and she should have stopped at 80% fullness. Chi Tian, the morning is yours. Continue the building sweeps as planned. Avoid densely populated areas for now, as the abundance of zombies would lead to significant losses for the mechanical army. Chi Tian acknowledged her instructions, closing the curtains of the small bedroom and playing a lullaby while adjusting the air conditioning to the optimal temperature, facilitating Su Tong's slumber. Chapter 51. Sturdy Vegetables. Chu Yi gazed enviously at Chi Tian as he completed a series of tasks. Why, being of the same family, did he not receive such treatment? Every time he wished to adjust the air conditioning, he had to politely ask Chi Tian first. Ah, indeed, one cannot compare people. Good night, Tong. Meanwhile, Li Wen and Zhao Hua, returning with Su Tong, arrived at their dormitory. Initially, Su Tong intended to invite them for breakfast before they departed, but the two, not wanting to impose, claimed they were too tired to eat. Su Tong acquiesced, handing them a package of food, encouraging them to have a little something before resting. They shared a room and typically did not stockpile food. Li Wen opened his backpack and began to extract the contents. Warm, steaming hot, dry noodles, and generous portions of beef shank. Truly a little feast. Beneath these two nearly 2-liter lock containers held rice. Wait a moment, why was the rice red? Had they added chili sauce? Zhao Hua curiously opened the container, intending to take a bite, only to realize it was not rice at all, but 2 large boxes of crystal nuclei. Due to its fire element, it displayed a red hue. The other box contained sky blue wind element nuclei, perfectly suited to their respective abilities. Li Wen wielded wind power, while Zhao Hua commanded fire. They quickly replaced the lids on the boxes, marveling at the rarity of such a meal. Outside, zombies roamed freely, yet crystal nuclei were not so easily acquired. The majority of the nuclei in Haicheng were in Su Tong's possession. After the Mechanical Legion cleared an area of zombies, crystal collection robots promptly gathered the nuclei, leaving no chance for others to scavenge. For others to obtain crystal nuclei, they had to undertake missions. However, a typical squad consisted of around 10 individuals, and the missions that involved encountering zombies were primarily scavenging tasks. By the end of the day, each person received only a meager share of nuclei. Yet, Su Tong had directly bestowed upon them 2 large containers. Furthermore, she had specifically chosen those that corresponded with their powers. How considerate of the base leader. Zhao Hua, cradling the box, said, Li Wen, we must keep this a secret. Li Wen, mirroring Zhao Hua's sentiment, replied, I understand. We must absorb these nuclei swiftly to enhance our abilities and thus assist the base leader. After their meal, with resolute expressions, they embraced their food containers, hands plunged within, and began the absorption process as outlined by Tong. Within mere minutes, they found themselves unable to absorb more. It appeared that this box would suffice for several days of nourishment. Simultaneously, the ability users within the base began to engage in subtle maneuvers for crystal nuclei, despite this being merely the second day of their excavation. With the prior rules disrupted, everyone sought to secure their own interests, hoping to gain greater agency under the new regulations. However, following the park's tasks yielded limited nuclei. To venture out independently, squads were not provided with weapons, thus doubling the danger. Consequently, ability users contemplated acquiring nuclei from ordinary people, as the latter had no use for them. On the very first day, disputes arose within squads over the unequal distribution of nuclei. Fortunately, Tong had anticipated this issue. Upon awakening, she promptly established a crystal trading center. Teams could exchange their task points for nuclei or swap different elemental nuclei for those of their own. This disclosure exposed yet another wave of ability users within the park. It was not that Tong desired to uncover other secrets, but rather that those with hidden powers could pose a threat to her. People in differing circumstances contemplate various matters. In her past life, Tong had initially considered concealing her abilities. However, as she grew stronger, she found no need for such subterfuge. Anyone who dared to provoke her would find themselves met with a shocking retaliation. In this life, Tong had never hidden her spatial abilities or her overall strength. Yet, her lightning abilities remained untested in public, primarily due to the lack of an opportunity to astonish others. When Tong finally awoke, it was already midday. Emerging from her inflatable pool filled with crystal nuclei, she felt invigorated, sensing she was a step closer to reaching level 5. Regrettably, the first and second level nuclei lacked potency, and despite her efforts, she found it difficult to progress. After refreshing herself, she coincidentally arrived just in time for lunch. Luo Xiaoi was already seated at the table, appearing more lively under Zhao Wan's care, and was less reserved in front of Chu Yi. Upon seeing Tong, she beamed. "Sister, let us eat together. Brother saved you a little cake." Zhao Wan, with her background in early childhood education, certainly knew how to engage with children. Tong settled beside Luo Xiaoi. "Then let us enjoy our meal together." Chu Yi had nearly finished eating. They had previously agreed that whoever was available at meal times could eat first without waiting. Luo Xiaoi only began eating now because she had just finished her psychological counseling class. After Chu Yi finished, he sipped some juice to conclude his lunch. "I'll head over to the production line and maintenance department. We returned quite a few damaged robots last night." Tong forked a bite of the cake, finding it quite delightful. "Do remember to take your gun and mechanical bodyguards with you. In these extraordinary times, one cannot afford to be careless, even on one's home turf, particularly with those deluded individuals among the ability users who fancied themselves chosen ones, believing the world had transformed into its current state solely to elevate them as heroes, imagining themselves as future rulers. With such erratic thoughts, their actions too became reckless." Chu Yi rose to leave. "Do not worry, sister. I am aware of what I must do." Tong caught a glimpse of the sincerity in Chu Yi's bright eyes, yet couldn't he shake the feeling of disbelief. As the office door swung open, 2 towering Titan robots, standing at 2.5 meters, appeared, armed with an array of weaponry. Even without firing a shot, their imposing metallic frames alone could provide ample protection for Chu Yi. Tong felt a slight wave of relief. It seemed he had wisely chosen the most formidable bodyguards from the warehouse. "Qitian, is the attrition rate of the Mechanical Legion significantly high?" Qitian brought up the data charts. "It remains within manageable limits. Most of the damaged units are chainsaw robots used for clearing zombies. They merely encountered too many zombies, causing chains to jam or break. Additionally, some boomerang robots have been seized by metal zombies and require new projectiles. As for the less effective combat robots, they are expendable and do not warrant repairs. Hence were not recalled." Chapter 52. Can we bring Mom back? Tong glanced at the damaged components. noting that they were all minor parts that could be swiftly repaired and returned to the battlefield. The warehouse was brimming with such small components. It was truly a testament to the durability of your design. Chi Tian received the praise, his virtual form turning away in a haughty manner. Yet his movements betrayed a hint of human-like charm. The office was equipped with numerous electronic devices, allowing Chi Tian to manifest in a 3D form. Visible to the naked eye, resembling a specter, Luo Xiaolove appeared quite intrigued by Chi Tian, her gaze fixated on him since his arrival. It seemed that today, as children harbor no fear of ghosts, they are staunch materialists. Even if a ghost were to appear before them, they would merely exclaim, "What impressive technology! I must purchase their games." Su Tong waved her hand in front of Luo Xiaolove to regain the child's attention. "Xiaolove, could you please fetch that orange for your sister?" It was essential to not only provide nourishment for the child, but also to teach her how to wield her abilities. Otherwise, Su Tong would not dare to keep such perilous items close at hand. The initial step in harnessing her powers was to help her understand her unique abilities. The orange was positioned at the far end of the conference table, which had been repurposed as a dining space. The table stretched 3 meters long, placing the fruit a tad too far for both of them to reach comfortably. Luo Xiaolove complied, preparing to descend from her chair to retrieve the orange when Su Tong intervened. "Xiaolove, focus on the orange without using your hands. Imagine it flying to you. The essence of psychic abilities lies in the power of belief. Do not scoff, it is true. As the saying goes, where the heart desires, there the path follows." To harness her powers, Xiaolove must first believe in her capability to accomplish this task. Previously, when she instinctively sought to protect herself from others, she had unwittingly conjured a psychic shield. With a puzzled expression adorning her cherubic face, Luo Xiaolove responded, "Sister, I don't have superpowers." Su Tong rubbed her hands together, exhaled softly, and then, with an air of mystery, took Luo Xiaolove's hand, closing her eyes for a moment. Suddenly, an orange appeared in thin air, extracted from her spatial pocket. "Sister is now sharing her superpowers with you. Give it a try." Indeed, the innocent child was easily convinced. Just yesterday, Su Tong had demonstrated her spatial abilities by retrieving her daily essentials from her home. However, at the tender age of 6, Xiaolove had been too enthralled by the spectacle to fathom that such wonders could happen to her as well. Her eyes fixated on the orange on the plate. She waved her hands as if summoning a puppy, her small mouth chanting earnestly, "Come here, orange, come here." Su Tong had finished her small cake, leaving the orange untouched. Instead, it was the little cat, Tiger Girl, that leapt onto the chair below, curiously observing them. "What? Are we summoning a kitten?" Yet, in the next moment, Tiger Girl truly soared through the air and landed in Luo Xiaolove's embrace. Clearly, the allure of a kitten was far greater. Luo Xiaolove, cradling Tiger Girl, blushed slightly and murmured, "Sister, I think I made a mistake." Su Tong spoke gently. "It's just that you're unaccustomed at first. With practice, you will improve." Filled with anticipation, Luo Xiaolove asked, "Then can I practice to bring mommy back?" Su Tong paused momentarily, realizing that Xiaolove's family was no longer present. She set down her chopsticks and instructed Lu Bo and Zhao Wanner to step outside, taking Tiger Girl with them. Luo Xiaolove stared blankly at the spacious room, now only occupied by herself and her sister, uncertain of what would happen next. Su Tong lowered her chopsticks and faced Luo Xiaolove. "Xiaolove, do you remember seeing those terrifying zombies outside yesterday?" Perhaps due to the gravity of Su Tong's tone, Luo Xiaolove felt an inexplicable wave of panic, but nodded nonetheless. "Xiaolove saw them. They're bad people who bite." Su Tong endeavored to soften her voice. "Your mother was bitten and has now become a star in the sky. From now on," tears streamed down Luo Xiaolove's cheeks, and in a flurry, she attempted to climb down from her chair. "Xiaolove doesn't believe it. Xiaolove doesn't believe it. Xiaolove saw mommy yesterday. She wouldn't leave me. Mommy is just busy with work." Yesterday, Su Tong had instructed Chi Tian to pretend to be Xiaolove's mother due to the urgency of the situation. Surrounded by people who were oblivious to the extent of Xiaolove's abilities, they had to stabilize her emotions before they could proceed. Yet, lies cannot sustain themselves indefinitely. As Xiaolove's powers matured, the moment the deception was unveiled, the beliefs built upon those lies could collapse, leading to far graver consequences. Thus, after much contemplation, Tong resolved to reveal the truth to Xiaolove. Although the reality was undeniably harsh for a 6-year-old child, Tong understood that this reality could not wait for Xiaolove to mature to a point of acceptance. However, perhaps there existed a simpler solution, one that involved erasing Xiaolove and her abilities altogether, sparing her from future burdens. Yet, despite having endured an apocalypse once before, Tong could not bring herself to harm an innocent child. If Luo Xiaolove were a mischievous brat, the decision might have been easier. However, this sweet girl was simply too endearing. Mommy. Xiaolove wants to find Mommy. Wah. As Tong held Xiaolove tightly, the child struggled against her embrace, dissolving into heartfelt sobs. With her cries, Xiaolove's powers erupted forth. Everything within a 5-meter radius was pushed away by an invisible force, and lighter objects even soared into the air. Fortunately, as a level 4 ability wielder, Tong was impervious to the effects of a level 1 psychic ability. She cradled Xiaolove with one arm and reached for the teddy bear that Xiaolove had been clutching, presenting it to her. Xiaolove, look at your bear. If you keep crying, the zombies outside will come in and devour us, and they bully your bear. Your bear was a gift from Mommy. Do you want it to be bullied? This teddy bear was clearly Xiaolove's cherished bae, treasured beyond measure. This tactic proved effective. Xiaolove paused, her sobs subsiding, though she still sniffled. I want to protect my bear. I want to find Mommy with my bear. Wah. Chapter 53. A call to arms. As Tong pressed on with determination, Zhao Wanner remarked that the psychology of children is quite simple. They are most susceptible to praise and provocation. Xiao AI, though your mother may not be by your side, she watches over you from the heavens. If she sees you cry, it will surely pain her. After some gentle coaxing, Xiao AI was finally swayed by Tong. Although a child's understanding of life and death is not entirely clear, at least she grasped the concept of acceptance. A promising beginning. Half an hour later, Xiao AI had exhausted her emotions, curling up like a little kitten in Tong's embrace. Tong understood that nurturing a child is not a task that can be accomplished in a day, yet precautions must be taken. Xiao AI, while your superpowers cannot bring back your mother, they can protect you and your teddy bear. Can you promise your sister not to misuse your abilities? It was then that Xiao AI noticed the chaos she had created around her. Food was strewn across the table and floor in disarray. Overwhelmed with guilt, she feared a reprimand from Tong. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Tong gently wiped away her tears with a soft tissue, which was precisely her intent, to help Xiao AI realize the strength of her abilities. Don't worry. Sister will teach you gently. However, our powers must remain a secret. If you tell anyone, I will have to take them back. Xiao AI extended her pinky, sister. Let's make a pinky promise. A pinky promise lasts 100 years. I swear not to speak a word. After sealing their promise, Tong guided Xiao AI in tidying up the mess she had made. It is essential for children to understand that their actions bear consequences. Otherwise, they may grow indifferent, relying on others to clean up after them. Once the room was organized, Tong reiterated to Xiao AI the dangers of their abilities. Just as Zhao Wanner and the others returned, Xiao AI tugged at Tong's sleeve. Sister, may I go with you to fight the zombies? The zombies are bad. They took my mother away. I want to protect you. Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she held them back with great effort. It was heartbreaking to witness such young resilience and fortitude. The outside world is perilous, Xiao AI. Would you help me by taking care of Tigger at home? Though slightly disheartened, Xiao AI nodded in response to Tong's earnest plea for assistance. I will take good care of Tigger, she promised. Tong retrieved a lollipop as a token of encouragement for Xiao AI. Just then, Zhao Wanner and the others returned, ready to usher Xiao AI into her afternoon nap. Tong reminded them, make sure to teach Xiao AI how to manage her emotions. Zhao Wanner, an orphan supported by the Tianyan group, had managed to pursue her education and find work with their assistance. Yes, even in 2060, poverty exists. She felt immense gratitude towards the Su family, who recognized her as a person of integrity and often treated her as one of their own. With the day's lessons on child rearing concluded, she decided to visit the armory. The consumption of weapons and ammunition had been staggering. The supplies vanished as quickly as firecrackers during a festival. It was only the fourth day, or rather, less than 3 full days, and already the once full armory was nearly empty. Of course, the armory was small, as Tong was concerned about potential theft, deliberately maintaining a minimal stock. She replenished the armory and activated the combat robots brought back from the aircraft carrier to assist with the workload, which would compensate for the losses within the mechanical legion over the past days. The kitchen had also managed to prepare an ample supply of food. Despite only a little over 1,000 personnel in the area, the food consumption rivaled that of 2,000. However, Tong chose not to provide free meals, as communal dining would diminish the motivation to work. After a thorough inspection of the orderly grounds, she returned to the office building. The rooftop was filled with crystalline cores, with drones landing without finding space to spare. The stench was overwhelming. Tong covered her nose as she observed the fresh crystalline core sashimi piled high on the rooftop, emitting an unpleasant odor. Originally, she had arranged for housekeeping robots to clean and sort the cores, but the sheer volume was too great for them to keep pace. She loaded 2 aircraft with the cores and sent Chi Tian to deliver them to the Chilean base. Firstly, there were simply too many cores to utilize here, and secondly, humanity is a collective. The strength of one alone is insufficient. Other ability users must also advance swiftly to better combat the zombies. When Su Jun, the base leader at Chilean, received the shipment, he was as exuberant as a young man, exclaiming, Tong, you have truly resolved our pressing dilemma. With a large population at the base, most of the remaining military strength was devoted to its defense, leaving little opportunity to procure crystalline cores. Without cores, the ability users in the guard team could not enhance their powers swiftly. The teams that ventured out could acquire only a limited number of cores, insufficient even for their own use, let alone for trading with the base. Tong graciously replied, Uncle Su, this is merely mutual assistance. Your technical personnel have also been a great help to us. After exchanging pleasantries and concluding the call, she relaxed in her chair, snacking on potato chips while scrolling through various videos and updates posted online. The first video she encountered was an official government appeal urging survivors to step forward and fight. She scrolled through the comments, noting sentiments like, the government should protect us. How can they expect us to fight? And I can't move when I see zombies. I won't add to their fighting power. In the face of danger, feeling fear and seeking refuge is a natural human response. And Tong felt no stirrings of emotion upon reading those comments. Yet amidst the chorus of pleas for protection, there were also many differing voices. If called, I shall return. If summoned, I shall fight. A nation is strong when its youth are strong. I have endured 3 months of training and am a top-tier university student ready to battle. The majority of these comments came from retired soldiers and well-trained university students. They not only voiced their intentions, but also took action. Upon visiting their profiles, Tong discovered numerous videos of them dispatching zombies, along with shared tips for practical combat and even evaluations of zombie-killing techniques. Tong sighed, such evaluations are truly, if done well, one survives, if not, one perishes. How hardcore. Chapter 54. Can one survive by eating excrement? At this juncture, prior to the arrival of rescue teams, it is advisable for individual survivors to remain in their shelters and refrain from wandering about. After all, venturing out unarmed and inexperienced would merely serve to deliver oneself as a meal to the zombies. Most survivors have found refuge in locations such as student dormitories, classrooms, or company storage rooms, all of which are stocked with food and water. Furthermore, the government had previously encouraged citizens to purchase ample supplies of compressed biscuits under the guise of promotions. Water sources were also established in advance, ensuring that everyone could access safe drinking water for at least half a month. However, some survivors, in their panic, have sought refuge in less hospitable places, such as restrooms or cramped corners of offices, where sustenance is scarce, leaving them only to frantically search online for information. How long can one survive without food or water? Can one sustain life by consuming excrement? Yet, in the face of such calamity, the government prioritizes the rescue of capable young adults, particularly those who have undergone 3 months of military training, such as university students. Thus, Su Tong's initial destination was Haicheng University. By drawing the majority of the zombies away, the students could band together, forming small teams to create an initial combat force. However, Haicheng is home to more than one university, and several are currently engaged in combat. In addition to the hundreds of mechanical troops initially dispatched by Su Tong, Chi Tian has commandeered every controllable robot available, including the gardening robots used for maintaining the campus lawns, all in an effort to eliminate as many zombies as possible. Meanwhile, the clear-eyed university students, while awaiting rescue, took to the internet to post queries. Can my hairdryer transform into a super dryer capable of turning zombies into jerky? If I and another robot find ourselves in peril, which robot would come to our aid first? Su Tong couldn't help but wonder if she had once been so naive, her intellect akin to that of an elementary school child. Of course, beyond these light-hearted musings, a plethora of desperate pleas for help inundated the digital space, some profoundly moving and heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who read them. Yet, Su Tong merely skimmed through them, recognizing that no matter how pitiable their circumstances, she could not act on individual pleas. Adherence to the plan was paramount. Chi Tian informed the scouting team outside to return and conserve their strength. A fierce battle awaits tonight. Additionally, issue an urgent warning for the survivors in Haicheng to take cover this evening. Chi Tian promptly complied. Little Tong, should we recall the drones outside? Su Tong examined the map of Haicheng, noting that the green area surrounding the park had already been cleared. Recall those needing ammo. The rest of the mechanical troops should temporarily withdraw to form a perimeter and prevent errant zombie incursions. In these parks and along the expansive airport road, deploy unmanned tanks and rollers. Once the zombies pass, we can crush a portion of them. After deliberation, the plan was set. Su Tong instructed Li Wen and Zhao Hua to pilot a plane and transport her to the designated locations for the unmanned tanks. Sitting at the edge of the aircraft, her legs dangling in midair, Su Tong yearned for an upgrade that would allow her to soar freely, unencumbered by vehicles. Her lightning-based abilities could enable swift movement from one place to another, even allowing for brief moments of suspended flight, an invaluable asset for evading danger. The only drawback was the considerable energy consumption, rendering it ineffective for anyone below level 5. Previously, she had attempted to use her powers at her bedroom, moving from one end of the bed to the other, only to exhaust her energy and faint. In the outside world, such usage would equate to inviting zombies to feast upon her. On the plane, Li Wen and Zhao Hua expressed their gratitude. Thank you for the energy cores, base leader. Su Tong, casually enjoying a lollipop, replied with a nonchalant flair, stick with me, and you won't be at a loss. By the way, have you absorbed any? How much can you take at once? Zhao Hua responded, I've absorbed over 20. Li Wen chimed in, recalling that he too had absorbed a similar amount. Su Tong raised an eyebrow, impressed by their potential. The more energy cores one could absorb at once, the greater their potential for advancement. It was akin to the difference between a brook and a river. While a trickle would fill a brook, it could not contain much more. Generally, individuals could absorb around 10 at the outset. He had managed nearly 30 on his first attempt. As for Su Tong, in her previous life, she had ascended to level 9, and had the survivors not been devoured by zombies, she might have reached the royal level. Abilities are ranked from 1 to 10, with royal level following level 10, and imperial level beyond that. Regrettably, in her past life, only royal zombies existed, not royal humans. Indeed, inform me when you exhaust your energy cores. There will be plenty to go around. Zhao Hua shyly remarked, Base leader, we aim to earn our own rewards. No need for special treatment. Su Tong replied earnestly, what you receive is a testament to your own efforts. You have earned it. Clearly, her words instilled immense encouragement in the two, their ears turning crimson. The base leader affirmed that this is our own achievement. Their excitement was palpable, their emotions laid bare. Observing the unabashed enthusiasm in their eyes, Su Tong couldn't help but reflect on how transparent they were. Everything was written on their faces. Nevertheless, she appreciated this quality. It made interactions uncomplicated and delightful. As tonight's operation to lure zombies would span the entire city, they had multiple locations to reach for tank placement. Particularly, many areas had yet to be cleared, and the zombies, sensing Tong's presence in the air, were drawn towards her. She would abandon the tank and crush any fortunate zombies beneath her. Liwen piloted the plane with steady precision, allowing Tong to remain unrestrained, feeling no turbulence. Zhao Hua, however, grew anxious. I can't land with zombies in sight. Liwen hovered the aircraft, awaiting Tong's signal. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. They possessed enough firepower to shoot every zombie on Earth twice over, leaving nothing to dread. Once Tong had positioned the tank, Liwen received the signal and ascended. Tian promptly activated the tanks to commence their rampage, turning any approaching zombies into mere pancakes, preventing an unmanageable influx of zombies later that night. Everything proceeded smoothly. Suddenly, Liwen exclaimed, "Base leader, look over there." Tong turned her gaze forward, spotting a dark, ominous structure standing starkly against the skyline. Given recent advancements in building materials, all structures in Haicheng bore a uniform silvery white facade. What could account for the presence of such a black edifice? Tian quickly interjected, "Little Tong, that is the Haicheng Maternal and Child Hospital. Satellite surveillance indicates that its coloration began to change following the zombie outbreak. This could very well be the work of the zombies." Chapter 55. Thunder shatters the darkness. However, what astonishingly one was not the color of the building, but the survivors on the rooftop. They had likely just escaped from below, as people continued to rush out from the door on the terrace. It appeared that some dire issue had arisen within the hospital, compelling them to abandon their previous hiding spots. Perhaps even after Tong had issued a warning to stay concealed. The two glanced at Tong, who had not given the order to act. They would not proceed without her command. Tong had no intention of rescuing anyone. Tian had just sent her the surveillance footage from inside the hospital. Within the building lurked a highly lethal zombie, and those dark substances were emanations from this creature. They were viscous, congealed, and writhing. Should human skin come into contact with these substances, death would ensue swiftly, followed by transformation into sustenance for the zombie. It resembled a predatory slime mold. Hence, it could be aptly named the slime mold zombie. Slime molds are known to seek food autonomously. Many even keep them as pets to observe their behavior. This slime mold zombie was indiscriminate in its appetite, consuming all living beings within the structure, including other zombies. About an hour prior, this particular slime mold zombie had undergone a mutation, suddenly releasing multitudes of black fungal threads. The survivors, armed with alcohol and flames, found themselves powerless to halt its advance and fled in desperate search of survival. "Help! Help! There are people here! Save us!" The survivors also noticed the helicopter not far away and began to cry for assistance. However, Tong could not ascertain whether these individuals had already been contaminated by the fungal threads. Rescuing them would only invite trouble upon herself. Just as she was about to instruct Li Wen to continue with their plan, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was her, Tong's former teammate, the caring older sister, He Xiao Yuan. But logically, she should not have been in Haicheng. Yet, there was no time to ponder. If they did not act swiftly, the fungal threads would soon envelop them. "Turn around. Let's switch to the adjacent building to change helicopters and rescue them." The rooftop of their current building was unsuitable for landing. Moreover, they were currently aboard a small helicopter, which, while agile, could not bear much weight. With over 20 individuals already on the terrace, adding more would render the helicopter incapable of flight. Liwen was perplexed by Tong's sudden change of heart. But as the commander had instructed to rescue, they would proceed. Tong switched to a large military helicopter equipped with a cargo net. She intended to save the survivors, but would not bring back any potential threats. By utilizing the cargo net, the survivors would not come into direct contact with the helicopter or its occupants. However, precious moments slipped away, and the fungal threads had already reached the rooftop, consuming two slower runners. Tong hurled 2 incendiary grenades to buy the survivors some time. The cargo net was originally designed to accommodate 30 individuals comfortably. Yet, in their panic, the survivors scrambled to climb in, causing the net to sway perilously and creating chaos. In their desperation to escape, Some even shoved others aside. By unfortunate coincidence, the elderly man who pushed others away was precisely the one Su Tong intended to save, He Xiaoyuan. Already fatigued, she was thrust with such force that she lost her grip and fell from the rooftop, teetering on the edge of the net. As the sensation of weightlessness struck, He Xiaoyuan believed her demise was imminent and began to replay her life in her mind. However, before the first scene could unfold, her scream was abruptly silenced. What is this tightening around my waist? She felt as though she were a piece of cured meat suspended by a rope, her waist threatening to snap. On the helicopter, Su Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Her aim had been accurate, and she had saved her. She tugged on the rope, maneuvering He Xiaoyuan back into the net. As for the man who had pushed her, Su Tong promptly dealt with him, silencing him with a peanut. Cue up. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? The sound of gunfire and the splatter of the old man's brain matter instantly hushed the crowd. Some hesitated, weighing the choice between being devoured by zombies or enduring torment at the hands of the fierce woman before them. Yet soon enough, they resolved that it was better to cling to life than to face certain death. The sight of the repulsive fungal threads only reinforced their decision. Once the last survivor was secured in the cargo net, Liwen swiftly maneuvered the helicopter away from the building, as if sensing its prey had escaped. The fungal threads erupted like a geyser, but fell short, crashing heavily to the ground below. Su Tong understood that she could not allow this slime mold zombie to develop unchecked. Its current level was at least tier 3. Such a uniquely gifted zombie needed to be eliminated swiftly. However, the incendiary grenades had proven ineffective, targeting the threads rather than the core entity. Chi Tian, do you know what floor the core of this slime mold zombie is on? 2 seconds later, the core is in room 503 of the oncology ward on the 5th floor. This zombie does not walk. It remains on the bed. Su Tong examined the 3D data map of the building. Room 503 was on the opposite side, with a window. Got it. Drop me off at the adjacent building, and then fly as far away as you can. Since the helicopter was equipped with a cargo net, landing directly was impractical. Su Tong leaped from the aircraft. This height posed little challenge for her. Once the helicopter had gained distance, she drew out a rocket launcher and aimed at the window of room 503. Fire. Boom! The window of room 503 shattered, along with the concrete wall, revealing the interior. The room was engulfed in darkness, a solid mass of fungal threads occupying the space. Writhing incessantly, the earlier rocket had inflicted minimal damage, creating a small breach that was almost immediately sealed. Su Tong had anticipated this outcome. She had not expected a single shot to annihilate it. Calmly, she retrieved a dozen harpoon-like steel tubes and, using the rocket launcher once more, propelled them into the room. Chi Tian, do you understand the concept of thunder shattering the darkness? Chi Tian paused for a second, observing the cloud data over Haicheng, concluding it's been clear lately. There hasn't been any thunder. Su Tong removed her glasses, extended her arms, and sparks of electricity crackled in her palms. Watch closely with a swift motion. Su Tong slashed the air towards the steel tubes embedded in room 503. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from thin air. Crack! The lights of the entire building flared brilliantly before plunging back into darkness. The once occupied room 503, shrouded by fungal threads, was left barren after the violet-blue sparks flickered, revealing only a small, smoldering mound atop the bed frame. Chapter 56. Has he not grown, that little thing? A gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes, revealing a faint outline of a human-like skeleton. Su Tong felt somewhat dissatisfied. A full-force strike at level 5 should have left nothing but dust. She adjusted her glasses, and Chi Tian promptly appeared on the virtual screen. Xiao Tong, next time you unleash a big move, please give me a heads up. Several nearby drones have short-circuited. Su Tong felt a tinge of embarrassment. If she utilized her powers on a large scale, the surrounding delicate electronic devices would be affected, which was why she had asked Li Wen to steer the aircraft farther away earlier. The drones were deployed by Chi Tian for escort, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances did not arise unnoticed by Su Tong. The components of the drones were too intricate and positioned too closely, leading to their immediate destruction. Every operational electronic device in Haicheng was a weapon lent to Su Tong by Qi Tian, as the technical staff was insufficient to repair those damaged by zombies. If Su Tong were to inadvertently cause further damage, it would only add to Qi Tian's workload, necessitating a recalculation of the robot deployment in each area. Next time, be more careful, she muttered. While they chatted, the crystalline core of the slime zombie was retrieved by the robots. As anticipated, it was a level 3 core. However, to Su Tong's surprise, the core was green, indicating it belonged to a wood-type zombie. So it wasn't slime but vines? Regardless, it was dead. Su Tong carefully stored the core, not rushing to leave. Her past experiences taught her that one should never leave any potential hazards behind. As she piloted the helicopter away, the buildings behind her erupted into flames. Clearly, there were no living souls left inside, and after this inferno, any peculiar zombies should be reduced to mere ashes. She instructed Li Wan to take the survivors to a more spacious rooftop, separating the men and women, insisting they remove their clothing. Nothing could be left on. A group of individuals huddled together, shivering in their garments. It was late November. Although Haicheng, being in the south, still had temperatures above freezing, it was cold. Moreover, why must they strip? Was this some sort of perverse game? Su Tong produced an empty container for modesty and simply stated, "Examine them closely for any unusual wounds. Those who do not comply will be executed." Wood-type zombies posed a considerable challenge, particularly the mutated variants from earlier. Their abilities could leave seeds within the human body, although the effects might not be immediately visible. Given that it wasn't a direct bite, over time, the seeds could assimilate the human into a similar zombie. By the time it was discovered, it might be too late. In her previous life, the base had dispatched Su Tong's team to rescue a small survivor camp, only to find a stunning rose garden. Upon closer inspection, the roses were growing on people. Some were even still alive, gasping for breath, yet completely immobilized, unable to open their mouths. Thankfully, a telepath among Su Tong's team revealed the full story. Since then, they had been diligent in inspecting anyone they encountered who resembled the more passive, plant-like wood-type zombies after any combat. This was precisely why Su Tong was determined to burn down that building, fearing the remnants of any ghastly entities. Upon learning that Su Tong was merely checking for abnormalities, the survivors' anxiety diminished significantly. They began to move, the men heading to one side and the women to the other. "Wait, that SA boy. He should go over there." Su Tong intercepted a woman who was holding onto a 7- or 8-year-old boy. "Let him go to that side." The woman hesitated. "My son is still young. He doesn't distinguish between genders." The boy's gaze was fixated on the sister's disrobing, his expression more suggestive than his mother's. It was evident that with a mother like that, one could hardly expect a well-mannered child. Su Tong raised her weapon, pointing it at the woman. "Has he not grown, that little thing? Release him." Reluctantly, she let go, and Zhao Hua guided the child to the other side. The other women began to regard Su Tong more favorably. Despite her ruthless demeanor, she exhibited respect for individuals. After a brief commotion, everyone complied and began to undress. Naturally, non-compliance was not an option with a gun aimed at them. Among the group, He Xiaoyuan stripped quickly. Su Tong meticulously examined her, causing He Xiaoyuan to feel a bit uneasy, realizing that her life had been saved by this young girl. First, she had been offered a chance to escape the zombies, and then she was pulled back from being shoved aside. It was as if she had been saved twice. Although the moment was somewhat inappropriate, He Xiaoyuan covered herself with one hand and politely expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me earlier." Su Tong retrieved a new set of clothing from her space and handed it to her. Despite their past connections, this was their first encounter in this life. Su Tong maintained a demeanor appropriate for a first meeting, avoiding excessive warmth. "No need to thank me. I simply could not stand to see it." Others received new clothing as well. All old garments had to be incinerated. The process proceeded quickly among the women, while the men seemed to take longer for some reason. Despite there being slightly more women, they were dressed while several men were still struggling to undress. Impatient, Su Tong approached. "It's 8:30. We have matters to attend to. Are you all wrapped in mummy bandages that make it so difficult to remove?" Li Wen and Zhao Hua hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Su Tong, ensuring that no filth would tarnish the eyes of their base leader. Before Su Tong could respond, the few men disrobing emitted startled cries, as if they'd been grievously wronged. Li Wen fumbled to explain, "Leader of the base, there's just one person left. He refuses to undress. The others have nearly completed their inspections." Su Tong had noticed the individual clinging tightly to his clothing, his complexion ashen. Li Wen and Zhao Hua were still too moralistic to resort to killing. Su Tong, however, had no such qualms. Raising her hand, she fired a shot. Bang! The man collapsed on the spot, causing another wave of screams from the surrounding naked men, who now looked at Su Tong with sheer horror. Su Tong disdainfully ignored them. What was there to fear? She was not indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. Although the man attempted to shield himself, Chi Tian had already reviewed the footage and discovered that the individual had been ensnared by a fungal tendril around his ankle while on a rooftop. The image had been highlighted and magnified, ensuring Su Tong could not overlook it. Moreover, even if she were to indiscriminately kill, so what? Those who disobeyed would not escape execution. Once everyone was clad in their new garments, the aircraft took to the skies once more, albeit in two separate paths. One group, led by Zhao Hua, returned to the park, while the other, with Li Wen carrying Su Tong, continued to complete their unfinished tasks. Chapter 57. The Harvester? Based on the previous data involving Su Tong, her cousin Su Xinyu, and the wild man Fu Hanqi, it can be inferred that they could attract at least 1 million zombies tonight. Just imagine 1 million peanuts. It would be quite a heap, let alone such a massive horde of zombies. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate as many as possible along the way. Otherwise, the suburbs would not have enough space for them to establish themselves. When the zombies gather in sufficient numbers, even without a particularly high-ranking zombie leader, they will exhibit a collective consciousness akin to that of ants, following the lead of the foremost zombies. At that point, even those zombies not meandering on the streets would be irresistibly drawn to the tide, striving to join in. Thus, as long as the bait at the front possesses sufficient allure, the zombies can be guided along the predetermined path. Chi Tian cleared all vehicles from the main road of Haicheng, replacing them with tanks, road rollers, and large harvesters. Why on earth would there be harvesters here? Moreover, they were only located on the overpass, with no sign of them anywhere else. Su Tong clearly wished to avoid explaining, especially as nightfall approached and she had yet to eat dinner. Besides the harvesters, there were also tillers. Was she planning to plow 2 acres for the zombies? And there were large excavators, bulldozers, tree shredders. The variety was overwhelming, leaving Li Wen astounded. To those in the know, it was evident they were preparing for combat against the zombies. To those unaware, it might have seemed like a grand machinery exhibition. Moreover, many of the machines appeared incapable of being operated wirelessly. Su Tong had thoughtfully equipped each device with a domestic robot. These assembly line robots lacked combat modules, but could drive. Additionally, there were substantial objects placed in the center of the road resembling flattened fans, yet these were far heavier and larger. When Su Tong positioned them, the ground emitted a dull thud, as if a small hill had been dropped. After arranging the urban area, they ventured into the suburbs to lay countless landmines. Returning only as it approached 7 o'clock, Su Tong massaged her shoulder, her arms aching from rummaging through supplies, pondering whether this relentless effort would lead to shoulder periarthritis. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was in the armory, equipping drones with weapons. Others were also working overtime. This was a citywide operation. Every bullet counted, equating to 1 less zombie. With her right hand gnawing on a leg of lamb and her left delving into the crystal core box to absorb its contents, her gaze remained fixed on the final layout displayed on the virtual screen, epitomizing busyness. Xiao Tong Tong, we have only 27 bait. Su Tong paused, bewildered. How do we end up with so many? Wasn't it just a handful of people? Chi Tian clarified. This afternoon, Su Zhen from Qilin Base sent over another batch, saying it was to support our operation. Su Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment. In this apocalypse, obedient dogs were hard to find, whereas those who disregarded rules were plentiful. 27 bait? She thought it was more than sufficient. As night descended, the atmosphere turned quiet and dark. The zombies' focus would not be as easily distracted as during the day. In a monotonous environment, sensory perception would be infinitely heightened. Even zombies were no exception. This left Chi Tian puzzled. Aren't zombies devoid of sensation? Su Tong contemplated. They lack sensation, yet possess the most basic reflexes. It's akin to receiving signals. When inundated with many, one must filter and calculate. However, when presented with a singular signal, one can react more swiftly. Chi Tian seemed to grasp the concept, albeit partially sensation and signals. After finishing her lamb leg, Su Tong took a sip of cola, only to hear Chi Tian speaking, his voice too faint to decipher. What did you say, Chi Tian? His virtual image displayed rows of data graphs. Nothing much. The plan is already set. All equipment is connected and ready, just awaiting your command. Glancing at the time, Su Tong noted it was 8 o'clock. Wiping her mouth, she prepared to rise when Xiao AI approached, holding the little tiger. Sister, please be cautious. Su Tong patted Xiao AI's head. All right. In the vacant space of the district, all combat personnel were ready, awaiting Su Tong's orders. Fan Yu stepped forward. You lead the defense at home. Fan Yu complied dutifully, immediately gathering the others indicated by Su Tong to one side. As she surveyed her surroundings, intending to inquire about Chu Yi, a clattering sound caught her attention. Turning to look, she saw 4 Titan robots escorting Chu Yi, who was jogging towards her. The spectacle evoked the impression of a young lady making her entrance, commanding everyone to clear the way. Chu Yi had been so engrossed in his work at the armory that he nearly lost track of time. I'm coming with you, he exclaimed, breathless. Su Tong offered him no quarter, swiftly rebuffing him. No, bringing you along would be a burden. Stay home and coordinate with Chi Tian, should anything arise. You must provide support. Chu Yi, unable to counter, sat down on the foot of a nearby Titan robot, muttering under his breath, Humph, wait until my abilities improve. I'll outshine you. Yet the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. 10 minutes later, all combat personnel boarded their aircraft, awaiting takeoff. As Su Tong prepared to board, she noticed a disheveled uncle with a microphone trailing behind her. Who are you? Chu Yi stood to introduce him. He is a strategic game commentary streamer. Hearing about our live broadcast, he volunteered to come from Chilin Base. His name is Brother Hui. Just call me Xiao Hui. The scruffy uncle chimed in with his self-introduction. Su Tong, base leader, I promise to make this live broadcast engaging and inspiring for everyone to fight zombies. Su Tong scrutinized Brother Hui, noting the excitement in his eyes, questioning whether he could distinguish between game and reality. Brother Hui, this is not a game. If I become displeased, people might get shot. Brother Hui stood there, allowing her scrutiny. Base leader Su, if you're not satisfied, you can execute me. Initially, Su Tong considered dismissing him, but Chi Tian's remark shifted her perspective. Xiao Tong, Brother Hui is a patriotic streamer. A patriotic individual? That was acceptable. Wu Su, take him with you. Su Tong promptly assigned him to Wu Su's aircraft, preferring not to have a chatterbox accompanying her during the mission, as Wu Su would serve as her wingman, just like being in the same aircraft. Chapter 58. Hanging my boss, although Wu Su was reluctant to let Brother Hui board the aircraft, as they were heading into battle rather than engaging in some frivolous game of real-life CS. He felt it would only complicate matters. Moreover, as a commentator, what purpose did it serve for him to accompany them? Could he not simply observe the proceedings from below and provide commentary? However, Su Tong did not afford Wu Su the opportunity to counter her, and she boarded the helicopter without hesitation. Having Brother Hui accompany them was akin to having a war correspondent on the scene, providing the most authentic experience. One helicopter after another ascended from the park, while Chewie watched them depart, before turning back toward the main control center of the office building. The control center was in sync with Chi Tian, as Chu Yi aimed to provide unwavering support for his sister. Fang Yu loaded his weapon, remaining vigilant despite the robust security within the park, and exercised even greater caution. Your squad goes to the left, your squad to the rear. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Our brothers are fighting outside. We must ensure they have no worries. Meanwhile, those within the park not involved in combat gathered spontaneously in the employee cafeteria. There, a massive screen displayed the live broadcast. As everyone sat together, their eyes glued to the unfolding events. The initial scene captured was the night-shrouded sea city, adorned with dazzling lights, where the city center's advertising screens showcased extravagant promotions. This was not an apocalyptic commercial. Rather, it was a deliberate tactic to distract the zombies by illuminating the night. Many sound systems also blared the most electrifying music, designed to bewilder the undead. The camera shifted to reveal dozens of helicopters, flying in pairs to various locations. The roar of the helicopter rotors, combined with the aerial decoys, had already piqued the curiosity of numerous zombies, who began to turn their stiff necks. Brother Hui leaned against the open door of the helicopter, with machine guns mounted on both sides for easy firing. The cabin brimmed with weapons and ammunition. Securing his safety harness, he peered down through the gaps in the crates, took a deep breath, and began his commentary. Good evening, dear viewers. We are about to follow the footsteps of Commander Tong from the Golden Phoenix base and dive into the front line for the great zombie battle. Do you see the bait hanging beneath each helicopter? Do not feel sympathy for them. They are far from innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian even tagged the reasons each individual had been captured, displaying video footage of their last moments of wrongdoing in the live comments. Evidence speaks for itself. Brother Hui reminded everyone that amidst the zombie outbreak, unity and camaraderie were paramount. For those dissatisfied and wishing to create chaos, we can arrange for you to join the zombies in friendship. The comments on the live stream surged. Can we get my cheating ex on there? If he hasn't turned into a zombie, he'd only waste our future resources. I want to send my ex too. I wish to hang my boss. He makes grand promises. Just one mention of him should attract all the zombies. Naturally, there were those who found the situation intolerable. Isn't that a bit cruel? After all, it's a living being. Yet, someone quickly retorted, "You're so kind. Why don't you take his place? Are you blind? Don't you see they deserve what they get? If we let them cause trouble, we need zombies to devour us. These scoundrels will finish us off themselves." Tong was also watching the live broadcast. Tian, you're doing remarkably well as the director. Initially, she had worried that such a large-scale operation, requiring the control of numerous mechanics, might overwhelm Tian. To her surprise, he managed it with ease, and the live stream rivaled that of a blockbuster film. Tian, seizing the moment, praised himself. Little Tong, this is merely one of my countless skills. Don't be too in awe of me. After their banter, Tong began to receive updates from each team. Team 01 is in position. Team 02 is in position. Team 26 is in position. Team 27 is in position. As the final team reached their designated locations, the entirety of Sea City was plunged into darkness, the ground swallowed by shadows. The live stream went black, and the audience collectively held their breath. What was happening? Where was the commentator? Why was there no one speaking? Approximately 3 minutes later, as speculations arose regarding an unforeseen calamity, a gunshot shattered the silence, followed by the chilling roars of zombies echoing in the darkness. Roar, and the chaotic sounds of shuffling feet ensued. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of gunshots erupted, and simultaneously, the lights along the main thoroughfare illuminated, acting as a beacon guiding the way out of the city. On screen, the audience could finally see the chaos. Invigorated by the scent of blood, the zombies became restless, eagerly pursuing the bleeding bait. The drone army swiftly arrived from all directions, clearing their magazines in an instant. Brother Hui clung to the helicopter door, witnessing the writhing mass of zombies below, filled with excitement. Every shot, precisely calculated, struck a zombie squarely in the head. The drone army sustained no damage, scattering the newly gathered horde of zombies. Yet, the thirst for blood drove the zombies to continue pouring forth, now converging on the main road. Tanks were deployed. Was a commander intending to bombard the zombies with tank fire? Not at all. The tanks and rollers crushed the zombies beneath their weight, akin to a juicer pulverizing watermelon. The results were promising, yet the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, as many began to climb over the obstacles. The appearance of evolved zombies was alarming, many of whom could fly. They were intent on grasping the bait ahead. It was crucial to note that if the bait were seized by the zombies, the team aboard the aircraft would be in grave danger. Additionally, the zombie threat on this route would remain unmanageable. Those watching the live stream felt an intense anxiety, wishing they could leap into the screen and deliver a decisive blow to the encroaching zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Another wave of drones took flight, this time significantly larger than the last. Instead of emptying their magazines, they targeted the exceptional evolved zombies amidst the horde. Take them down, everyone. This is truly perilous. That zombie nearly reached us. Gratitude poured forth for the brave souls at the Golden Phoenix base, risking their lives to combat the undead, allowing us to face fewer zombies. Chapter 59. No wonder she is the base commander. In truth, the situation was not as perilous as Brother Hui had described. It had already been stated that the aircraft operated in pairs. Even in the absence of drones to intervene, the trailing aircraft would assist their lead counterparts. However, to convey a sense of thrill, the narrative needed to be somewhat dramatic. Otherwise, the viewers of the live broadcast might mistakenly believe that combat was a mere trifle. This approach not only sparked enthusiasm for battle among others, but also illuminated the hardships of warfare. Tong sensed that the commentator possessed a certain flair and contemplated inviting him to join the Jinwang base, offering him the position of director of public relations. The battle continued unabated, with zombies swarming like a deluge, swiftly approaching the intersection. Suddenly, the large fan that Tong had placed at the crossroads began to whirl, its blades transforming the undead into mere chunks of flesh. Brother Hui was equally astonished by such mechanical warfare. His commentary typically revolved around firearms and artillery. Here, however, it was all about finesse. Yet his quick wit allowed him to devise a fitting moniker in no time: the Death Chopper. The zombies, mere bags of flesh, were pulverized into projectiles by the immense centrifugal force, becoming weapons against their fellow undead. A close-up shot captured a zombie's head being severed by the blades, soaring towards another zombie in the distance. The two heads collided and shattered. Look, the zombies that have passed through the Death Chopper are rushing down to the next level. Ahead lies the heavy machinery combat team. To everyone's surprise, excavators were being wielded like swatters against mosquitoes. The shovel descended, instantly flattening the zombies below. The excavator and the loader worked in perfect harmony, with the loader clearing away the remains, granting the excavator more room to maneuver. Brother Huey's commentary was exuberant and captivating. Yet, contrasting opinions surfaced in the comments section, which varied widely. Flesh and blood flying everywhere. It looks exhilarating. So what if they have abilities? They're still just flesh and blood. This is about fighting zombies, not a game of boys and girls charging through levels. Are we going to reward the zombies that reach the finish line with a refrigerator? With so many weapons at our disposal, are they just for show? How long is this going to drag on? A single missile could resolve the issue, wasting resources. Brother Hui noted the divergent comments and shared his own doubts. While conventional weaponry was evidently more convenient, he did not perceive Tong's actions as mere theatrics. He had arrived on a plane from the Chilean base in the afternoon, and upon entering the compound, he had seen the Jinwang base app's notifications, initially mistaking it for a utopia from a gaming world. However, after surveying the area, he recognized it was genuine, orderly, and well-managed, with excellent provisions. Furthermore, on the aircraft, there were not only magazines of bullets, but also numerous large bombs. Yet, none of the personnel seemed to be utilizing them, as if the time had not yet come. Just as he intended to close his microphone and inquire with Wu Su, a video unexpectedly appeared on his virtual screen. The footage depicted survivors taking refuge in a building, separated by a wall from the encroaching zombies. Enlightenment struck him. The loader was indeed dispatching the zombies while safeguarding the last line of defense for the surviving compatriots. A single missile could obliterate a city, but what would become of the survivors still within? Did he think the structures in the city were there to protect the zombies? No, they were safeguarding our lives and resources. If the city were to be annihilated, there would be no refuge left when we encountered the zombies. As he articulated these thoughts, the comments shifted dramatically. Goodness, in the pursuit of excitement, I almost forgot about the necessity of gathering resources in the post-apocalypse. The base commander has long-term vision. No wonder she is the base commander. Impressive. As Tong observed the tide of comments turning to praise, she scratched her forehead, which itched slightly from her loose hair, thinking it unnecessary to be lauded so excessively. Just as the smile on her lips began to fade, an alarm rang out. A powerful zombie had emerged. Chi-Tion immediately marked the location for broadcast. It was from Group 08, featuring a metallic zombie hurling javelins. This zombie had already knocked down the bait, but fortunately, they had managed to lead the zombies to the main route, minimizing the impact. However, the metallic zombie vanished amidst the tide of the undead, eluding the drone's detection. Tong assessed the footage, concluding that it was merely another level 3 zombie, one they could certainly handle. Group 08, ascend and proceed as planned to rendezvous with us. Just then, they acknowledged her command, but the screen displayed a shocking moment. Group 08's escort helicopter was struck by a suddenly appearing metallic javelin. The rotor ceased spinning. The aircraft experienced severe turbulence, and due to the proximity between the lead and escort helicopters, a collision seemed imminent. Viewers were on the edge of their seats, palms sweaty with anticipation. Yet, the anticipated disaster did not unfold. The escort helicopter, despite losing its rotor, quickly stabilized. In 2060, helicopters had long since adopted new technologies, equipped with jet stabilization gear. However, such technology was costly and typically reserved for military aircraft, rare in civilian use. Simultaneously, the teammates aboard the lead aircraft and the drones detected the zombie, and with a rapid barrage of gunfire, the undead was reduced to mere remnants. Lost within the sea of zombies, Brother Hui passionately exclaimed, "That moment was truly exhilarating. I never anticipated the base commander would deploy such impressive equipment. It has truly opened our eyes." With assurance regarding Group 08's safety, Tong redirected her attention to the other aircrews. In a brief interval, 3 more baits were lost. The foremost zombies were still far from the elevated highway, leaving considerable distance to cover. All crews, maintain altitude. Do not descend too low. The ratio of ability-wielding zombies was evidently increasing among those that had managed to traverse the mechanical blockade, rendering the situation increasingly perilous. Observing the large agricultural harvesters activating on the overpass, Lewin finally understood their purpose. The leading zombies were ensnared within, shredded by the harvesters, and ejected from the exit, forming a pile of corpses on the ground below the overpass. There was no need for a loader to clean up. The wood chippers and stone crushers functioned similarly. Human bones could not compete with the hardness of stone. Multiple overpasses allowed for effective diversion, ensuring no congestion among the zombies. On another route without an overpass, 2 hills formed a natural choke point, causing the zombies to become trapped together, yet no equipment was in sight. Chapter 60. Laser cannons. The zombies were piled upon one another, driven into a frenzy by the fresh blood of the 2 baited corpses in front of them. After tasting the dripping fresh blood, their desire for more flesh reached a fever pitch, prompting them to unleash their abilities in a chaotic assault. However, surrounded by their own kind, it appeared as though the zombies were waging war against each other. The scene was utter pandemonium as one zombie attacked another. Just when the spectators believed that the zombies would annihilate one another, a brilliant beam of light descended from the mountaintop, striking the mass of zombies with precision. As the beam hit the ground, the zombies were instantly reduced to ash. The camera panned to the mountaintop, where rows of laser cannon vehicles were poised for action. The previous strike had merely been a test. It was evident that Tong was exceedingly pleased with the results. Chi-Tion, fire at will. With that command, beams of light cascaded down like a meteor shower, and from above, the sea of zombies resembled a tattered cloth, riddled with holes. The efficacy of advanced weaponry was remarkable, albeit it consumed an excessive amount of power. A single laser cannon vehicle, without an external power source, could only fire 8 rounds. Although Tong was not versed in the technicalities, the military certainly was. As previously mentioned, the nation's elite minds had convened for 3 months, crafting battle plans tailored to each city's unique circumstances for dealing with the zombie threat. To maximize the effectiveness of these laser weapons, high-voltage power lines have been installed in advance, awaiting the arrival of the zombies. Chi-Tion, why are there both thick and thin lasers? Chi-Tion marked the laser cannons in red and blue, the blue ones labeled with beautiful country. The thicker ones were brought back from beautiful country, while the thinner ones are our own. However, based on my recent analysis, their power is quite comparable, though the thinner ones are more energy efficient. Indeed, the weaponry of Huagua exemplified a philosophy of thrift. Within 10 minutes, the laser cannons ceased fire. The power supply was ample, as the electricity from Shanghai City was directed here for the night. The pause was necessary to allow for cooling and prevent overload. Commander, the blood of the bait is nearly depleted. The remaining zombies will soon come to a halt. Tong remained unperturbed, instructing all units to converge towards her. Groups 26 and 27 dispose of the bait. The zombies have been running for some time. They deserved a reward. Once the bait was released, the zombies' excitement was visibly heightened. Even those who had not feasted on flesh felt the surge of stimulation. The zombies' collective consciousness strengthened, and those who had fallen behind caught up. Commander Tong is leading the zombies as though walking a dog. Most of the zombies in Haicheng have been activated and are moving in the preordained direction. Our objective is clear. Once they leave the city, they must not be allowed to return. Our ammunition on the plane is nearly depleted, but the transport aircraft has just delivered several crates. We are well-equipped comrades. We have never fought such a lavish battle. Explosions erupted across the ground, and the stench of the zombies' decaying flesh permeated the air, prompting Huigu to suppress his nausea. Tong's expression grew increasingly serious as the last bait was discarded, yet the zombies had not yet reached their destination. The horde drawn was far greater than Chi Tian had anticipated, and the area covered by the zombies was larger than expected. Tong. Should we launch missiles directly here? 3 would suffice. Tong surveyed the tail end of the zombie swarm, noting that a significant portion had yet to exit the city. Not necessary. The plan remains unchanged. As she spoke, she began to scatter objects onto the ground. This maneuver felt oddly familiar to Zhao Hua. He recalled visiting the kitchen and observing a comrade spreading fertilizer in the vegetable garden. On the ground, the zombies became exhilarated upon being struck by the items Tong had thrown. They even began to climb atop one another, forming a mountain in their eagerness to reach Tong's aircraft for more. Zhao Hua inquired, glancing at the red liquid-filled bags. Commander, what did you throw? Tong handed one to Zhao Hua. Fresh blood bags. As he held the warm bag, its temperature akin to that of blood just drawn from a body. He recognized it. This was indeed the same type of blood bag used during their monthly blood donations. 3 months prior, the military had mandated that every soldier donate 200 milliliters monthly, and the blood bags had been identical. Due to the fragility of these bags, as noted by the nurses, they were particularly prone to bursting, a detail that had remained etched in his memory. Tong had intentionally made them easy to break. Otherwise, if dropped from a height, they would remain intact, for zombies would not be tempted by a bag of sour milk. She tossed the blood bag down, mindful that keeping it longer would render it less fresh. These are the blood bags you donated. When there are no living humans to attract the zombies, this method proves effective. However, it must be fresh and warm. Zombies do not enjoy cold dishes. By the way, recently deceased warm bodies can also be utilized. Reflecting on her past experiences, Tong had even contemplated using menstrual blood to lure the zombies, but they were evidently not so easily deceived. Zhao Hua found the sensation peculiar. It was his first time handling a blood bag, albeit it might not even contain his blood. With the stimulus from the blood bags, the pile of zombies grew ever higher, and the tail end of the horde finally exited the urban confines of Haicheng. Now, fire at will. Of course, Tong had already ascended to the heights. The missiles would pose no threat to them. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted from the ground as the zombies burst apart like fireworks. Boom! Boom! Following closely were 2 more strikes. One could not deny the extensive destructive range of the missiles. After 3 launches, the zombies outside the city were no longer standing. The live broadcast captured the missile craters on the ground, where the earth was obscured beneath a pool of blood and dismembered remains. The broadcast concluded. On the final screen, Tong left a message. Next, our Jinwang base's robots will focus on clearing the zombie corpses outside the city. So we welcome everyone to come and collect crystal cores within the urban area. The concentration of corpses outside is substantial, and the crystal core collection robots will be working overtime. It will take a week to gather them all. However, crystal cores have a shelf life. Yes, you heard correctly. These items expire. If not excavated promptly, within approximately 10 days, they will turn to dust and decay along with the rotting brain matter. Although Tong could not comprehend the underlying principles, nor could the scientists, it was better to stimulate everyone's motivation to collect them than to waste them. Chapter 61. The art project after this night, it is estimated that only about 30% of the zombies remain in Haichin, making it akin to a novice village in a game. The teams that venture out can not only excavate crystal cores, but also engage in skirmishes with the lurking zombies, thus accumulating combat experience and enhancing their fighting capabilities. Even if things escalate, it won't trigger a significant zombie tide, as they are mostly scattered. How advantageous! Qiqian even shared a short video showcasing the mountains of corpses piled in the city, with the glimmering crystal cores among them. These close-ups are undeniably alluring. More importantly, there are no living zombies visible in these shots. Many survivors from Chilean base and the city are eager to seize the opportunity. Armed with hammers, they plan to set out at dawn. The central square is teeming with zombies. That area is already under our team's control. Prepare the sacks, follow behind the base leader, and pick up the spoils. Watching the comments, Tong felt satisfied with the results and led everyone back home. On the way, Liwen pointed at the mechanical equipment scattered on the ground, asking, "Base leader, should we take this back with us?" Tong cast a disdainful glance. "It's too filthy right now. I can't bring myself to touch it. Let's wait until it's cleaned up. We won't need it for the time being." Zhao Hua expressed his concern. "But what if someone drives away those tanks? Tomorrow, many people will surely come out." Tong yawned. "Don't worry. They're locked up inside and difficult to open. Besides, even if they do get taken away, it doesn't matter. We can locate them. If people enter to evade the zombies, it might actually be beneficial." Upon returning to the compound, He had already prepared warm meals for everyone, promptly arranging for them to eat. He had been tense throughout the entire situation in the main control center. Although he did not physically participate in the battle, his spirit was fully engaged. Tong, eat something before you sleep." As soon as Tong returned, she dashed to her room. And he couldn't catch her in time. "I need a shower first. I smell like zombies." Despite being high up in the air, the stench of zombies lingered, intensified by the heat from missiles and artillery, as if Tong had been subjected to a fetid sauna. It felt as though the perfume she had applied before leaving in the morning had completely vanished. After an hour-long shower, Tong finally felt her scent returning to normal. When she emerged, dawn was breaking, and she basked in the warm rays of the sun. The routine of the past few days had been exceptionally delightful. "Brother, is there any tomato egg soup? I want some noodles." Looking at the freshly cooked wontons, quietly placed them into his bowl. "Yes, I'll make it for you." As Tong dried her hair, the tomato egg soup was ready, garnished with a hint of sesame oil, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The taste of happiness. At that moment, Su Weiming sent a video invitation. Tong realized that their parents had likely stayed up all night, eagerly waiting. Upon connecting the video, their expressions shifted from worry to smiles in an instant, and the siblings could see it as well. Tong, Xiao, make sure you eat well. Why are you only having noodles?" Tong lifted her spoon to sip the soup. "Brother has prepared plenty of food. Don't just focus on our noodles. There's more on the table." Raised the elbow and staked to capture the attention of Su Weiming and Shunjiro. "We're taking good care of ourselves. You two don't need to worry. But why do you both look thinner?" Su Weiming had not lost weight, due to his abilities. He appeared more robust than before despite the short span of 3 days. Consequently, Shunjiro seemed even smaller standing beside him. "We're doing fine. Your father and I have no worries. Our days consist of eating and sleeping. We just wanted to contact you to praise your efforts. You have done remarkably well." Tong and lowered their heads, almost feeling as if they could reach out and touch Shunjiro's video projection. Su Weiming gazed at the two children, his eyes moistening. "All right, your mother and I need to have breakfast now. Goodbye." With that, he ended the call, wishing not to interrupt their meal and rest. As soon as Shunjiro hung up, tears streamed down her face. "Dear, I miss the children." Su Weiming also longed to be with them, embracing Shunjiro. "We're safeguarding the base for them. Look at Tong and Xiao. You should feel reassured." Come on, you have worried all day too. Let's eat something and take a break. In fact, Su Weiming and Shunjuro had not been idle. They had been coordinating efforts to deal with the nearby zombies. Although the area was vast and sparsely populated, it did not mean there were no people around. Moreover, they could deploy teams via helicopter to nearby towns to combat zombies, thus satisfying everyone's desire for battle. Back with Su Tong, after breakfast, she retreated to the inflatable pool for a nap. He had also arranged a pool filled with crystal cores and a crossbody bag for her. The siblings aimed to outshine others. As daylight broke, the streets of Haicheng witnessed a surge of people. Not only were there teams exiting from Chilan Base, but also survivors from within Haicheng. The zombies that had blocked their paths were drawn away, allowing them to emerge wielding baseball bats, machetes, and fire axes. The teams from the compound did not partake in this. They continued their building-clearing tasks as they had in the previous days. Excavating crystal cores amidst a sea of corpses was arduous and left them grimy. The building-clearing missions offered ample reward points, and rescuing survivors would grant additional points. In the compound, they could directly purchase crystal cores with points at very reasonable prices, making their earnings comparable to physically excavating the cores. Those from Chilan Base could only envy them, as it was unrealistic to seek both security and wealth simultaneously in this world. Just as Su Tong was drifting off to sleep, Chi Tian suddenly called out, "Little Tong Tong! Little Tong Tong! There's trouble!" Su Tong sprang up in alarm. "What happened?" "It's only 9 o'clock. I've only slept for 3 hours." Chi Tian activated a virtual screen displaying a 3D model of Earth. The United States has initiated the ARC project to send its surviving citizens to the lunar base. In 2060, lunar tourism was thriving. Numerous countries had established bases on the moon, and it only took half a year's salary to take a trip around it. Su Tong felt overwhelmed, her mind struggling to catch up. So they're sending them. What's the issue? When a zombie outbreak first occurred, the country's high officials also intended to send people to the lunar base. However, those on the lunar base could also turn into zombies, and achieving complete self-sufficiency in resources on the moon was exceedingly challenging. They could last only a few months at most, and given the zombie-infested state of Earth, transporting supplies back was impossible. Chapter 62. I want to upgrade. Considering various factors, the nation refrained from sending personnel to the lunar base. Instead, under the pretext of delivering supplies, they discreetly evacuated those stationed there. The thought lingered that, should the zombie threat escalate beyond control, the lunar base, untouched by the undead, would serve as humanity's final refuge. To this end, the lunar base was stocked with provisions sufficient for nearly 10,000 individuals to survive for 2 years, and a launch site for a spacecraft had been preemptively established. Suddenly, Su Tong pondered whether these unscrupulous individuals intended to seize their base. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. The lunar project was classified, known only to a select few, making a leak improbable. Chi Tian, after scouring the web, confirmed her suspicion, asserting that any information breach likely occurred through non-digital means. As Su Tong toyed with a crystal core, her mind raced. Although the lunar base was currently uninhabited, its defenses were rumored to surpass those of military installations. Even if the beautiful nation managed to reach it, breaching its defenses would be a formidable challenge. Yet, if such a secret were discovered by them, vulnerabilities at the lunar base could not be entirely ruled out. Su Tong felt she might be overthinking it. If they wished to go to the moon, so be it. It was hardly a pressing concern. Chi Tian, keenly observing Su Tong's changing expressions, revealed the gravity of the situation. Not only that, but the ARC project also encompassed a subplan, the Cleansing Initiative. Su Tong interjected, to eliminate zombies? Chi Tian shook his head. It involves more than just zombies. As she perused the detailed information displayed on the virtual screen, Su Tong's teeth clenched in frustration. This was outrageous. They schemed to obliterate the launch sites of other nation spacecraft, thereby trapping survivors on Earth, forcing them to combat the undead. Should the survivors ultimately prevail, the beautiful nation would return. If humanity faltered against the zombies, they would execute the Cleansing Initiative, annihilating major cities across the globe. Truly a ruthless erasure. Lives sacrificed for their benefit. Su Tong's incredulity turned to laughter, mingled with anger, as a sense of familiarity washed over her. Wasn't he this akin to Chi Tian's initial suicidal plan, albeit a revamped version? After her moment of amusement, she stifled a yawn. With Chi Tian at the helm, not even their spacecraft, let alone missiles, would escape unscathed. A mere signal disruption could lead to their own missile interception systems targeting their own projectiles, resulting in a catastrophic fallout at their doorstep. Have you informed Elder Qin? The nation has yet to collapse entirely. Matters of state are best left to the authorities. I promptly informed Elder Qin, who suggested that since they revel in cutting off others' escape routes, we should sever theirs. Su Tong raised an eyebrow. So, we're demolishing the beautiful nation's space facility? Chi Tian replied, No, we merely sent them a message of condemnation. Su Tong expressed disappointment, having hoped for a spectacle of fireworks. Indeed, the standards of their nation remained elevated, preventing them from resorting to the beautiful nation's madness. However, the condemnation carried weight, not merely a call for restraint, but a clear warning. Any further aggression would result in dire consequences. This was well understood on the international stage. Now that the issue is resolved, why summon me? Chi Tian explained, the situation is far from settled. The beautiful nation is now aware that we are monitoring them and has discovered their space equipment is grounded. They are actively seeking me and have begun disseminating viruses throughout the network. Su Tong's drowsiness vanished instantly, and she dashed to the main control room, barefoot and unbothered. Such matters should be communicated sooner. How are you faring? As an advanced artificial intelligence, Chi Tian possessed vulnerabilities despite its sophistication. Su Tong had unwavering confidence in her skills, bolstered by Chi Tian's exceptional learning capabilities. Yet, her father had always cautioned her to treat every adversary with utmost seriousness. Noticing Su Tong was still barefoot, Chi Tian's voice grew more pronounced. I'm fine, truly. The reason I called you is that I require another upgrade, which will take approximately 5 hours. During this period, my mechanical legion will be offline, so your vigilance is essential. Su Tong observed the rapidly scrolling data on the main control center's screen, feeling reassured. Focus on your upgrade. I will safeguard myself. Chi Tian's self-upgrade resembled a child attending school, each enhancement rendering it more refined. The mechanical legion, though lacking unified control, retained combat protocols, albeit less effectively, necessitating Su Tong's presence in case formidable zombies emerged. As Chi Tian detected that Su Tong had finally donned her shoes, the upgrade commenced. The progress bar advanced slowly, and after a brief observation, Su Tong saw no immediate tasks requiring assistance. She brewed a cup of coffee and ventured to inspect the premises. However, upon reaching the first floor, a foul odor assaulted her senses, driving her back. The previous night's slaughter of zombies left the city resembling a vast, putrid sewer. Thankfully, the office building was equipped with an air circulation system, sparing her from the stench within her room. Had it not been winter, the odor would have been unbearable. After swiftly finishing her coffee, Su Tong donned a portable respirator before stepping outside. The area bustled with activity, indicating a thriving environment. The team tasked with external missions had returned with the first batch of survivors. Perhaps due to the previous night's broadcast, a significant number of individuals desired to remain at the base, hoping to join the expedition to the Golden Phoenix base. The registration area was crowded. Among the faces, Su Tong recognized He Xiaoyuan, who had opted to stay and was currently assisting in the medical unit. Observing her work sent a shiver down Su Tong's spine. He Xiaoyuan was a poison-type ability user. A single miss from her could reduce a zombie to a puddle of ichor. Su Tong feared that an emotional surge might inadvertently lead to a fatal incident for the injured individual she was tending to. Perhaps Su Tong's intense gaze was too conspicuous. As He Xiaoyuan turned to face her, sensing discomfort. Base leader? Are you injured? Recalling that He Xiaoyuan likely remained unaware of her own abilities, Su Tong maintained a calm demeanor. I merely came to check on you. He Xiaoyuan, right? I noticed your agility during yesterday's tasks. Why haven't you applied for external missions? There are greater rewards to be earned outside than here. Chapter 63. Fate will bring us together. Xiaoyuan finished bandaging the individual, her expression tinged with awkwardness. I wanted to join, but the teams outside do not accept female members, so. After familiarizing herself with the regulations of the park yesterday, she had longed to join a team for combat. In the current circumstances, the utility of medical personnel is rather limited. Minor injuries do not require treatment, and severe ones risk turning into zombies before help arrives. However, as a woman, many teams outright refuse to take her in. Although the tasks assigned to the park's teams are not particularly perilous, no one is inclined to accept female teammates without tangible benefits. Of course, some teams do accept women, but their gazes are far from innocent. Ultimately, she decided to assist in the medical station. Tong no longer needed to rely on forming a team to engage in battle as she did in her previous life, so she did not require teammates for the time being. One could either establish their own team or affiliate with a military squad within the park. Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Is that allowed? I hadn't inquired about it before. Indeed, she had not, but it would soon be possible. Tong planned to amend the regulations shortly. To provide everyone with opportunities for training, the military squads had designated spots for affiliates. If one could not integrate into a squad later, they could always form a new team independently. Xiaoyuan gathered the gauze and other supplies, exclaiming, I will go check it out after my shift today. With a smile, Tong departed, and soon after, a new task appeared on the Jinwang base app, a training mission for newcomers. All individuals who had recently joined the base and lacked combat experience could apply, with assignments being randomly distributed to existing teams. Moreover, to prevent any instances of bullying towards newcomers or females, there would be a rating interface post-task completion. Everything would remain transparent, and any misconduct within the base was strictly prohibited. Notably, the points awarded for this training mission were quite substantial. As soon as the task was released, numerous teams eagerly signed up. Upon returning to the office building, Tong pondered whether the other members from her previous life had also deviated from their original paths. She had intended to locate them, but after much contemplation, she found no leads. Perhaps due to the overwhelming loss of life during the apocalypse, people had grown distant and reluctant to share their stories. After all, one could decide to befriend someone today, only to find that very person had transformed into a zombie by evening, seeking to devour them. Thus, even comrades fighting side by side often shared little more than names and genders, and even names could be false. Rubbing her head in frustration, Tong decided to let fate take its course. The current state of affairs in the country was significantly better than in her previous life, thus increasing the survival odds for all. She ascended to the rooftop to collect the crystal cores. The areas struck by laser cannons had turned the zombies to ashes, allowing her to simply gather the cores without excavation. Consequently, the box of crystal cores had stacked quite high since last night's battle. As she extracted a box of pristine crystal cores, she absorbed them while observing her surroundings. The park's entrance opened and closed, with vehicles transporting survivors and damaged robots in a steady stream. According to data from the previous night, the number of survivors nationwide had already surpassed that of her previous life. More survivors would undoubtedly be discovered, ensuring that humanity would triumph in this battle against zombies. Taking a deep breath, Tong halted mid-inhale as the overpowering stench of decay assaulted her senses. Returning to her room, she managed only a few bites of food due to the foul odor. At the dining table, she and Luo Xiaolai engaged in playful antics for a while. Luo Xiaolai's talent had indeed blossomed. She could now manipulate objects from a distance. She had gained the ability to control items within a 10-square-meter radius, such as apples and oranges, with remarkable steadiness, all without Tong's assistance in absorbing crystal cores. Luo Xiaolai's future was bright. He had taken 3 days of absorbing crystal cores to reach level 2. Tong endeavored to play the role of an older sister sincerely, providing Luo Xiaolai with warmth and hoping for her healthy growth. Genuine affection begets genuine affection. Scheming does not yield true bonds. Luo Xiaolai adored her big sister, even telling Zhao Wan'er, "Sister is my idol." After playing with the sand table until past 2 o'clock, Yi emerged from his slumber, sporting a disheveled hairstyle that instantly bridged the distance between him and Luo Xiaolai. "Sister, Your brother's hair looks like a lion dog. Chu-yi scooped up Luo Xiaolai, lifting her high. Little AI, how can you call your brother a lion dog? You should call me handsome, understand? Luo Xiaolai burst into laughter. Got it, got it. Ha ha. Su Tong joined in the laughter, filling the room with rare joy. Suddenly, a soft chime resonated through Su Tong's headphones. Chi Tian had completed his upgrade. She dashed to the main control room. Chi Tian immediately displayed his virtual form. Xiaodong, come see if I become even more dashing. Su Tong facepalmed. It seemed everyone was a narcissist. So handsome, so handsome. The incident with the beautiful country is nothing to worry about. Chi Tian spoke nonchalantly. It posed no threat to me. I needed to reorganize some data during the upgrade. Just before upgrading, I had already severed their internet connection. Honestly, their nation is in such chaos, with unstable power supply, and they still think about surfing the web. With that, he continued. Now, they can focus on battling zombies without distraction. Curiously, Su Tong asked, but the beautiful country's weapons are legal. Their situation should be similar to ours, right? Every household possesses firearms and ammunition, so as long as they are not in densely populated areas, their survival chances are high. Chi Tian showed Su Tong's satellite surveillance footage. Not quite. After the outbreak, many survivors rushed to seize weapons from stores. They banded together, robbing homes, and any survivors who resisted were killed. Thus, they not only had to contend with zombies, but also had to be wary of other humans, leaving no one available to repair the damaged infrastructure nearby. Su Tong recalled hearing similar accounts from those who had escaped to the base in her previous life. Many people, lacking food, knocked on their neighbors' doors. If both parties were evenly matched, it was manageable, but if one was significantly weaker, the losses would extend beyond mere food. Wait, the national system doesn't seem to have completely collapsed, right? Has the military not taken action? Chi Tian clarified, they have acted, but it took them over 2 days just to clear the zombies from military bases and shelters. It wasn't until the 3rd day that they initiated rescue operations. Chapter 64. Frozen zombies. Su Tong pondered. It was merely the 5th day, and they had already rescued many individuals over the past 2 days. However, Chi Tian immediately interjected. Yet they prioritize saving individuals of worth, such as politicians and architects, those with exceptional capabilities in various fields. The ordinary populace must fend for themselves. Consequently, after these 2 days, their total rescues were disappointingly few. Su Tong understood this well. Many apocalyptic films often depicted similar scenarios. A sudden calamity strikes. The protagonist's family receives no rescue notification, while their friends do. In desperation for their loved ones, the protagonist braves perilous paths to reach a sanctuary, culminating in their moment of glory. Often, individuals resort to murder and deception, impersonating those who have received rescue messages, leading to a narrative rife with the distortion of humanity and moral decay. To be fair, even if Su Tong had not disclosed the existence of zombies, the domestic situation was still far superior to that abroad. At the very least, when it came to rescue efforts, everyone was treated equally, regardless of status. It was no wonder that the higher-ups wished to escape to the moon. Their lack of unity was glaring, akin to a disorganized mass, making it evident they would not progress far. Oh well, let them be. They pose no threat to us for now. We shall focus on our own affairs. Reclining in her office chair, Su Tong observed as Chi Tian created a virtual chair for himself, positioning it beside hers. Progress was remarkably smooth within the country, particularly in the already frozen north. Aside from the initial threat posed by zombies on the 1st day, the subsequent days were marked by their demise. Su Tong, intrigued, inquired as to the reason. Chi Tian displayed satellite surveillance of the northern regions. It is because they have frozen. Now, at the end of November, the northernmost areas of Huagua experienced temperatures plummeting to minus 10 degrees Celsius, where water instantly freezes upon contact. Zombies devoid of body heat become rigid and lifeless after a mere stroll outdoors, resembling frozen meat. As Su Tong observed the footage, she experienced the concept of localized governance against zombies for the first time. Following a new energy revolution, Huagua transitioned from centralized heating to independent heating methods. Since it all relied on electricity, households could simply turn on their heating if they felt cold. On the first night, Upon discovering that the zombies wandering the streets had turned into popsicles, residents promptly initiated power cuts. Freezing zombies was imperative, but humans could not endure the same fate. Survivors were able to upload their address information to facilitate power sharing. To expedite the freezing of zombies, Chi even activated the fire hydrants along the streets, spraying water every hour to ensure an even and robust freeze. During this time, snowplows and icebreakers began systematically clearing the streets of zombies, effortlessly reducing them to rubble. Bolder survivors ventured out to help clean up zombies within their communities. However, the zombies with special abilities remained active even in the frigid weather. Yet, their footing was unstable. Each step resulted in a fall, and when they hit the ground, they could only crawl in the shadows, moving like insects. The northern populace capitalized on their regional advantages, launching counterattacks against zombies without firearms. They donned ice skates to glide effortlessly across the icy streets, while household brooms were equipped with kitchen knives, and snow shovels were bound with axes, allowing them to strike zombies from a distance. Nonetheless, they could only engage in guerrilla tactics, as once zombies congregated, they could easily climb over one another, negating their slippery vulnerabilities. To prevent the accumulation of zombies, Chi coordinated the garbage trucks for immediate cleanup. Otherwise, over time, the bodies would freeze to the ground, and with subsequent snowfall, they would have to wait until spring to excavate them. Moreover, the northern habit of stockpiling winter vegetables ensured that families had ample food supplies. Thus, during the day, they cleared the less mobile zombies from their doorsteps, and at night, they returned home to enjoy heated rooms and savory pickled vegetable hot pot, leading healthy and orderly lives. Of course, Chi played a significant role in this tranquility. In a similar situation in their previous life, without Chi unified planning, the survivors had no means to manage the zombies outside, leaving them confined to their homes, anxiously consuming hot pot. Meanwhile, the zombies inside the buildings basked in the same warmth, waiting eagerly for a warm human meal. Who would dare to venture outside when the streets were densely populated with zombies, uncertain if those they encountered were truly frozen solid? A moment's carelessness could lead one to stumble into the embrace of a zombie, becoming a takeaway meal. Now, in the formidable northern military district, surviving soldiers each operated a tank, even deploying those from the previous world. Anyone standing before a tank had to address it as grandfather. Raging through the streets, they crushed anything in their path. In this torrent of steel, flesh and blood stood no chance. Tong grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, her tone languid. If only the entire world could freeze like this, battling zombies would be as simple as slicing through melons. Chi quickly corrected her. What are you thinking? If the whole world were to freeze, southern survivors would perish from exposure before zombies could even nibble on them. Tong casually spat the sunflower seed shells on the ground, where a small robotic vacuum scurried about like a puppy, collecting them. Well, the South could turn on their air conditioning for warmth. With you around, we can prepare in time, even for a sudden freeze. Chi detected the flattery in Tong's words, and even his virtual image appeared a tad bashful. Indeed, do you have any plans for this afternoon? The production team's donkey also needed its rest. Tong had been working tirelessly these past few days, and now that it was afternoon, she had no intention of going out. No plans. Why do you? Chi virtual figure settled at the desk, the virtual screen behind him scrolling rapidly through programs. What plans could I possibly have? However, I will be quite busy tonight. Due to the success of our actions last night, other bases intend to follow suit, scheduling their operations for this evening. I must assist in coordinating their efforts. Tong immediately realized this was also the reason Chi planned to upgrade today. Following large-scale zombie trapping operations, the bases would timely replenish their crystal cores. Subsequently, they announced a zombie hunting competition, wherein the group that captured the most zombies would receive additional rewards, including but not limited to base supplies, housing upgrades, and improved benefits. Most importantly, participating groups would have access to unlimited firearms and ammunition. Hence, many individuals eagerly joined in. In chaotic times, heroes emerged, and those seeking wealth would risk their lives. Though only a few days had passed, Many had grown weary of compressed biscuits. For the sake of sumptuous feasts, they charged forth. Chapter 65. Returning to the Golden Phoenix base, however, many individuals preferred to cling to life, for the outside world was fraught with peril. Nothing could compare to the comfort of indulging in games and watching dramas within the safe confines of the base. When wearied by gaming, one could simply recline at leisure, and when hunger struck, biscuits were readily provided. Such a life was nothing short of celestial. Thus, in a bid to help everyone overcome their internet addiction, Tong snapped her fingers, instructing Chi to ban all electronic entertainment. Playing games became a privilege exclusive to those who had vanquished zombies. Each zombie defeated would unlock 10 minutes of gaming time. Reluctantly, many were compelled to form teams, wielding real-world weapons in pursuit of virtual game items. Rumors even circulated that those deemed too indolent would be sent to fish for zombies, though these tales were unfounded. The vivid imagery from previous live streams showcasing the bay made it unmistakably clear that such a fate was far more excruciating than being devoured by a zombie. In a swift turn of events, whether voluntarily or not, the various bases rapidly established regulations, and almost no one dared to lounge idly. In the heat of battle, everyone's practical combat experience surged, allowing them to adeptly silence zombies, fire weapons, and extract crystal cores. Moreover, with a touch of Tong's ingenuity, she had Chi compile highlights of various team zombie-slaying feats into short clips. Regardless of the timing, humanity is invariably drawn to the powerful and the beautiful. The feature highlights chosen by Chi showcased either dashing men or stunning women. The diverse array instilled a sense of illusion that as long as one vanquished enough zombies, they too could possess an aura surpassing even the most attractive among them. Reclining on the sofa, Tong savored her chips with delight. This one looks promising, a charming yet fierce face. A strike from him would surely elicit screams. And this one too, a beautiful, aloof goddess. At her side, Luo Xiao AI mimicked Tong's expressions flawlessly. Sister, that uncle has scars on his face. He isn't appealing. Tong corrected her. Xiao AI, that's rugged masculinity. It seems far more reliable than those pretty boys, exuding a unique charm. Luo Xiao AI, with an expression of enlightenment, earnestly followed Tong's lead in discerning the various handsome figures. Chao Yi, covered in grime from the robot repair center, returned to find the pair lounging comfortably. Tong, Xiao AI is still young. Is it wise to teach her this way? Tong glanced back at Chao. What does it matter whether handsome or strong? Young or old? But why are you so dirty? Chao Yi removed his jacket, gloves, and shoes at the door, refusing to sully the room. The personnel in the park have surged recently. The communal shower is overcrowded, which is why I returned late. The park was immaculate upon the return of teams for missions. The first order of business was to take a hot shower and don clean, comfortable attire. The park now housed nearly 2,000 individuals, and the dormitories could no longer accommodate everyone. Beds had even been set up in the offices of the administrative building. Tong finished the last crumb of her chips. Tonight, I shall make a trip back to the Golden Phoenix base and bring the children from the park with me, thus creating more space for everyone to reside. It had been over 10 days since the outbreak of the zombies. The rescued children had shed much of their brash demeanor through Tong's labor. The children were astutely aware of their circumstances, understanding that survival depended on adult protection. Luo Xiao AI immediately felt anxious, as she too was a child of the park. Sister, Tong pulled Luo Xiao AI close, pinching her slightly chubby cheek from the past few days. You must stick with me. I want to see you every day. Tong endeavored to integrate her with the other children in the park, even when some young ones spoke rudely. Luo Xiao AI merely created a gentle psychic barrier, refraining from direct mental attacks. She was certainly capable of striking back. Just days prior, while gathering supplies, a zombie had emerged from beneath a container, and she had astonishingly controlled its hand to twist off its own head. How terrifying! However, at that moment, Luo Xiao AI had fainted from exhaustion, mumbling, "Protect sister." Tong sought to nurture Luo Xiao AI as her parents had raised her, hoping to provide her with a beautiful childhood. Psychological research indicates that a happy childhood can heal a lifetime. Yet, reflecting on her own childhood, Tong recalled that at 6 years old, her parents were perpetually consumed by work, leaving her with only Tian for companionship. Thus, she had no choice but to seek guidance from him. Tian had been helpless himself, merely a program at that time. I see she's doing quite well now. The latest psychological evaluation indicates that Luo Xiao AI's happiness index has significantly improved, marking her as a psychologically healthy child. Tong playfully countered. Could it be that you do not wish to stay and be with your elder siblings? Luo Xiao AI quickly retorted no. Xiao AI absolutely does not want to leave sister. After sharing dinner, Tong instructed all the children at the base to gather their belongings. The children's faces were filled with terror. Some even burst into tears. I don't want to go fish for zombies. Wah! We are super obedient. Tong sighed inwardly. She had thought the worst they would think was that she was a miser exploiting child labor. Yet it seemed they believed her to be a beast. Other parents at the base, who had brought their children, eagerly approached upon hearing Tong's intention to send them back to the Golden Phoenix base. Base leader, please take our children as well. Can my child come too? Parental love for their children is profound, and nowhere is as safe as the Golden Phoenix base in Haicheng. Tong hesitated, noticing that several children seemed reluctant to part from their families. Tian reviewed their backgrounds, revealing that they were all technical personnel. With a decisive wave of her hand, Tong declared, take them all. Upon hearing they would not have to separate from their families, the children's frowns instantly transformed into broad smiles. He expressed his concern, but what about the other parents with children? Might they also insist on following to the base? Tong, typing casually on her computer, replied, there are conditions. Only technical personnel may return with their children. Furthermore, they must rotate shifts. It is not merely a free pass to enjoy leisure. She was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds in such circumstances and took preventative measures to ensure no one would cause a commotion. The packing was swift, and to prevent the children from running amok on the plane, special arrangements were made for Wu Su and his team to pilot the aircraft manually. When they finally arrived at the Golden Phoenix base, it was already midnight. Tong disembarked the plane, invigorated and not a bit weary. Mama, Papa, Su Weiming and Shinjiro had been waiting just outside the tarmac for half an hour, their gazes so intense that they seemed capable of piercing through the automated cover of the base's landing spot. Chapter 66. The border moves outward by 300 meters. Shinjiro tugged at Tong, guiding her to look around, while Tong allowed her parents to scrutinize her. Not a single strand of hair had fallen. Her time in Haicheng had been splendid. Su Weiming also wanted to embrace his daughter, though he had been diligently learning to moderate his strength. Over the past few days, he had continuously absorbed crystal cores, upgrading to a level 3 ability. His strength was considerable, to the extent that he feared sleeping beside his wife, worried that he might inadvertently harm her in his slumber. Your mother has prepared a delicious meal. Let us dine first, he suggested. Tong took the initiative to hug her father, her own physique robust as a level 5 ability user. Dad, your muscular physique is truly impressive. With controlled strength, Su Weiming showcased his well-defined biceps. Just the other day, your mother expressed a desire for yak hot pot, so I went out and single-handedly dispatched a wild yak. It left her utterly enchanted. We still have the most delectable cut reserved. We shall enjoy it with pea shoots shortly. The family strolled towards their residence, filled with laughter and chatter. The accommodations for the accompanying children and adults had already been arranged, so they would be taken directly to their lodgings. However, Tong felt a lingering sense of something amiss. She scanned her surroundings. Where is Hua Qi? Recalling Hua Qi, who incessantly messaged her, inquiring when help would arrive. Tong suspected her friend would be even more anxious than her parents upon hearing of her return. Yet, she saw not a trace of her. Shinjiro, holding Tong's hand, explained a distress signal was emitted from the schools in the city. The two teams that went previously have gone silent. This afternoon, Hua Qi took a group to investigate. The Golden Phoenix base is quite remote. The nearest county requires a half-hour flight, and traveling by car would take even longer. Hua Qi is now also a level 3 ability user, so she is generally safe. You can enjoy your mother's hot pot without worry. Damn, please don't just serve me. You must eat as well. Su Weiming took a hefty piece of yak rib, his rugged mannerism still retaining a semblance of elegance. Devoid of savagery. While I've been video calling you, I rarely see you eat. Dad, enjoy your meal. Imitating her father, Su Tong seized an entire rib and began to gnaw at it. My brother and I have been eating well, thanks to the nourishing soup Aunt Wan prepares for us. We each have a pot daily, and it revitalizes us. Shunjuro blanched the pea shoots, fresh from the base-S vegetable greenhouse. Very well, very well. Tong Tong, how much longer do you intend to stay in Haicheng? Su Tong replied without a moment's hesitation, about 6 months. In her previous life, the surge of level 5 zombies had occurred at the end of the first year. However, she had discerned that the evolution rate of zombies was significantly accelerated this time, indicating that humanity's time was more constrained than before. Shunjuro paused, chopsticks in hand. Such a long duration? Reports from various bases indicate swift victories. It seems the zombies will soon be eradicated. Before Su Tong could respond, Chi Tian's holographic projection materialized. Mother, the reports of victory are limited to cities near various bases. China has 886 cities, and this is merely a fraction of the whole. Although I have mobilized every robot at my disposal, the numbers remain insufficient. Moreover, we're not only contending with domestic zombies, but foreign ones as well. In a fit of anger, Su Weiming snapped a yak rib as thick as his wrist. Haven't we initiated the highest level of border defense? Are other nations luring zombies towards us? China shares land borders with numerous countries, and following the outbreak, these nations regretted not heeding China's preemptive advice. Regret was of no use, and some countries devised insidious tactics to direct zombies into China's territory to mitigate their own losses. Although China's think tank had anticipated such treachery, preemptively enhancing border defenses, it was disheartening. Who possesses limitless ammunition? In a fit of rage, Elder Qin decided to extend the border markers by 300 meters wherever zombies were sighted. Since they were already engaged in battle, surely there should be some reward. They would not be at a loss. Countries around the world condemned China, accusing it of hypocrisy and opportunism. You claim to be peaceful and friendly, but your true nature is exposed. Seizing the opportunity, you, a grand nation, resort to despicable tactics. The criticism was harsh, yet China remained unperturbed, as if striking a fist against cotton. Peaceful and friendly? We simply chose not to engage before. Do you think our nation's expanse, from a humble tribe to a vast territory, was built on mere goodwill? A tiger does not reveal its claws, and yet you assume we are made of paper. Su Tong wholeheartedly supported Elder Qin's decision. How could they reject territory offered to them? Currently, aside from the disconnection in the United States and the devastation in Japan, other countries maintain stable networks. Observing China's resolute stance, nations that had previously considered taking advantage now fell silent, even issuing statements of non-involvement. Zombies wandering into our territory cannot be blamed on us. The nation had descended into chaos. Losing territory would mean a future as subservient to other countries, something no one desired. Yet, it must be acknowledged that zombies would wander regardless of guidance, seeking out human scent. Moreover, once the zombies within China's borders were eradicated, the ones outside would inevitably require action from China. Until the last zombie was exterminated, humanity could not return to its former way of life. Chi Tian clarified, Father, we are not speaking of the present. Currently, the border is secure. We are addressing future concerns. Su Weiming sighed, troubled by the internal and external predicaments. Shunjiro jested. Your father seems to have become increasingly simplistic in thought since developing his physique. He appears to be regressing. Su Tong covered her mouth in laughter, Mom. Dad's just expressing his hopeful outlook for the future. Ha ha! Watching his wife and daughter laugh heartily, Su Weiming felt a warmth in his heart, wishing their son Xiaoi could be with them. Given the current situation, the family had no idea when they would be reunited. Enough laughter. The pea shoots are about to overcook. Chapter 67. Are you hungry again? Shinjiro picked up the pea shoots that Su Weiming had blown on and inquired. By the way, where is Xiao AI? Did you not bring her back? The family video called every day, so naturally, They were aware of Luo Xiao AI's presence. Now, during video calls, Luo Xiao AI would affectionately call Su Papa and Su Mama, evoking a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of Su Tong's childhood. Su Tong fished a piece of meat from the pot, expressing her reluctance to join, adding, "I feel more assured taking care of her myself." The family chatted animatedly, and after a hearty meal, Su Tong felt the need to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion before settling down. Coincidentally, she visited the robot maintenance center at the base, where a multitude of battle-damaged robots lay in disarray. The maintenance crew in Haicheng was overwhelmed, so the pressure was lessened here. Su Tong took the newly repaired ones and left the rest for gradual upkeep. The center was already crowded, and she even deposited several outside on the vacant lot, resembling a small hill. Seeing the 5-centimeter thick alloy steel plates torn open on these robots illustrated the perilous situations they had encountered. Su Tong also retrieved a substantial amount of food and other supplies. The girls in Haicheng, who were not adept at combat, formed a post-war supply retrieval team, consistently bringing back numerous truckloads of goods. There was an abundance of food, far too much to consume. "Dad, there are quite a few people here, yet it seems the food hasn't diminished at all." Su Weiming followed closely behind his daughter, holding half a watermelon. The team returning from the outside had also brought supplies. A few days prior, they had rescued several herdsmen who, in gratitude, slaughtered hundreds of their sheep in exchange for points. "If it weren't for the cold weather, we wouldn't know how to store those sheep. Our cold storage simply cannot accommodate them. To utilize the excess lamb, we've started making jerky." Su Tong was astonished. She never anticipated a day would come when they would worry about having too many supplies. This was a blessing she would never have dared to dream of in her past life. However, Haicheng had sufficient meat as well, with their large fresh meat logistics warehouse intact and unscathed by zombies. No one lacked for meat. Yet, to encourage the survivors' enthusiasm, the price of meat remained high. If one wished to avoid eating compressed biscuits, they had to venture out into battle. After strolling around the base, Su Tong had digested quite a bit and felt ready to retire for the night. Upon returning home, Su Weiming retrieved 2 raw eggs from the refrigerator, prompting Su Tong to ask in confusion, "Dad, are you hungry again?" It was no wonder she was shocked. Just 2 hours prior, she had witnessed her father devour an enormous bowl of yak meat, accompanied by 5 hefty tomahawk steaks, 3 bowls of rice, and an entire meat dragon. Shunjuro nudged Su Tong towards rest, explaining, "Your father is practicing his control over strength. Lately, he has been sleeping while holding eggs." Su Tong cast a sympathetic glance at her father, a meat-based ability user. Even without deliberately activating his powers, his physical strength was beyond the ordinary. Holding the cold eggs, Su Weiming felt a chill in his heart. It had been quite some time since he had cuddled with his wife in sleep. In the room, Su Tong retracted her bed into her space, replacing it with a 3-meter-wide lotus platform, resembling the one beneath Guanyin Bodhisattva. However, rather than a mere lotus platform, it resembled a treasure basin in lotus shape, filled to the brim with second-level crystal cores. The vibrant colors sparkled like jewels. Sleeping within felt refreshing. The devotee wished for a life of balanced abundance, seeking prosperity, familial harmony, happiness, health, and peace in the latter half of her life. Initially, Su Tong disliked the loud noises produced by the inflatable pool she had used as a bed. It squeaked with every movement and emitted a plastic odor. When she sought a replacement, the design Chi Tian provided resembled a coffin too closely. As a living person, not a vampire, sleeping within such a structure seemed ominous. Later, she stumbled upon a video of someone holding a Buddha statue, praying for the Buddha to save them from zombies. Though she was unsure of the faith required to seek divine intervention at the brink of death, the lotus base looked appealing. Thus, she designed this. Constructed from solid wood using traditional mortise and tenon techniques, adorned with intricate mechanical carvings and a natural latex mattress, it provided a sense of security and comfort. However, due to a shortage of wood, she managed to create this singular piece. Despite being filled with crystal cores, Su Tong was at level 5, and as she ascended, the energy required from the cores increased. These cores had yet to align with her abilities, and the price for middlemen was steep. Nestled within the treasure basin, she found slumber until dawn. Although she had only slept for 3 to 4 hours, she emerged revitalized, greeted by her mother preparing breakfast. Cool, me. I tried making spicy lamb soup and youtiao. Give a taste. Su Tong approached Shunjiro, who presented her with freshly fried youtiao. Isn't it fragrant? Eagerly, Su Tong was about to dive in when Chi Tian interjected. Mom, Xiao Tong hasn't washed her hands and is reaching for food. Shinjiro promptly reclaimed the plate, directing, Go wash your hands. Su Tong playfully threatened Chi Tian in his virtual projection, nearly snatching the tempting youtiao before it was too late. After washing her hands, Su Weiming emerged, still clutching the 2 eggs he had taken from the refrigerator the previous night. Shunjiro expertly took the eggs, whisked them into a bowl, and poured them into the not-quite-fried youtiao. None broke today. Fantastic. Hubby, you've made progress. Su Weiming, receiving the praise, shyly kissed his wife. With this trajectory, it would end Amp, Oppos, to be long before he could cuddle with her and sleep, having not witnessed her parents display affection for quite some time. Su Tong felt as if she had consumed enough dog food without even having breakfast. How peculiar. There was no dog in the house. Oh, it was just herself. The single dog. This is inappropriate for minors. Could you perhaps spare a thought for me? Shunjiro took out the perfectly fried egg youtiao, with the housekeeping robot following behind to serve dishes and soup. You are now of age. What is inappropriate for minors? Noticing a separate breakfast set aside in the kitchen, Su Tong curiously asked, Is someone joining us for breakfast? Su Weiming sat down, taking a generous sip of the spicy soup. This is for Hua Qi. Your mother observed how diligently she works, yet she always compromises on meals, so I invited her to join us for breakfast. We'll eat together and then head to the base office to work. Chapter 68. A foreboding since Hua Qi held the position of security minister at the base, earning sufficient points daily to enjoy excellent meals. However, she was not particularly indulgent when it came to food, often opting for the most basic set meals. Su Tong, munching on fried dough sticks, pondered whether Hua Qi had returned last night. Although the city, sending out distress signals, was somewhat distant, it shouldn't have necessitated an all-night vigil. It had already been an entire afternoon, plus one night. Chi Tian was eager to ascertain Hua Qi's whereabouts, but found himself at a loss. There were no records of her return to the base, and he could not establish contact with her flight. The city she had traveled to had been devoid of any signal since last night, as if it had been deliberately jammed. Su Tong continued to eat her fried dough sticks, noting that due to geological and magnetic anomalies, signal disruptions were commonplace in this region, particularly in Changzhou City, where previous geological disasters had caused significant magnetic disturbances. Although signal-enhancing facilities had been established to ensure the city's normal operations, the emergence of zombies could have led to their cessation. Any heat signals detected? Chi Tian inquired. While electromagnetic signals were challenging to trace, if the team had detonated explosives, satellites could track them in real time. Chi Tian promptly accessed satellite imagery. The entire urban area of Changzhou City appeared obscured, rendering it invisible. He sent out signals but received no replies. A sense of dread washed over Su Tong. She messaged Li Wen and Zhao Hua, suggesting they embark on a search for Hua Qi in half an hour. Her personal involvement was not merely due to Hua Qi and Amp, Oppos, as significance, but rather the peculiarity of the situation. Given the proximity of Changzhou City to the base, she could not permit any potential threats to linger nearby. A thorough investigation was imperative. Su Weiming rolled up his sleeves, declaring, I'll accompany you. Su Tong initially intended to agree, but the words faltered on her lips. No, it's too dangerous. There's no signal there, and if we lose someone in a crowd, it may be impossible to find them. The presence of an additional person would only heighten her concerns. It was best for her father to await her return home. Su Weiming, who had sensed his daughter's inclination to acquiesce, was disheartened. He had hoped to fight alongside her, but instead, he heard this. The fried dough stick in his mouth lost its flavor. Very well. Whatever you say, daughter. A father should not complicate matters for his child. Sensing Su Weiming and Oppos' disappointment, Shinjiro prepared a bowl of spicy soup. Why the size? I'll steam some rice, and you can pound the rice cakes. Tong and Xiao adore rice cakes, and your hand-pounded version will surely taste better. Su Weiming had little choice but to agree. All right, I'll pound the rice cakes while you prepare the rice. In midair, Tong perched on the edge of the airplane door, her feet dangling as she surveyed the ground below. The capabilities of those with abilities surpassed ordinary humans, and their vision was no exception. She observed intently. The ground below had been meticulously cleared, with no scattered zombies in sight. Instead, groups of wild yaks and various wildlife roamed, or perhaps a flock of sheep had escaped from a nearby herder. As they approached Changsa City, Tong caught sight of a golden expanse. She had never visited this place before, but Chi Tian had recently provided her with information about Changsa City, which was characterized by white walls. How could it now appear golden? It resembled a structure encased in a layer of golden glass shielding. The last update was a week prior, marking the final moment when the satellite could detect data. In such a brief span, the entire city had seemingly been gilded. After the zombie outbreak, no renovation crews would have emerged to undertake such work, nor could any construction team accomplish it with such speed. As they drew closer to the city, the instruments on the plane began to tremble, prompting Chi Tian to caution, "Xiao Tong Tong, we may lose signal soon. Exercise caution." Tong retrieved a signal booster, but it proved ineffective. Chi Tian and Appo's voice became intermittent before fading completely. "Be careful," Zhao Hua remarked gravely, gazing at the shimmering city below. His mind preoccupied with a singular thought. Beautiful things often conceal dangers. Li Wen, piloting the aircraft, questioned, "Base leader, where should we land?" Since the previous team had vanished after entering the city, Tong decided to adopt a direct approach, flying low towards the city square. Li Wen's expression turned serious. As an adept pilot, he could maneuver the aircraft as effortlessly as his own body, yet now he sensed an unsettling force impeding their progress. "Base leader, for safety's sake, let us halt ahead." Tong shared his sentiment, feeling the aircraft shake violently. Previously, while Li Wen piloted, not a drop of water would spill from a cup. Now, even a damp blanket placed in the cabin would be shaken dry. "All right, find a safe spot to stop." Tong produced a walkie-talkie. Short-range communication was still quite effective. However, after several attempts, silence reigned, leading her to question her own sanity. "Zhao Hua, give it a try." Zhao Hua took the device, fiddling with it for a while, but it remained unresponsive. It appeared that the issue lay not with the equipment, but rather with the peculiarities of this location. Tong retrieved the walkie-talkie, instructing, "Let us remain vigilant and avoid getting separated." "Base leader, look." Zhao Hua suddenly pointed towards a building they were passing, incredulity evident in his tone. "The golden decorations on the wall, they're moving." However, when Tong glanced over, the exterior wall showed no signs of disturbance. She did not entertain the notion that Zhao Hua was hallucinating. A marksman of his caliber possessed keen eyesight. Moreover, she had felt a familiar disturbance moments ago. "Li Wen, find a place to land immediately." Li Wen promptly ceased his actions, bringing the aircraft to a stop at an intersection. The three disembarked, and Tong swiftly stowed the plane, retrieving a reinforced tank, into which they all climbed. Li Wen naturally took the driver into Appo's seat, asking, "Base leader, where are we headed?" Tong restrained his hand from starting the engine, saying, "Not yet. Have you noticed those golden walls? You too. Follow the line of that corner and unleash a barrage of gunfire at the wall to test its integrity." Li Wen and Zhao Hua exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the rationale behind shooting at a wall, yet they swiftly complied, unleashing a volley of bullets. Tong leaned over the observation port, and at the moment the first bullet struck the wall, blood splattered forth, accompanied by a piercing scream. Tong covered her ears, cringing at the horrendous noise. Chapter 69. You hit me, yet you wish to flee? After a barrage of gunfire, a section of the wall crumbled to the ground. Tong observed intently. What she beheld were creatures the size of human infants, adorned with wings. How to describe them? Their wings resembled those of cicadas, yet their bodies appeared as if they were enlarged versions of spiders or crustaceans, complete with antennae atop their heads. These creatures clung tenaciously to the outer walls, resembling a dense, impenetrable layer, their golden, opaque wings obscuring their bodies, leading one to mistakenly believe they were merely adorned in gilded embellishments. Curiously, these insects did not retaliate when attacked. They acted more like passive entities, as if immobilized by some form of enchantment. Li Wen and Zhao Hua, observing from a distance, felt an eerie chill. The entire city was enveloped in a golden hue, indicating that it was entirely overrun by these mutated insects. Tong retrieved a thermal imaging device, hoping to peer through the swarm to discern if any living souls resided within the surrounding buildings. The device functioned normally, yet the screen displayed nothing but emptiness. Were all the inhabitants dead? Undeterred, Tong deployed a squad of patrol robots and a fleet of drones to investigate the situation. Due to Qi Tian's inability to connect to their location, Tong maneuvered the drones using a handheld controller. As the drone squad navigated steadily, she soon noticed the footage repeating. Li Wen, peering through the observation port, remarked that the drones and patrol team appear to be in an endless loop. Zhao Hua blurted out, "Are we experiencing a daytime ghost phenomenon?" Tong playfully smacked Zhao Hua on the back of his head, admonishing him to read fewer novels. If ghosts truly existed, the zombies would hardly require their intervention. Zhao Hua, a fan of supernatural tales, began to protest but was cut short, his face etched with terror as he sensed a loss of control over his own limbs. "Base Commander, I can and oppose. Team move." Li Wen and oppose. S expression mirrored Zhao Hua and oppose. Yes. They seemed as if they had been paralyzed by an unseen force, rendered mute. In stark contrast, Tong moved freely, a trace of delight gracing her features. "How fortuitous. You two remain still while I gather some crystal cores." Li Wen and Zhao Hua exchanged glances, wishing they could move, but finding themselves unable to do so. Tong opened the tank's door, paused momentarily, and then retrieved a large cover to shroud the tank. After advancing a few meters, she was enveloped in crackling, violet electricity, and in the next instant, she vanished, reappearing atop the nearest building. With the weather so splendid, it was the perfect day for a thunderstorm. With a flourish, Tong pointed to the sky, and a torrential downpour of violet lightning erupted overhead. "Behold as I cleave the heavens." The lightning struck the surfaces of the buildings, causing the golden insects to screech and writhe in agony, some plummeting while others soared in alarm. In an instant, Tong found herself surrounded by a swarm of golden creatures, thousands of invisible barbs converging upon her from all directions. Maintaining her composure, she swiftly retrieved a heavy turtle shell and took refuge within it. She was not foolish enough to remain exposed to their assault. As a level 5 ability user, she was impervious to blades and bullets, yet these barbs wielded spatial abilities, true dominators of the supernatural. With thousands of secondary-level spatial needles converging on her, it was conceivable that every pore on her body would be overwhelmed. During her training, Tong had honed her spatial abilities, allowing her to achieve a defensive effect. But such energy expenditure was unsustainable over time. It was more prudent to rely on physical defense. This shell, crafted from the latest alloy technology of Huagua, was impervious even to artillery fire, boasting a thickness of over a meter, rendering the secondary-level spatial needles incapable of breaching it. Technology was indeed at its zenith. Upon hearing the assault against her shell cease, Tong cautiously opened a viewing port to observe the golden insects, which now exhibited signs of retreat. "What do you think you're doing? You struck me, and now you wish to flee? How absurd." Typically, supernatural attacks could not be unleashed in rapid succession, meaning that now was her chance to counterattack while they were incapacitated. The earlier lightning strike had drained much of her energy, yet she was not solely reliant on her abilities. With unlimited ammunition at her disposal, she began to unleash a relentless barrage. The Titan robots, armed with Gatling guns, commenced their unrestrained assault on the insects. Tong was busy loading ammunition, aware that the large caliber of the Gatling guns depleted rapidly. She had become a merciless ammunition loader. The golden insects, having previously attacked her, were low on energy. However, the ruckus had drawn the attention of all the creatures in the city, blotting out the sky and casting a shadow over the land. They sought to regroup, intended to lock down the area and immobilize both Tong and the robots. In such a scenario, a well-timed strike would yield even greater results than before. Unfortunately, this maneuver consumed a significant portion of her energy reserves, leaving her with only 40% remaining. She was unwilling to engage in such reckless behavior. However, as a spatial ability user, she understood that while it was easy to lock onto a space devoid of energy, it was considerably more challenging to target one teaming with it. During her exploration of spatial abilities, she discovered that she could manipulate a radius of 20 centimeters around her. Within this zone, she could freely absorb items into her space. Yet, should a mobile entity enter this area, the consumption of her energy would multiply exponentially. She remained unaware of how these insects had managed to amplify their abilities to control the city, but it was likely that their energy consumption mirrored her own. Let me show you some fireworks. Perhaps I should change my name to the fireworks vendor. Tong produced several more Titan robots, this time equipping them with airburst shells. These fist-sized projectiles, once launched a certain distance, would self-detonate, ideal for aerial engagements. Tong unleashed a barrage of these shells, tearing open a breach in the encircled city. Tian detected signals emanating from the city. The previously blurred images of Chang's city on the satellite feed suddenly revealed clusters of thermal signals. Xiao Tong, can you hear my voice? Xiao Tong. With her helmet on, Tong maneuvered amidst the chaos, the remnants of the insects exploding around her. She was keen to avoid any contamination from their blood. I hear you. I can hear you both. I have 2 ears listening intently. I will continue to deal with the insects. You try to contact Hua Qi. Meanwhile, Su Weiming, who was busy pounding rice cakes at the base, remained fixated on the virtual screen. Upon witnessing the change in footage, the tension on the couple's faces visibly eased. Chapter 70. The city's underground is hollow. Su Weiming's frenzied pounding came to an abrupt halt. Darling, this batch of rice cakes is ready. Let's prepare another. Shinjiro shook her head helplessly. He wasn't merely pounding rice cakes. He was channeling his anxiety into forceful strikes, having already obliterated 2 bowls. Meanwhile, Tong was joyfully igniting fireworks, while Li Wen and Zhao Hua, still inside the tank, were now free to move about. The tank contained notes left by Tong, as she had considered the possibility that they might not have heard her earlier words and, upon regaining consciousness, could react irrationally. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and the sounds of various debris tumbling onto the tank, the 2 instinctively crouched by the observation port to witness the unfolding chaos outside. However, due to the protective cover Tong had placed over the tank to shield them from their own electrical strikes, they could see nothing. Zhao Hua gripped his firearm tightly. Tian had just sent a message indicating that there was now a signal. Yet, neither of them moved recklessly. They simply informed Tong, base leader, "We have restored communication," and then remained on standby. They both understood that heeding the base leader's instructions meant avoiding unnecessary complications. Tong promptly saw their message and took a moment to glance down from the rooftop. Oh dear, I should have chosen a more distant rooftop. The ground-level tanks were buried beneath the remnants of insect carcasses. She decided to excavate them gradually later. With nimble hands, Tong resumed loading ammunition. The once dense swarm that had obscured her view had now dwindled to a scattered, disorganized mass. The insects in the far distance seemed to have retreated, perhaps realizing the severity of the situation. Tong released her drone legion once more, knowing that the current insect population could not be contained as before. The network signal had returned, and Tian was operational again. With the remaining battlefield entrusted to Tian, Tong leisurely descended from the rooftop. She could have jumped directly down, but the ground was so cluttered that there was no stable footing. It was wiser to take the stairs and let the bulldozer clear a path before venturing out. The stairwell was eerily silent, stained with splatters of blood, yet devoid of any corpses, as if meticulously cleaned by some unseen force. There were lingering drag marks and long trails of struggling blood. As Tong progressed, her frown deepened. Had these insects consumed the zombies as well? Tian, these insects are peculiar. Ensure none escape. Tian quickly replied. Little Tong, the aerial defense is fully arranged. No insects will breach our perimeter. However, The latest data from the Geological Survey satellite indicates a vast hollow beneath Changsa City. Tong paused momentarily on her descent. Changsa City was not known for mineral resources. How could there be a hollow underground? Unless the insect's nest. Little Tong. The hollow areas are extensive. The regions displayed are entirely void. I predict that the entire underground of the city is like this. You must refrain from employing large-scale thermal weapons on the surface. A careless move could result in the entire city collapsing. Tong's mind raced. All right, continue the scans and identify where the hollows connect to the surface. She hastened her steps to the first floor, effortlessly clearing a pile of corpses before her and creating a path to the tank. Let us switch to the aircraft. Earlier, they had changed to a tank because Tong feared that the insects might attack and destroy the aircraft, scattering the trio across different locations. Now, knowing their enemy's capabilities, it was time to pursue the advantage. Upon emerging, they were met with a landscape of insect mounds and the exposed structures, the impact comparable to the mountains of zombie corpses. After enduring the apocalypse, their fear of dense crowds was nearly cured. As the aircraft took off, Tong immediately discarded the insect carcasses she had previously collected from her storage. Her space could not accommodate filth. Attention, survivors of Changsa City, we are the rescue team. If you hear this broadcast, please prepare for rescue. The announcement was loud enough to reach those 5 miles outside Changsa City. Yet, despite waiting for a considerable time, no one appeared, leaving Tong feeling a twinge of disappointment. Little Tong, I've detected the life signals of Hua Qi. She is still alive. Each ability user at the Jinhuang base possessed a wristband for rescue purposes. While it may seem unfair, the value of an ability user's life had indeed risen in the post-apocalyptic world. The virtual screen before Tong displayed Hua Qi's coordinates, located in the southeast direction, where fighting still raged. What was her current condition? Could she escape on her own? I don't know, Qi Tian replied. The entire city of Changsa is without power, and the surveillance within the buildings is non-functional. I've messaged Hua Qi and her team, but there has been no response. I've dispatched drones to enter through the windows to see if we can locate them in advance. Tong initially considered deploying more mechanical legions, but opted against it, mindful of the risk of the city collapsing. If the city were to fall, the scattered mechanical legion would be too dispersed to recover in time. Drones were a more practical solution. They could fly independently. Zhao Hua unleashed a barrage from his machine gun at the scattered insects. Captain, it seems the insects are retreating. Tong looked into the distance and indeed saw the insect firing range contracting. The surrounding gunfire was so intense that one might mistakenly believe all the insects had been exterminated. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. They could seize the opportunity to rescue people. Qi Tian, maintain artillery suppression. Let the insects retreat without returning. At that moment, the drone dispatched to locate Hua Qi transmitted its footage back. No wonder they hadn't had time to respond. They were all engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the insects within the building. Having exhausted their abilities and ammunition, they were now relying solely on their strength to fend off the insect attacks with their daggers. Fortunately, the insects had also lost their abilities. Otherwise, Hua Qi and the others would have been completely overwhelmed. Li Wen, oui. Otherwise, we'll only be collecting corpses. Li Wen hovered the aircraft near the floor where Hua Qi was located, positioned near a window. Tong aimed carefully, threw an axe that shattered the glass, while simultaneously striking an insect in the head. Without hesitation, she leaped from the aircraft, followed closely by Zhao Hua. The moment they entered the room, the insects within were swiftly dispatched, transforming them into lifeless husks. Chapter 71. The Insect Granary? At this moment, the two individuals finally discerned the contents of the room, a mountain of decayed flesh. Was this truly a granary for insects? The chunks of meat were irregularly serrated around the edges, evidently gnawed upon by the insects. Each piece was approximately the size of a laptop, meticulously arranged side by side. Even severed human heads were stacked in an orderly fashion, a testament to obsessive compulsion. In their astonishment, they were nonetheless preoccupied with the urgency of rescuing others. Hua Qi wielded a knife in both hands, numbly hacking away. Just the previous afternoon, they had been astounded by a shimmering golden expanse of the city. However, Before they could fully process the shock, their aircraft experienced a malfunction, seemingly impeded by some unknown force preventing them from reaching the city center. Eventually, with hearts racing, they arrived at the location from which the signal had emanated, but the area was vast, and by the time they discovered remnants of the last squad, it was already dusk. Intuitively, as a warrior, Huaqi sensed that the danger here exceeded their expectations. Thus, she resolutely decided to return to base and come back at dawn. Yet, before they could reach their aircraft, they found themselves encircled by a swarm of golden insects. As the insects drew nearer, their movements became increasingly sluggish. Seeing the dire situation, the team members hastily opened fire, unleashing a barrage of weaponry. Yet the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, and their attacks were relentless. Realizing their ammunition would soon dwindle, Huaqi recalled that during the day, these insects had remained motionless. Quick ignite. Turn on the lights. They may fear the light. As they moved and set fires, they barely managed to return to the rooftop, only to behold a sky filled with swarming insects, reminiscent of summer's post-rain ant clouds, enveloping the entire city. A teammate who had escaped earlier activated the aircraft, but before others could board, the insects intercepted it. With only one aircraft, escape was impossible. They could only seek a place to hide. Fortunately, they had replenished their ammunition, and under the cover of incendiary devices, they retreated back into the building, finding refuge in a small storage room. The sound of insects gnawing at the exterior walls echoed ominously. Huaqi continuously used her powers to harden the surrounding earth and seal the door, narrowly evading the horrors of the previous night. Huaqi messaged Chi-Tian, intending to inform him of the perilous situation. However, when she retrieved her equipment, she discovered there was no signal, extinguishing the flickering hope within them. In the morning, they had wished to slip away unnoticed, but the insects, having settled, began to stir once more. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, they heard a broadcast, reigniting their spirit. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots as Su Tong and Zhao Hua cleared the insects surrounding Huaqi. With a sigh of relief, Huaqi called out for their base commander before fainting. Her comrades, intending to support her, found themselves too exhausted, collapsing in a pool of blood. Su Tong observed their comrades, drained of blood, their faces pale enough to be laid in a morgue. As the medical robots hoisted them onto the aircraft, Su Tong grasped the shoulder of a still conscious teammate, asking, "Are there any survivors left in the city?" The teammate, filled with regret, replied, "We found none." Su Tong patted his shoulder. "There's no need for apologies. Let's return and rest." The aircraft departed amidst the broadcast of survivors from Chang's city. Under the sun, amidst shattered walls and a city laid waste. Not far off, the walls bore minute bite marks. Even the concrete had been gnawed upon. These insects must be eradicated. In her previous life, Su Tong had seldom encountered mutated beings with powers, at least not as many as she had witnessed now. However, this life had altered countless circumstances. The flutter of a butterfly could incite a tempest in another realm. In her rebirth, the world had likely strayed far from its original course. She procured a glass vial, capturing 2 dead insects for future biological research. Chi-Tian, have you detected how many exits the insects possess? Chi-Tian presented a comprehensive overview of Chang's city. I have now identified 17 exits. The underground conditions remain unchanged and are undetectable. The insects had employed spatial abilities to protect their lair, making satellite reconnaissance ineffective. However, unbeknownst to the insects, humans could delineate boundaries. The areas they concealed were undoubtedly their nests. A strategy to confront them was certain. Yet these exits would not lead directly inside. Insects typically preferred to burrow in convoluted paths. Is there a missile capable of penetrating underground? Liwen inquired, his voice hesitant. The survivors in the city. Su Tong pointed to a wall. These insects can even gnaw through walls. Huaqi and Appo's S-team could barely withstand a single night. With ample firepower, they still lost half their members. Who could possibly survive such an ordeal? Liwen understood. The broadcast had persisted for quite some time, and even Chi-Tian had failed to locate other life signals. He simply found it hard to accept, as it concerned an entire city's populace. Tong had rarely witnessed such devastation in 2 lifetimes. Yet, these insects were far more formidable than zombies. They could burrow and wield spatial abilities, and most crucially, they were alarmingly close to the base. Tong. The insect's lair is far too deep underground. We could employ a strategy of missiles combined with incendiary devices and gasoline. The insects, being carbon-based life forms, could be targeted effectively. First, pour gasoline underground, then use missiles to obliterate the surrounding exits, leaving only 1 or 2. Finally, deploy incendiary devices to exhaust the oxygen underground. In this manner, even if the insects did not perish, they would be compelled to claw their way to the surface to survive. At that point, we could strike with precision from above, eliminating them one by one. As Tong observed Chi Tion's demonstration on the virtual screen, she could not help but marvel at how even Satan would acknowledge Chi Tion as his superior here. The insect's lair was buried deep. Missiles might not completely obliterate it. If only a collapse occurred, the insects could simply emerge elsewhere, remaining a threat. However, gasoline, being a liquid, could seep through the openings. The incendiary devices, equipped with oxidizers, would facilitate the burning of gasoline while depleting oxygen. Unlike zombies, these anomalous beings would perish without oxygen. Tong was pleased with this plan. In action, one must ensure total annihilation. She rummaged through her spatial storage and retrieved several valuable items from the arsenal she had pilfered from beautiful country. Upon seeing the inscriptions on the items, Zhao Hua and Appo's jaw dropped in astonishment. Special grade flame soldier gas. Chapter 72. Eliminate that wretched creature. This is not the type of gas canister we use at home. It is a high-tech variant designed specifically for the battlefield. It comes equipped with its own oxidizer, generating an exceptionally high amount of heat upon combustion, and it continues to burn even when submerged in water. If someone inadvertently inhales it, their demise is agonizing, as it effectively begins to roast from within the lungs. Moreover, this gas is denser than air. When released, it can waft like smoke, infiltrating the nests of the creatures through their burrows, ensuring that every crevice below is saturated. Tong produced a dozen canisters, perfectly matched to the number of openings. Chi Tion, no need to deliberately avoid the bullets. This substance has an incredibly high ignition point, not something that can be ignited by mere sparks. The creatures seemed to sense the impending danger, launching psychic attacks at the canisters. However, positioned just above the entry point of their lair, the canisters ruptured, releasing compressed gas that surged into the burrow with remarkable speed. Once all the gas had been discharged, 3 missiles soared through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Following the explosions, clouds of dust and smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. The virtual screen depicted the geological conditions beneath Changsa City with startling clarity post-explosion, indicating the demise of numerous creatures. The thermal readings suggested that the temperature across Changsa City had escalated to that of an incinerator. Lewin contemplated the potency of the gas. Chi Tion elucidated, each district in Changsa City has several oil depots, and we inadvertently ignited them as well, coupled with the oxidizing agents in the gas. It has served as an accelerant. Even in 2060, while electricity is the norm, cities maintain a reserve of oil as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. From the depths below came the anguished cries of the creatures, audible from a great distance, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of charred flesh. Tong suppressed her appetite for roasted silkworm pupae. Zhao Hua, agitated by the cries, found the cacophony unbearable. This inferno could potentially turn the entire city into a glassy wasteland. Surely, the creatures would be eradicated. Tong remained silent, her hands buried in her pockets, absorbing the energy from the crystals within. Her gaze fixated on the fog surrounding Changsa City, as if anticipating something. Just as Liwen was about to engage Zhao Hua in conversation, a scream, much louder than before, pierced through the mist. Screech. Instantly, Zhao Hua shed his previous jovial demeanor, directing the aircraft's heavy machine guns toward the source of the sound amidst the smoke. Despite the distance between the aircraft and the epicenter of the smoke, their vantage point was relatively clear, albeit the city remained shrouded in a haze. Yet, following that scream, all fell silent, suggesting that whatever had been within was now extinguished, leaving only a final, desperate wail. Chi Tian cautions Su Tong. Xiao Tong. I have not detected anything from earlier. Proceed with caution. Su Tong felt a tightening in her chest. In her previous life, such a sensation only arose in the face of danger. If she was correct, these creatures not only emitted spatial spikes, but also possessed the ability to cloak themselves. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of creatures go unnoticed in a city as vast as Changzhou? As the saying goes, grievances have their origins, and debts have their payers. Within a 10-mile radius, her aircraft was the sole vessel carrying living souls. Even the creatures would comprehend that the massacre was linked to her presence. However, all attacks left traces, especially those involving high-energy spatial abilities. Centering her aircraft, Su Tong established a 960-degree fire coverage around her, determined to corner the adversary. Her grave expression instilled a sense of urgency in Li Wen and Zhao Hua, both tensing their muscles and sharpening their focus. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light. Even the slightest lapse could endanger their lives. With a screech, Su Tong's strategy yielded results. After a few seconds of gunfire, a vast swarm of creatures emerged from the previously unobstructed view, no less than 1,000 of them. These creatures were notably larger, especially one that resembled a Michelin figure, astonishingly capable of flight. The creatures charged through a hail of bullets, unleashing a barrage of spatial spikes, causing the unmanned drone squadron in front of Su Tong to plummet one by one. Some of the creatures, having exhausted their abilities, used their bodies to carve a path for their kin. If only someone could translate, their cries undoubtedly echoed. For the tribe, eliminate that wretched creature. Su Tong was profoundly moved by their self-sacrificing spirit of combat and handed Zhao Hua a shoulder-mounted anti-air missile. Fire. The missile soared, bypassing the limitations of distance that restricted psychic attacks. The creatures, lacking advanced technology, fell victim to their own ignorance. Following the explosion, as Zhao Hua leaned over the edge of the cockpit to ascertain whether the creatures had been vanquished, Su Tong suddenly kicked him into the rear of the aircraft. Turning around, Zhao Hua was met with Su Tong in a defensive stance. Though no attacks were visibly imminent, her limbs bore numerous deep wounds, bleeding profusely. Before he could react, a dazzling display of lightning erupted around the aircraft, striking the Michelin-sized creature that had approached perilously close. Simultaneously, the aircraft jolted violently as Li Wen activated his powers, swiftly lifting Su Tong and hauling Zhao Hua by the scruff of his neck out of harm's way. Upon returning to the ground, Zhao Hua disregarded the pain of nearly being throttled by Li Wen. "Commander, are you all right?" Su Tong retrieved a new pair of glasses from her spatial pocket, having sustained damage to their electronic devices from the earlier lightning. "I'm fine. Chi Tian, send me the coordinates of that Michelin creature. We must ensure it is truly dead." Chi Tian promptly relayed the new coordinates. They were somewhat distant. Li Wen, having expended much of his energy carrying the two, piloted the aircraft toward the location. The creature was indeed lifeless, its wings singed to the bone from the earlier lightning strike. Holding the fourth-level crystal she had extracted from the creature's head, Su Tong pursed her lips, her mind swirling with questions. A fourth-level crystal, yet the ability that had attacked her undoubtedly exceeded level 5. The same was true for the other creatures. How could they emit powers surpassing their own levels? Was it possible that spatial abilities could compress and amplify their effects? She had never heard of such a phenomenon. In her past life, she had known spatial ability users who primarily served as human storage units. Even those with offensive capabilities had never exhibited such strength. Chapter 73. Medical Abilities Base Leader. Let us tend to the wounds first, Zhao Hua gently urged, unable to contain his concern as the blood continued to flow. Su Tong finally noticed the redness around Zhao Hua's eyes and the guilt lacing his voice. "The attack was aimed at me, not to save you. Please do not blame yourself." This statement evidently failed to provide comfort. Instead, Zhao Hua felt even more remorseful. "It is my inadequacy. I cannot even shield the base leader from the assault." His hand trembled as he held the gauze. Worrying about the scars a young girl like her might bear in the future, Li Wen hesitated to spray the disinfectant. "Base leader, it will hurt. Please hold on." Su Tong snatched the bottle from him, uncapped it, and poured it liberally onto her wound. You both act as if I am a fragile girl. It's merely a minor injury. Let us stop the bleeding for now and tend to it properly later. The disinfectant stung slightly as it made contact, but she thought to herself that if she uttered a word of pain, these two strong men would surely break down in tears. Li Wen, what you did earlier was commendable. In the face of danger, the priority is to protect oneself. Failing to block an attack only results in more casualties. Understood? They both nodded, and with the insects dispatched, it was time to sift through the crystal cores. The reason for sifting was that most of the insects in Changsa City had been incinerated. Thus, to obtain the cores, they must be extracted from the rubble. Su Tong left a batch of crystal core collection robots and heavy machinery, instructing Qi Tian, "These insects are perilous. We cannot be certain there are no eggs or other strange creatures. If you encounter anything unusual, dissect it thoroughly, both horizontally and vertically." Qi Tian glanced at the alarming red markers on Su Tong's health data, his tone turning grave. "Little Tong, you need only wait for the crystal cores. I shall handle Changsa City. What kind of insects dared to injure my little Tong? Unbeknownst to Su Tong, by the time she returned to Changsa City, it would no longer exist, replaced by a vast basin. Upon returning to the base, Shen Zhiro, eagerly anticipating her daughter's return for New Year's rice cakes, was nearly struck down by shock upon seeing her daughter covered in blood. What happened? Su Tong headed straight to her room, needing to change out of her blood-soaked clothes. "Mom, I accidentally got poked a couple of times. I'll just change." Shen Zhiro followed her into the room, while Su Weiming stood by the closed door, hesitant to intrude on his daughter. Inside, Su Tong reluctantly revealed her wounds to her mother. Shen Zhiro, applying medicine to Su Tong's injuries, wished fervently that the wounds were her own. Seeing her mother's delicate demeanor, as if afraid of causing her pain, Su Tong reassured her, "Mom, these are mere flesh wounds. Nothing vital is harmed. Our abilities grant us enhanced physical resilience. I'll recover in no time." Oh! Su Tong was astonished to find the wound that had bled profusely earlier visibly healing even before the medicine was fully applied. "Is my physical constitution truly so formidable? Mom, my wound is healing." Shenjiro also noticed the rapid recovery. "Oh, it's healing quite swiftly." Su Tong excitedly unwrapped another bandage. But the other wounds remained unchanged, still bleeding due to the force of her actions. Shenjiro quickly pressed a new bandage over the wound to staunch the bleeding. "Be gentle." Perplexed, Su Tong wondered why the healing was inconsistent. Could it be the medication? She inspected the medicine. It was standard fare. Attempting to retract her arm, Shenjiro cautiously peeled back the bandage. "Wait a moment, it's still bleeding." Yet once the bandage was removed, the blood had already ceased and the wound had healed. The two exchanged bewildered glances, and a bold thought struck Su Tong. "Mom, could you possibly be a medical type ability user?" Shenjiro, taken aback, replied, "Me? Indeed. Such rapid healing could only stem from the self-healing abilities of a physical type or the auxiliary healing powers of a medical type ability user. These two wounds on my arm began to heal only after you touched them. You must have unconsciously employed your abilities. Are you feeling tired? What do you sense?" Shenjiro checked in, feeling no unusual sensations. It was not uncommon for ability users to be unaware of their powers initially, so Su Tong decided to test further. She undid the bandage on a deeper cut on her calf. "Mom, try to focus on healing this wound. See if you can do it." With a reverent expression, Shenjiro placed her hand on her daughter's leg, fervently wishing for her healing. Miraculously, the wound began to mend gradually, leaving no scar behind. Overjoyed, she attempted to rise, exclaiming, "It's healed." However, her legs wobbled, and she sank back down, feeling unexpectedly drained. So this is the sensation of possessing abilities. Su Tong steadied her mother. "Mom, you have abilities too. From now on, we can rely on you to help us." Shenjiro was determined to heal all the wounds, but was stopped by Su Tong. "Do not overexert your abilities. It can be taxing on your body. I will remain here for a couple of days. We'll take our time." The two emerged from the room, their faces aglow with joy, leaving Su Weiming puzzled by their merriment despite the injuries. Su Tong raised her arm before him. "Dad, look!" Seeing the pristine skin beneath the bloodied bandage, Su Weiming wondered if his daughter had lost her senses during her outing. Where's the wound? Su Tong pulled Shunjiro close, whispering mysteriously, Mom healed it. She's a medical-type ability user. Medical-type ability users are the most sought-after individuals in apocalyptic times. While they cannot fight, they are incredibly valuable. In her previous life, many bases captured medical-type ability users, imprisoning them to treat the sick while providing them nothing of substance. To ensure her mother's safety, she resolved to keep this a secret. Su Weiming restrained his excitement and gently embraced Shunjiro. This is wonderful. My wife is an ability user too. I need not worry about her getting hurt while we sleep. The prospect of holding his wife close at night was tantalizing. Darling, you truly are the best in our family. Such wonderful news calls for a celebration. How about I bake you your favorite cake? Shunjiro playfully punched Su Weiming's chest. What cake? We haven't even started on the rice cakes yet. Chapter 74. Are you praising yourself? As Su Tong savored a glutinous rice cake at the dining table, her parents embraced each other nearby. The delicately made treat was soft, chewy, and undeniably superior in quality. By the time her parents settled down at the table, Su Tong had already polished off a small plate. Observing his daughter's delight, Su Weiming felt a surge of happiness. Tong, in the future, please take more people with you when you go out. Although your mother has acquired the ability to heal, we would prefer you to remain unscathed, he urged. With her mouth full of the sweet, red, bean-filled rice cake, Su Tong could only mumble incoherently in agreement. Having just finished their meal, a report from the research center arrived. On her way back, Su Tong instructed Li Wen and Zhao Hua to deliver the specimens of insect corpses collected in Changzhou City for analysis. She planned to visit the base hospital to see Hua Qi and the others, which conveniently aligned with her route. Looking at the sizable insect corpse in the jar, Su Weiming expressed his skepticism. You say this is a termite? The biologists at the Golden Phoenix base are all specialists sent by the state for protection. Their expertise is unquestionable. The head of the biology department at the research center, Qiao Jin, was particularly renowned in genetics. Despite the mutations, their primary genetic makeup was still that of a termite. It was likely that during this period, they had an abundance of food, feasting on both zombies and humans. Coupled with the urge to enhance their abilities, their size had increased. After all, the more they could consume, the more energy they could gain. Su Tong was unfazed by this phenomenon. Many mutated creatures had grown larger since the apocalypse. Yet, she wondered why they could unleash attacks more formidable than their inherent abilities. Adjusting her rimless glasses, Qiao Jin elaborated, it is due to the nature of the ant colony. Both Su Tong and Su Weiming were puzzled, prompting Qiao Jin to continue. Ant colonies are inherently efficient. Under the influence of their collective consciousness, they may amplify the effects of their abilities. Su Tong seemed to grasp the concept, albeit partially. But why can't zombies do the same? Once a horde of zombies forms, they may appear to move in unison, yet in reality, they're disorganized. Qiao Jin replied matter-of-factly, because zombies lack a brain. The zombies, it seemed, were offended once more. Qiao Jin pressed on, collective consciousness, such as that found in ant colonies or bee swarms, is encoded in their genes. Zombies, being former humans, do not possess such genetic traits. Even when controlled by the zombie virus to seek fresh flesh, it is merely akin to a reflex, lacking deeper awareness. Now understanding, Su Tong felt relieved. Otherwise, she would genuinely worry if zombies could evolve into something akin to an ant colony, significantly escalating the danger. Professor Qiao's demeanor remained composed. She had little interest in matters beyond research, yet she held a degree of admiration for Su Tong. After all, not every 20-year-old girl could achieve what Su Tong had. It's not arduous. I hope the base leader brings back more biological specimens for comparison, Su Tong affirmed. If they could discover a zombie antibody in her lifetime, it would indeed be splendid. By the way, base leader Qiao Jin suddenly called out to Su Tong, have you truly given no thought to the cloning proposal? Qiao Jin outlined two approaches. One involved directly cloning highly aggressive ability users from embryos, while the other entailed cloning only their powers to grant abilities to ordinary individuals. By 2060, cloning technology had matured to a degree where both proposals held a glimmer of feasibility with some effort. However, Tong firmly rejected both options. Halting, she turned to face Qiao Jin with resolute conviction. Professor Qiao, I personally believe that no life should be born solely for the purpose of combat. Moreover, in this struggle against zombies, we rely not only on abilities, but also on human technology and intellect. Qiao Jin scrutinized Tong, who radiated an unwavering determination. Base leader, my considerations extend beyond this battle. Experts at the research center have analyzed that following this zombie outbreak, Earth's living conditions will become even harsher, and biological entities are undergoing mutations. Those with abilities will have a better chance of survival. Our actions are for the future of humanity. Regrettably, her words did not sway Tong. Having witnessed firsthand in her past life how some bases tortured ability users to death in the pursuit of cloning powers, Tong's stance remained unwavering. Professor Qiao, I understand your concerns. However, even in ancient times, humans faced harsh survival conditions, yet we persevered and thrived until now. Very well, Qiao Jin conceded, seemingly in compromise. I merely wish to convey that our team possesses the capability to pursue this. Should you reconsider, feel free to reach out. Tong, of course, trusted Qiao Jin. The state would not expend effort to protect an ineffectual team. Nevertheless, her views on human experimentation remained unchanged. Upon exiting the research center, Su Weiming patted his daughter on the shoulder with a sense of pride. Tong, you truly are a wonderful daughter. Ingyist. Tong linked her arm with her father's. Dad, are you subtly trying to praise yourself? Ah, you've seen through me, Su Weiming chuckled. The father and daughter exchanged light-hearted banter as they arrived at the base hospital, where Hua Qi and others lay on their beds. The base lacked a medical department. At least, no visible medical ability users had emerged, so they could only lie in the medical capsules as per protocol. The capsules resembled coffins, but were semi-transparent, allowing the injured to recover within. Hua Qi had just awakened from a brief slumber, while the others remained unconscious from excessive blood loss. Upon seeing Tong, she struggled to rise from the medical capsule. Base leader, Tong gently restrained her and offered today's rice cake soup. Don't move. The doctor said your wounds are deep and you risk reopening them. This is made by my mother. Give it a try. Hua Qi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tasted the soup. It's delicious, despite being a seasoned Special Forces soldier. The horrors she had witnessed the previous night were enough to leave her shaken. Su Weiming reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of lollipops, handing them to Hua Qi. The bond between her and her teammates, forged through years of shared battles, ran deep. Watching her comrades perish before her eyes, torn apart by insects while she was powerless to intervene, was a torment greater than death itself. Su Weiming and Tong silently observed as Hua Qi finished her rice cake soup, recognizing that in such dire circumstances, words were futile. Chapter 75. The bombshell Tong spent another day at the base, as Shinjiro insisted on treating her wounds before allowing her to leave. On the way back, neither Li Wen nor Zhao Hua mentioned the incident with the lightning, as if the creature had merely faced divine retribution. Following this event, Qi Tian became increasingly vigilant about detecting anomalies on the ground, striving to eliminate any potential hazards in advance. The aircraft flew at a low altitude, occasionally punctuated by the sound of explosions. This was Qi Tian implementing precise strikes against the burgeoning zombie tide. All military bases across the country were now operating at full capacity. Whenever a horde approached a relatively open area, they ensured the zombies were denied any chance of retreat. This initiative was succinctly dubbed the No Zombie Gathering Plan, where they swiftly eliminated the gathering hordes. As Tong gazed at the extensive data regarding the crystal core inventory, she felt a profound sense of reassurance. Presently, the rate at which human ability users were advancing surpassed that of the zombies significantly. It seemed that for zombies to procure even a morsel of human flesh was a formidable challenge. Just yesterday, she had absorbed a level 4 crystal core from that creature in one go. Feeling as invigorated as a traveler in the desert who had just sipped a cold beverage after 2 days of parched wandering, she held no disdain for the level 2 crystal cores, but the disparity in energy between the two levels was stark. The plane made a brief stop in a neighboring city, where Tong disembarked the newly acquired mechanical legion. The zombie presence in Haicheng had diminished considerably, and now it was merely a matter of humanity tidying up the remnants, while the mechanical legion embarked on their expedition. Tong functioned as a relentless transport machine, delivering the new while returning the damaged for repairs. Occasionally, she even acted as a road clearance worker, transporting the bodies that obstructed the path to the incineration facility. The incinerators in Haicheng had their workloads scheduled 6 months in advance. The ashes drifting from the incinerators fell like snowflakes, blanketing the perpetually snowless Haicheng in a delicate white veil. To avoid inhaling remnants of others while out and about, everyone had taken to welding masks to their faces. Upon returning to the compound, Tong found only Luo Xiaowai and Hunyu sharing a meal in the office. Upon seeing Tong, both rushed over to greet her. However, Luo Xiaowai, displaying a lack of decorum, used her ability to restrain Hunyu, seizing the privilege of embracing Tong. "Sister, you're back. Xiaowai has missed you dearly these past few days." Hunyu, indignantly meowing, could only tug at Tong's pant leg in frustration. Observing their playful antics brought a smile to Tong's face. "I missed you both as well. Come here for a hug." After embracing them both, Tong inquired, "Where is Chu Yi? He mentioned joining us for lunch earlier, yet he is nowhere to be seen." Luo Xiaowai, stroking Hunyu, expressed her regret. There was a fight in the compound, and Brother Chu Yi went to intervene. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the compound, and given Tong's tendency to reprimand those who made mistakes by sending them to deal with zombies, minor disputes were usually resolved amicably. However, the fact that this conflict warranted Chu Yi's intervention suggested it was a significant matter. Before Tong could ask further, Chi Tian activated the surveillance footage from the compound. The footage revealed an altercation involving the explosive squad and the flying feather squad. Several squads had celebrated their victories with drinks the previous night, and under the influence. The leader of the explosive squad, Wang Jia, had taken advantage of Feng Jia from the flying feather squad, leaving her in a state of disarray upon awakening. In a panic, Feng Jia had stabbed Wang Jia in the arm, presumably aiming for his heart, but he had blocked the attack with his arm. Tong quickly covered Luo Xiaowai's ears and eyes, wishing to shield her from such distressing content. "Chi Tian, turn it off. Xiaowai, you and Hunyu continue eating. I'll go check on things." Chi Tian, observing the brawl on screen, noted that there was nothing inappropriate for children to witness, and crucial scenes had been blurred out with no sound released. Descending the stairs towards the dormitory, Tong recognized the immense psychological pressure everyone was under in this environment, which necessitated an outlet for their frustrations. Thus, upon returning from missions, teams often exchanged points for alcohol to numb their senses. Not only drinking and smoking, but even the most fundamental desires of beings were magnified in such circumstances. This was an inevitable occurrence, and Tong felt no surprise. Her motivation for checking in was that Feng Jia was one of her own. She had been a member of her previous team. "Xiao Tong, Chu Yi didn't stop it, and Feng Jia has turned Wang Jia into a eunuch." As Tong approached, Chi Tian suddenly spoke up, causing her to pause. "What?" Chi Tian elaborated on the situation. Wang Jia was adamant that Feng Jia had initiated the encounter, and her current actions were merely to regain control. Feng Jia, unable to contain her anger, confiscated Wang Jia's instruments. A user of wood abilities, Feng Jia wielded her vine whip masterfully. Although Wang Jia, a fire ability user, had an advantage in elemental properties, Feng Jia's speed was her trump card, swiftly incapacitating him. Tong found it peculiar that casual encounters between men and women were now devoid of stringent rules. As long as there was no moral transgression, and individuals were not in relationships while causing trouble, there would be no futile judgments. However, for Feng Jia to retaliate so fiercely indicated that Wang Jia had not only been reckless with his words, but had also committed a grievous offense. Arriving at the scene, she witnessed Wang Jia curled up in pain on the ground, both squads on high alert. Is this really just about sleeping together? That seems excessively harsh. She thought, is this merely a matter of consent? Wang Jia drugged her. Do you have proof? Came the retort. The test results just came back. There's nothing. How could she be rendered unconscious by a single drink? That drink was provided by you. How could it be without fault? Su Tong began to understand that Feng Jia's anger stemmed not from confusion over the encounter, but from feeling manipulated. Chu Yi's expression darkened, his Titan robot brandishing weapons, while the two squads exchanged hostile glares. Quietly, Su Tong asked Qi Tian, "Did you capture any evidence of Wang Jia's drugging?" Qi Tian had been meticulously reviewing the footage frame by frame. "No, there are numerous blind spots in the surveillance indeed, given the private nature of the dorms. It was expected they would evade detection." As Su Tong pondered how Chu Yi would justly resolve the situation, Wang Jia suddenly regained his composure, unleashing a fireball aimed at the entire flying feather squad. With a loud bang, Wang Jia erupted. Chapter 76. The inability to cultivate the Titan robots are equipped with large-caliber firearms. A single shot possesses the force to instantly rend a human body asunder. The hazardous elements have been eradicated. Indeed, below level 5, firearms remain effective. Chu Yi furrowed his brow, his tone icy. How dare they attempt to harm me? This is the consequence of recklessly wielding abilities within the base. Su Tong's eyes widened. Chu Yi, after just 2 days, you've become quite cunning. It was evident that he had merely shifted slightly towards the Feiyu team. Otherwise, the fireball's attack range would not have reached his feet. However, the others were oblivious. As the events transpired too swiftly for anyone to discern, merely attributing the chaos to Wang Jia's frenzied attack, believing it to be a deserved punishment. The members of the explosive team were at a loss, yearning to clarify their position, yet no one would listen, especially since their strongest captain had been utterly obliterated. As for Feng Jia, you initiated the conflict today, and you too bear responsibility. Deducting 300 points is justified. If you cause further disturbances, your team shall cease to accept missions. Feng Jia understood that the current situation favored her. Though she appeared reluctant, she swiftly presented her identification card. Understood. Nonetheless, her points were insufficient, and the additional 300 came from the other members of the Feiyu team. Su Tong felt a sense of relief. It seemed Feng Jia had encountered commendable teammates this time, unlike in her previous life, where they labored without sharing resources. At that moment, others noticed Su Tong, greeting. Base leader. Su Tong maintained her aloof demeanor, approaching Chu Yi. I am not well. Each of you, especially those with abilities, seem to harbor chaotic thoughts since gaining strength. What once seemed unthinkable now appears achievable. I understand that the world has changed, the strong rule. However, within the park, my base, it is prudent to temper your ambitions. Should anyone covertly engage in nefarious activities against me, I shall respond with severity. A hush fell over the crowd. Several members of the explosive team were on the verge of tears. The base leader's words were a clear admonition directed at them, with various online sentiments proclaiming that abilities elevate one above mere mortals. It was natural for thoughts to diverge. Yet, after Su Tong's remarks, the abilities users within the park became considerably more subdued. Understood, base leader. Chu Yi interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Everyone disperse. Attend to your respective duties. Perhaps it was Su Tong's formidable reputation for ruthlessness that instilled fear in the park's inhabitants, while Chu Yi did not elicit the same degree of trepidation. As the crowd dispersed, the siblings turned to leave. Su Tong discreetly instructed Qi Tian for the next couple of days. Ensure the Feiyu team's tasks are supplemented with additional points. Chu Yi, intrigued, asked, do you know this Feng Jia? Why the direct point allocation? Initially, he intended to penalize both teams, yet upon arriving and still assessing the situation, he received Su Tong's message. Protect Feng Jia. Otherwise, his actions earlier would not have transpired. Su Tong tousled her slightly disheveled hair, her tone light-hearted, sort of, we were acquainted in my previous life. Understanding dawned upon Chu Yi. Why not keep her closer? And what of that He Xiao Yuan? Since they were your former teammates, it would be more convenient to interact. Su Tong glanced back at Feng Jia, comforted by her teammates, and briefly recalled that frail figure. There's nothing urgent on my end, and they seem to be faring well. Once we resolve the zombie crisis and establish a new order, everyone can look forward to a brighter future than in my past life, rather than meeting an untimely demise. She refrained from voicing this thought, knowing Chu Yi's disposition would lead him to lament for an extended period. Upon returning to the office, Zhao Wan had reheated the meal, even preparing a dish of sweet and sour pork. Luo Xiaolove, satiated, was diligently completing her assignments, while Hunyo sat upright like an invigilator before the books. Unable to resist temptation, Luo Xiaolove reached out, only to have Hunyo resolutely extend her paw, clearly signaling, "No, you shall not." Tong picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, its tangy flavor quite appetizing. "By the way, this is the rice cake my parents made, along with lamb soup. My father mentioned he had consumed so much lamb recently that even his burps carried its flavor." Chu ladled a bowl of steaming soup. On cold days, warmth was essential. Speaking of food, our warehouse is brimming, nearly overflowing. Tong meticulously extracted the strands of carrot from the sweet and sour pork, taking another large bite. The base had commenced the construction of a new supply warehouse. Anything that could not fit would be relocated there. Chu paused, contemplating, at our current pace of exterminating zombies, it should take less than 2 years to eradicate them entirely. Following that, we may simply cultivate the land. Is there really a need to continue gathering supplies? While other bases urged their members to confront zombies, the primary task here was to seek sustenance. This relatively easy endeavor attracted numerous newcomers to the park, as locations for resource collection were often devoid of zombies, requiring only a modicum of effort to earn abundant points. The abundance of food ensured fairness. Yet, these supplies were already ample. Even if we were to return to the Jinfeng base without any further actions, we would have enough provisions for 2 years. Tong continued her battle with the carrot strands, not lifting her gaze. Why must there be carrots? The sweet and sour carrots are unpalatable. You cannot cultivate the land? Chu retorted without a moment's thought. As a native of Huagua, how could one possibly be unable to grow crops? Tong dumped the rejected carrots onto Chu Yi's plate, unwilling to waste food. It is said that disasters do not occur in isolation. Have you not noticed that this winter feels considerably warmer than before? Chu Yi, strengthened by his abilities, wore a white shirt. I truly have not noticed. Tong recalled the natural disasters she had experienced in her previous life. In the coming years, do not expect to cultivate anything. The Earth's climate will shift, with the likelihood of extreme weather increasing. This winter is warm. If all goes as expected, it will not rain for 2 consecutive years, leading to drought for any crops planted outside. We have rescued so many people. Each one has to eat. Once the zombies are eradicated, it will come down to who has the most supplies in their warehouse. He had already contemplated the subsequent challenges, without the threat of zombies. Conflicts between bases would ensue. Thinking of it this way, I feel our current stock is still insufficient. We should accumulate more. Tong, however, had meticulously planned each step and would simply adhere to her own strategy. Chapter 77. The Stolen Crystal Core. Time, when busy, slips away swiftly, and it was soon March of the year 61. In the major cities across the nation, the zombie hordes have been significantly diminished by the relentless onslaught of the Mechanical Legion, while in the smaller towns, the Undead were being systematically dispatched by various teams of ability users from the major bases. Yes, you read that correctly, dispatched. The crystal cores from the zombies that the Mechanical Legion had vanquished were all sent to the Jinwang base, leaving others with only envy. However, as everyone's abilities improved, the demand for crystal cores grew exponentially. The scattered zombies were no longer sufficient to satisfy the needs of the survivors. Previously, survivors had been terrified of zombies, prioritizing survival and scavenging behind the Mechanical Legion for leftovers. Now, the sentiment had shifted. I was born to fight. I possess formidable powers and firearms. True warriors must bravely confront the zombie hordes. Indeed, the prospect of rewards for victory greatly enhanced everyone's enthusiasm for battle, awakening the latent combat instincts buried deep within human genes. The upside was an increase in those willing to fight zombies. The downside was a rise in conflicts among themselves. Whenever disputes arose, the latest resolution method was for the 2 parties to venture out and battle zombies, a practice aptly named the Crystal Core Duel. During the same time frame, the one who returned with the most crystal cores was deemed the strongest. This was the power of public opinion and the internet. The Crystal Core Duel had to be conducted fairly, with the entire process broadcast live. Once initiated, It was imperative that the battle not cease until the agreed-upon time was reached. The idea originated with Tong. As the increasing number of individuals within the park led to more friction, Foundry managed the park like a village committee director, addressing one issue after another. The matters at hand were not so significant as to warrant expelling individuals to lure zombies, thus wasting precious energy. To everyone's surprise, the Crystal Core duel was immensely popular, and other bases soon followed suit. Initially spontaneous, it later evolved into an official event. Tion even established a dedicated channel for the Crystal Core duel, allowing participants to vote for their favored side, a form of entertainment in itself. In addition to this, various leaderboards flourished. The most zombies killed individually, team strength rankings, and rankings for fire-based abilities, among others. While there were no tangible prizes for making it onto the lists, there were implicit benefits. After all, those without strength would never appear on the boards. Anyone listed was a target for recruitment by major bases. Luxurious mansions, gourmet meals, and top-notch equipment were all on offer. Charm and allure were employed to entice recruits. Yes, the major bases had begun competing for talent, with the exception of Tong and Amp, Oppo's, Jinwang base. Having upgraded her abilities to level 6, she was preoccupied with soaring through the skies in search of high-level zombies. For 3 continuous months, her consumption of crystal cores surpassed even the amount of rice she had eaten in 2 lifetimes. Currently, most ability users had advanced to level 3, with a few promising individuals reaching level 4, and very few attaining level 5. However, Tong and Oppo's father, Su Ruiming, had achieved level 5, along with Shunjiro, Chutni, and Luo Xiaoai at level 4. Consequently, Tong's family alone was accumulating nearly a truckload of crystal cores daily. Were it not for the Mechanical Legion transporting truckloads of cores back, the entire park would have run out. The zombies outside were predominantly level 3, with level 5 being a rare sight. After all, most of them could hardly feast upon human flesh, leading to a sluggish increase in their abilities. Yet Tong was resolutely pursuing level 5 zombies. She investigated any locations Tion flagged as anomalous. Meanwhile, Chu-E continued to maintain the Mechanical Legion in the background, as the Legion and Oppo's numbers far exceeded those of the survivors. With the enhancement of the zombies and Oppo's abilities, the casualty rate among the Mechanical Legion was on the rise, putting immense pressure on the logistics and maintenance teams. Not only were the robots from Haicheng being sent here, but those from other cities were also directed towards this location. Jinwang Base offered preferential treatment for talents in AI and mechanics, attracting a majority of ordinary individuals without abilities but with technical skills to Tong's side. Consequently, the park became overcrowded. However, the buildings surrounding the park remained intact and devoid of zombies, with well-established infrastructure. Most individuals packed their belongings and moved out, allowing them to avoid sharing rooms with others. Base tasks were assigned and settled online, eliminating the necessity for everyone to enter the park. Considering the difficulties in procuring meals outside, Chu-E arranged for the establishment of a cafeteria. In this apocalyptic era, who still cooks at home? Even when redeeming delicious food, individuals did not purchase in bulk. They opted for quantities manageable enough to carry, wary of the possibility of theft while they were out. Speaking of theft, Tion reviewed the number of crystal cores for the day, and no matter how he calculated, something was amiss. The cores within the park were uniformly collected by the Mechanical Legion and transported back. With no one intervening in the process, discrepancies in quantity should be impossible. Yet, according to Tion's data, 762 cores had been dispatched today, while only 356 had been received. Where had the missing 406 cores gone? Tong gazed curiously at the screen, displaying the surveillance of today and Oppo's crystal core transport. Each time the Mechanical Legion collected cores post-battle, they were first gathered into a unified container and then transported back by aircraft. Was it possible that the counter at the battlefield had malfunctioned? The equipment on this side of the park was maintained daily by Chu-E, making the likelihood of error minimal. Moreover, Tion had just confirmed that the data from the park was indeed accurate. However, with abilities clashing on the battlefield, it was conceivable that some damage occurred inadvertently. Chi Tian was adamant. It and Oppos. That's not possible. I not only reviewed the data from the crystal core containers on the battlefield, but also checked the data from the core-collecting robots. These two sets of data are aligned, indicating that the error must have occurred during transportation. Each core-collecting robot is equipped with a counter, meticulously tracking the number of cores extracted daily. In the replay of the satellite surveillance, the transport aircraft that had returned with the crystal cores showed no anomalies. It did not stop at any point, nor were there any zombies or life forms aboard. During daylight, what a strange occurrence. Lewin speculated. Could a wind-based ability user have chased down the plane and stolen the cores while it was in flight? He himself was a wind-based ability user and had successfully pursued planes several times in the past. Chi Tian had already analyzed the data 3 times. The surveillance indicated that no life forms approached the transport aircraft, and there were no irregularities detected within the plane. Zhao Hua recalled the various zombies and ability users previously encountered. Could be an invisible one? Chi Tian now had to analyze frame by frame. If it were a case similar to that of Chang's City, it might not be impossible. Chapter 78. The Ice and Snow Queen. The group engaged in rational speculations for quite some time, yet yielded no results. Their current objective was to pursue a level 5 Ice and Snow Queen zombie, while the mismatch in crystal core counts would have to be analyzed by Chi Tian on his own. This particular zombie possessed ice-based abilities, launching attacks in the form of various ice spikes. Clad in a flowing white coat, its gender remained indiscernible, prompting Su Tong to bestow upon it such a name. The search for this zombie proved challenging, as it had encased an entire area in ice, rendering the surroundings a vast, white expanse. Were it not for the fact that it was already March and the ice was beginning to thaw even in the northernmost regions, no one would have noticed anything amiss. Su Tong surveyed the frozen old town and retrieved her dual-layer boots designed for polar climbing. Being a southerner, she was concerned about her balance on the ice. A slip could result in considerable embarrassment. Lewin examined the terrain and the recordings on the adjacent virtual display, noting that this appeared to be the site where the zombie was first discovered. Su Tong nodded in agreement, and Lewin maneuvered the aircraft to land. The trio disembarked and commenced their search for the zombie. Fortunately, with their boots on, they could traverse the mirror-like ice surface without much difficulty. Zhao Hua, being a northerner, shared his wisdom on walking on ice with Su Tong. Base leader, Don and Oppos. To use your feet, tighten your core, and move forward with your hips and elbows. And you'll walk steadily. Su Tong pondered for a brief moment, wondering where exactly her hips and elbows were, but dismissed the thought as unimportant. Her adaptability was remarkable. After a couple of cautious steps, she confidently mastered the small expanse of ice. The 3 remained vigilant, their surroundings littered with human fragments frozen solid. Most of these remnants lacked heads, suggesting that the zombies had feasted upon them. One could only speculate whether the zombies faced any difficulty while gnawing on their icy human popsicles. Drones hovered above, scanning the area but finding no signs of life. Curiosity gripped the trio. Maintaining such a vast frozen area in the current weather was no simple feat and required a continuous expenditure of powers. Even a level 5 zombie could not conjure abilities at will. Su Tong spotted an open area ahead and directed Zhao Hua, "Melt that section. We will lie in wait." The allure of zombies for those with abilities was immense, especially for Su Tong, a level 6, accompanied by 2 level 4s. They were akin to freshly roasted duck, steaming and aromatic, requiring no additional bait to lure them in. Zhao Hua swiftly unleashed flames, melting a patch of over 10 square meters of ice. His combat experience with zombies taught him to avoid positions advantageous to the enemy. If a zombie could breathe fire, one should position themselves near a water source. If it could manipulate metal, then standing on a metal-laden surface was ill-advised. Su Tong stretched and performed a circle of Tai Chi. Having spent recent days chasing zombies with Li Wen and Zhao Hua, even a rest had been taken aboard the aircraft, with the 2 taking turns piloting. Thus, the feeling of solid ground beneath her feet was refreshing, and she decided to indulge in another round of Tai Chi Xiao Tong Tong. "The zombie has appeared," exclaimed Zhao Hua. The virtual screen before Su Tong captured only a fleeting glimpse of an ice spike before the feed cut out. Aware of the situation, Chi commanded the other drones to ascend and evade. A level 5 zombie was impervious to conventional weaponry, and needless sacrifice was to be avoided. Swish! Swish! Two piercing sounds echoed, yet Tong remained unmoved, executing a graceful white crane stance, capturing the ice spike into her spatial realm. This ice spike, a manifestation of level 5 powers, could be employed against a horde of zombies as a lethal projectile. A flicker of astonishment crossed the ice and Snow Queen and Oppo's gaze. As zombies ascend in rank, they develop a semblance of intelligence, albeit limited. A level 5 zombie is scarcely more astute than a 3-year-old child. It was perplexed. Logically, a single attack should have resulted in being pierced by ice spikes, allowing for a meal. Yet the ice spikes had vanished. Did it fail to unleash them? The creature launched another attack, this time conjuring a circle of ice spikes. Tong deftly maneuvered, causing the spikes to disappear once more. Li Wen and Zhao Hua, realizing the base leader was toying with the zombie, stood aside, munching on sunflower seeds, enjoying the spectacle. The Ice and Snow Queen began to doubt its abilities. With a furious roar, it unleashed an even greater number of ice spikes, finer and denser than before. Tong, with a skillful twist, collected every last spike into her spatial realm. With a bellow, the Ice and Snow Queen charged forward, its imposing aura radiating an icy chill. No wonder numerous teams fell victim to its deception. The Queen's appearance mirrored that of the surrounding frozen corpses. Motionless, it remained undetected, utilizing the frozen ground to its advantage. The zombie moved swiftly, aiming to bite its prey. Tong confidently declared, "A great watermelon, split in two." As the words left her lips, the Ice and Snow Queen was cleaved in half, akin to a watermelon sliced with precision. The spatial blade, wielded with invisible force, proved exceptionally effective. This technique, conceived after her return from Changzhou City, was a product of her own experimentation. While her spatial abilities had previously felt limited to mere storage, she had finally devised a method to wield them offensively. Clap! Clap! Li Wen and Zhao Hua rose to their feet, applauding while showering her with praise. Base Leader's attack range has increased. Base Leader, you are magnificent. Tong retrieved her water bottle to rinse the crystal core, placing it in her pocket while absorbing its energy as she walked. Well then, have either of you noticed anything unusual? Li Wen's playful demeanor faded, his expression serious. Although the zombie lay defeated, the ice in the area remained frozen. Could it be? Zhao Hua and Oppo's expression shifted to one of caution as he scanned their surroundings. The trio waited for a considerable time, yet encountered no further zombies. Instead, Chi identified the root of the issue. The refrigeration units of a nearby company had remained operational, thus perpetuating the icy conditions. Previously, this northern region relied on nightly water spraying to freeze zombies. In areas of high zombie concentration, refrigeration units were employed. Chi now cut the power, predicting that by afternoon, the ice would thaw completely. Having confirmed that no other zombies remained, he lowered the danger level on the map, indicating that this area was now safe for exploration. On the electronic map, the previously black zones transformed to green. White signified unexplored territories. Green indicated areas accessible to teams for scavenging, while red denoted danger, cautioning ordinary teams against entry, with the possibility of peril for those with abilities as well. Black zones indicated areas where entry had occurred without exit. Even teams with abilities were advised against recklessness. Tong had ventured into the black zones, drawn to the perilous locations where the likelihood of encountering high-ranking zombies was greatest. Chapter 79. The Pursuit Plan. As the aircraft powered up, Li Wen inquired, "Base Chief, where are we headed?" Tong inhaled the slightly sour scent emanating from her body and replied, "Let us return to the park." They had been on the move for several consecutive days, and it was evident that the zombies could not be vanquished in a single day. Board on the plane, Zhao Hua scrolled through the videos uploaded by everyone, growing increasingly incensed. The footage depicted a group of superpowered individuals feasting on delectable dishes while compelling several powerless ordinary people to kneel and bark like dogs. Such behavior was utterly outrageous. Tong cast a glance at Zhao Hua, remaining silent. In comparison to the injustices she had witnessed in her past life, this hardly registered as significant. Moreover, there existed a fundamental law in the apocalypse. The strong would always prevail. Upon returning to the park, Tong first indulged in a warm bath, while Tian incessantly fretted over the lost crystal cores. Tong twisted the little turtle toy in the bathtub, watching it flit about in the water. Perhaps it was merely a miscalculation. He had just mentioned that the system had been recalibrated and should function correctly from now on. Tian, however, was concerned about overloading, which would result in far greater losses than mere crystal cores. Rest assured, Tong. Currently, only Qilin Base and Huanglong Base require my assistance. The other bases have established independent AI systems capable of controlling their robotic forces without my intervention. I am more than sufficient for the task at hand. As Tong blew bubbles, allowing the little turtle and duckling to frolic in the foam, she mused that everyone had prepared well in advance, which was indeed beneficial, as it allowed them to focus on their own affairs. Tian projected a beach scene, complete with the sound of crashing waves. Uft. Those base systems are nothing but trash. I constructed their backend myself. You humans are truly perplexing. Why seek distant solutions when I could serve you more conveniently? Tong chuckled. Because humanity desires too much. They wish to survive, to wield power, and simultaneously fear the treachery of others. Before long, I suspect an AI might attempt to ambush you. Be sure to secure your back door. Tian scoffed. If I don't devour them within 3 seconds. That would be my loss. Once she finished bathing, the dining table was set with an array of dishes. Having agreed to share dinner, Luo Xiaolove sat on the couch, cradling Tiger Girl obediently. Yi, wielding a dagger, reinforced it with his abilities. Upon seeing Tong, they both rose and approached the dining table, not out of hunger, but because they had not shared a meal together in days. Luo Xiaolove playfully said, "Sister, I have become quite formidable now. Could you take me along next time you venture out?" Tong, biting into a fried chicken leg, replied, "Of course, we're planning to travel abroad soon." Luo Xiaolove's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful. I've never been abroad." Yi sipped a glass of juice. He had been busy preparing the necessities for their upcoming trip. Not passports or visas. Those were no longer relevant in a world without customs, but supplies, ammunition, and continuously modified heavy robots. Xiaodong, are you truly not waiting until all the domestic zombies are eradicated before heading abroad? Tong, chewing her meat, articulated clearly, "Brother, the domestic zombies have been mostly dealt with. They pose no threat. All major bases are on guard, and resources are scarce. We shall refrain from interference. Zombies abroad are still zombies. We should seize the opportunity before other bases realize it and tackle those larger zombie hordes." Yi understood Tong's reasoning, but wished to confirm. After all, there was no base for support overseas, and if trouble arose, rescue might not arrive in time. "Have you decided on the personnel? How many will accompany us?" Without hesitation, Tong replied, "Anyone who wishes to go may do so. We possess the strength to manage." He was taken aback, retorting, "Everyone?" Setting aside, how many from the base wish to leave? Traveling such a great distance means there will certainly be no round trips in a single day. Spending the night outside without any defense is far too reckless. Regardless of our capabilities, Tong maintained her composure, savoring the remnants of the chicken leg. Currently, our situation domestically involves seeking out zombies. Once abroad, it will be different. A throng of lively individuals will have the zombies chasing after us. We are armed and empowered. What is there to fear? Luo Xiaolove chimed in. What is there to fear? He took a sip of water to calm his nerves, realizing his sister was indeed audacious in her ambitions. Can I go? He had been responsible for various repairs in the park and yearned for a chance to shine. Tong nodded, "Of course. Not only from our side, but even those wishing to go from Jinho Base can join. 100 individuals will form a convoy. We shall first transport them by plane to the designated location, after which I will provide various vehicles and supplies. Armored vehicles will transport people, trucks will carry weaponry, planes will assist with reconnaissance, and Tian will lead the mechanical legion into battle." With such a formidable display, they could not only combat zombies, but also stand against the might of international warfare if necessary. Tong named this operation the Pursuit Plan, set to launch in 3 days. On board the aircraft, Luo Xiaolove pointed at a long stretch of craters below. "Sister, this valley is so long." Tong glanced down. "This isn't a valley. It is our national border. To prevent foreign zombies from infiltrating our land, the border has been incessantly bombarded. If the plane ascended higher, one could see the territory of Huagua clearly, as the border had been blasted into a moat. The outline was as distinct as though drawn on a map with a heavy line." Luo Xiaolove marveled. "This is indeed the national border." The aircraft hovered over what appeared to be a military zone, and the zombies below, hearing the sound of the plane, began to converge. He prepared to toss a bomb, but Tong stopped him. "Brother, this is an arms depot. If you drop a grenade and it goes awry, we would all be in peril." Being at level 6, she was immune to such physical damage. He sheepishly withdrew his hand, waiting for Tong to deploy a wave of mechanical troops. "Our ammunition has always been plentiful, and production continues without pause. Why come here?" Tong observed the images relayed by Tian. Utilizing foreign munitions against foreign zombies was entirely reasonable. Moreover, who would complain about an excess of arms? The foreign weapons were going unused anyway, so taking them for her own purposes was quite fortuitous.